This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Cold, hungry, and exhausted, Nuanyang stumbled and was tackled to the ground by a zombie. Ningyan, you still have your powers, right? Run! Leave me alone. Nuanyang. Ningyan stopped. Her speed could easily have allowed her to escape, but she chose to turn back. Go! Don't come back. Go! Nuanyang screamed at the top of her lungs. The zombies bit her shoulder. The stench of decay and the excruciating pain were nothing compared to the despair she felt when she saw Ningyan turning back. She couldn't understand why she turned back when she could have escaped. She could have. A warm liquid suddenly surged from her neck, followed by a suffocating sensation. Nuanyang knew she was dying. With her last remaining strength, she begged Ningyan to run. Xiaoang. Let's die together. I'm here to accompany you. Nuanyang saw Ningyan standing before her, mumbling something she couldn't hear. She opened her mouth to yell at her to run, but no sound came out. She could only watch helplessly as a zombie bit off half of her face, blood dripping down her face. That woman, obsessed with beauty, that woman with a slight obsession with cleanliness, once so dazzling and proud, was now filthy, standing in the snow, eyes filled with sorrow, letting herself be devoured by the crazed zombies. Ningyan! Nuanyang's eyes snapped open. All was pitch black. She was drenched in sweat, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. She panicked and sat up. After adjusting to the darkness, she realized she was in a neat, clean bedroom. It looked familiar. Guitar? Kitten alarm clock? White wardrobe? This seems to be the house I rented before the apocalypse. Nuanyang suddenly remembered something. Suppressing her excitement, she walked out and turned on the light. The room suddenly became bright. She carefully observed everything and pinched her arm again. It hurts. It's real. I really returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. Nuanyang was ecstatic, no longer indifferent. She rushed to the refrigerator and looked at the overflowing food, almost crying with excitement. For most of the past 6 months in the apocalypse, she had eaten grass and insects, but often felt hungry. How could she find such delicious, fresh food? She took out a piece of whole wheat bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Then she opened a bottle of milk. It was a delicacy she had never tasted since entering the apocalypse. She wolfed it down, the hunger that had become like muscle memory. The mere thought of it made her stomach ache and sour. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out. Host, hello, would you like to buy into the Doomsday Mall system? Nuanyang paused and glanced around. No one was around. Was he hallucinating? Host, hello, would you like to buy into the Doomsday Mall system? The voice rang out again. Nuanyang frowned and spoke cautiously. Who are you? Host, hello, I'm the Doomsday Mall system. Would you like to buy into me? Having experienced the apocalypse, Nuanyang was extremely cautious. He wanted to refuse outright, but then he hesitated, thinking about being reborn. He already faced something as outrageous as rebirth, so what was there to be afraid of binding to a mall system? Besides, the word mall sounded like something you could buy. If that were true, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have to risk searching for supplies in the apocalypse? Host, if the binding is successful, you receive space bonuses and daily sign-in benefits. Do you want to bind to me? The mechanical voice was emotionless, but it was fawning and flattering. Nuanyang had read apocalyptic novels about this space, and the settings generally allowed for storage of goods, some of which could even be upgraded to allow for farming and breeding. If this were the case, it would be very convenient, whether stocking up in advance or purchasing for free after the apocalypse. Host, it's the day before the zombie outbreak. If you bind to the apocalypse mall system, it will help you prepare in advance. Okay, bind. Nuanyang didn't hesitate any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, his head began to ache. A loading bar appeared before his eyes, system and host soul binding, increasing from 0%. The closer it got to 100%, the more painful it became. By the time it was fully loaded, Nuanyang was sitting on the floor in agony, milk spilled all over the floor. Thump, thump. Congratulations on the successful binding. I'm System 19886, you can call me Little Six. I'm the Apocalypse Mall system, and I help you survive the apocalypse. Would you like to sign in now? The headache disappeared, and instead of the mechanical voice ringing in his mind, a very cute girl's voice filled her words with excitement. Nuanyang could sense its joy and spoke softly. Sign in. Host has successfully signed in. Host level detected as 0. Received a free 250 milliliters bottle of mineral water as a new user gift. Please level up more to receive more sign-in benefits. Just a bottle of mineral water, Nguyen muttered silently. Host, I can hear what you're thinking. Since you're currently at level 0, the sign and rewards are quite low. They get better as you level up. The mineral water has been placed in the host space. Level 0 space is only 5 cubic meters. It has a freshness preserving function and can't hold living things. You can expand the space by upgrading or earning points. Also, the host can communicate with me mentally, no need to speak. Nguyen took a moment to comprehend Xiao Lu's words, then tried to communicate with it mentally. Xiao Lu, where is the space you're talking about? And where is the mall? Host, think mall or space in your mind to see it. Nguyen thought of the mall, and suddenly a huge panel appeared before her eyes. Aside from the Apocalypse Mall at the top, everything else was obscured by clouds of mist. Host, the mall won't open until the apocalypse arrives. You can purchase items using points earned from zombie cores, or gold, silver, and jewelry. Items unlock as the host's level increases. Nguyen breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that gold, silver, and jewelry could also be exchanged for points. In her previous life, zombies were slow, so she could still kill 1 or 2. Later, as the zombies evolved, they became increasingly difficult to defeat. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything, and she was starving. Even Nguyen, and she couldn't defeat a single one. Fortunately, no one cared about gold, silver, or jewelry in the apocalypse. If she couldn't gather supplies, she could use these junk items to buy things. It was an added safeguard. Nguyen thought about the space again. A small cube appeared before her eyes, with a small white dot standing out. When she noticed it, it suddenly enlarged, revealing a mineral water bottle. Xiao Lu, what should I do if I want to take this bottle of water? The host simply thinks of mineral water in their mind, and it will appear in their hand. If they want to collect an item, they simply touch it and think of collect in their mind, and they will store it in the space. It's so simple. Nguyen followed the system's prompts, taking out and collecting the mineral water several times, then storing all the food in the refrigerator in the space. Then, after observing it, she mastered this incredible skill. Rebirth, the mall, the space, the system, everything was incredible, but Nguyen's excitement lasted only a moment before she calmed down. It was the day before the apocalypse. Tomorrow, or to be more precise, tonight at midnight, someone would inexplicably transform into a zombie. Anyone bitten would also become a zombie within minutes. At first, everyone thought it was a case of mania, so many ignored it. By noon, as more and more people turned to zombies, everyone panicked and hid. At that point, the concept of scrambling for resources hadn't yet reached anyone. Most people hunkered down in safe places awaiting official rescue. However, the authorities were overwhelmed, and numerous police stations and military bases had been destroyed. A week later, after the internet and power were cut off, followed by water and food, people finally realized they couldn't rely on the authorities, and could only fend for themselves. It was also at this time that society fell into complete chaos. People scrambled for supplies, formed groups, enslaved others, and killed and ate. If the zombies and the collapse of order were despairing, the extreme weather made things even worse, seemingly threatening humanity's utter extinction. Nguyen took a deep breath, unwilling to dwell on it. It was 4:30 a.m., and she quickly thought about what she needed to do and called Nguyen on WeChat. If she were to live again, she would only want to live well with Nguyen. Chapter 2. Hello. Nguyen, it's me, Nguyen. There was silence on the other end of the line, followed by an angry voice. Are you sick? It's early morning. Early morning? Nguyen cursed loudly, saying things like disturbing her beauty sleep, affecting her skin's rest and making her ugly. Nguyen wasn't angry at all. Instead, she felt like she had survived a catastrophe. The person who died before her was alive, just like her. How wonderful. As for the content of the curse, Nguyen wasn't surprised. In her previous life, Nguyen was just like that, obsessed with beauty. Even if she didn't have enough food or clothes, she would do her best to stay clean and look less shabby. At first, Nguyen didn't understand and argued with Nguyen until she said, "You could die at any moment anyway, so why not die beautifully? Even if I become a zombie, I want to be the most beautiful one." What a joke. Those zombies all had grayish-green skin, bulging eyes, and a strong stench of decay. Add to that the bloody wounds from their deaths. There was no way they could be beautiful. But over time, Nguyen grew accustomed to it, even developing this bad habit himself. Just like the last remaining dignity of humanity in civilized society, outward respectability is the only proof of being human. Time ticked by. Nguyen glanced at the clock, inwardly admiring Nguyen's eloquence. She had actually been cursing for a full 5 minutes. Sorry. It's my fault for disturbing your sleep, but time is running out. Now listen to me. That's all you can come up with after half a day? Okay, tell me what you can come up with. If you don't satisfy me, I expose you on Weibo for harassing a senior. I'll be at your house in about 40 minutes. Tell the security guard at your neighborhood my license plate number. Don't stop me. I have something I need to discuss with you face to face. You are coming to my house? Yes. Also, do you have any food? A simple bite will do. We don't have much time left, so we can't waste it eating. There was silence on the other end of the line. Nguyen Yang didn't have time to think about Wan Ningyan's reaction. While talking on the phone, he put everything in his house, big and small, into his space, leaving the entire house bare. Ningyan, are you listening? Heavy breathing could be heard from the other end. Nguyen Yang, do you like me? Nguyen Yang, question mark. No wonder you're always against me. You're just trying to get my attention. Nguyen Yang, is my memory distorted? I seem to be the one being targeted. But I understand. You younger generations, wanting to take shortcuts, would naturally choose me. After all, I'm pretty, a movie queen, rich, beautiful, and well-connected. I'm a million times better than that bloated boss. But Nguyen Yang, you can't be so rash. You need to be polite. There's no such thing as confessing your feelings at 4 or 5 in the morning. I don't like that. Nguyen Yang was completely speechless. She didn't know what she had said that had misunderstood Wan Ningyan, but now was no time for emotional entanglement. A glimmer of light was already appearing outside the window. In another hour or two, the city would begin to bustle, and the stockpiling would begin. Wan Ningyan, I have no improper thoughts about you. I really have something very, very important to discuss with you. Do as I say. Don't waste time. Wan Ningyan paused for a few seconds, seeming furious. Who are you to me? Talking to me like that? And you're telling me to do what you say? Are you worthy enough to tell me what to do? Get lost. The WeChat call was disconnected. Nguyen Yang called several more times, but Wan Ningyan didn't answer. Not wanting to waste time, Nguyen Yang sent her the license plate number and immediately drove off. Host, there's a mission. Do you want to take it? What mission? Space mission. Store 5 cubic meters of supplies. Successfully complete the space upgrade. Host, will you take it? Accept. What a relief. Nguyen Yang was worried that 5 cubic meters wasn't enough space to store much, but being able to complete the mission upgrade was a godsend. Relying on his memory, Nguyen Yang drove all the way to Hallyu Garden, the most expensive residential complex in S-City. Entry and exit control was strict. In his previous life, if the zombie outbreak hadn't caused the security guards to flee, Nguyen Yang wouldn't have been able to get in to find Wan Ningyan. There were 2 guards at the security booth. After carefully checking Nguyen Yang's license plate, they let him pass. It seemed that although Wan Ningyan was angry, she still did as Nguyen Yang asked. Wan Ningyan's home is a 3-story, detached villa with an acre of garden, valued at nearly 500 million yuan. This was just the purchase price. The renovations cost nearly 200 million yuan, and there's an additional million yuan in annual property fees. This talented actress, who debuted at the age of 5, won her first Best Actress trophy at the age of 17, becoming Country Z's youngest film queen. Not to mention her wealth, she consistently tops the entertainment industry's top earnings list. Nguyen Yang, who grew up in an orphanage, had envied her more than once. Returning to her hometown, Nguyen Yang stood at the door, still admiring the grandeur and elegance of Wan Ningyan's villa. Then, lamenting that such a fine house would only last a week, after which the water and electricity would be cut off, and hiding in the house would be a matter of dying. The doorbell rang 3 times before Wan Ningyan finally opened. Like a heroine straight out of a comic book, Wan Ningyan possessed a face beloved by all Country Z. With makeup on, she was captivating. Now, in a brown, deep V, halter-length dress, without makeup, she exuded a sensual purity that evoked a strong desire for protection, a factor that captivated people of all ages. Nguyen Yang was 7 centimeters taller than Wan Ningyan, so Wan Ningyan, leaning against the door, had to look up slightly to see Nguyen Yang's full face. She blinked her long, thick eyelashes, her tone cold. Tell me, what's the matter? Just as Nguyen Yang was about to speak, she was greeted by a beautiful sight. Wan Ningyan was the epitome of someone who was destined to be a good mother. She was beautiful, had great acting skills, and a beautiful figure. Her snow-white, plump breasts made Nguyen Yang quickly look away, feeling uneasy. But this time, she managed to hold her head high. She didn't blush. In her previous life, When Nuanyang had exhausted all her strength to find Wan Ningyan, she was also wearing this nightgown. It was the day after the zombie outbreak. Wan Ningyan was already terrified and cried for a long time while hugging Nuanyang, her soft, round body pressed tightly against her. After the horror of the zombie outbreak, Nuanyang was drowsy from the gentle fragrance, and her cheeks and ears flushed red. Let's talk inside. It's a bit cold. Wan Ningyan stretched out her arm to block him, but Nuanyang stepped aside and went in. He found a pair of guest slippers on the second shelf of the hallway cabinet, and put them on with familiarity. Hey, I didn't ask you to come in. Why are you acting like you're going home? Close the door first. Nuanyang changed into her slippers, and stood in the hallway, looking at Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan looked back at her, annoyed. The morning in S City in April was still chilly. Wan Ningyan, unable to bear the cold wind, closed the door. Can you tell me now? Wan Ningyan, I know you think I'm crazy with everything I say next, but please trust me. Okay. Wan Ningyan stared at Nuanyang for several seconds before nodding. Tell me. The end of the world is coming tomorrow. Chapter 3. The end of the world is coming tomorrow. Wan Ningyan stared intently at Nuanyang, her expression slowly becoming subtler. Those beautiful eyes seemed to say, are you mentally retarded? Nuanyang was about to speak when the system suddenly spoke. Host, a reminder, you can tell others that you have a space and that you've been reborn, but you must not reveal the existence of this system, or you will be punished. Understood. Ningyan, I know you don't believe me. Look at this. In front of Wan Ningyan, Nuanyang reached out and touched a vase on the shoe cabinet. The vase instantly vanished. Wan Ningyan was stunned. The next second, the vase reappeared in Nuanyang's hand. She took a step back in shock, her back pressed against the door, her whole body tense. This is a spatial power. This is my power from my previous life. You heard me right, my previous life, because I was reborn with my memories. In my previous life, we killed zombies and foraged for food. We barely survived the extreme heat, only to perish in the freezing cold. God has mercy on me and given me a second chance. This time, I keep you alive. Trust me, okay? Nuanyang watched Wan Ningyan pick up her phone, press 3 buttons, and in a panic, put her phone into the spatial memory. I'm not lying, and I'm not crazy. Trust me. The phone vanished from her hand, and Wan Ningyan's expression grew even more serious. Nuanyang, although I don't know how you did it, I think you should go to the hospital. If you wait any longer, it'd be too late. Nuanyang choked. She hadn't expected Wan Ningyan to trust her even after using the spatial memory. What was she going to do? Without Wan Ningyan's help, she couldn't buy so much stuff on her own. When the zombie outbreak came, stocking up with everything she needed for free would be incredibly difficult. An anxious Nuanyang thought back to her past life. Before the zombies appeared, Wan Ningyan had always been hostile to her, but during the apocalypse, their relationship grew closer, and he even opened up to her and shared many of his secrets. Got it. You have 3 small red moles on your left buttock. You originally wanted to remove them, but a fortune teller said they were your source of good fortune, so you left them. How do you know? You're talking nonsense. Wan Ningyan blushed, her whole body tinged with embarrassment. I also know that all the rumors about you since your debut are fake. Some were hype requests from the production team, and some were set up by the men to gain attention. Your agent felt that one day you would fall in love and have children, and they needed to prepare your fans to avoid losing too many fans when the news was made public, so they never clarified the matter. Although you're known as the Queen of Fashion, you hate participating in luxury brand shows. Because of your good figure, those brands often give you revealing clothes to promote your appearance, so you resist it. If it weren't for maintaining your status in the fashion industry, you would have refused long ago. Top of the World was your masterpiece, but it left a shadow on you. The director was a pedophile, and often harassed you with storytelling. As a result, at the age of 26, you're afraid to date a man. Wan Ningyan was truly shocked this time, even more shocked than seeing things disappear and reappear. Because what Nuanyang said was too personal, many of the things even her family didn't know. Who told you this? You told me in your last life. Wan Ningyan's expression shifted again and again, her body seemingly weakened. She leaned against the wall, her thoughts unclear. Nuanyang remained silent, knowing Wan Ningyan needed time to process the information. Outside the window, the sky was already turning pale. 6 o'clock was half an hour away, when it would be completely light and shops would gradually open. Nuanyang watched the sun rise while thinking about the supplies she needed, checking for any gaps. From food to fruit, from medicine to weapons, from clothing to transportation. Even with the mall system, she wouldn't dare put all her eggs in one basket. Besides, the sign-in reward was only a bottle of mineral water. If the two of them were truly reliant on the system, they'd probably be going hungry every day. Nuanyang. Interrupted from her thoughts, Nuanyang looked at Wan Ningyan, finding her eyes watering and her face filled with worry. Is the apocalypse really coming? Yes, to be exact, it's coming tonight at midnight. First, some people will turn into zombies, and by tomorrow afternoon, the zombie outbreak will be complete. Then the water and electricity will be cut off, forcing people to go out and forage for food. Nuanyang's expression grew unusually solemn as he recalled that time. Besides having to avoid the zombies, the weather will also be unusual. First, there will be 3 or 4 months of high temperatures, then a month of continuous blizzards. I don't know what will happen next. Because we're dead, we have to prepare for the worst. Rebirth might just give us a few more days to live than our last life. Wan Ningyan's face turned pale with fear, and her eyes turned red, tears filling her eyes, exactly like the prelude to her last life's breakdown in tears. It was already nearly dawn, and Nuanyang, not wanting to waste time comforting her, began to persuade her. Ningyan, I know you're scared, but now is not the time to be afraid. I have space, and can stock up on supplies. Time is running out. You have to help me, or we be eating dirt and insects again in the apocalypse. Hearing about eating dirt and insects gave Wan Ningyan goosebumps, and she shook her head frantically. I don't want to eat that. No. It's disgusting. Then follow my instructions. Go get some paper and pen. Wan Ningyan sniffed, calmed herself, and frantically searched for paper and pen. The villa's size had its drawbacks. Just one pen and paper took several minutes to get from the study to the living room. Here. Nuanyang took the pen and paper and, with Wan Ningyan, squatted down beside the nearby coffee table and began to plan. I'm going to buy medicine, weapons, coal, and clothes for both summer and winter. I also need to note the locations of wholesale markets, so I can find supplies later. So I might not have enough time, so I leave the food storage to you. The mall next to your house has a food court and supermarket on the basement floor. You can mainly buy prepared foods, barbecue, oden, bread, and pastries, those foods that don't keep for long. My space can keep them fresh, so you don't have to worry about them going bad. These things usually don't last overnight. Tomorrow is the end of the world, and they won't be available anymore. Buy as much as you can, and don't worry about anything else. Remember to observe the layout when you go to the supermarket and find their warehouse. We go and empty it out that night. Wan Ningyan was shocked to hear that the supermarket was going to be emptied. If we empty it out, what will happen to the others? Either they die, or we die. Your choice. Wan Ningyan fell silent. Nuanyang said nothing more, and continued making arrangements. After all, the end of the world would wear away all of Wan Ningyan's kindness, just like in her previous life. You live in a wealthy area, surrounded by many high-end restaurants. You can call and order food from each one. Buy as much takeout as each one can deliver before 8 p.m. There are also small shops like breakfast shops, fruit shops, Lawson, and 7-Eleven. These small shops are mostly run by couples, with the front being the store and the back being their home. We want to buy for free, but the risk is quite high. So, after you figured out the supermarket layout, go there and buy what you can. Food, fruit, medicine, sanitary napkins, anything you need. Buy as much as you can, understand? I understand. Anything else? Nuanyang looked at the contents on the paper. Clearing out the supermarket would actually be enough for the two of them to survive for a long time in the apocalypse, but he was still worried about missing something. After thinking for a moment, Nuanyang remembered the link system and added, one more thing. After you research the supermarket layout, take a picture of the store layout on each floor. If it's useful, clear it out that night. Okay. I definitely complete the task. Chapter 4. After assigning their respective tasks, Nuanyang asked about breakfast. Wan Ningyan immediately trotted to the kitchen and brought out a pot of porridge. I don't know how to cook, so I made some porridge. Is that okay with a side dish? Okay. Nuanyang sat down silently, not daring to complain. She had assumed Wan Ningyan was angry and wouldn't listen to her instructions. Just having a hot breakfast was a blessing. A pot of porridge with water-soaked rice grains appeared before her. It could be called porridge, but it was so thick it was almost like rice. The side dishes were quite plentiful: pickled cucumbers, pickled mustard greens, salted duck eggs, and kimchi. Although these were the most common side dishes in Country Z, Nuanyang still swallowed her saliva. People who have experienced long periods of hunger don't have good table manners. The way Nuan Yang buried his head in his food startled Wan Ningyan into stopping. Have you not eaten in a few days? Realizing his loss of composure, Nuan Yang gave an awkward smile. I just returned from the apocalypse. Using that timeline, I haven't had a full meal in over 6 months. Over 6 months? Were we miserable in our previous life? Well, the first month or two were okay. We often found some supplies, but then we couldn't find anything. Grass, dirt, and tree bark were our main fare. Wan Ningyan, unsure of what she was thinking, suddenly began to eat voraciously, her cheeks bulging. After a brief moment of surprise, Nuan Yang smiled and continued eating. By the time they finished breakfast, it was already 6:10. Nuan Yang returned Wan Ningyan's phone. I put all your unused furniture into my space, so you have somewhere to store your supplies. If you need anything, call me. Remember, you can't tell anyone about the apocalypse except me. Wan Ningyan refused, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Can't I tell my parents either? No. But you can remind them to prepare some food and water. Once we stocked up, we come find them. I remember your parents live in the countryside of Province G. It's vast and sparsely populated, so there won't be many zombies. Hearing this, Wan Ningyan immediately called home. Nuan Yang, worried, asked her to listen on speakerphone. Near the end of the call, she whispered the word brother. Yes. Mom and Dad, hurry up and pick up my brother from school, then go stock up together. I know, honey, don't worry. We wait for you. Okay, remember, the natural disaster is a secret. It can't be leaked. If it's leaked, the country will be in chaos, and they arrest us all. Don't worry. We got it. After giving her instructions, Wan Ningyan breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes shifting to Nuan Yang again. Can my agent say that? He's been guiding me through the entertainment industry since I was little, and I... No. Nuan Yang immediately interrupted Wan Ningyan, his eyes fierce. Wan Ningyan, I'm telling you, your agent, who's like a father to you, is no good. Stay away from him. Do you hear me? Wan Ningyan took a step back at Nuan Yang's shout, wanting to retort but lacking the nerve. What's wrong with him? He sold your virginity to Wang Chong, the son of the richest man who spent $1 billion to sleep with you. You didn't agree, but your agent was tempted. He tricked you into going to that dinner tomorrow night. The drinks were spiked, and there were cameras in the private room. If you call the police, you'd be ruined? If it weren't for the apocalypse, what do you think would have happened to you? Wan Ningyan stood there in a daze, her eyes gradually turning red. Her expression, straining to hold back tears, was a sight to behold. Perhaps feeling guilty for speaking too loudly to Wan Ningyan, or perhaps heartbroken for her plight, Nuan Yang sighed, gently hugged her, and offered her comfort. Wan Ningyan had felt the same way when she learned the truth in her previous life. She couldn't believe that the man she had been with for 21 years, whom she had always considered a father, would sell her out for money. The two finally escaped the clutches of the demonic force, and found an empty house to rest. Wan Ningyan hugged Nuan Yang and cried for a long time, fearing that her loud cries would attract the zombies, so she suppressed her sobs. That was the second time Nuan Yang had seen Wan Ningyan cry, and since that night, she only trusted Nuan Yang. She didn't cry loudly as she had imagined. Wan Ningyan only cried quietly for a moment before breaking free from Nuan Yang's embrace. I'm fine. Go shopping. I complete the mission too. Okay. Nuan Yang glanced around, tucked all the furniture from the first floor living room into her storage space, and went to the kitchen to clear the food from the fridge and freezer. This space should be enough for your supplies. I try to be back before 8 p.m. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Before Nuan Yang left, Wan Ningyan stopped her again and soon produced a bank card. The password is 6/8. It's over 500 million. Spend it as you please. It'd be gone tomorrow anyway. Stocking up required money, and Nuan Yang, a minor celebrity, didn't have nearly enough on her. So, without hesitation, she took the card with a subtle glance at Wan Ningyan. Aside from her red eyes, she seemed to be in good condition. Thanks, be safe. You too. Nuan Yang drove east. City S was a coastal city with a large port to the east. Countless containers arrived daily. These items were large and heavy, but they were all import and export goods, with a wide variety and high quality. People generally wouldn't think of looting the port in the apocalypse, and even if they did, they couldn't move them. Nuan Yang learned about this from overhearing someone at the base discussing its history. The leading group had gone to the port to try their luck, finding the seafood and other supplies spoiled, but the drinks, snacks, and clothing had been well preserved. They built up their base from the port's supplies and become local tycoons. The experience at the base wasn't a pleasant one, and Nuan Yang's eyes grew colder. He mentally planned to scour the area carefully, emptying it out when the zombie outbreak arrived, leaving nothing for those people. Nuan Yang parked his car on the side of the road and walked to a small hillside to survey the densely packed shipping containers at the port. A rough count revealed at least 10,000 or 20,000 of them, with 5 transport ships unloading nearby. With so many containers, the space would surely be too small to hold them. Nuan Yang glanced at the space. Adding the items Wan Ningyan had collected from her home, there was still a little left to fill it up and upgrade. Xiao Lu, can I collect river water directly? Yes. Anything the host touches, except living things, can be collected. Oh. Then can zombies be collected? They're technically dead. The system was stumped by the question, and then Nuan Yang heard a crackling sound like keyboard tapping. A moment later, a girl's voice rang out, sounding a bit hurried. Host. I checked. The crystal cores in zombies' heads are the mall currency, so zombies are a special category and can't be collected directly into the space. Zombie corpses without crystal cores can be collected. Without crystal cores, they're completely dead. What's the point of collecting them into the space? It's unlucky to even look at them. Host, I can hear you complaining. Nuan Yang ignored the system and hurried back to the car. On the way here, they encountered an extremely wide river that connected to the sea. The water in this river is generally less polluted and less salty than the sea. If you're running low on mineral water, boiling it is safer than drinking from the river, and it can also be used to upgrade the space. Soon, Nuan Yang arrived at the destination, parked the car by the bridge, and walked down the stone steps to the river. The water seemed clear, odorless, and free of duckweed and algae. He scooped a little into his palm. It was transparent and free of visible impurities. Reassured, Nuan Yang placed his hand in the water and began collecting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Your space has been upgraded by 1 level, expanding to 50 cubic meters. Your personal level has been increased by 1 level. Your sign and bonus is now 500 milliliters of mineral water, 1 steamed bun of a random flavor, and a master key. Xiao Lu, what's a master key? Host, the master key can open any lock. It's already in your space. So powerful. No need to pick the supermarket locks at night, and the noise can be kept down, minimizing the risk of exposure. New mission. Store 50 cubic meters of supplies, time limit, 3 days. Host, will you accept? Accept. With 50 cubic meters of space, Nuan Yang opened the river water collection area and pondered. This mission has a time limit, and it seems the difficulty will increase with level. It will likely get harder as you advance. You can't put all your hopes on the system. You must gather as many supplies as possible. As long as there's space, you can probably survive until death. Chapter 5. In the previous life, during the extremely hot weather, Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan nearly died of dehydration. The consequences of dehydration were making Nuan Yang anxious. She decided to simply fill her space with river water, completing the quest while doing so, to see what goodies she'd be rewarded with. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Your space has been upgraded by 1 level, expanding to 500 cubic meters, and your personal level has increased by 0.5 levels. Nuan Yang was stunned. Her personal level hadn't increased. Host, the current quests are all about upgrading your space. Your personal level is increasing slowly due to the lack of experience. Once the apocalypse arrives, I assign you level up quests to help you rapidly gain experience. Nuan Yang was still a little confused. Following Xiao Lu's guidance, she entered the space and the mall. At the top of the space, it read, Space Level 2, Capacity 500 cubic meters. The mall displayed, Personal Level 1, with the progress bar below half lit blue and half gray. So the level of the space is tied to its size, and your personal level is tied to the mall, correct? Yes, host. Also, a secret, the higher your personal level, the better the benefits you unlock in the mall. Got it. Nuan Yang continued collecting river water, until half of the space was full before driving west. Host. New mission. Store 500 cubic meters of supplies, limited to 2 days. Will you accept it? Accept. The time to complete the space mission is running out. Nuan Yang plans to empty the entire mall tonight, but the zombie outbreak won't be complete until tomorrow afternoon. The employees of those shops will definitely call the police this morning, so he needs to find a way to delay it. On the way, Nuan Yang thought and looked around. He would go into every pharmacy he passed, making purchases and recording the locations on his phone. At the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone was mostly scrambling for food, leaving pharmacies deserted. Loot was a valuable commodity, even more valuable than food in the apocalypse, since pharmaceutical factories no longer operated. After stockpiling medicine while working, Wan Yang finally arrived at the Wanrong knife shop after 2.5 hours. He donned a mask and strode inside. "Boss, I'm the prop buyer for the crew. I'd like to buy some knives." The shop owner, who had been watching TV on a recliner, immediately stood up, a beaming smile on his face. "Little girl, you come to the right place. I have a complete selection of knives. Just tell me what you need. Machetes, watermelon knives, anything like that. I take them, but they need to be sharpened." The shop owner's expression changed slightly when he heard the word sharpened. "Little girl, you have to be careful when filming. Sharpened knives can be fatal if you're not careful." "Don't worry, boss. These are used by martial artists who play thugs. They know the difference between good and bad. Besides, filming strives for realism. If the knives aren't sharpened, they'd be exposed in close-ups. Our director, who's obsessed with details, will definitely be furious." "I see. Just have a professional handle them. How many do you want, little girl?" 10 of each. By the way, boss, do you have axes?" "I only have knives, so the variety isn't great." "Yes, there are 2 types of axes, the tomahawk and the Damascus axe." The boss took up the 2 axes. Wan Yang waved them in his hands. The tomahawk was considered a light axe. Small and light, it could be used for both chopping and stabbing. While it wasn't enough for killing zombies, it was more than enough for Wan Ningyan to defend herself and fight those with bad intentions. The Damascus axe was heavier and larger than the tomahawk, with a longer handle. Wan Yang was very satisfied and ordered 10 of each. "Little girl, since you bought so much, I give you a saber." "Thank you, boss. I wish you good business." "You're welcome." The boss smiled brightly, and even offered to help Nuanyang carry the saber to the car. After bidding farewell to the boss, Nuanyang waved and stored all the knives in her storage compartment before heading to the clothing wholesale market. In the apocalypse, clothing is crucial for a healthy life. Without clean clothes to change into, you're more likely to get sick. And in extreme weather, clothing is life-saving. Xingda Service Trade Mall is the closest clothing wholesale mall to Wan Ningyan's home. Nuanyang not only stocked up on clothes in advance, but also scouted the area to prepare for the free shopping. The mall is enormous, spanning 6 floors, filled with all sorts of clothing wholesalers, from underwear to summer and winter clothing. Nuanyang planned to choose 3 stores on each floor, 1 for underwear and shoes, 1 for summer clothing, and 1 for winter clothing. But practically speaking, problems arose. "I couldn't stockpile too much, the car wouldn't fit. I also had to pretend to deliver goods, then drive around the corner to store the items and return, which was too time-consuming." Nuanyang sat in the car, pondering for a while. He found a quiet alley with no surveillance, stored the car in the storage, and then took a taxi to the nearest rental car shop to rent a pickup truck. Without a B2 driver's license, a pickup truck was the best option. He also bought a tarp from the rental car shop to cover the pickup truck's rear compartment. This way, when stocking up, he could reach in and collect the supplies without anyone seeing, saving time. As planned, Nuanyang drove the pickup truck for over 2 hours, stocking up the clothes, and immediately headed for the coal mine. Coal, including honeycomb briquettes, is now rarely used by people in northern China, who have mostly switched to natural gas for heating. Coal's downstream uses are primarily for power generation in factories, leading to its remote location. Nuanyang drove for nearly 3 hours before finally arriving at a small coal plant. After explaining her purpose, she was turned away. "Our coal is contracted and planned. You can't just buy it directly. Sign the contract first, pay 50% of the contract price, and then we arrange the plan. You can then pick up the goods." "Boss, can you be flexible? I need a batch today urgently. There's no point in being anxious. Our factory's coal is planned. If we sell to you, other customers will have less stock, and we won't be able to explain." In her previous life, the weather was extremely cold. Nuanyang didn't know how many degrees below zero it was, but she and Wan Ningyan nearly froze to death. Their bodies were covered in frostbite, leaving them half dead. They eventually perished from zombies on the way to the military base. So relying solely on clothing to survive the extreme cold was a sure thing. The trees outside were soaked in snow, making it impossible to start a fire. Burning firewood with furniture wouldn't last more than a few days, so he had to stock up on coal. Nuanyang had no other choice but to plead with his boss to save his life. After over half an hour, the boss refused to budge and even kicked him out. In desperation, Nuanyang thought of Wan Ningyan, who was being targeted everywhere in the apocalypse, and asked tentatively, Boss, if I could let you have a video call with Wan Ningyan, would you be willing to make an exception? The coal factory owner, who had been impatient just moments before, sat up straight at Wan Yang's words. The middle-aged man, with his heavy face, was actually excited but shy. Are you talking about the famous actress Wan Ningyan? Yes. The one who became a film queen at 17? Granted. Okay. The coal factory owner was visibly excited, yet a little hesitant. Can we video chat now? Will she agree? Don't make fun of me, little girl. Of course. I agree. I'm her cousin, so she'd do this little favor. But I need to explain the situation to her first. Also, after the video chat, I need 5 truckloads of coal in my pickup truck. You can load them, and I do the transportation myself. The warehouse is close to you, so it'd definitely be all delivered in 2 hours at most. The coal factory owner went out to check the pickup truck's capacity, and immediately agreed. Seeing this, Nguyen Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because the coal factory operates on a schedule, she didn't dare ask for more, fearing the boss wouldn't agree. After discussing everything, Nguyen Yang called Wan Ningyan to explain the situation. Wan Ningyan was busy at home receiving takeout. When she heard the video chat request, she readily agreed. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but sigh that Wan Ningyan's popularity was truly terrifying. The coal factory owner finished the video with a shy look on his face, and was so happy. He even sold Nguyen Yang 2 more trucks of coal. Chapter 6. After hauling the last load of coal, it was almost dark. Nguyen Yang stowed the pickup truck and the coal in a secluded space, then released the car and began his journey to Wan Ningyan's home. On the way, Nguyen Yang would buy some gasoline at every gas station he passed. He couldn't get much of the controlled substances, so he could only stockpile enough to find Wan Ningyan's family and get to the military base. At night, as city was bustling with people, the lights blazing, and people enjoying the lively nightlife. Street vendors filled with the atmosphere of fireworks, and happy smiles filled the streets. Nguyen Yang hadn't seen this scene in a long time. Waiting for the red light, he watched the pedestrians, feeling a bit dazed. Crying, screaming, cursing, fighting, begging for mercy. These are the most common things in the apocalypse. At first, he might feel pity, but later, he'd feel numbness, mixed with suspicion. After all, even people use their own children to bait. How could you know if the heart of the miserable person before you was red or black? Nguyen Yang was accustomed to treating everyone except Wan Ningyan with the utmost malice, but when, after a busy day, she finally paused to contemplate the beautiful world, she felt a pang of sadness that made her want to cry. Why did it have to go back to the day before? How much better it would have been a few days earlier. Nguyen Yang felt increasingly distressed as she looked. Finally, she stopped by the roadside and walked along the street, buying food from every stall. Tonghulu for sale, big round ones. The sound of a vendor's call reached her, and Nguyen Yang followed the sound to find an old man carrying a straw target on his shoulder, covered in rosy red candied haws. Upon closer inspection, she saw some fruit flavors. Sweet treats Ningyan likes. Nguyen Yang muttered a few words, called the old man over, and bought everything. In her previous life, the proud and arrogant Wan Ningyan refused to eat unclean food. She would look upon food that had fallen on the ground, had its packaging torn, or had expired with disdain. Whether it was mysophobia or a princess syndrome, the apocalypse would smooth out its edges. As the days of hunger grew longer, Wan Ningyan no longer rejected food. She would even excitedly show Nguyen Yang the half-rotten food she found. Nguyen Yang. It's a cake. A little cream square. I'm so lucky. Yeah, but it's all moldy. You can't eat it here. We don't have any cure. Nguyen Yang used a knife to scrape the mold off the cake bit by bit, carefully, afraid to scrape too much and waste the food. When they were done, the little cream square was only half the size of a palm. Wan Ningyan treasured it, and kept it like a treasure. Every day after that, she and Nguyen Yang would each enjoy a small bite as a bedtime dessert. It wasn't very tasty. It had a rancid smell, the butter was sour, and the bread underneath was hard and crumbled at the touch. It felt like eating a small stone in the mouth. Its only saving grace was a hint of wheat fragrance after it melted. It's delicious. Nguyen Yang, do you think we get to eat cake again? I don't know. Whether we can survive is uncertain. You're so negative. You get depression. Wan Ningyan pinched Nguyen Yang's cheek, then took another small piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. You're allowed to have one more bite today. Are you happy now? Thinking of this, Nguyen Yang's eyes felt sore. She hurried back to the car to calm down. She didn't want to cry, but the tissue was stained with tears. The splashes of tears resembled Wan Ningyan's sorrowful face before her death. Why not run? You could survive at the military base. Those soldiers said there's no oppression there, and the discipline is strict. As long as you help with the work, you get food and a tent to sleep in. The zombies are eating me. Why did you run back? You can live well on your own. Nuan Yang's question will never be answered. Wan Ningyan's death is like a thorn piercing her. Ding ding. Nuan Yang, when will you be back? It's already 7:30. Nuan Yang didn't respond by voice, but typed. I came across a food court and bought some snacks. I'm late, so I'll be back soon. Food court. Nuan Yang. Buy more. Barbecue, fried skewers, pancakes. Whatever, buy whatever you have, I'm not in a rush. What a greedy little cat. Nuan Yang smiled, reached out to store the candied haws, put her mask on, and got out of the car again, heading straight for various dessert and cake shops. When she was almost done with her shopping, she sped back. The security guards at the gate had changed, one tall and one short. Nuan Yang had a vague impression of the taller one. He had become a zombie. She encountered them in her previous life, when she came to visit Wan Ningyan. She'd been terrified, but luckily, the zombies were slow and uncoordinated at first, so she could just run past them. Without saying anything else, Nuan Yang drove into the complex and headed straight back to Wan Ningyan's house. You're back. Look, don't I look amazing? Nuan Yang didn't even have time to change his shoes when Wan Ningyan dragged him straight from the entrance to the living room. The floor was covered in a dense mass of takeout boxes. The piles of boxes couldn't fit in, and even piled up to half a meter high. I booked from every restaurant in the area, used all the major grocery shopping apps, and even ran errands. I tried every possible way to get supplies. Isn't that smart? And look at the kitchen. Wan Ningyan dragged Nuan Yang back to the kitchen. There were 5 new freezers, all filled with frozen meat and seafood. The open space and counter were piled high with vegetables and fruits. Great. This will last us for ages. Nuan Yang praised Wan Ningyan wholeheartedly. Wan Ningyan was incredibly proud, and suddenly, she pulled Nuan Yang away again. Put away the takeout first. I take you to the pool outside. There's a big surprise. What surprise? I told you it's a surprise. You have to see for yourself. Nuan Yang didn't ask any more questions. He put the takeout into his storage space, made a small path, and followed Wan Ningyan to the outdoor swimming pool in the garden. As they approached, several waves erupted in the pool. Nuan Yang was startled and pulled out his phone, turning on the flashlight. Wow! In the enormous pool, the frightened fish began to thrash again, splashing water all over Nuan Yang's face. Fish? How did you do that? There's a medium-sized port to the south, where many fishermen sell their catch fresh. Because it's fresh, I used to buy it there all the time. Today, I called and asked if they could send over a few truckloads of seafood. They happened to have some in stock. Each truckload cost 300,000 yuan, a huge assortment of varieties. I take it all. The pool's just a little small, so they'd be squeezed to death. Nuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the pool, which was filled with fish heads floating above the surface. Not pitiful. With them, we can have a more comfortable life in the apocalypse. Hee hee. They're quite comfortable. I've seen it. There's fish, shrimp, crab, octopus. We can have a seafood feast of all kinds. What can you cook? Chopped pepper fish head? I can't normally eat spicy food for fear of acne, but with the apocalypse, I can eat whatever I want. I want to make up for all the things I couldn't eat before. Nuan Yang looked at Wan Ningyan, who was getting more and more excited as she spoke, and touched his nose sheepishly. I can't cook. Huh? Wan Ningyan's smile froze, her lips slowly curling into a line. Then how are we going to eat all this? Eat it raw? Do your parents know how? Yes. Then let them cook. We can eat cookies, bread, and take out first. Okay. Wan Ningyan pouted, squatting by the pool, tapping the fish heads that emerged from the water with her index finger. The more Nuan Yang watched this scene, the more guilty he felt. He said something and fled back to the house to collect his supplies. Chapter 7. After storing all the supplies in the room, Nuan Yang's spirit entered the space to take inventory. It looked like a lot, but after conversion, it was only enough to last 7 or 8 years. That was with just the 2 of them. If Wan Ningyan's family were to come along, this amount of food would last at least 3 to 5 years. Xiao Lu, those seafood are living creatures. Do I have to kill them before storing them in the space? Host, wait a moment. After a series of crackling sounds, the girl's voice rang out again. Host, you can store them directly in the space, but living creatures stored in the space will die immediately. I see. What were you doing just now? Were you looking up information? No, I was checking the manual. The system manual is too vague. I need to consult the manual to confirm some questions. The manual? It seems the system is unreliable. I even have to look up the manual. It's like a doctor using Baidu to check a doctor's condition. Host. This is my first mission. Don't look down on me. I'm super helpful. Seriously? Got it. Keep going. The system's voice sounded aggrieved. Nuanyang felt like it was a child, and it was too embarrassing to criticize it any further. With a soothing word, he went to the pool and stored all the seafood in his memory. Let's eat. It's almost 10 o'clock, and we have to go to the mall at 11:30. How about porridge? Sure. After a day of hunger, the two of them weren't picky about food, but Nuanyang remembered Wan Ningyan's craving for spicy food, so he pulled out a serving of Fuchi Fipian, 5-hearted lung slices, from his memory. TSK. Having a memory is convenient, like a walking gourmet restaurant. Eat quickly, and take a nap afterward. We might have to stay up all night. All night? Yes, I plan to clear out the entire mall if possible. Wan Ningyan slowly gave a thumbs up. You young people are awesome. Nuanyang rolled her eyes. You're only 2 years older than me. Then just call me sister. Nuanyang said nothing more, silently eating, ignoring Wan Ningyan's nagging. After finishing her meal, Nuanyang continued to ignore Wan Ningyan's verbal attacks, and went straight to the living room. She laid down on the sofa and began to rest. Young people these days are so rude. Wan Ningyan cursed, then got up and went upstairs. She showered, put on a face mask, and applied skincare products. After the whole process, Nuanyang was already asleep, and there was a knock on the door. Wan Ningyan, are you up? I'm coming. Wan Ningyan opened the door, wearing a bathrobe, her face freshly lotioned, a pale, tender complexion. Are we leaving? You? The words were on the tip of Nuanyang's tongue, but he stopped himself. He handed her the clothes in his hand and said, change, we leave in 5 minutes. Okay. The door closed again. Nuanyang thought of Wan Ningyan's appearance, rubbed his nose, and decided to raid all the cosmetic stores. While these things weren't edible in the apocalypse, they were still important to protect against sunburn in summer and cracking in winter. Nuanyang made excuses, unwilling to admit that he wanted Wan Ningyan, a beauty-conscious person, to live the same life in the apocalypse as she did now. Wan Ningyan quickly changed and went downstairs. They both wore black sweatshirts and black sweatpants, which Nuanyang had bought at the wholesale market that afternoon. They were simple, ordinary clothes, and they also had hats to wear. Tracking them through surveillance would take more than an hour or two. By the time the investigation was complete, chaos would have broken out outside. The two put on their hats and masks, and Nuanyang retrieved an Indian axe from his space and gave it to Wan Ningyan. At midnight, someone will transform into a zombie. At first, the zombies will move slowly. Don't be afraid if you encounter one. Chop at their necks, they're thin. Cut through them, and the zombie will die. Okay. Wan Ningyan's face was no longer as optimistic and relaxed as before. Her hands tightened around the axe. Don't be nervous, I'm here. Nuanyang said, pulling out a Damascus axe, weighing it, gripping it firmly with his right hand, and holding Wan Ningyan's hand with his left. Let's go, follow me closely. Okay. The wealthy neighborhood was already sparsely populated, and the villas were even more scattered. The two of them made it safely to the underground garage. This underground garage was connected to the adjacent shopping mall, something Wan Ningyan had discovered by chance today, allowing them to avoid the security guards at the gate. The underground garage was quiet, filled with luxury cars. Nuanyang walked a few steps with Wan Ningyan in his arms, then suddenly remembered the master key and began to pack up the car. Nuanyang, why are you taking the car? We can't open it without the key. I only bought a little gas, so I need to take the car as a backup. I have a master key, so I can open it. What's that? You know when we get to the mall. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan collected a number of luxury cars along the way. When they reached the mall's underground entrance, a huge roller shutter blocked their way. As soon as he thought about it, an object with black ends and a transparent, blue center appeared in his hand. What is this? Master key. Watch me operate it. Nuanyang asked the system for instructions while resting the night. He opened the black cap on one end and poured the blue liquid inside into the roller shutter lock. Then he pressed the blue button. The liquid quickly solidified, and with a slight twist, the lock opened. Raise the shutter door high enough for one person to enter, press the red button, and the solid material begins to thaw, turning back into liquid. Close the lid again and you're done. Oh my god! What kind of high-tech is this? Where did it come from? Go in first, we figure it out later. Wan Ningyan immediately quieted down and obediently followed Nuan Yang into the mall. Nuan Yang closed the shutter door again. Pitch black surrounded her. Frightened, Wan Ningyan unconsciously hugged Nuan Yang's arm. There might be a security guard on duty inside. Don't talk for now. Let's go to the supermarket first. Wan Ningyan nodded and, relying on her memory, pointed Nuan Yang in the direction. After a long time of groping, they finally reached the supermarket. Only after entering did they dare to turn on their phone lights. Wan Ningyan pointed several times, and Nuan Yang finally spotted the warehouse door behind the prepared food area. Ding! The Doomsday Mall system has been activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Mall Newcomer Gift Pack *1. Ding! Chicken noodle soup has been unlocked and can be purchased with points. Ding! Host, are you checking in? Nuan Yang glanced at his phone. It was exactly 2400 hours. The apocalypse had arrived. Check in. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. You received one 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water and one large meat bun. These have been placed in your space. Would the host like to open the newcomer gift pack? Open. Congratulations to the host for receiving one lottery ticket, one strength pill, one energy pill, and one healing pill. Although Nuan Yang didn't know the functions of the pills, she could guess a bit from the names. It seems the system is quite useful. Host, I can hear you complaining. Praise you. Hee hee. Host, are you using the lottery ticket now? Nuan Yang used the master key to open the warehouse door, while mentally monitoring the mall. A huge turntable appeared inside. After confirming the lottery, the turntable spun rapidly. Click. The warehouse door opened. Nuan Yang entered with Wan Ningyan and closed the door again. Shine their cell phone's flashlight, they were both stunned. The warehouse was absurdly large, filled with massive shelves, boxes neatly arranged. Nuan Yang, if this gets emptied out, we have peace of mind for the rest of our lives, right? Probably. You watch the door, I go collect. Nuan Yang held out her hand, gathering things as she ran. Before she'd taken 2 steps, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a pistol and 10 free bullets. Ding. The pistol and bullets have been unlocked and can be purchased with points. Pistol. Nuan Yang entered the mall stunned. Besides the chicken noodle soup, the pistol and bullets also appeared. However, compared to the 20 points for the chicken noodle soup, the pistol was ridiculously expensive at 5,000 points. The bullets were cheaper though, at 10 points each. She took out the pistol. It looked quite nice. The product details read CZ-75 Phantom, a foreign civilian commercial gun. Nuan Yang wiped the gun's barrel. It was a life-saving item in the apocalypse. Nuan Yang, why did you stop? It's okay, I continue. Putting away his gun, Nuan Yang returned to gathering supplies, his pace much more brisk. Chapter 8. When Nuan Yang received the 3rd row of shelves, a heavy door at the end caught her attention. There was a small electronic screen next to it, so she walked closer to examine it. Cold storage status, normal. Temperature, -15 degrees Celsius. Refrigeration status, normal. It was actually a cold storage. Nuan Yang was overjoyed and called Wan Ningyan over. Ningyan, you watch the door. If the door is left open for too long, it will automatically alarm. When I come out, use your key to open the door. Well, it's so cold you need to be quick. When you come out, knock on the door with your axe. I can hear you. Nuan Yang nodded, entered the cold storage, and closed the door. The cold storage wasn't large, only about 50 square meters, but it had a lot of meat, and a wide variety. There were whole lambs and pigs, countless chickens, ducks, and geese, and even 2 cut-up cows hanging on iron hooks. In addition, various cuts of meat were stacked on the long table in the middle. In the southeast corner, there was a small pile of seafood, and in the southwest corner, frozen foods. But what surprised Nuan Yang the most were the knives. There were 7 butcher knives, 2 boning knives, and 4 boning knives. These were all controlled knives, and much more practical than household kitchen knives. Previously, to avoid trouble, he had purchased a limited supply of knives, far more than enough. These unexpected finds would temporarily alleviate the shortage of weapons. After storing all the supplies in his storage room, Nuan Yang knocked on the door with his axe, and it opened moments later. Are you cold? Not cold, Nuan Yang replied with a smile. There's plenty of meat, enough to last 2 or 3 years. Wan Ningyan, pretending not to hear, held Nuan Yang's hand and rubbed it to warm it. Don't worry, it's really okay. Your hands are cold. How can they be okay? It was dark all around, and Wan Yang could only see Wan Ningyan's face through the thin glow of her phone. Anxiety furrowed her brow. As she rubbed her hand, its temperature slowly grew, reminding Wan Yang of countless nights in her previous life, when she had no painkillers, yet her massage soothed the pain. Ningyan. As those beautiful eyes turned to Wan Yang, he suddenly panicked, swallowing the words on his lips as he gently withdrew his hand. It's not cold anymore. I continue collecting supplies. You go watch the door. Wan Ningyan was a little displeased, but she obeyed. Watching her retreat, Wan Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt a pang of anxiety. In their previous life, they had talked about everything, but in this life, they were the same person, yet they were worried about each other. How annoying. The little incident quickly faded from Wan Yang's mind. Stocking up was more important. After half an hour, she finally finished packing up the warehouse, and, holding Wan Ningyan's hand, began to search the supermarket for supplies. During this time, the supposed patrol officer on duty hadn't appeared, so the two of them grew bolder. They quickly packed their belongings in small steps, and once they were out of the supermarket, they even took the cart. There's no need to take this, right? The safe base is short on supplies. If this cart proves useful, we could trade it for some supplies. Just like the old lady, you pick up any scrap you can. Wan Yang smiled but said nothing. In her previous life, Wan Ningyan had said the same thing, and ended up becoming a little hamster, hoarding everything. It was because of this that the two of them had escaped freezing to death on the night of the sudden drop in temperature. Show me the mall map. Wan Ningyan opened her phone's photo album and handed it to Wan Yang, then leaned against her shoulder and watched her scroll through the pictures. Didn't you say we were going to clear it out? What are you still looking at? We have to move things that are useful to us. Look, there's no need to go to the 6th floor. It's mainly a children's product store and an amusement park. There's only one movie theater left, and while it has some food, it's pretty useless. It would be better to spend some effort to clear out the entire 5th floor. That floor is full of restaurants. That makes sense. As the two of them were whispering, Wan Yang scrolled to the next photo. A semi-nude bathing photo appeared. Wan Yang felt a sudden flash of white before his eyes, and his phone was snatched away. Don't look. The light faded, and the two of them fell silent in the darkness, the atmosphere descending into an awkward atmosphere. Wan Yang hadn't meant to apologize, but he felt that with Wan Ningyan so concerned, would an apology make her even more embarrassed? Perhaps. Pretending not to see clearly, and asking her what the photo was would make her feel better. As he was struggling with this, Wan Ningyan took Wan Yang's hand. Are we going to empty the mall? Why are you still standing there? I was thinking about that photo. I didn't see it clearly. Can you show it to me? Wan Yang blurted it out for some reason. Perhaps it was Wan Ningyan's voice that was so beautiful, and she blurted out her half-thought-out thoughts. The next second, a soft fist struck her waist. You rascal. Hurry up. Oh. Wan Yang took Wan Ningyan's hand and led her towards the escalator. For some reason, Wan Yang couldn't get rid of the erotic bathing photo. The erotic scene was unforgettable. In her distracted state, she suddenly realized that the hand she was holding was too soft, so soft and smooth. In contrast, her own hand seemed a little rough. Singers aren't actors. Filming involves close-ups of their hands, so they don't need hand masks, so they're naturally rough. Wan Yang found an excuse, and comfortably held Wan Ningyan's hand, switching from his left hand to his right. People who play guitar regularly develop calluses on their fingers, especially on the left. Afraid of hurting Wan Ningyan, Wan Yang switched. There are a few bakery and fruit shops on the first floor, and the rest are mainly clothing stores. In the middle are 2 gold shops and a 4S dealership. They're all useful. Let's go from south to north. You open the doors, and I collect the goods. It'd be faster. Is that okay? Yes, but we don't need to go to the gold shops. Isn't money useless in the apocalypse? Well, I needed to upgrade my space. Well, this space is like a Pichio, only picking up the most expensive things. Wan Yang felt helpless, and silently endured the complaints. And so, the two of them, one unlocking the doors, and the other collecting the supplies, swept from the first floor to the 5th floor smoothly. It was almost 4 in the morning when they finished. Going back? No, let's rest for a while. Wan Yang led Wan Ningyan to a corner of the surveillance system to rest, and handed her a bottle of water. Someone outside has already turned into a zombie. We need to recover quickly, so we can kill them if we encounter them. You're right. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful despite your young age. It's been tempered by the apocalypse. Wan Yang felt Wan Ningyan's gaze, and turned away, but she pretended to drink water. Unintentionally, Nuan Yang also drank water to replenish her strength, her mind conversing with the system. Xiao Lu, do you have instructions for those pills? Yes. The strength pill increases strength by 50% after taking it. Duration, permanent. Side effects, none. The energy pill grants unlimited energy after taking it. Duration, 3 days. Side effect, after it wears off, the user will become drowsy for 1 day. Healing pills, rapidly cure all ailments, including toxins, within 1 hour of ingestion. Side effects, none. Precautions, only for living humans, not zombie viruses. Nuan Yang was thrilled after reading the instructions. These 3 pills were practically miracle cures, especially the healing pills, which offered an added layer of security for survival in the apocalypse. With a thought, a black pill of strength appeared in his hand. Nuan Yang swallowed it with mineral water. Within seconds, he felt a surge of warmth spreading from his stomach to his limbs, which lasted for half a minute before dissipating. Nuan Yang stood up and weighed the axe. It had been heavy before, but now it felt like a small knife, light and effortless. He swung it left and right, effortlessly and nimbly. Xiao Lu, can I buy these pills? No, these are new member benefits, only available through the bonus packs or raffles. As expected, good things are hard to sell. Nuan Yang looked at the mall system page. Below his level, a new item displayed, points, 3201. Today's harvest was not bad. Although there were not many gold, silver and jewelry stores, the points redeemed were quite a lot. If I save up a little more, I can buy a gun for Wan Ningyan to save her life. Chapter 9. Ningyan, have you rested well? Yes. Then let's go. Nuan Yang led Wan Ningyan back to the rolling door. Nuan Yang, don't you find it strange? What's strange? Didn't you say there would be patrolling security? I haven't seen any all night. Are they all zombies? Wan Ningyan's question made Nuan Yang's heart tighten. It was truly bizarre that in such a luxurious mall, in a wealthy area, there hadn't been a single patrolling security guard at night. Even if some had turned into zombies, the zombies' movements were slow at first, so it wouldn't have bitten all the security guards. Unless everyone turned into zombies, but that probability was even lower. Nuan Yang clearly remembered that in her previous life, it was because the zombies were initially few in number, and weak in attack power, that the authorities treated it as a contagious mania. By the afternoon, when the full outbreak occurred, it was too late to control it. I don't know. We haven't been to this mall in our last life. But something's definitely wrong. Stay with me and don't run around, okay? Yes. I know. Wan Ningyan gripped the axe tightly in one hand and grasped Nuan Yang's skirt with the other. She squatted behind her, waiting for her to unlock the door. With a click, the lock opened. Hee. What's that sound? Shoo. Nuan Yang gestured for silence, then dropped to the ground and gently lifted the rolling door a little. 6 leather shoes. Nuan Yang immediately closed and locked the door. We can't leave here. There are at least 3 zombies outside. Judging by their shoes, they must be the mall security guards. 3 zombies? Well, this location isn't good. There are too many zombies, and the odds are slim. Let's go through the main door. But, Nuan Yang, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I'm here, nothing will happen. Nuan Yang stroked Wan Ningyan's soft hair and pulled her, her legs weak as she stood up. If you're really scared, I give you my arm. As soon as he finished speaking, Nuan Yang's arm was embraced by Wan Ningyan. Through the fabric of her clothes, the soft rise and fall of her body, and the pounding heartbeat were clearly felt by him. In that instant, Nuan Yang felt his blood boiling, and he wanted to hold Wan Ningyan in his arms, protecting her from all sides. Damn it! Wake up! Nuan Yang shook his head, took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and finally calmed down. The people around him, frightened, didn't notice Nuan Yang's abnormality. His cold eyes returned to their original state, and he turned his head to look at the shivering person. He couldn't help but soften his tone, and spoke gently. When we encounter zombies later, don't make a sound, even if you're scared. They can't see, they rely on hearing and smell to find people. If you shout, all the zombies within 100 meters will come rushing over, and we all be dead. Wan Ningyan was so frightened she couldn't speak, and could only nod vigorously to indicate her understanding. Let's go to the first floor. Nuan Yang took Wan Ningyan up the elevator. As soon as they reached the first floor, they realized something was wrong. The first floor, which had been swept through, was empty. In the quiet space, even the slightest sound was amplified. Nuan Yang could hear movement coming from the front from time to time. Could it be zombies? The only people who could be in the mall were the security guards. There were 3 outside on the basement floor, so there should be at most 2 on the first floor. Nguyen Yang calculated the number of zombies, his face solemn. Even though he'd taken a powerful pill, he didn't know his chances of winning against 2 zombies at once. He could only tense up, keeping an eye on his surroundings, ready to kill the zombies at any moment. Hee. The closer he got to the gate, the louder and more frequent the noises. The hold on his left arm tightened, and Nguyen Yang tilted his head slightly. In the darkness, he couldn't see Wan Ningyan's expression, only her increasingly heavy breathing. In his previous life, Wan Ningyan's first time outside, she was terrified, her face pale, her whole body trembling and limp. She hid in Wan Yang's arms for a long time before regaining her composure. This time, she was making some progress. She could still walk. Nguyen Yang thought, then continued on, hardening his heart against comforting her. It was the end of the world. The sooner we faced reality and adapted, the better our chances of survival. Aw heh. Approaching the main entrance, Nguyen Yang was surprised to see over a dozen zombies roaming outside. This number was completely out of place. On the morning of the zombie outbreak in his previous life, there weren't a dozen zombies roaming anywhere at once unless the government deliberately suppressed the reports, or his own rebirth created a butterfly effect, altering the original trajectory of events. Nguyen Yang couldn't figure out the reason. He asked the system, but it didn't know either. Helplessly, he took 2 steps back and gestured for Wan Ningyan to return. When they reached the basement, Nguyen Yang explained the situation to Wan Ningyan. What do we do? Are we trapped here? Not really. There are plenty of zombies at the main entrance, but there are only 3 outside. We need to find a way to kill them. Going back through the basement garage should be safer than upstairs. Kill! Wan Ningyan's face paled, and she trembled as she raised her axe, ready to die. I can do it. I chop them down one by one. No need for you to chop them. Just open the door and I kill them. With Wan Ningyan's thin arms and legs, a single chop would likely only scratch the zombie's skin. Nguyen Yang decided to do it himself. He gave Wan Ningyan some strength pills later, and let her try chopping zombies. Most zombies have no intelligence, and will just charge forward when they hear a sound. Stand to the left and listen to my instructions. Lift the door about half a meter. I make a noose with the rope, and pull the zombies in one by one. You keep an eye on the outside. If anything happens, immediately close the door. Okay, let me know when you're ready. Yes. Nguyen Yang first took out 2 flashlights from his space, turned them on, and placed them at angles to the left and right, ensuring they could both see clearly. He then took out 3 more nooses with rope. Squatting by the door, he was about to notify Wan Ningyan when the system appeared. Host, there's a mission. What mission? Newcomer mission. Please kill 1 zombie within 1 hour. Success will earn you a generous reward. Host, will you accept? Accept. Nguyen Yang was very satisfied. This system's tasks were always so timely and simple. It looked like there would be something good coming soon. The thought instantly filled Nguyen Yang with energy. Ningyan, open the door. With a rustle, the shuttered door slowly swung open. The zombies outside, hearing the noise, began banging against it, making a series of noises. Nguyen Yang threw the noose outside. When a zombie's foot stepped into it, he immediately tightened it, yanking the zombie back inside. The zombie, dressed in a blue security uniform, struggled violently to stand, its eyes bulging and teeth bared as it roared. Nguyen Yang quickly raised his axe and struck it hard on the neck, breaking most of it. The zombie's struggles instantly subsided. With another blow, the zombie's head rolled to the side, its body completely motionless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You received a newcomer gift pack *1, a personal level increase of 1, a random superpower pill *1, and sign-in benefits upgraded to 1L of mineral water *1 and 2 random breakfasts. Superpower? Xiao Lu, is this the superpower I understand? Yes, host. Ordinary people awaken superpowers through crystal cores, and there's a risk of mutation. However, hosts with a powerful system, Xiao Lu, can awaken superpowers by taking random superpower pills. Please note, only 1 random superpower can be awakened at a time, and the awakening process is the same as for ordinary people, requiring 2 to 3 hours of high fever. Ugh! The stench and the bloody images made Wan Ningyan vomit, her legs limp as she crouched on the ground. The 2 zombies outside, hearing the voices, became even more excited. Bang, bang, bang. They banged violently against the rolling door. Nguyen Yang ended his mental conversation with the system and brought Wan Ningyan some water and tissues. Hold on, I finished them quickly. Seeing Wan Ningyan's condition improve after drinking the water, Nuan Yang's excitement over obtaining the random superpower pill subsided. He immediately followed the same method, dragging the remaining 2 zombies in with ropes and severing their necks. They were making too much noise. If we don't deal with them quickly, they might attract other zombies. Host, remember to take the crystal cores. They're the mall currency. A low-level zombie crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points, a mid-level zombie crystal core for 500 points, a high-level zombie crystal core for 2,000 points, and a special-grade zombie crystal core has the highest reward, 500,000 points. However, special-grade zombies are very rare. Are special-grade zombies so valuable? Are they very powerful? Yes, that's the Zombie King. Nuan Yang silently gave up the thought of killing the special-grade zombies. At least for now, he's completely inadequate. Killing the Zombie King would be tantamount to committing suicide. Forget it, let's take it slow and dig for crystal cores first. Wan Ningyan thought it was over, and as she raised her pale face from vomiting, she saw Nuan Yang chopping open the zombie's head with an axe and inserting his gloved hand. Wan Ningyan couldn't hold it in any longer, and squatted to the side, vomiting non-stop. Chapter 10. Nuan Yang washed the 3 crystal cores with water, and held them before Wan Ningyan. These are crystal cores. If you eat them, there's a chance you awaken superpowers, or you might turn into a zombie. Most people won't react at all. Wan Ningyan pressed her stomach, raised her pale face, and her gaze rested on the 3 crystal cores. Did these come from a zombie's brain? Yes, when we kill zombies later, we dig out the crystal cores. They're very useful. Not only can they awaken superpowers, but they can also be used as money. Money? Yes. In the apocalypse, people initially bartered for goods. Later, everyone discovered that consuming crystal cores could awaken and upgrade superpowers. Many people needed large quantities of crystal cores to become stronger, so crystal cores became the universal currency. Wan Ningyan stood up, as if determined. I understand. I work hard to overcome my fear. Even if I can't kill zombies, I can still help you dig out crystal cores. Nuan Yang was surprised for 2 seconds, then a faint smile appeared on his face. Okay. The 2 quickly packed up their things and exited the rolling door. Wan Ningyan, who had been so resolute just now, weakened again. She clung to Nuan Yang's waist, tears welling in her eyes. Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang. My legs are weak. Ah. Nuan Yang sighed, wrapping his left arm around Wan Ningyan's waist. Don't be afraid. Despite all the noise just now, no zombies came. That means the underground garage is safe. I just can't control myself. I carry you. Try your best to stand up straight. If you can't, hold on to my shoulders for support. Wan Ningyan immediately hugged Nuan Yang's shoulders, bringing them closer together. Her pale face, frightened, then flushed softly. Are you ready? Yes. Let's go. Nuan Yang didn't notice Wan Ningyan's unusual behavior. With her mask on, she couldn't see someone shy. Tense, one arm around the person, the other holding an axe, she moved forward, her cold eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. The journey was silent, and nothing unusual happened in the underground garage until, exiting the garage and heading towards Wan Ningyan's villa, another zombie appeared. It was the tall security guard from the gate. The tall security guard was at least 1.8 meters tall and burly. In her previous life, Nuan Yang would never have dared to fight such a zombie, even though they moved slowly. Now it was different. With weapons and a powerful pill, and only one of them left, Nuan Yang barely considered it before letting go of Wan Ningyan and charging at the tall security guard. He. Using the momentum of his run, Nuan Yang leaped on one foot and swung his axe diagonally across the security guard's neck, killing him instantly. The zombie's head rolled several times on the ground, while the body remained standing, before slowly collapsing. The strength pills were indeed effective. Nuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his palm. He just struck too hard, and his hand was aching. With a bang, Nuan Yang clenched his axe and turned around to find Wan Ningyan swinging it at the zombie's head, or, more accurately, smashing it. Ningyan, your method is wrong. Wan Ningyan raised her head, her eyes innocent as she silently stood aside, mumbling I'm sorry. No need to apologize. In my previous life, I started out just like you. It was only after digging for crystal cores that I finally figured it out. Nuan Yang placed his foot on the zombie's head and tilted it to the left. Then, he swung his axe diagonally at the back of its head, causing an unknown liquid to ooze out. He struck again, revealing something shiny. Donning gloves, he inserted 2 fingers and dug out a crystal core. The crystal core is usually near the back of the head, so it'd be easier to find later. Yes. After taking the crystal core, the two continued on their journey. This time, Wan Ningyan didn't give in or vomit. She was much braver. Holding Wan Yang's hand, they walked, paying attention to their surroundings, as if accepting the impending apocalypse. The distance wasn't far, and the two quickly returned to the villa without encountering any more zombies. As soon as they entered the house, Wan Yang's tense nerves finally relaxed. Wan Ningyan suddenly hugged him from behind. Wan Yang. Wan Yang. What's wrong? Wan Ningyan's voice was off, a sob. Wan Yang wanted to turn around to look at her, but she was holding him tightly. Ningyan? We're home safe. Don't be afraid. Wan Yang. Whoa. As expected, she cried. In her previous life, Wan Ningyan also cried, but not as much as she did in this one. Wan Yang was terrified of her tears. Being a loner with few friends, he had no idea how to comfort her. He could only repeat, "Don't be afraid, it's okay, you're safe," etc., but it was completely ineffective. After her back was soaked with tears, Wan Ningyan finally stopped crying. Wan Yang found a chance to turn around, only to be met with a pair of red, wet eyes, like a frightened deer, which made Wan Yang's heart ache. Okay, don't cry. It's no big deal. Even if you get bit by a zombie, you're still the most beautiful. Wan Yang thought Wan Ningyan's words from her previous life could comfort her in this one, but as soon as she finished, Wan Ningyan immediately hugged Wan Yang tightly, tears welling up in her eyes again. I try. Don't abandon me. Please. Wan Yang was puzzled. How could he be the one to abandon her? Wan Yang. I won't be a burden. Seriously? I can. Dig crystal cores. I learned it. And killing zombies? I'm sure I can do it with more practice. Please don't abandon me. Okay? Wan Yang gently hugged the woman, who was on the verge of tears, stroking her back and comforting her. Ningyan, I won't abandon you. Otherwise, why would I look for you after my rebirth? In our last life, we supported each other. You were the one I trusted, and it's the same in this life. Not only will I be with you, I also accompany you to find your family, then to the military's safe base, and strive to live every day to the fullest. Wan Ningyan raised her head, looked Wan Yang in the eye, and asked, really? Would there be any benefit in lying to you? But you just left me without hesitation. Just now. Wan Yang thought carefully, realizing that it was the killing of the security zombies that had caused Wan Ningyan to misunderstand him. He explained gently, I looked around and there was only one zombie, so I dared to leave you alone. Don't overthink it. If there were more zombies, I would definitely take you with me. Even if I died, I wouldn't abandon you. Wan Ningyan's eyes flickered, and she pursed her lips slightly, burying her face in Wan Yang's arms and asking sullenly, Why are you so nice to me? Before I was always targeting you. It's a long story. Do you want to hear it? Wan Ningyan nodded, and Wan Yang led her to the living room, where they sat on the sofa and handed her a pack of tissues. On the day of the zombie outbreak in my previous life, I was training at the boxing gym to prepare for the next drama. Luckily, the boxers had high combat power, so the gym was well protected. At that time, you sent me a message saying you were scared being alone and asked if I could go with you. I simply ignored it because ever since my debut, you've been targeting me, both overtly and covertly. It was okay when I was a singer, but after the company asked me to transition to acting, your targeting became even more intense. I know I'm not a professional actor, so it's normal for you to look down on me, but after so long, I really do hate you. I changed my mind in the middle of that night. We waited all day for police help, but even the 911 call couldn't get through. The boxers were ready to attack. I sensed danger in their eyes, and began to think about how and where to escape. Later, in the middle of the night, I discovered my female assistant had been dragged to the bathroom and raped, and my agent didn't intervene. It was then that I suddenly realized, in the apocalypse, women must not rely on men. The apocalypse would only cause them to revert to their ugly nature. I immediately ran to your house. You're a woman. Even if they had bad intentions towards me, I could fight them. I couldn't stand up to men. Besides, I know I can't survive alone in such a chaotic world. I need companions. But I'm an orphan, and my only family, the dean's mother, passed away a year ago, so you were my best choice from the start. We've been through a lot since then. We were sworn enemies, but I saved you, and you saved me. In the apocalypse, we became the most trusted people. We even. Wan Yang thought of Wan Ningyan's sacrifices for him, and a suppressed pain welled up in him. He changed the subject, Okay, just remember, I won't abandon you even if I die. Don't cry about things like this anymore, okay? Wan Ningyan stared at Wan Yang for a long time, 1,000 words on her mind, but in the end, she only managed to him. Chapter 11. No one cared about non-edible consumables like clothing at first, so there was no rush to clear them out. But the port supplies were a hot commodity. If his rebirth truly triggered a butterfly effect, those searching for supplies might arrive earlier. Wan Yang decided to catch up on sleep during the day, awaken his powers, and clear the port at night to avoid any further delays. After Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan agreed on their plan, they locked all the doors of the villa, including the curtains, making it appear no one was home. If the police came to investigate the theft, they could delay it until the afternoon, when chaos erupted. After finishing everything, the two decided to eat. Since neither of them could cook, Wan Yang prepared 2 rice bowls. Wan Yang hadn't had a full meal since his rebirth, so he wasn't affected at all. Wan Ningyan, however, was different. The sight of meat reminded her of zombies being hacked to pieces, making her feel nauseous and nauseous. Wan Yang had to put the rice bowls away. I'm fine. You eat? I just have some porridge. I've been eating porridge all day, so I have to eat something nutritious. Wan Yang thought for a moment, and logged into the online shopping system. His personal level was now level 2, with 3,601 points. He had only exchanged 4 crystal cores for 400 points, but for chicken noodle soup, which costs 20 points a bowl, that was enough to last him a long time. Ningyan, would you like some chicken noodle soup? It's light, so you shouldn't feel sick. You can order it. Wan Yang spent 40 points on 2 bowls of chicken noodle soup. When he took them out, he was surprised. They looked exactly like the pictures in the online shopping system, and the aroma was so fragrant that it made his stomach growl. Wow! It smells so good, and the color is beautiful too. Wan Ningyan, not nauseous by the aroma, praised the soup as she drank it. Delicious. He took another mouthful of noodles, his exclamations growing louder, and he gestured at the noodles, repeatedly urging Nuan Yang to eat faster. Nuan Yang smiled faintly. It's just a bowl of noodles, isn't it? After the noodles entered his mouth, Nuan Yang was speechless. They were so delicious that he couldn't even think to talk. For a moment, the only sound in the vast restaurant was the 2 people frantically slurping noodles. When they finished, they glanced at each other, their bowls completely drained of the soup. Burp! Wan Ningyan immediately covered her mouth, her face slightly flushed. You seem to like it. Then we're having noodles tonight? Wan Ningyan said nothing, but nodded slightly, her face even redder than before. This look was truly adorable. Nuan Yang couldn't help but stare at them for a while, until the person's ears slowly turned pink, and then he spoke. Take a shower and rest. Don't open the door no matter who comes. Wake up at 6 tonight, eat something, and then we go to the port. Okay. Nuan Yang said, then walked to the door, and selected a Hummer from the space to block it. He then parked 3 SUVs at the gate. Even if someone tries to break in, these cars will hold them off for a while. After his explanation, Wan Ningyan suddenly realized something and, seeing Nuan Yang heading upstairs, hurried to follow. Nuan Yang, there's a bathroom in the guest room to the left of the stairs. I know. This is the room she lived in her previous life. Nuan Yang entered the room and was about to close the door when Wan Ningyan stood at the doorway, hesitant to speak. Anything else? Her eyes, like those of a little deer, were watery. She bit her lower lip, and a blush slowly crept onto her cheeks. Nuan Yang rarely saw Wan Ningyan like this. She looked shy, like a flower about to bloom. She was surprised, but also deeply fond of her. She felt that Wan Ningyan should be like this, not like in her previous life, where all her edges were smoothed out by the end of the world, and she had only one goal to survive, and thus lacked many human emotions, such as shyness. Cold eyes, like appreciating a work of art, watched quietly, waiting for the person, whose entire body was flushed with embarrassment, to speak. This wait lasted for over half a minute. Nuan Yang. I'm scared. There are no zombies at home. Don't be afraid. Wan Ningyan shook her head, her face turning even redder. I'm afraid because what I experienced last night was so terrifying. I can't stand being alone. Can't stand being alone. Nuan Yang understood, but remained silent, looking at Wan Ningyan with a smile in her eyes. When Nuan Yang didn't respond, Wan Ningyan pursed her lips, her cheeks burning. Finally, she stamped her foot and begged softly. Can I sleep with you? Nuan Yang's smile grew even brighter, but he didn't want to tease the ripe shrimp anymore. He turned and walked towards the bathroom, saying, the door's open. Come over after you shower. Entering the bathroom, Nuanyang heard Wan Ningyan's raised okay, and couldn't help but smile. Just like in her previous life, she was still a coward, needing someone to sleep with her. Nuanyang was already accustomed to this. In the extreme cold, to avoid hypothermia, they even slept naked in each other's arms. There was nothing shameful about it. It was all about survival. Besides, by then, they were both emaciated, their skin rough and stinking. Sleeping in each other's arms was a form of torture. In this life, I had to feed Wan Ningyan until she was plump and plump, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable to hold her. When this thought occurred to Nuanyang, he jumped and quickly rinsed his head with water to get rid of the strange thought. Host! Host! Who allowed you to watch me shower? Get back! Ahem, host, Xiaolu can't see it. I can only see your head, everything else is blurred. After hearing this, Nuanyang calmed down considerably. He continued his leisurely shower, and then spoke to the system spirit. What do you want from me? Host, I'm here to remind you that the newbie gift pack hasn't been opened yet. Nuanyang then remembered that he received a newbie gift pack after leveling up. He'd been so focused on the superpower pill that he'd forgotten about this goodie. Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 lottery ticket, 1 speed-up pill, 1 strength pill, and 1 precision pill. Would you like to use the lottery ticket? Go ahead. Also, what are speed-up pills and precision pills? Speed-up pill. Increases physical agility by 50% after taking it. Duration, permanent. Side effects, none. Precision pill. Increases aiming by 100% after taking it. Applicable to all shooting weapons. Duration, permanent. Side effects, none. Hiss. Nuanyang gasped. This mall system is so unfair. If I can't even survive the apocalypse, then I'm a complete idiot. Hee hee. The host is no fool. The host is the chosen one. You shouldn't call me Little Six. You should call me Little Flatterer. As the two people and the system chattered, the massive prize plate finally stopped. Nuanyang couldn't make out the densely packed rewards on the plate. He only knew he'd drawn a building. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a portable bathroom, 10 L of water, and 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Ding. The portable bathroom has been unlocked and can be purchased with points. Ding. Utility top-up has been enabled. To use it, please top up in the energy top-up section of the mall. A portable bathroom? Utility top-up? Nuanyang entered the mall system, puzzled. The newly unlocked item had a bathroom, priced at 8,000 points. So expensive. He clicked on the details, and saw it was a portable bathroom. It had separate wet and dry areas, a sink on the left, a hair dryer on the wall, a toilet in the middle, a laundry room with a dryer, and a shower on the far right. The configuration was simply incredible. When not in use, the portable bathroom fixture can be stored in a space. When needed, simply place it on a 1 square meter open space, and it's ready to use. It has a one-touch cleaning function, consuming 0.5 kilowatt-hours of electricity and 0.5 liters of water per use. No cleaning required, simply store it away after use. Note: once the bathroom fixture's water and electricity bills are cleared, they cannot be used, taken out, or reclaimed. Remembering his previous life, when he lived in a stinky house every day, Nuanyang was thrilled. What a great thing! He immediately checked the energy classification and found that water and electricity bill top-ups were available, with very affordable rates. 1 point for 1 liter of water, 5 points for 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity. With the portable bathroom fixture, Nuanyang felt visibly happy and relaxed. After showering, he casually picked out pajamas from his space and lazily laid down on the bed. With a thought, a colorful little ball appeared in his hand. I hope to be granted a superpower that can fight and resist. After praying, Nuanyang swallowed the random superpower pill and closed his eyes to rest. While half asleep, he felt someone crawl into his arms. Chapter 12. Nuanyang's head grew increasingly heavy, and she felt as if she were in a furnace, her limbs ablaze. Her throat was choking with smoke, but she couldn't wake up, and she couldn't make a sound. After an unknown amount of time, the heat finally began to dissipate, and Nuanyang was enveloped in the cool snow, feeling very comfortable. But after a moment, she was shivering with cold. Suddenly, she felt a warm object beside her, and instinctively hugged it. When it ran, she chased, holding it tightly, absorbing its warmth. After an unknown amount of time, Nuanyang opened her eyes, to darkness and a slight stifling heat. She stirred, realizing she was in bed, but the pillow beneath her looked strange. Puzzled, she lifted the covers, revealing 2 soft, pale figures. Nuanyang's mind was dazed. She looked up, and saw Wan Ningyan looking at her timidly, her face flushed. Are you still cold? Not anymore, sorry. Realizing what he had done, Wan Yang immediately got out of bed and tucked Wan Ningyan in. He was completely panicked, especially when he saw Wan Ningyan's pajamas, which he had taken off and thrown beside the bed. His face was agitated. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's okay. Are you okay? Yeah. Wan Yang shifted, feeling a sense of relief throughout his body. A chill flowed through his meridians. He opened his palms and concentrated, and a small icy spike appeared. Ice ability. No wonder I get chills after a fever. Wan Ningyan poked her head out from under the covers, staring in amazement. Is this a power? Yes, I remember in my previous life, some ice-powered users could build a 1,000-foot ice wall to repel a zombie horde. It wasn't very lethal, but it was definitely enough to save their lives. So you just had a fever and chills? Was it because you awakened your superpower? Well, all superpower awakenings are accompanied by a high fever for 2 or 3 hours. But I didn't expect the corresponding superpower to have some side effects. Ice-type superpowers can cause chills all over your body. No wonder. Your high fever just now scared me. The medicine is all in your space, so I could only cool you down physically. The fever finally subsided, and then you. Wan Ningyan seemed to remember something and quickly tucked herself under the covers, falling silent. Wan Yang touched his nose and cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, go to sleep. I check on the house and come back to stay with you later. After leaving the room, Wan Yang sighed deeply. He had been quite happy to have awakened his superpower, especially since extreme heat was about to arrive. Ice-type superpowers could at least help cool him down, but he hadn't expected to become a beast. Blaming himself, Wan Yang went downstairs to check everything. Finding nothing unusual, he sat on the sofa and stared at the ceiling. At first, regret washed away all the joy, but gradually Wan Yang's mind was filled with nothing but paleness and softness. He closed his eyes, trying not to think about it, but then he remembered the half-naked bathing photo. Opening and closing his eyes, all he could see was Wan Ningyan's graceful figure. Wan Yang was on the verge of collapse. He hadn't thought of such things in his previous life, even when they slept in each other's arms. What was wrong with him now? He kept thinking about those strange images. Could it be that after being reborn, he was lustful? And was it just for a woman? The entertainment industry has always been open to all things sexual, and fan circles are even more open to the idea of husbands and wives. It didn't matter what gender you were, as long as I liked it, whether it was transgender, same-sex, or a daffodil, anything was fine. Wan Yang, a veteran cadre, had gained a lot of experience in just 2 years since his debut. He wasn't averse to anything, but he had never thought he would like women. Perhaps it was because they were so busy surviving in their previous life that even if they were intimate, they were both skinny and smelly, so no such thoughts occurred. In this life, Wan Ningyan hadn't yet been ravaged by the apocalypse, and her appearance and figure were beautiful. He had little experience, so the moment of close contact, he became excited and had sexual thoughts. Besides, Wan Ningyan was Country Z's national goddess. From young to old, from men to women, countless people admired her. It was not shameful for him to be attracted to such beauty. Wan Yang painstakingly found an excuse. In short, it was all due to instinctive curiosity, not love. After calming down, Wan Yang checked his phone. It was 10:32 a.m. Logically, the zombie outbreak should have begun that afternoon, but Wan Yang checked various news websites and found something wrong. The front pages all read, "Unexplained mania outbreaks across the country. The number is high and contagious. Residents are advised to close doors and windows, stay home, and avoid traveling." Wan Yang checked the time. The earliest warning was issued at 6:08 a.m., a full 5 or 6 hours earlier than in his previous life. Has this really been a butterfly effect from rebirth? If the zombie outbreak is coming sooner, then will all other events be brought forward? To test his hypothesis, Wan Yang checked various short video platforms. No normal videos were visible. Every one he scrolled through was a request for help, or someone uploaded footage of a zombie biting someone. The public no longer believed the mania story. Instead, they were madly spreading the myth that the zombies were coming and humanity was going extinct. Of course, there were also some who were just being childish, filming videos with knives and sticks, claiming they were going to fight the zombies and become humanity's saviors. It seemed like it had indeed been brought forward. One piece of evidence is that the videos of zombies biting people haven't been removed. In my previous life, despite the zombie outbreak in the afternoon, public opinion control was still in place. Even if gory videos were uploaded, they would be removed. It wasn't until the next morning that public opinion control completely collapsed. Many people who had been hiding at home, not taking the situation seriously, panicked when they saw the truth. If the first day marked the beginning of the zombie outbreak, then the second day marked the beginning of social disorder in Country Z. Forced to replan, Nguyen Yang took out a pen and paper and began to record the situation. At first, the police line couldn't be reached. Then public opinion control failed, the media went silent, the internet crashed, and electricity and water were cut off. With the water and electricity they relied on for survival gone, people were forced to scramble for supplies. That was the 8th day of my previous life. About half a month later, the temperature suddenly rose rapidly. Without a thermometer, it was impossible to tell the temperature, but even at night, the ground was scalding hot. Rivers dried up, and trees withered. After the extreme heat of March or April, a blizzard arrives. It strikes suddenly. While the daytime temperatures remain high, they plummet at night, leaving many people frozen to death in the middle of the night. The blizzard continued intermittently for a long time, and even after it finally stopped, the temperature remained low, with the ice and snow refusing to melt. After finishing his work, Nguyen Yang tried to call the police, but received a busy signal. Sure enough, he was early. Nguyen Yang felt uneasy. If it were just a few hours early, it would be fine. But he was worried that everything would deviate from its original trajectory. If he continued to follow the path of his previous life, he would easily be caught off guard. Opening a new sheet of paper, Nguyen Yang began to replan his stockpiling route. Tonight, he'd go to the port. After clearing the space, he could upgrade it. Then he'd drive directly to the clothing wholesale market. After that, he'd head to the coal mine. It was sparsely populated, so if he got too tired, he could rest along the way and use containers to create a safe zone. Once he stockpiled all the coal, he could head directly to Province G. Gasoline was a problem though, and he'd have to stop at gas stations along the way. Originally aiming to finish the stockpiling in 4 or 5 days, Nguyen Yang squeezed it into today and tomorrow, not even avoiding daylight hours. Besides zombies, he'd likely have to face all sorts of other nasty creatures. I'm exhausted, I need to get stronger quickly. Thinking of this, Nguyen Yang stood up and tried his powers again, hoping to master them quickly. Concentrating his energy, he opened his hands, and suddenly 2 thick icicles appeared, piercing the ceiling. A level 1 power is so powerful. Host, it's not level 1. Your ice power is detected to be level 6. Level 6? Your random powers, are even the levels random? Yes, if you awaken the same power next time, the levels can be stacked, but the chance is very low. Random power pills are the rarest of all, with a winning rate of only 0.001%. You can usually only obtain them by leveling up. Nguyen Yang thought the portable bathroom was amazing, but he didn't expect the random power pills to be even more amazing. Excited, he tried it a few more times in the living room. It could form an ice barrier in seconds, and even form giant cones of ice on the ground from near to far, making it very convenient for chasing down enemies. Chapter 13. The excitement didn't last long. Nguyen Yang, feeling mentally exhausted from overusing her supernatural powers, stored the ice cones and ice barriers in her space, saving them for cooling down during extreme heat. She then returned to her room, intending to catch up on some sleep. Unexpectedly, Wan Ningyan wasn't asleep, staring at her with faint dark circles under her eyes. Why aren't you sleeping? You turned into a panda. Scared. Nguyen Yang said nothing, throwing back the covers and climbing into bed. Wan Ningyan immediately nestled into Nguyen Yang's arms, like a kitten. Her previously calm mind was suddenly agitated. Ningyan, there's a change of plan. We have to stock up on supplies for the next 2 days. Once we're done, we head to Province G. We can't delay? So urgent? Yes, so get some sleep now. You might not get any for the next day and night. Okay. Wan Ningyan responded softly, and soon fell asleep. Nguyen Yang, after trying to speak calmly, was still alert, her agitated nerves agitated. Hey Xiao Lu, are you there? Host, I'm here, what's wrong? Can you play the Great Compassion Mantra or something? I can't sleep. No, but I have the full text of the Great Compassion Mantra. I recite it to you, okay? Okay, go ahead. And so, Nguyen Yang slowly drifted off to sleep, listening to the Great Compassion Mantra. At 6 p.m., the alarm clock rang. Still a little sleepy, Nguyen Yang reluctantly opened his eyes, only to find the person in his arms gone. Ningyan! Not even bothering to put on his slippers, Nguyen Yang, awakened in a split second, immediately rushed out to look for her. He opened the door, and the lights were on downstairs. Nuan Yang quickly went downstairs. Seeing Wan Ningyan huddled on the sofa, looking at him with a puzzled expression, his nervousness finally subsided. "What's up? If you're tired, sleeping outside won't be as comfortable as at home. My parents called me this afternoon, and we talked for quite a while, so I decided not to sleep." "Oh, then if you're tired, you can sleep in the car." Nuan Yang lazily sat on the sofa, setting out a small table. "You still want chicken noodle soup?" "Yeah." Nuan Yang bought 2 bowls of chicken noodle soup. Remembering the big meat buns given for signing in, he thought, chicken noodle soup is delicious, so the meat buns should be good too. He took out the buns and tore them open. The rich meat juiciness flowed out, and the aroma of meat was very tempting. Half and half. Wan Ningyan wanted to refuse. The sight of the meat made her feel a little nauseous, but the aroma made her crave it. Seeing Nuan Yang enjoying the meal, she picked up the buns and took a bite. "Nuan Yang, where did you buy it? The chicken noodle soup is delicious, and the meat buns are delicious too. I never eaten anything so delicious in my life. It's just a shop I stumbled upon in an old alley. No wonder. I understand why those influencers who love exploring old alleys." As she spoke, Wan Ningyan's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and hung up. "It's a junior who I worked with before. He's been overtly and covertly showing me affection, but he's too shy to confess. Now that the zombie outbreak has broken out, he said he could protect me and wanted to come find me. I refused. He's a coward who doesn't even dare to confess. I don't believe he can protect me." "Well done." Nuan Yang felt strangely relieved, but suddenly realized something was wrong. In her previous life, Nuan Yang had asked Wan Ningyan why she, a sworn enemy, would send her a message for help. Wan Ningyan had said it was a group message, but only Nuan Yang had replied. The others either didn't reply or declined. But now, a younger generation she's attracted to has contacted her. Nuan Yang thought carefully about what had happened since her rebirth. Everything had happened in her previous life. Nothing unusual, it was simply timed earlier. So, in her previous life, someone wanted to protect Wan Ningyan. Did she only look for herself? "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Wan Ningyan reached out and touched her face, but found nothing. "It's okay, I just..." Nuan Yang immediately suppressed his emotion and changed the subject. "I wanted to ask how your parents are doing. Is everything okay?" "Yes, everything is fine. They've been very obedient. They picked up my brother, stockpiled plenty of food and water, and planted some vegetables in the yard, enough to last 2 or 3 months. They've been hiding at home. After the zombie outbreak, the countryside is vast and sparsely populated, so we haven't encountered any zombies yet. But my parents are worried, so they and my brother have lined the walls of the yard with glass and iron nails and reinforced the gate. They should be able to wait for us safely. Even if there's an emergency, we have a cellar at home to hide in." "That's great. Then we can focus on stockpiling supplies. The month before the apocalypse won't be too chaotic. We try to pick up your family within a month." After hearing Nuan Yang's words, Wan Ningyan's eyes suddenly reddened, and she turned and hugged her. "Nuan Yang, thank you for not looking down on me as a burden and for saving my family." Both of them were wearing pajamas, the fabric light and thin. Nuan Yang felt the softness of her touch, and his body stiffened. He felt even more indescribable, especially when he thought about how Wan Ningyan had likely only sought him out in her previous life. "You're welcome. Let's eat quickly. Time is pretty tight." After Wan Ningyan let go, Nuan Yang's tense body relaxed. He slowly exhaled and continued eating noodles. After dinner, since he didn't plan to return to the villa, Nuan Yang emptied Wan Ningyan's house. However, she didn't exchange her gold and silver jewelry for points. Knowing her love of beauty, Nuan Yang left them for her. Downstairs, Wan Ningyan was digging something in the garden. Nuan Yang walked over curiously. "What are you doing?" "Digging flowers and plants, Nuan Yang. Those flowers over there are in pots. You can just pick them up. I dig these up, and then you can pick them up after I'm done with them." Wan Ningyan liked plants, but she couldn't keep them alive. She usually hired a gardener to take care of them. Hearing that there would be extreme heatwaves ahead, Wan Ningyan felt bad and wanted to take as many plants as possible with her. She could take them out to care for them later. With her parents around, their chances of survival would be higher. "Don't bother." Nuan Yang took the small shovel from Wan Ningyan's hand, then reached out and tucked the flowers nearby into the space. In an instant, only a small pit remained on the ground. "You can collect it this way. So convenient. Go wash your hands and face, like a little cat." "Oh, After Wan Ningyan finished cleaning, Nguyen Yang also tidied up the garden. After a moment's thought, he took out a strength pill and gave it to Wan Ningyan. Take it, it increases your strength. Wan Ningyan looked at the black pill suspiciously. Nguyen Yang didn't explain further, he couldn't talk about the system. Just trust me. I can be reborn, so what can I? Wan Ningyan thought about it, and swallowed the strength pill. Nguyen Yang, seeing this, switched to a machete for her. Remember, cut the neck. With that, Nguyen Yang took out a speed-boosting pill and a precision pill. After consuming them, he also switched to a machete and led Wan Ningyan out. The villa entrance was quiet, with the occasional low growls of zombies echoing from all around. In the middle of the night, ordinary people probably wouldn't dare go out, they just had to be wary of zombies. Nguyen Yang picked a Wuling Hongguang minivan, a surprisingly crash-resistant model. After starting the car with the master key, the surrounding noises intensified. Nguyen Yang, it looks like zombies are coming. Okay, fasten your seatbelts. I'm going to charge out. Okay. Wan Ningyan immediately fastened her seatbelt, her hands tightly gripping the hilt of her knife, a look of unwavering defiance on her face. Don't worry, I still have my powers. I be fine. I trust you, but I don't trust myself. That's true. Nguyen Yang agreed, and without further ado, he stepped on the accelerator, accelerating forward. Although the wealthy area was sparsely populated, it was filled with shops. So, after Nguyen Yang crashed into a few zombies and rushed out of the gate, he was immediately pursued by a dense swarm of zombies on both sides of the road. The zombies weren't very fast at the moment, and there was no way they could catch up to the car. However, the road was blocked by many cars abandoned by people fleeing in panic. With the car in front and the zombies behind, Nguyen Yang had no choice but to stop and think about what to do. In just a dozen seconds, the car was completely surrounded by zombies. Through the car window, the two of them watched the dense swarm of zombies up close. Even Nguyen Yang, who had a stronger mental fortitude, felt his scalp tingle. Chapter 14. Nguyen Yang. What should we do? Are we going to die here? Wan Ningyan was truly panicking. They barely left the house when they were surrounded by zombies. He feared their fate was in jeopardy. Nguyen Yang frowned, thinking for a moment. Then, he stretched out his hand and formed an ice bridge on the ground, crossing the traffic jam. He then started the car and drove across. Wan Ningyan was stunned, her mouth gaping. She had never imagined that superpowers could be used in this way. No, she should have been impressed by how powerful these powers were. This is so cool. Just as Wan Ningyan finished her boasting, they encountered another traffic jam ahead, forcing Nguyen Yang to stop. The pursuing zombies soon surrounded the car, blocking all passage. Why don't you use your superpowers? Superpowers aren't infinite. Using them too much will wear me out. Building an ice bridge isn't a long-term solution. Huh? What then? Wan Ningyan's face was dejected. If only I had superpowers too, I could help you. It's none of your business. I was careless. I knew the zombie outbreak was happening, but I didn't consider the traffic jams before setting out. Don't blame yourself. Nguyen Yang, don't blame yourself. It's okay. At worst, we can just stay in the car. We have so much food, we can hide for a long time. Hearing this, Nguyen Yang was amused. What? You want to eat, drink, and poop in the car? Aren't you afraid of the dirt? Wan Ningyan thought for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. Can it be stored in the space? Nguyen Yang immediately flicked her forehead. No. I find a way. Just sit still and stop overthinking. Nguyen Yang had a preliminary idea in mind. He pretended to close his eyes and think, his mind searching for the system. Xiao Lu, the energy pill grants unlimited energy for 3 days after consumption. Since superpowers are tied to energy, does that mean they can be used infinitely? Yes, host. However, once the energy pill expires, you be in a coma for 1 day. If you use it, please pay attention to the expiration date. Understood. Nguyen Yang checked the time, 7:16 p.m., then took out the energy pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Ningyan, listen carefully. It's 7:16 p.m. now. In 3 days, I run out of energy and fall into a coma. Before I do, I find a safe place. Don't be afraid. Stay with me. I wake up in 1 day. Wan Ningyan clearly didn't understand why she could fall into a coma. Confused, Nguyen Yang took another backpack and placed it in her arms. There are 3 power banks in it, as well as some water, bread, and biscuits. Remember to keep an eye on the time after I fall into a coma. If I haven't woken up after 24 hours, Find a way to wake me up. Okay? Why did you? Just think of it as me taking stimulants. Once the effect runs out, the side effects will make me sleep for a while. I understand. Don't worry, I protect you. Protect me? Nan Yang smiled faintly at Wan Ningyan's delicate appearance. Reaching out his hand, he was just about to build an ice bridge to escape when the system appeared, its voice urgent. Host! There's a mission! What mission? Limited time mission. Please kill zombies as much as possible within 1 hour. After the countdown ends, experience points and rewards will be awarded based on the number of zombies killed. The more zombies you kill, the more experience points and rewards you receive. A time-limited zombie kill? Host, you already taken your energy pills, why waste them? Take it. I checked, there aren't many zombies here, only 187. You can handle it. Nuan Yang suddenly realized that this system wasn't simple. Every time he had a need or a problem, a corresponding mission would be assigned, intentionally or unintentionally influencing his decisions. Host, Xiao Lu is loyal to you, don't doubt me. I personally selected the missions, simply to help the host grow as quickly as possible. Aye. This is my first mission. If the host fails to survive, my ability points will be deducted, and I won't be able to accept missions for 10,000 years. Woohoo! I've been waiting in line for 3,000 years before my turn finally comes. I don't want to wait in a dark room for 10,000 years. That's too miserable. Is that so? Nuan Yang didn't fully believe it, but she accepted it for the time being. Got it. Are you sure I can kill all the zombies here with my current abilities? I'm sure. It won't work without the energy pill. Now I have unlimited level 6 superpowers. Killing low-level zombies is like cutting vegetables. Nuan Yang thought for a moment and decided to accept the mission. It was a good opportunity to practice his superpowers. Okay, host. The countdown starts in 1 hour. Please kill as many zombies as you can. Ningyan, stay in the car. Don't come out. I go clean up the zombies. What? Clean up the zombies? Before Wan Ningyan could recover from her shock, she saw icicles rising from Nuan Yang's car window, piercing the nearest zombies, and instantly knocking them down. Nuan Yang took the opportunity to get out of the car. As he ran, he formed 6 2-centimeter ice cones with his hands. With a backhand thrust, each ice cone pierced the zombie's head, killing it instantly. The precision pill was indeed useful. Combined with the ice cones, it was a surefire hit. But after a while, Nuan Yang realized he was too slow. He had to run, dodging zombie attacks, while waiting for ice cones to form. Each cone only formed a limited number, and after 40 minutes, he only killed about half of them. Furthermore, the main road was quite empty, and surrounded by enemies on all sides. It was a real test of his reflexes. This couldn't go on. Since it was a level 6 ability, he had to see how powerful it was. Nuan Yang quickly jumped onto a car, hands down, and managed to form a 2-meter-high ice barrier around the car body for protection. Then, concentrating his energy, he formed a massive iceberg in the air in front and behind him. When he couldn't grow any bigger, he slammed it down. Bang! The ground resounded with a loud crash. 2 nearly 5-meter-high icebergs shattered into pieces. At the bottom, the zombies' brains were splattered, mixing with the ice water and emitting a strange smell. Ah, heh. Nuan Yang glanced around. Only 3 or 5 zombies remained. After conjuring a few ice cones to take care of them, the countdown was still 2.5 minutes. The entire road was a mess. Cars, zombie corpses, iceberg fragments, and unidentified liquids were everywhere. Nuan Yang felt quite disgusted as he walked back. Even more disgusted was the task of digging for crystal cores. It would take an hour to finish, but he couldn't bear not to do it. It was points money. Wan Ningyan was clearly worried. As soon as Nuan Yang reached the car, Wan Ningyan rushed down and hugged him. Nuan Yang, are you hurt? No, everything's taken care of. I just have to help you dig for the core later. Really not hurt? Wan Ningyan was unconvinced. She anxiously felt around Nuan Yang's body, and only felt relieved when she found no wounds or bleeding. Thank goodness, nothing's wrong. Nuan Yang, don't do something so dangerous next time, okay? I'd be worried. Even if you absolutely must, please discuss it with me. Are we companions? Don't always leave me alone. Nuan Yang's body stiffened under Wan Ningyan's touch, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Hearing her worried yet accusing words, the strange feeling in his heart grew even stronger. They had often done this in their previous life, but ever since he knew Wan Ningyan had most likely only asked him for help, her concern for him stirred ripples in Nuan Yang's heart. What exactly was she so happy about? Nuanyang had no idea, but she felt that Wan Ningyan's concern made all the risks worth it. I was wrong. I discuss it with you next time. You have to keep your word, or I'd be angry. Okay. Perhaps it was Wan Ningyan's feigned anger that made her so cute. Her puffy cheeks made Nuanyang unable to resist pinching them. Then, as if her fingertips were burned by the soft touch, he immediately pulled away. Go dig for the crystal core. It's a long task. Wan Ningyan stared at Nuanyang, hesitating for a few seconds before reaching out. Give me the axe. Chapter 15. The two of them dug for crystal cores with axes. Wan Ningyan was already capable of doing it independently, without vomiting, but her movements were slow. Even chopping off a head was so elegant that Nuanyang felt like he was forcing a wealthy lady to uproot a weeping willow. Ding. Limited time mission completed. 187 zombies killed. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5,000 experience points and a mid-level weapon gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing by 2 levels. 2 beginner-level gift packs were received. Sign-in benefits upgraded to 10L of premium drinking water, 2 random breakfasts, 2 random lunches, and 1 pound of random fruit. Ding. Free automatic crystal core pickup and navigation. Would you like to enable both? Nuanyang was confused by the string of rewards. He subconsciously said enable, and the message instantly registered in his mind. Ding. 181 low-level crystal cores have been collected. Host, would you like to place them in the space or recharge points? Recharge points. Ding. Crystal core recharge completed. Current points balance, 5271. This is so convenient. From now on, I won't have to dig for crystal cores when I kill zombies anymore. Yes, host. From now on, any zombies you kill will be automatically collected. You can also collect the remaining crystal cores by giving the command. Nuanyang smiled. This system is really feeding me. It has all the one-click pickup features in the game. Really nice. Host. I told you I'm useful. Well, you're the best. What's your other function? It shouldn't be just ordinary navigation, right? Navigation function. The host simply provides a destination, and the navigation system will monitor traffic congestion and zombie concentrations in real time to select the fastest and least zombie-infested route for you, ensuring a worry-free and safe journey. Nuanyang's eyes lit up. This function was great. It might seem useless, but for her, who was traveling far away to pick someone up, it would definitely minimize the risk. After all, she had run out of energy pills. If she encountered a large zombie wave on the road next time, even her level 6 supernatural power wouldn't guarantee a safe escape. Nuanyang. I can't find this zombie's core. Please help me. Nuanyang ended his conversation with the system and turned to see Wan Ningyan, looking apologetic. A zombie head, battered beyond recognition, lay at her feet. I looked carefully, but there's no core. Is this zombie bug? No, I already found all the cores. I just upgraded my space and added an automatic core pickup feature. Automatic pickup? Yeah, it's like the automatic item pickup feature in games. We don't have to dig for cores anymore. Are you happy? Wan Ningyan remained silent, staring at Nuanyang with a complex expression. She poked Nuanyang's arm with a finger. What for? To see if you're an AI. Nuanyang grabbed the prodding hand and pulled herself forward, causing Wan Ningyan to throw herself into her arms. Would you like to listen to my heartbeat again just to confirm? Wan Ningyan blushed instantly and struggled to escape Nuanyang's embrace. But even after taking a powerful pill, Wan Ningyan's strength was no match for Nuanyang's. I believe it. You? Let me go first. What do you believe? I'm an AI? I believe you're a living being. Nuanyang had initially wanted to tease Wan Ningyan, but now he felt reluctant to let her go. Wan Ningyan carried a fragrant scent, and in his arms, she felt like a soft, sweet marshmallow. Give me the crystal cores you dug, and I let you go. Here. Wan Ningyan immediately handed over 2 crystal cores, half of what Nuanyang had. Thank goodness there's a pickup function. Otherwise, at your speed, we have been digging until dawn. Nuanyang complained as he let go, earning a sharp glare from Wan Ningyan. He quickly made amends. 2 is great too, that's progress. Call me. Nuanyang smiled, and took Wan Ningyan's hand. Suddenly, a cry rang out in his ears. Boss! Beautiful boss, save us! I have money. I give it all to you if you get us out. 500,000. No. 1 million. I give you 1 million. Have mercy on us. My daughter is only 5. I don't want her to die. The two looked up at the source of the noise. Not far from the roadside stood a row of tall buildings, their lights sparse. In a lighted window on the 7th floor, a man waved his arms frantically. Nguyen-yang, should we save her? No. Nguyen-yang ignored the man's pitiful cries for help and pulled Wan Ningyan, who kept looking back to the car. You drive, I give you directions. If you encounter a traffic jam, slow down and wait for me to build the ice bridge. Okay, then can I drive my G-Class? Nguyen-yang glanced at the van. Its plain exterior was stained with all sorts of disgusting liquids and had a few bruises. Wan Ningyan had a mild case of mysophobia, so her disdain was understandable. Reaching out to retract the van into the space, Nguyen-yang released Wan Ningyan's G-Class. It's still so comfortable to have your own car. You like it so much, but won't you be heartbroken if a zombie touches it? Wan Ningyan's happy expression froze instantly, and she looked at Nguyen-yang with resentment. You seem aloof and upright, otherworldly, but why are you so rude? I'm being nosy, Ms. Wan, don't be angry. Please drive, and go straight ahead. Wan Ningyan snorted, fumbling with her seatbelt and adjusting her seat while secretly glancing in the rearview mirror. Nguyen-yang observed everything she did, remaining calm and waiting. A minute later, the car started moving. On the way, they encountered a few more minor traffic jams, and Nguyen-yang built an ice bridge to help them pass. The closer they got to the port, the smoother the roads became, and even zombies appeared. Taking advantage of the good traffic, Nguyen-yang spiritually found the system and opened 2 beginner-level gift packs and 1 intermediate weapon pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a micro submachine gun and 10 submachine gun bullets as a bonus. Ding! Micro submachine gun bullets unlocked, can be purchased with points. Submachine gun? This is much more powerful than a pistol. With a precision pill cheat, you can kill a zombie with 1 shot. Combined with your superpowers, escaping a small zombie wave will be much easier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 2 lottery tickets, 1 strength pill, 1 medical pill, 1 precision pill, and 1 random ability pill. Would you like to enter the lottery? Go ahead. Also, Xiao Lu, is this all I have for my 2 level gift packs? Yes, host. You're no longer a rookie. Leveling up will require more experience, and the quests will become increasingly difficult. Be prepared. I see. Looks like I need to be frugal. While the spinner was drawing, Nguyen-yang checked the newly unlocked items in the store. The submachine gun was an MP7, priced at 12,000 points, and the accompanying ammunition was very cheap, 1 point per pill. He took inventory again. His personal level was 4, with 5,371 points. He had 1 strength pill, 2 medical pills, 1 precision pill, 1 random ability pill, and 8 crystal cores. Based on his current supplies, Nguyen-yang mentally calculated and realized he wasn't going to have enough crystal cores. No need to buy a pistol, just give the one you drew to Wan Ningyan. Then feed her a precision pill, and she can be used as a support. But portable bathroom fixtures require points to recharge water and electricity, and guns require points to buy ammunition. Wan Ningyan loves chicken noodle soup, and while a serving is cheap, eating it every day is a significant expense. The level of the random superpower pills is also random. If you're unlucky, the awakened superpower will be low, requiring a large number of crystal cores to upgrade. Just as I was feeling melancholy, the first prize I drew was revealed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning gasoline. The item has been unlocked and can be purchased in the energy section of the mall. Gasoline? Nguyen-yang immediately clicked on the energy category and almost got distracted. Gasoline is ridiculously expensive. 1L costs 20 points, which translates to at least 1,000 points for a full tank. Host, gasoline is a non-renewable resource, so it's understandable that it's a bit expensive. Nguyen-yang said, I don't want to talk anymore. I'm tired. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning milk tea. All milk tea varieties have been unlocked and can be purchased in the beverage section of the mall. Milk tea? Nguyen-yang's mouth twitched. He had never expected to win such a worthless item. Looking at the screen filled with all kinds of milk tea, he felt heartbroken and breathless. His only consolation was the price. All ice milk teas were 10 points each, and hot ones were 12 points each, still a good deal. Chapter 16. The car interior was a warm pink and white. A faint floral scent hung in the air, probably from the incense. A string of small Buddhist beads hung from the rearview mirror. A wooden plaque inscribed with peace and good fortune swayed as the car sped along. Nguyen-yang, feeling unhappy after winning the lottery, leaned back in her chair, staring blankly at the small plaque. Nuanyang. You don't seem happy. No, I'm just a little tired. After taking the energy pill, Nuanyang didn't feel tired at all. However, seeing Wan Ningyan's worried expression, Nuanyang tried to cheer himself up, sitting up straight, and using his actions to prove to her that he was just tired. If you're tired, take a break. The port is quite remote, there are no cars or zombies on the road, and I can handle it alone. Okay, I take a nap then. Nuanyang pretended to adjust the back of her chair, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw Wan Ningyan's lips were pursed into a line, looking awkward. I took a look. We're very close to the port. There are a lot of porters there. Zombies should appear soon. To be on the safe side, I'd better stay with you. Okay. Safety first. Ha, Nuanyang didn't expose her cowardice. He started chatting with her casually, helping her to relieve her fatigue. After all, driving for a long time is very tiring. Nuanyang, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. If the situation allowed, would you save that father and daughter? Nuanyang wasn't surprised by Wan Ningyan's question. As they drove away, he noticed she was hesitant. Besides, in this life, Wan Ningyan hadn't fully witnessed the ugliness of human nature in the apocalypse. Feelings of compassion were a universal reality. No matter what the situation allows, I won't save you. First, our goal is to gather all the necessary supplies within 2 days, and then find your family. Time is running out, and I won't waste time saving anyone. Second, that man has been the only one present throughout this entire time, and there's no way to tell if what he says is true or false. I won't agree to, and I won't allow us to take any risks. Third, I already killed all the zombies nearby. The threat is gone, so there's no point in saving anyone. Fourth, and most importantly, Nuanyang looked at Wan Ningyan, his eyes firm yet gentle. In this life, I have only one goal, to live well with you. As for other people's lives, they're nothing to me. After hearing this fourth point, his hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel, and Wan Ningyan's pretty face flushed from cheek to ear. After a long pause, the person who had been promised spoke softly. I understand. Thank you. No need to say thank you between you and me. Wan Ningyan was about to say something when a zombie suddenly appeared in front of the car. She slammed on the brakes, causing Nuanyang to lean forward due to inertia. If it weren't for the seatbelt, he would have hit the windshield. Pull the handbrake. Wan Ningyan quickly applied the handbrake, but Nuanyang had already gotten out of the car and condensed an ice cone, piercing the zombie's head just as it was about to pounce on the car. Ding. Host's crystal core has been picked up. Should I top up my points or store it in my space? From now on, all crystal cores will be stored in my space. Okay, host Nuanyang used his space to move the zombie's body to the side of the road, and then swapped seats with Wan Ningyan. Next time you encounter a zombie while driving, if there are few of them, just ram them. If there are many, stop slowly, and wait for me to finish them off. Don't brake suddenly, or you might end up rolling over. I understand. Sorry. Wan Ningyan sat timidly in the passenger seat, like a child who had done something wrong. Clutching her backpack, she looked aggrieved and didn't dare look up at Nuanyang. Nuanyang wondered. I'd been nice and didn't blame her for scolding me, so why did I feel like the bad guy? Until the moment they drove off, Nuanyang couldn't figure out why. Not being a good coaxer, she offered her a string of candied haws. You've been driving hard. It's not hard, it's my duty. Wan Ningyan smiled and took the candied haws, her eyes curved into crescents, a look of delight. Who would have thought that the national goddess of Country Z could be appeased with just a string of candied haws? She's a greedy cat indeed. A faint smile curled Nuanyang's lips as they sped towards the port. After more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived. As soon as the car entered the gate, the noise attracted 2 zombies. The 2 ice spikes were easily dealt with. Seeing the danger was over, Wan Ningyan crouched down and got out of the car, backpack on her back and axe in hand. Although we're here to thieves, you don't have to act like such thieves. Wan Ningyan straightened up and said stubbornly, I'm just being cautious, just in case a zombie attacks. They don't have the brains. Nuanyang said, taking out a precision pill. Open your mouth. Wan Ningyan saw the small pill and obediently opened her mouth, licking her lips after eating it. The pill tasted the best the first time. It warmed my whole body and felt so good. Nuanyang had superpowers and a submachine gun, so he wasn't so eager for strength. Upon hearing Wan Ningyan's words, he fed her the remaining strength pill and took out his pistol. After taking so many of my pills, it's time you learn how to kill zombies. I teach you how to shoot now. If an axe doesn't kill them, you can use a gun. Gun? Wan Ningyan extended her index finger and touched the gun, exclaiming, "A real gun?" "Yes. Can you even get one?" "As long as you have money." Nguyen Yang walked behind Wan Ningyan, took her hand, and aimed the gun forward. "Before you shoot, release the safety, then pull back here to load the bullet. Now, just aim at the target and pull the trigger to kill. There's a little recoil, so it's best to hold the gun with both hands at first." "Okay." Nguyen Yang heard Wan Ningyan's voice and lowered his head slightly, realizing the ambiguity of their position. The scent of Wan Ningyan's hair filled his nose, his cheek pressed against her hair. Her soft hands, too, were wrapped in his own, their warmth dancing in his palms. "Ah, he. A zombie slowly appeared, and Nguyen Yang took the opportunity to let go of Wan Ningyan, encouraging her. "Try shooting practice." Wan Ningyan was nervous, gripping the gun with both hands, aiming it at the zombie, but he hesitated to pull the trigger. Nguyen Yang, observing this, condensed an ice cone in his right hand, ready to strike. Bang! With a gunshot, the zombie's head was pierced, and it fell straight to the ground, its brain slowly spilling out. After the control system collected the crystal core, Nguyen Yang walked over to Wan Ningyan and found her face pale and grim. "Are you scared?" Wan Ningyan shook her head gently. "I'm sad. I know it's a zombie, and if I don't kill it, it will kill me, but it was human not long ago, with a wife and children, working hard to support his family. I always feel like I killed someone." Nguyen Yang understood her perfectly. An ordinary person might be terrified to kill a fish, but killing a mutated zombie would require even greater psychological hurdles. In their previous life, the first time they killed a zombie, they remained silent for an entire night. The next day, they bowed 3 times to the corpse before finally feeling at ease. In this life, Wan Ningyan was forced to grow up quickly. In just one day, she became accustomed to the bloody scene, learned how to dig out crystal cores, and was forced to kill zombies herself. Anyone with a weaker mental state would have collapsed and cried for a long time. They're not human. Look, their eyes are cloudy and blind, they have fangs in their mouths, their skin is grayish-green, their blood is dark red, and they smell of decay. Are they human? As for you, just imagine it's a corpse possessed by aliens. Now the aliens are attacking Earth, and we must protect it, so we're on the side of justice. Since it's a just act, there's no guilt, and there shouldn't be. The wind often blew through the harbor at night. Nguyen Yang saw Wan Ningyan's long hair blown by the wind, and a smile suddenly graced her intoxicatingly beautiful face. "I used to think you looked cold, had a cold personality, and spoke coldly, yet you were called Nguyen Yang, a stark contrast. Now I realize you're cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and quite humorous. Thank you for your comfort. I adjust my mindset as soon as possible and live well with you." In his previous life, Nguyen Yang had heard Wan Ningyan complain about his name and personality countless times, and they had told each other countless times, "Let's live well together." Back then, the impact wasn't profound. Fear, hunger, and the urge to survive had numbed his emotions. In this life, Wan Ningyan's similar words intensified the strange feeling deep within Nguyen Yang's heart, like a pebble thrown into a calm pool of water, stirring up a trembling ripple. Chapter 17. If it weren't for another zombie, Nguyen Yang would have felt an urge to hug Wan Ningyan. Bang! This time, Wan Ningyan didn't hesitate, shooting the zombie in the head. "Have you made any progress?" "Yes, but the sound of gunfire can easily attract nearby zombies. If there are fewer zombies, it's better to use cold weapons." "Okay." After saying this, Nguyen Yang went to the mall, bought 50 bullets, and put them in Wan Ningyan's backpack. "This place is so big. It probably take 4 or 5 hours to pack everything up. Let's go get to work." After storing the G-Class in the space, Nguyen Yang, holding Wan Ningyan's hand, began to pack the containers as they ran. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The space has been upgraded by 1 level, expanding to 5,000 cubic meters. Your personal level has been increased by 0.2 levels. Host. New mission. Store 5,000 cubic meters of supplies within 2 days. Do you accept it? 5,000 cubic meters. Within 2 days, Nguyen Yang felt it was too difficult. Xiao Lu, is there a penalty for failing the mission? No. Host, you can give it a try. Maybe you succeed. Then accept it. Although it's a very difficult mission, having accepted it, Nguyen Yang still hopes to complete it as much as possible, treating it as a goal for herself. After all, her current stockpile of supplies is still too limited. The mall's items are limited in variety, and some are very expensive. Over-reliance on them could easily lead to running out of resources, if extreme weather prevents them from going out to kill zombies. Nuan Yang is used to having two options, but that's just the superficial reason. The deeper reason is that she believes the system holds many hidden gems. If they are unlocked later, they will definitely cost a lot of points. By then, she can simply stockpile all her supplies in her own space, saving herself from having to buy them from the mall. Nuan Yang thought this way because the mall had always been generous with gasoline. For example, if you drew a portable bathroom, electricity, and water, you get a free gift. But gasoline was unlocked immediately after you drew it, and they wouldn't give you anything. The price also confirmed its high price. After much contemplation, Nuan Yang's long-term plan took shape, and his anxiety eased considerably. He continued to focus on collecting supplies. The person holding his hand walked slower, and finally, his hand was released. I can't go on. Wan Ningyan slumped to the ground, panting, and guzzled a bottle of mineral water from her bag. Nuan Yang checked his phone. It was 9:52 p.m. He'd been collecting supplies for almost 2 hours. He didn't feel tired after taking the energy pills, but Wan Ningyan was different. It was a rare feat for her to keep walking so briskly for so long. He looked around carefully. The port was so large, but he'd barely finished collecting 2 areas, and there were still 2 more areas of containers to collect. Just rest here. I take care of the rest. I'm fine. Wan Ningyan quickly stood up, but lost her balance and stumbled backward. Nuan Yang quickly caught her. Don't be so stubborn. Get some rest. Nuan Yang then pulled a machete from his space and handed it to Wan Ningyan. Axe or knife, whichever you think is more useful. The containers here are all packed. It's very open, so we'd be able to spot any zombies immediately. If there are too many zombies, or if there's an emergency, just shoot. I come to you as soon as I hear the gunshot. Wan Ningyan pursed her lips, reluctant but helpless. Too weak to move, she had no choice but to agree. Nuan Yang didn't tire. He naturally chose the fastest way, collecting while running. Suddenly, Nuan Yang noticed several transport ships anchored to the east. Thinking of the space mission, his eyes lit up. Since there were no limited supplies, collecting a few larger items wouldn't be considered cheating. He counted 4 transport ships as he reached east, 2 of which hadn't yet been unloaded. He had secured 3, and was about to secure the 4th, when a man appeared from the bow, crossbow in hand, and shouted, "Don't move!" To save time, Nuan Yang had stored his weapons in space, using his ice spikes when he encountered zombies. Now unarmed and surrounded by no one, he quickly analyzed the pros and cons, and raised his hands above his head. "Look, brother, I don't have any weapons." "Stop lying." The man at the bow spat, his crossbow raised with no intention of lowering it. Nuan Yang made no rash moves, observing the man silently. From a distance, he could only see his bearded, muscular build. At this distance, if she used a container to block the enemy's path, she could dodge the crossbows and find an opportunity to counterattack. However, Nuan Yang didn't do so, because she realized the man had no intention of disembarking. This meant he had accomplices, and the enemy was hiding, so she couldn't take any risks. Just as she was thinking, Nuan Yang noticed the bearded man tilt his head to the left. A bad feeling welled up in her heart. Turning around, she saw a lean man, gun drawn, approaching her. It was him. Nuan Yang recognized the man. He was the second in command of Yong'an Base in her previous life, known as Advisor Zhao. The Yong'an Base, led by Wang Yong'an, had unexpectedly secured supplies from the port and established a survivor base in City S with Advisor Zhao, Yizi, Lao Li, and Brother Hai. After Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan escaped from Wang Chang's forces, they came across this base and moved in. The reason they entered the base was because they claimed to provide a safe and orderly refuge in the apocalypse, and initially, they did just that. In Yong'an Base, everyone worked in teams to forage for supplies or to work within the base in exchange for food. Bullying was prohibited, stealing, robbery, and harassing women would result in a beating, and a second offense would result in expulsion from the base. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan lowered their guard and entered the base, but they had no idea that Wang Yong'an had taken notice of Wan Ningyan. The memory abruptly ended. This was the last thing Nuan Yang wanted to recall. At Yong'an Base, she owed Wan Ningyan a debt she could never repay. Nuan Yang took a deep breath and watched military advisor Zhao approach her, the muzzle of his gun pressed against her temple. She couldn't act rashly at this moment. Military advisor Zhao was there, and the bearded man must be Brother Hai. And Wang Yong'an, Yizi, and Lao Li were nowhere to be found, and no one knew how many guns they had. "Miss, we've been observing you for a long time. How did you make the container vanish? Or rather, did you take it away?" "I awakened a special ability called Space, which allows me to store inanimate objects. Space. Zhao Junqi's narrow eyes flashed with excitement. Will the stored supplies freeze in time, preserving them forever? Yes. Nuanyang was quite surprised. This Zhao Junshi was called a military advisor because he was said to have a high IQ. She hadn't expected the rumors to be true, as he could directly guess the properties of her space. What about ice? I saw you using ice spikes to kill zombies. Is that a superpower too? Yes, an ice-based superpower. I can condense ice cones to use as darts, Nuanyang said, a look of regret on his face. It's a pity my level is too low now, so I can only condense these small weapons. Hee. Military advisor Zhao poked Nuanyang's head with the muzzle of his gun, his face full of disdain. You don't have to treat me like a fool. The zombies just appeared, and you already have 2 superpowers. How could that be all you got? No matter how powerful I am, they can't withstand your gun. Nuanyang tried to be humble, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. The bearded man began to disembark and head towards them. There were no other figures in the open space, and there was no unusual noise from the container behind him. Is this life different from the last? Only 2 of the 5 people showed up. Just as Nuanyang was thinking, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Oh no! Wan Ningyan's in trouble. Chapter 18. Don't move, or I shoot you. Don't get excited, brother. I just heard some noise, and wondered if it was the zombies. It wasn't a zombie, it was your good sister that my brother captured. Military advisor Zhao said with a smug smile. You better behave yourself, or your good sister will die. Brother, she's just a weak woman. Don't make things difficult for her. Nuanyang was anxious, but she continued to speak softly, looking for an opportunity to strike. Military advisor Zhao clearly didn't believe Nuanyang's words. He held a gun in one hand, pointing it at Nuanyang, while the other hand touched his lower back, pulling out a pair of handcuffs and throwing them to her. Cuff them yourself. Okay. I cuff them. Nuanyang lowered her head and began to cuff herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Brother Hai on the wooden plank where they were getting off the boat. That place tested his balance. Even if something happened there, he would have to get off the boat before he could fire his crossbow. Now is the time. Nuanyang carefully handcuffed his left hand, confusing the opponent. Taking advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness, he quickly grabbed Zhao Junqi's gun with his right hand and stored it in space. Simultaneously, his left hand released a container in Hai Ji's direction, blocking his view. You bitch, you're courting death. Zhao Junshi raised his foot and kicked Nuanyang in the stomach, sending her falling to the ground. I was thinking of recruiting you, but it seems I have to kill you. Zhao Junshi pulled a dagger from his trouser pocket and lunged at Nuanyang. Nuanyang immediately grasped Zhao Junqi's dagger with his left hand, blocking the incoming punches with his right arm. Trying to get up proved difficult, Zhao Junshi pitting his lower body down. He could hear footsteps approaching in the distance. It must be Haigu running to Zhao Junqi's aid. The situation was urgent, and Nuanyang needed to fight quickly, but he couldn't use his gun, fearing Nuanyang would hear the noise and harm Wan Ningyan or even abduct her and run away. After a moment's deliberation, Nuanyang remembered the saber the knife shop owner had given her. With a sudden thought, she drew her saber with her right hand and stabbed Advisor Zhao in the side with all her might. She stabbed repeatedly until she felt Advisor Zhao stop moving. Nuanyang then turned and thrust the sharp blade towards his neck. Blood immediately gushed out, staining his chest and face. Ugh! Advisor Zhao groaned, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Nuanyang. Go to hell, you beast! The blade slashed hard to the right, severing half of his neck. Blood streamed down like a stream. Nuanyang pushed him away. Advisor Zhao lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, his hands clutching his neck. He opened his mouth to breathe, but his trachea was cut open, and he could only kick and struggle helplessly, awaiting his death. Seeing Advisor Zhao's death was certain, Nuanyang rose and tried to condense an ice cone. Just as she was halfway there, Brother Hai appeared with a crossbow. Brother Zhao. Give me your life, you bitch. The arrow and the ice spike shot out almost simultaneously. With the boost from the speed-increasing pill, Nuanyang immediately tilted his body after firing the ice spike, and the short arrow grazed his shoulder. The ice spike pierced Brother Hai's forehead squarely. The 5 feet 9 inches muscular man, his eyes filled with disbelief, opened his mouth, but nothing came out as he slowly knelt on the ground. The ice spike was smaller than usual, and Nuanyang, fearing for his safety, quickly stepped behind Brother Hai, covering his mouth with one hand while slitting his trachea with his saber. Nuanyang. Another voice, and Nuanyang recognized it clearly, confirming it was Wan Ningyan's. He dropped the body, drew his submachine gun, and headed for the source of the noise. Southward was the last area, an area Nwanyang hadn't had time to collect. The densely packed containers obstructed his view. Nwanyang held his submachine gun and walked lightly. The further he walked, the more rustling sounds he could hear. Woo woo woo. Exciting? Brother Wang, hurry up. I want to play with a female celebrity too. Get lost. I'm next. Shut up. That woman is a bitch. You guys keep a close eye on her. Military advisor, come and help if you need anything. Brother Zhao is so capable, he'd be fine. Brother Wang, let's just watch and see. It's good to have a good time. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing the noises, Nwanyang realized what the three men were doing. Fury flared, and he rushed forward, rifle drawn. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of gunfire rang out, and Nwanyang's eyes were red with anger. Especially at the sight of Wan Ningyan, he wished he could hack these people into pieces. Nwanyang didn't stop until he ran out of bullets. Two of his men fell to the side, and Wang Yongdan died on Wan Ningyan's body. Ningyan! Nwanyang peeled open Wang Yongdan's body. Wan Ningyan was terrified, her hair disheveled, her eyes tearing, the right side of her cheek red as if she'd been beaten, and her clothes half torn. Fortunately, I wasn't too late. Ningyan, I'm coming! Don't be afraid, I'm coming! Nwanyang? Wan Ningyan stared at Nwanyang for a long moment with vacant eyes. Only after receiving her affirmative response did she collapse and cry. Nwanyang. Whoa. It's okay. The bad guys are dead. No one can hurt you. The comfort had little effect. Wan Ningyan only cried louder. Nwanyang could only hold her and wait for her to vent. At the same time, his inner remorse reached a peak. Slow down, slow down. How could he leave Wan Ningyan alone? Nwanyang couldn't imagine what would happen to Wan Ningyan if he had arrived too late, or if he hadn't been able to defeat those two men. If that had happened, would he still be able to face Wan Ningyan? Thinking of this, Nwanyang felt a surge of guilt, and he hugged Wan Ningyan tightly. Ningyan, I won't leave you alone anymore. I swear. Yeah. Wan Ningyan responded with tears in her voice, slowly calming down. She raised her head, her face wet with tears, her rosy lips trembling from time to time. Did you attract any zombies? No, you can cry as much as you want. The zombies nearby have been cleared out. No need to suppress yourself. The fact that no zombies approached despite the roar of the submachine guns meant the port was clear of them. Wan Ningyan shook her head, she cried enough. She looked at Nwanyang with red, swollen eyes, then suddenly reached out to touch his face. The clammy feeling on her fingertips made her worried. Blood? Are you okay? They said you were captured and that they'd kill you if I didn't obey. I thought you were in their clutches. I'm fine. I slashed the throats of both of my accomplices, and then I rushed to save you. Are you hurt? No. Just a few hits. Your face? It hurts a little. Nwanyang gently pinched her chin and tilted it to the left. Her right cheek was red, and 2 or 3 bloodstains could be vaguely seen, as if from fingernail scratches. This is a medical pill. It healed the wound. Open your mouth. Wan Ningyan had become accustomed to Nwanyang's strange pills, so she obediently opened her mouth and swallowed the white pill. A moist tongue licked her fingertips, and Nwanyang's pupils shrank, and he withdrew his hand awkwardly. How did you run into them? I rested well, and since the West District was far from you, I came to look for you. After you gathered your supplies, we could leave. I discovered someone there armed, and seemingly unfriendly. Fearing you'd be in trouble, I went to warn you, but someone suddenly grabbed me from behind and covered my mouth. There were 3 of them, and I couldn't fight or break free, so they dragged me here. Why didn't you shoot? Wan Ningyan's face tinged with guilt. I put it in my bag, and I didn't have time to get it. You? Nwanyang was truly disappointed. He had a gun and precision ammunition, yet he was caught because he didn't have time to get his weapons. Keep your gun with you from now on, so you can draw it quickly if you're in danger. Do you understand? Wan Ningyan, feeling guilty, immediately nodded in agreement. By the time she spoke, the wound on her face had healed. Put on your coat. After we collected the remaining containers, I find a safe place for you to change. Okay. Chapter 19. Wan Ningyan put on her coat, found her backpack, and strapped it on. She reached for Nwanyang's hand, only to find it sticky as soon as she touched it. Nwanyang, you're bleeding. Nwanyang then realized that her left hand had been injured when she blocked the dagger. Not only that, but her left shoulder had also been nicked by the arrow. It's okay, I bandage it with gauze later. What are you waiting for? Bandage it now. Wan Ningyan was very assertive in this matter, and Nuanyang couldn't resist. She took out the first aid kit, and shone the flashlight on her phone in her right hand as she watched her bandage herself. The bleeding had stopped on the long, thin cut on her shoulder, and she only needed to apply some medicine and bandage it. The cut on her palm wasn't deep, but it bled profusely. As Wan Ningyan bandaged it, tears welled in her eyes. She would look up from time to ask Nuanyang if it hurt. Her concern eased Nuanyang's pain somewhat, and she couldn't help but think, no wonder so many people like Wan Ningyan. Who wouldn't be confused? After the bandage was finished, Wan Ningyan suddenly looked at Nuanyang. Have you taken those medical pills? It's a minor wound, no need. My wound is even smaller, so why are you giving it to me? Nuanyang looked at Wan Ningyan's now recovered face and smiled. It's different. A scar on your face would be ugly, but a scar on my palm is fine. Wan Ningyan wasn't comforted and bit her lower lip, feeling unhappy. Nuanyang coughed softly and held out his right hand. Let's go gather the supplies. Afterwards, Nuanyang didn't rush. He held Wan Ningyan's hand as they walked slowly, gathering the supplies. If Wan Ningyan felt tired, he would stop and rest. After such a delay, it was already early morning when Nuanyang packed up all the containers. Host, are you signing in? Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 L of premium drinking water, 2 large pork rib noodles, 2 lobster rice bowls, and 1 pound of cream strawberries. After hearing about the sign-in benefits, Nuanyang felt much better. The more free goodies, the better. The harbor was already empty. Nuanyang walked to the southeast exit and saw a van. It must be Wang Yanan and his crew. He casually put it into his space and gave Wan Ningyan a mysterious smile. I show you something nice. Huh? Wan Ningyan, confused, watched Nuanyang raise his hand toward the open space ahead, and a small house appeared. Her eyes widened in shock. You can acquire a house in this space? It's not a house, it's a portable bathroom. Go inside and take a look. Wan Ningyan gently opened the door. Inside was a bright, warm orange light. The first thing she saw was the sink. Above it was a vertical mirror. Behind the mirror was a cabinet for cosmetics. A black hair dryer hung on the left wall, and above that was a towel rack. To the right, a sliding door opened to the bathroom, which housed a smart toilet, a wastebasket, and a small phone holder on the wall. There was also a charging outlet nearby, a very thoughtful touch. Further in, the laundry room opened, with a washing machine and dryer side by side, and 3 storage baskets opposite for dirty clothes. The last sliding door opened to the shower room, fully equipped with a heater, hairdryer, and ventilation. 2 built-in shelves on the wall held toiletries. Wan Ningyan was stunned by these features, repeatedly exclaiming wow. What shocked her most was that there was electricity and running water, yet it appeared out of nowhere. How could there be water and electricity without any plumbing or electrical connections? Nuanyang. Where did this come from? It's amazing. Wan Ningyan trotted to the bathroom. Nuanyang was putting cosmetics in the cabinets, all of which Wan Ningyan used regularly. Hearing this, Nuanyang simply smiled at her and continued to take items out of the space and put them out. The rewards for the space upgrade. My reaction the first time I saw them was the same as yours, but when I think about it, I was able to be reborn, so it's not surprising that these magical things appear. That's true. Wan Ningyan seemed to accept it well, so Nuanyang stopped explaining. After putting away all the necessary supplies, Nuanyang took out 2 sets of clothes. Go change inside, and we leave for Qingda Trade Fair. Can I take a shower? It smells so badly of blood. No, I give you time to shower after we put away the necessary supplies. Okay. After Wan Ningyan went in, Nuanyang washed his face. There was a lot of blood splatter on his chin and neck, and there was also a spot on his chest. Some of the blood had seeped through his clothes and onto his skin, and there was a bloody smell. Nuanyang also longed for a shower, but she couldn't wait any longer, so she had to endure it. She undressed, wiped the blood off her chest, and was about to put on her t-shirt when the sliding door opened, followed by Wan Ningyan's apology. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. It's okay, I don't mind. Nuanyang truly didn't mind. They'd been honest and frank with each other many times in their previous life, and she truly had no shame in front of Wan Ningyan. After changing and Wan Ningyan washed her face, they took out their G-Class and headed for Qingda. Originally, Nuanyang wanted to drive so she wouldn't get tired and Wan Ningyan could catch some sleep, but her hand was injured, and Wan Ningyan refused to let her drive, so she had no choice but to take the passenger seat. The journey was smooth, after all, having cleared the zombies on the way here. Yang checked his phone's notes. There was a pharmacy on the way that we could loot. Ningyan, pull over to the road ahead, and let's go check out the pharmacy. Okay. The area was sparsely populated, with only 5 small shops along the road, 2 repair shops, a fast food restaurant, a small supermarket, and the last one, the pharmacy. Hee. Yang had just gotten out of the car when he heard the movement of zombies, followed by the shutters of the repair shop. Yang, are there zombies? Ningyan fearfully hugged Yang's arm. Her previously formidable courage had diminished considerably after the incident with Yandan. Yeah, but it looks like he's locked up in the store. Then let's just go to the pharmacy and leave it alone. Where's your gun? It's on my waist. Ningyan lifted the hem of her shirt. Don't worry. I don't want to be bullied anymore. Yang saw the gun and said nothing more. She tiptoed with Ningyan to the pharmacy door. The door was closed, and it was pitch black inside. Through the glass, it looked empty and devoid of zombies. But Yang noticed 2 low containers against the doorway, suggesting someone might be inside. Whispering to Ningyan, Yang unlocked the door with her master key, raised her gun, and used her foot to move the 2 containers aside, slowly walking inside. To the right were 3 rows of empty shelves, no one in sight. So, he must be hiding at the checkout counter. There was a light switch on the wall, and Yang simply turned it on. Ordinary people couldn't possibly have guns, so as long as her vision was clear, her strength was overwhelming. Ningyan held the axe in one hand, and grabbed the hem of Yang's clothes at the back of his waist with the other hand, crouching down and following him. When she heard a noise, she was so scared that she stuck to Yang's back. Yang was knocked back by the blow and took 2 steps forward, secretly regretting, I shouldn't have given her so many powerful pills, so recklessly. Don't kill us! A woman's voice suddenly rang out from the cash register, and Yang immediately drew his gun. Who? Come out! If you don't come out, I shoot! A middle-aged, slightly plump woman in a white coat immediately stood up from behind the cash register, her hands raised, a look of terror on her face. Don't shoot! I'm the owner here. I mean no harm. Zombies suddenly appeared, and my daughter and I had nowhere to hide, so we stayed in the pharmacy waiting for help. That's all. As the woman spoke, a little girl with pigtails appeared beside her, her eyes filled with fear, and she spoke timidly. Sister, don't kill us. Mom and I are good people. Yang took a step closer, taking a closer look at the 2 people and the cash register. The mother and daughter were unarmed and looked somewhat similar. There was an open bag of cookies under the cash register, so it looked like they were telling the truth. Ningyan poked her head out from behind Yang, looked for a moment, then tiptoed to his ear. Yang, they're probably not bad people. Yeah. Putting his gun down, Yang scanned the pharmacy. The shelves were overflowing with medicine, and there should still be some in the cabinets at the back, enough to last a few years. We're here to stock up on medicine. We won't hurt you. Just stay at the checkout counter, and don't move. Okay. Take it. All yours. Just don't hurt us. Yang gestured for Ningyan to keep an eye on them, then began collecting the medicine. To save time, he packed it directly into the pharmacy, along with the shelves. In just a few minutes, the entire pharmacy was empty. Chapter 20. After gathering the supplies, Yang called out to Ningyan and prepared to leave, when the female owner of the pharmacy suddenly begged. 2 ladies, can you please do me a favor? Ningyan didn't respond, looking at Yang, who signaled the woman to continue. My home is just around the corner, about a 15-minute drive away. I think you're quite capable. Could you escort us home? Why would I help you? I pay you. I have medicine in my warehouse, 2 or 3 times more than this. I give it all to you. If you take us back, my daughter and I will starve to death if we stay here. Please! Yang wasn't interested in escorting, but the reward was indeed attractive. In the apocalypse, extreme heat and cold are both prone to illness, and there might be other natural disasters in the future, so medicine is essential. Besides, Ningyan's parents aren't young. As they age, they develop many common ailments common to the elderly, and they also rely on medicine. If it's just an escort back home, we get a batch of medicine and supplies, making the deal a good one. After a moment's thought, Yang agreed. Both mother and daughter were excited and carefully walked away from the cashier. You sit in the back seat and show us the way. Don't make any small moves, or you be shot. Got it. Got it. After the instructions were given, the 4 of them got in the car. Ningyan was driving again, and Yang sat in the passenger seat, gun in hand. The suburbs were sparsely populated, and there were only a few zombies along the way, only 2 or 3. Nguyen Yang didn't even get out of the car, but rolled down the window and took care of them with his ice pick. The mother and daughter in the back seat grew even more apprehensive at this. The little girl hid in her mother's arms, not daring to look at Nguyen Yang. The red iron gate up ahead is my home. Wan Ningyan slowly parked the car. Nguyen Yang asked everyone to get in first, and he got out to survey the surroundings. Most of the residents here lived in small 2- or 3-story villas with courtyards. On the second floor of the small villa diagonally behind, Nguyen Yang saw someone observing him. Their eyes met, and the person secretly observing him retreated back home. Get out of the car. It's safe. As soon as Wan Ningyan got out of the car, she ran behind Nguyen Yang and hugged her waist, like a little pendant. Why are you getting so timid? I'm afraid of ghosts. It's so dark here, I feel like evil spirits might appear. So you're afraid of ghosts too? Wan Ningyan had said this in her previous life, but Nguyen Yang had forgotten. After all, in that life, they were more afraid of zombies and hunger. Come in, ladies. A small door opened to the right of the red iron gate. Nguyen Yang, holding the pendant, followed the mother and daughter. The yard was clean. On the left was a 2-story building, and to the right was a small flat. The rest was empty space, with tools stacked against the wall. Grandma. The little girl called out for her grandmother, but her mother stopped her after only one call, fearing she might attract the zombies. After telling her daughter to be quiet, the mother took out her key and opened the door. Perhaps nervousness or the darkness prevented her from seeing clearly. She kept the key from going in. Click. The door opened on its own. Nguyen Yang saw a gray-haired elderly woman emerge, her cautious face lit with surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Xia. My Xiar. You're back. Mom, I'm back. Are you okay? Mom's fine. Oh. Xiaobao's here too. That's so good. Thank God for your protection. Grandma. I'm hungry. Grandma cook you something. Come on, Xiaobao, let's go home. Perhaps it had been a long time since she'd seen such a heartwarming scene, and Nguyen Yang felt a little uncomfortable. She turned away, and suddenly heard Wan Ningyan's envious voice. That's great. I miss my mom too. Nguyen Yang didn't have a mom. Nguyen Yang was an orphan, cold and quiet since childhood. He was adopted twice, and then returned home. The only person he could truly call a mother was the director, but the director's love was shared with every child in the orphanage. Nguyen Yang only received a little more care than others. Nguyen Yang didn't know the happiness of having a mother, nor had she experienced being loved wholeheartedly. Therefore, she couldn't empathize with Wan Ningyan, and couldn't offer any words of comfort. Nguyen Yang simply gently held Wan Ningyan's hand, silently comforting her. However, Wan Ningyan, who had been melancholy just a moment ago, now brightened up again. Nguyen Yang, my mom cooks deliciously. What do you like? Let her cook it from now on. I make sure you're plump and healthy. And my dad's a good cook too, but he's even better at farming. Learn how to grow vegetables from him, and we have fresh veggies to eat. My brother isn't like that. He's a useless little fellow like me, but he eats more than I do. Let him do all the hard work from now on. We can't let all that food go to waste. Nguyen Yang chuckled. What about you? Are you going to be an overseer? I'm different. I'm going to fight zombies with you. Let me tell you, I have a pretty good shot. I never miss a shot. Maybe I be a sharpshooter and protect you. I'm looking forward to it then. During the conversation, the female owner of the pharmacy approached with an apologetic look on her face. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Come with me. This is the warehouse. The woman led Nguyen Yang and the others to the front of the small flat. After unlocking the door and turning on the chandelier, they discovered boxes of medicine inside. Well, could you please let me keep some of the commonly used medications and blood pressure medication? My children are young and prone to illness, and my mother has high blood pressure. I won't take too much, just enough to last a year. Is that okay? Sure, please leave more. Also, take some summer heat relief and cold remedies. The woman was clearly surprised by Nguyen Yang's words. After a moment's hesitation, she immediately thanked him with a beaming smile. Thank you, thank you. You two are truly kind and sweet. Thank you so much. You're welcome. You pay us and we escort you. It's an equal trade. Thank you too. After all, it's a favor to help, and I can't force you to refuse. As the woman spoke, she expertly searched the warehouse for medicine. After a few minutes, she emerged with 2 small cartons of medicine. That's enough for me. You can take the rest. Yes. The warehouse was indeed full of medicine, more than 3 times, if not 5 times, the amount in the pharmacy. While more medicine is always better, Nuanyang felt a little embarrassed to hold it in his hands. This far exceeded the reward the woman had promised him. Xia. Mom, why did you come out? These steamed buns are for my 2 benefactors. Nuanyang heard Wan Ningyan's polite refusal, and the old woman's insistent words of thanks for the steamed buns. Ningyan, just accept what the old woman gave you. The noise outside soon died down, and Nuanyang heard someone enter the house. The old woman must have gone back inside. In the apocalypse, Nuanyang hadn't encountered a kind person in ages. No, it should be said that kind people died early in the early stages of the apocalypse. Those who survived had adapted to the harsh reality, or were willing to compromise. Nuanyang had seen elegant men become lackeys just to earn a bite, and had also seen beautiful women use their bodies to seek protection. They were all right, only those without conscience could survive. After collecting all the medicine, Nuanyang's heart grew heavier. She felt sorry for the kindness of the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, but her power was too limited. Even with the incredible assistance of the system, she would have a difficult time in the apocalypse. Forget it, let it all be left to fate. Nuanyang left 5 bags of rice, some bacon, and vegetables to dry in the warehouse. After leaving, she found only the woman and Wan Ningyan in the yard. Wan Ningyan was holding a bag of steamed buns. Thank you for the medicine. We are leaving. I should be the one thanking you. I wouldn't dare take my daughter home alone. What are your plans for the future? Well, I called the police. I'm waiting for them at home, the woman said, a look of worry on her face. But in this world, I don't know how long we get them. The food at home will eventually run out. Instead of waiting to die here, why not find out about the military safe base and go there and fight? Nuanyang said, put his arm around Wan Ningyan's waist, and led her away. As for the woman's choice, it didn't matter. Nuanyang had done what he could. Chapter 21. Now that we stocked up on medicine, our next destination is Xingda Trade Center. It was already 2:30 a.m., and Nuanyang was worried Wan Ningyan might lose consciousness and drive into a ditch. After much persuasion, he finally got behind the wheel. Eat something and get some sleep. I call you when we get there. Aren't you hungry? A little. Wan Ningyan pulled a bun from her bag and held it to Nuanyang's lips. I feed you. Nuanyang looked at the road as he lowered his head and took a big bite. The mushroom and vegetable bun was delicious. As he ate, he caught a glimpse of Wan Ningyan stuffing the remaining half of the bun into her mouth. Suddenly, he felt a little uneasy. That lady was really kind. She gave me 10 whole buns. They were so delicious. What a shame. There's no man at home to help. It'd be hard to survive in the apocalypse. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Even if a woman risks her life, men will be wary. Wan Ningyan suddenly reached out and pinched Nuanyang's cheek, teasing, You're making all the sense. Why did you help her just now? I needed medicine. In the apocalypse, medicine is more important than food. Then why did you secretly give her food? Did you see? Wan Ningyan withdrew her hand, looking very proud. I took the buns and wanted you to save some food in exchange. Then I saw you putting rice there. It seems we have a tacit understanding. With that food, they should be able to live longer. Nuanyang disagreed. Maybe it's their death warrant. What do you mean? I just arrived at her house and saw someone snooping around. It means her family is being targeted. They were all neighbors, and her family only had 3 women. Everyone must have known that, so when food was scarce, they would definitely target her first. And cooking always creates a fragrant aroma, making them the first target. When all the food was gone, the weaker women would still be the prime targets, becoming food for others. Children, especially, were often the first to be eaten, as their flesh was tender. After hearing Nuanyang's words, Wan Ningyan fell silent, and the steamed bun in her hand lost its fragrance. Don't be sad, and don't blame yourself. This is the norm in the apocalypse. Out of sight, the law of the jungle unfolds every day. If that woman had listened to me and gone to the military base, she might have had a chance of survival. If she hadn't, you can't blame anyone. This is how the apocalypse works. The weak are the first to be eliminated. Wan Ningyan sighed and fell silent. Don't think about it. Go to sleep. Nuanyang took out a blanket for her and turned on the car music, selecting a soothing sleep song. The violin played melodiously. Wan Ningyan initially stubbornly tried to accompany Nuanyang, but she was soon lulled to sleep by the music. Nuanyang parked the car by the roadside, covered Wan Ningyan with a blanket, and put on earplugs before setting off again. Xingda Trade Center was close to the city center. The further Nuanyang drove, the more traffic jams he encountered, and the more zombies there were. Host, I found 2 missions that would be perfect for you. Take them. Mission 1. Kill 1,000 zombies within 3 days. Mission 2. Spend 5,000 points in the mall. Is there a penalty for failure? No. I take them all. With the missions, Nuanyang changed his strategy. He stopped building ice bridges. If there were traffic jams, he stored the cars in his spaceship. If there were zombies, he'd get out and kill them. On the one hand, she wanted to save some gas and try her luck in the car to see if there was any gold or silver jewelry to exchange for points. On the other hand, she wanted to kill some zombies before dawn to complete her quest. Her ice-based ability would definitely cause trouble once daybreak arrived, so she planned to use it as little as possible. At dawn, they were only 1.7 kilometers away from Xingda Trade Center. Not wanting to attract attention, Nuanyang woke Wan Ningyan and planned to walk there. Wan Ningyan stretched, sleepy-eyed, and sat in the passenger seat for a long moment. Get out. The house next door looks empty. Let's go wash up. Okay. Wan Ningyan, still dazed, got out of the car. Only after the G-Class disappeared did she regain consciousness, and quickly ran to Nuanyang's side, hugging her arm. Are there any zombies nearby? No. Let's go. It's a good time to eat and recharge. There were many houses along the road, and Nuanyang chose one with an open door, which was likely to be empty. After entering the house, they closed the door and casually parked a car in front of the entrance. The house was a complete mess, with all the drawers open and some furniture lying on the floor. The owner must have fled. Yes. Nuanyang shared Wan Ningyan's opinion, but just to be safe, she still took an axe and checked every area before she felt at ease. No one's there. Let's wash up first. A portable bathroom was set up in the open space. Wan Ningyan went to wash up first, while Nuanyang cleared the table and moved 2 chairs. Remembering the 2 bowls of pork chop noodles she received for signing in today, Nuanyang grabbed them, and also took 2 bottles of strawberry milk. Wow! Smells so good. As soon as Wan Ningyan came out, she sat down at the table, staring at the large plate of noodles, sniffing like a puppy. If you're hungry, eat first. No need to wait for me. After that, Nuanyang went to wash up. Just as she finished, Wan Ningyan arrived. Nuanyang, there's a knock on the door. I go check. The knock wasn't loud. Nuanyang parked the car in the carport and peered through the peephole to see a man and a woman outside. The man had messy hair, an unshaven beard, and dark circles under his eyes. The woman behind him was a little cleaner, but not in good shape either. Stop knocking. Who are you? What do you want from us? Beauty, I live across the street from yours, so we're neighbors. I saw you make a car disappear, and I thought you were pretty capable, so I came to ask if you'd like to team up with us? Sorry, not interested. Beauty, don't be so quick to refuse. We're a big group, 27 households. Each household can send 1 man. We can team up to find supplies and fight zombies. It's safer. I said we don't want to team up, don't you understand? Nuanyang's voice was filled with annoyance and warning. The man was a little timid, but he kept trying to persuade him. Only when Nuanyang left, machete in hand, did he, frightened, take off. The woman behind him quickly followed. Sheathing the machete, Nuanyang looked in the direction the 2 men had fled. It was indeed the gate of the residential complex across the street. The entrance was heavily barricaded. As they were returning, someone opened the door for them, and someone else was looking in his direction. We might be being targeted. Huh? We're not even on a team, so why are they targeting us? I don't know, but those 2 were coerced. How did you know? He said the residents in their neighborhood had formed a team to gather supplies and kill zombies. But when he came to see me, he was unarmed, and his teammate was a woman. This means he's not the core of the team. They must have forced them here, probably to lower our guard and trick us into coming. Wan Ningyan's expression darkened for a second, and she didn't even think the noodles were tasty anymore. Then what should we do? If there really are 27 households, we can't defeat them. What's there to be afraid of with guns? Those are people. I can't bring myself to do it. Nuanyang chuckled. I told you to scare them with a gun, not kill them. If they don't have any ill intentions, why waste the bullets? Wan Ningyan realized she had misjudged him. I didn't react for a moment. Let's eat quickly, and then leave early. It's best to avoid them. After quickly finishing breakfast, Nuanyang cleared the room of furniture before leaving Wan Ningyan out. Chapter 22. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan walked for a while, when they noticed someone following them. Even the carefree Wan Ningyan could sense it. Nuanyang, it seems someone's following us. Well, let's just ignore it and see what they're up to. Nuanyang prioritized stockpiling. As for these little flies, he simply ignored them. Because he didn't want to expose his ice powers, Nuanyang killed any zombies he encountered with a machete, while Wan Ningyan used an axe to finish off any zombies whose necks weren't completely severed. In this way, the two of them worked together all the way to Xingda Trade Center. Nuanyang, those guys are still following us. Let's go in first and wait for them. The clothing wholesale market was usually a bustling place. Besides those buying goods, there were also many customers, especially college students and the elderly, who came to buy clothes. Therefore, there were many zombies in the area. Nuanyang encountered 3 zombies as soon as he entered. After killing them, he found the nearest shop, which was a mess, with many clothes still stained with blood. After tidying up a bit, he took Wan Ningyan and hid inside. Wait here for a while, wait for those guys. Okay. The shop had only one entrance. Nuanyang stood at the front, machete in hand, slashing down any zombies that approached. Wan Ningyan hid behind Nuanyang, craning her neck to look around, occasionally muttering to him, "So-and-so's clothes are bad, so-and-so's wounds are disgusting. It seems you're not afraid anymore, so why don't you stand in front?" Wan Ningyan waved her hands in fear. "No, no, no. I can't. You stand in front. You're trying to bully others." "Yes, yes, I'm a fox, weak, pitiful, and helpless." As the two chatted, someone entered the doorway. It was more like a group. Nuanyang took a quick look, at least 10 people, all men. Compared to the man who had come to invite them earlier, these men were sturdy, cleanly dressed, and in good spirits. Most of them carried kitchen knives, homemade spears, and iron rods. 3 of them were armed with machetes. One was short but muscular, with a face full of flesh, looking formidable. One was tall and thin, wearing glasses, dressed elegantly but with a fierce expression. The man in the middle holding a knife, wearing a baseball cap, was tall and muscular, with slightly dark skin, resembling a boxing coach. "Hey guys, what are you trying to do after following me all this way?" The group hadn't expected Nuanyang to be waiting for them at the door. Surprised, they all looked at the man in the baseball cap in the middle. The man first glanced at the zombie corpse on the ground before stepping forward and offering a kind smile. "Two ladies, I see you're quite skilled. Why don't you team up? I remember I already turned you down." The man was embarrassed. "That guy can't talk, so I invite you myself. Hello, my name is Wuda. We're all residents of the same complex. When the zombies arrived, we spontaneously formed a team to survive. I'm not very talented, but I'm trusted by everyone, so I became the team leader." Wuda paused, and seeing that Nuanyang didn't intend to speak, he continued. "The world is so chaotic now. No matter how skilled you women are, you're still women. You can't compete with us men, who are strong and capable of fighting and resisting. Look at our team. Everyone is strong and capable. We can definitely protect you. Besides, our complex has food and weapons, and the zombies have been completely eliminated. You can live a peaceful life without having to risk searching for supplies. What do you two think?" "Not interested." Wuda, surprised by Nuanyang's disrespect, suddenly darkened. "Madam, I'm inviting you sincerely. Don't be ungrateful." The crowd behind the man raised their weapons at this, their faces menacing. This was a blatant threat. Nuanyang wasn't afraid. Without firearms, she wasn't intimidated. But she didn't want to resort to murder either. Just as she was about to open her mouth to warn him, Wan Ningyan popped her head out from behind her and cursed softly. "A sincere invitation is a threat? Pa! You stinking bitch." Wuda was about to curse, but upon seeing her face, his brows suddenly lit up. "Wan Ningyan? You're the national goddess, Wan Ningyan." "It's me, what's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so men erupted in excitement, rushing to the shop entrance, vying for a glimpse of Wan Ningyan. The men's expressions were lewd, their eyes lewd. Some glanced at each other with sly grins. Nuanyang had seen so many of these expressions in her previous life that she knew what they were thinking. Suppressing her anger, she raised her machete and issued a final warning. "I already refused to join the team. Now get out of here, or I'd be rude." "How do you want to be rude, little sister? Tell us, brothers?" "That's right, we want to see you being rude too." "Oh, you have such a hot temper. This must be so much fun." Wuda, the leader, dropped his earlier pretense and smiled lewdly. "I haven't slept with any female celebrities yet. Brothers, let's catch them and have some fun." "Okay." Looking for death. Just as Nguyen Yang was about to strike, a bang rang out, and Wu Da's crotch was stained red with blood. The next second, screams rang out. Turning around, Nguyen Yang saw Wan Ningyan holding a pistol, her expression fierce, her lips pursed, her brow furrowed. She was clearly furious. I didn't realize you had such a hot temper. It's his fault for being so foul-mouthed. He deserves to be riddled with children. Nguyen Yang's lips curled up secretly. Good thing he didn't show any mercy, and it saved him the trouble of having to take action. The group before him was already in chaos, shouting, "They have guns," as they retreated. Wu Da lay on the ground, groaning and screaming with no one to help him. Zombies! Zombies are coming! Run! Someone shouted, and the defeated group scurried toward the door. The zombies, drawn to the sound, rushed in. Some began to eat Wu Da, who hadn't had time to escape, while the rest, unable to grab anything, ran after the group. Wu Da's screams intensified. Nguyen Yang covered Wan Ningyan's eyes, and whispered in her ear, "Be quiet." After just a minute or two, Wu Da fell silent. A moment later, ripped from his flesh, he mutated, blood-soaked, his eyes clouded. He shakily stood up, and the surrounding zombies, seemingly bewildered, began to wander slowly. Nguyen Yang condensed icicles from his palms, killing all the zombies in sight. He then froze Wu Da's body, releasing the trembling Wan Ningyan. "Let's go, find some supplies." Wan Ningyan took a deep breath and left the shop. Seeing Wu Da's frozen body, she asked, puzzled, "Why freeze it?" "He's just died, and the strong smell of blood will likely attract all the nearby zombies." Another reason was that they were afraid Wan Ningyan would have nightmares if she saw Wu Da's plight. After all, just hearing his screams would make even the faintest of hearts tremble. Without the group of people following him, Nguyen Yang focused on killing zombies, while Wan Ningyan used the master key to open the door. The two of them cooperated all the way, and met survivors when they found the third floor. The shop door was locked, and Wan Ningyan heard no zombie movement when she knocked. When she opened it, 3 girls, scissors in hand, stared at her in horror. "Nguyen Yang, there's a living person here." "Then forget it. Next shop." "Okay." Wan Ningyan went straight to the next shop, while Nguyen Yang continued clearing the zombies on this floor. She had become quite proficient with the ice cones, capable of condensing 10 at a time. She could sense her ability limit rising. It seemed frequent use was helping. After killing the last zombie, Nguyen Yang went to find Wan Ningyan. Just then, 4 people emerged from the adjacent shop. 3 of them looked like college students, and one, a middle-aged woman, carried a shoulder bag, presumably the shop owner. "Excuse me, are you here to rescue someone?" "No." With that, Nguyen Yang headed straight for Wan Ningyan's shop, a wholesaler of summer clothing, primarily t-shirts. "Nguyen Yang, look at that. 360 degrees, Woodpecker, Adidas, all pirated. So talented. This kind of wholesale market caters to the middle and low-end market, so it's normal to have a lot of pirated goods." Nguyen Yang, thinking of something, continued, "Next time we come across a high-end mall, we can look for some brand-name clothing, the kind that's high quality and durable." "Okay." The two chatted as they gathered their supplies. The 4 living beings silently walked to the door and watched them. Wan Ningyan glanced at Nguyen Yang, but seeing that Nguyen Yang didn't react, she remained silent and continued piling the clothes together, making it easier for Nguyen Yang to quickly store them in her space. When the shop was empty, and the two were leaving, the 4 individuals blocked their path. "Please make way. Sister, can we follow you?" Nguyen Yang observed the 4 of them carefully. 3 of them looked like students, with youthful faces. Each held a pair of scissors. The middle-aged woman next to them had an honest look and a fruit knife. With this setup, they wouldn't survive for many days in the apocalypse. Chapter 23. We're here to retrieve supplies. We leave after we're done, and we won't be taking you with us. But we clear the zombies in this building. You can take this opportunity to find some weapons and food, then head to the military's safe base. The 3 girls were young, their emotions clearly written all over their faces. Hearing Nguyen Yang's words, they all felt like deflated balls, dejected. 2 beauties. The middle-aged woman, who had been silent until then, stepped forward and said gently, "Are you going to the military base after you retrieve supplies?" "No." "Is that so? Then can I follow you?" "Of course, the road wasn't built by my family, so anyone can use it." At this, everyone looked surprised. Nguyen Yang saw it and continued, "But I won't protect you. I won't take you in my car, I won't share your food, and if I see you being chased by zombies, I just pretend I didn't see anything. If you interfere with my schedule, I beat you up. If you can handle it, follow me." Nguyen Yang's typical bad guy policy. No refusal, no responsibility. The four people, who had just been rejoicing, now felt as if they were falling into an abyss, their faces grim. Nguyen Yang had no time to care about their emotions. He had already pointed out the clear path, and whether to follow it was a personal choice. Get out of the way. Perhaps frightened by Nguyen Yang's icy gaze, the three girls blocking the doorway immediately made way. Nguyen Yang led Wan Ningyan to the next door. Wan Ningyan couldn't match Nguyen Yang's indifference. She took in the four people's expressions, and whispered encouragement, "Hurry and find some supplies. Go for it." The dazzling woman's words caught the attention of the university student, who stared at Wan Ningyan's retreating figure in surprise. She looks like Wan Ningyan? Xiao Jia, you're a fan, are you sure it's Wan Ningyan? Yes. It's her. From behind, they look exactly alike. What about that girl next to her? She's pretty too. Could she be a celebrity too? So, she looks like that singer named Nguyen Yang. In that case, the three girls exchanged glances, understanding each other, and immediately followed. Sister Wan, we grew up watching your movies. You can't just stand by and watch someone die. Yes, sister, we're students at the University of Tokyo. We don't have any relatives here. We definitely won't make it to the military base alive. Please help us. Sister Ningyan, talk to your friends and take us with you. We be good and won't cause you any trouble. The middle-aged woman also came forward. I can do the laundry and cook. If you don't mind, I'd be your babysitter from now on. Wan Ningyan hadn't expected things to turn out this way, and looked at Nguyen Yang for help. You've been soft-hearted, and you've been entangled. I just felt sorry for them. What should we do now? Do you want to take them with you? Wan Ningyan bit her lower lip, a troubled expression on her face. She looked at Nguyen Yang with watery eyes, then shook her head gently. I'm tired enough on my own. I can't take them with me anymore. You're still quite lucid. Just ignore what they're saying and hurry up and collect the supplies. It took nearly 2 hours for Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan to finally gather all the clothing and supplies from the 6 floors. The group behind them, begging for help, grew from 4 to 9. 6 women and 3 men, mostly college students, all looked eagerly at Nguyen Yang. They knew he was the one making the decisions, and they had begged him no less than 100 times along the way. Nguyen Yang couldn't possibly bring a bunch of people with him, so she took Wan Ningyan and prepared to leave immediately. With so many zombies outside, she figured they wouldn't dare follow. Before they even left the gate, several people, seemingly aware of Nguyen Yang's intentions, rushed to the main gate, blocking their path. Sister Nguyen Yang. The man who spoke was a male university student, fair-skinned and very refined. His face flushed with anxiety. Why won't you take us away? You're so capable, yet you're so cold-blooded to watch someone die without helping. That's right. We're still students, and you're an adult, you should help us. Our demands aren't high. Just send us to the military base. We've been begging all this way. Even if it's a rock, it should be warmed up by now. We've been trapped here for 2 days, with no food or water. Sister, please have mercy on us, or we die. I'm still young. I really don't want to die. Woohoo! A group of people were acting pitifully. Wan Ningyan frowned as she listened, hugging Nguyen Yang's arm tightly, saying nothing. She didn't dare to show any sympathy anymore. Nguyen Yang looked at the group, a bit furious. A few little brats were clinging to him, and they were even resorting to moral blackmail. It's the end of the world. Who's going to pamper you? Just so you know, I already helped you enough. First, I killed all the zombies in this building. Second, I left all the supplies with you, except for the clothes. Third, I told you you could go to the military base. After all that help, is there a problem with not taking you with me? Besides, you're so weak. Bringing you along would be like bringing a bunch of idiots along. You slowed down my stockpiling and make me bother saving you. Why would I waste my energy and food feeding a bunch of useless people? The blunt words made the group blush. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. One girl, however, was unconvinced. Wan Ningyan is useless. All she can do is open the door for you. You can bring her along. So why do you look down on us? Wan Ningyan hadn't expected the criticism to be directed at her. She looked at Nguyen Yang in surprise, only to find him watching the show. She said you were useless. Nguyen Yang, you know I may be useless, but I'm much better than them. I killed zombies. Nguyen Yang smiled and shook his head. Why explain all this? Remember, you're Wan Ningyan, and that's enough for me to protect you unconditionally. Next time we meet, just fight back. As Wan Ningyan stared in astonishment, Nguyen Yang pulled out his submachine gun and fired 2 shots at the group's feet, his tone icy. If you block the way again, I kill you. The group blocking the doorway were frightened by the gunfire, pushing one another aside and silently making way. Let's go! Leaving the man behind, Nguyen Yang remembered a car rental nearby and checked the route using the navigation system. The rental is a 10-minute drive from here, but the road is blocked. Let's walk. On the way, Wan Ningyan, preoccupied, suddenly asked Nguyen Yang, if I remain a worthless person, only holding you back, will you still protect me? Nguyen Yang paused his script and looked Wan Ningyan in the eye, earnestly. Wan Ningyan, I owe you something I could never repay in several lifetimes. So, don't feel any burden about protecting you. Live well. Even if I die, you must live well too. Don't die with me like you did in your last life. Wan Ningyan had never seen Nguyen Yang like this before. She was completely dazed, her ears burning red from her words. A few seconds later, she regained her composure, smiled sweetly, and embraced Nguyen Yang's waist, acting coquettishly. Can I lie down then? No. Why? You took so many pills, it would be a waste to lie down. Didn't you say I just need to live well? Then I take it back. I lived my life to help you. How can you be so bad? He. Amidst the bickering, a zombie sauntered over. Wan Ningyan chopped off its head, with a single blow of her axe, venting her rage on it. Well done. Humph. Arguing, they still held hands. Wan Ningyan pouted, took Nguyen Yang's hand, and followed them all the way to the rental car shop. Speaking of which, why are we here at the car rental agency? There are cars everywhere on the road. Can't we just collect them? Most of the cars on the road are sedans. They're fine for refueling, but if you really want to drive them, they're not crash-resistant and can easily be knocked over by zombies. Rental agencies have a wide variety of models, so let's find something sturdy and crash-resistant, like SUVs and pickup trucks, especially Dongfeng armored ones, which are safer. I understand. Nguyen Yang arrived at the same rental agency where he had rented the car. The imposing glass door was half shattered, and there were several lines of dried blood on the ground. A supercar was open, and inside sat a zombie, strapped to the seat. Nguyen Yang condensed an ice pick and dispatched the zombie. What a shame this supercar is gone. You like it? There are more behind. I collect a few for you. Okay. Wan Ningyan was excited. Then I pick out a few I like later. I have a blast. Aren't you a rich woman? You should be able to afford a supercar. Why are you so happy? You can't waste money. Supercars depreciate after purchase, and if you drive them around, marketing accounts will accuse you of showing off your wealth. I only bought a Porsche, and I can't even think about anything else. You're quite frugal. Nguyen Yang said, as he stored all the clean supercars in the hall into his space and headed to the back door. Outside the back door was a large plaza filled with all kinds of cars, sedans on the left, luxury cars in the middle, and trucks on the right. Ningyan, come here and choose. Wow. So many. You pick the supercars. I find something more crash-resistant. Okay. Nguyen Yang started carefully selecting cars, but then remembered the space mission and decided to collect them all, even the trucks. When he finished collecting them, and went to find Wan Ningyan, he found her overwhelmed by the selection, her face brimming with smiles, like a money grubber. Nguyen Yang. Just take all of these. I'd be heartbroken to leave anyone behind. Okay. Nguyen Yang smiled faintly, as he stored the luxury cars one by one into his storage. Whether they were practical or not was another matter, he just wanted to please the money grubber. Chapter 24. After parking her car, Nguyen Yang activated the navigation system and prepared to head to the coal mine, the last stop on her plan. After collecting the coal, she could head south to Province G to find Wan Ningyan's family. Host, the route passes through the city, which is unavoidable. Traffic is severe, and there are a large number of zombies. I recommend taking a motorcycle instead, which will allow you to navigate some of the congested routes and shorten your travel time. But it was awkward. Nguyen Yang flipped through her space and found that not a single motorcycle had been confiscated, while several electric scooters had been confiscated. She then took out a small pink electric scooter. Wow! Such a cute car! It doesn't suit your style at all. Wan, the great actress, stop complaining and get in. Here we go. The seat wasn't long, so Wan Ningyan sat snugly against Nguyen Yang, then naturally hugged her waist. The softness of her back and the touch of her waist were both so distinct that a strange look flashed across Nguyen Yang's eyes. His throat suddenly felt dry, and he drank half a bottle of mineral water to regain his composure. Nguyen Yang, I want some water too. Yes, you drink it. Nuanyang thought Wan Ningyan was drinking from her backpack, but it turned out that the half-filled bottle of mineral water, which she hadn't even screwed on yet, had been taken. Nuanyang turned around in surprise, and saw Wan Ningyan drinking the remaining half of her bottle, not even avoiding the bottle's opening, her rosy, plump lips pressed against it. Wan Ningyan had a mild case of mysophobia. Nuanyang was a little unsure about her memories. The bitten bun, the leftover water. Was Wan Ningyan really misophobic? Or was she teasing her? Nuanyang quickly dismissed the strange thought. She couldn't believe that someone who had always targeted her before the apocalypse would change their ways, and take a liking to her, and even tease her. After calming down, Nuanyang set off, but encountered a problem. Electric scooters are different from cars. The left handlebar is for acceleration, so you have to hold it constantly. Nuanyang had an injury on the palm of his left hand, and it split open after driving for a while. He had no choice but to rebandage it, and let Wan Ningyan drive. Don't worry, I driven an electric scooter while filming. I'm even more worried. The pink electric scooter wobbled as it began to move. Nuanyang's expression was tense, his left arm tightly wrapped around Wan Ningyan's waist. He held a machete in his right hand, directing the route while keeping an eye out for approaching zombies. Nuanyang soon realized that the zombies weren't the main problem, Wan Ningyan's driving skills were. After only 20 minutes of driving, Wan Ningyan nearly tipped over with the electric scooter several times. Nuanyang's eyelids twitched, and he secretly vowed never to ride Wan Ningyan's electric scooter again. Nuanyang, I mastered the technique. Look how steady I am now. I heard that 3 times. I mean, ah! Bang! A flower pot fell from the sky and landed on the front wheel of the electric scooter. Panicked, Wan Ningyan and the scooter flipped to the right. Nuanyang, aided by the speed-boosting pill, reacted quickly and jumped out of the scooter before the rollover. He then wrapped his right arm around Wan Ningyan's waist and pulled her up. However, despite its speed, the falling electric scooter still struck Wan Ningyan's right ankle, causing her to groan in pain. How's it going? Are there any broken bones? Probably not, it just hurts. Let's find a place to rest. We can apply some medicine and observe. If it's serious, take a medical pill. As he spoke, Nuanyang quickly looked around. The street was quite wide, with a lot of bloodstains around it. There were tall buildings on both sides, with shops on the first floors. It was a busy residential area. There were many survivors in the tall buildings on both sides, several of them leaning out of windows, watching quietly. But Nuanyang noticed something. These tall buildings don't have open balconies, so how could a flower pot have fallen? Taking care of people was paramount. Nuanyang didn't think twice, and picked up Wan Ningyan, intending to find an empty room nearby to rest. Just as he steadied himself, he caught a glimpse of a reflection from the upper floors. On the left side of the building, in a half-open window, a little boy, about 11 or 12, was holding a stainless steel utensil. Seeing Nuanyang looking up at him, he grinned and dropped the utensil. Nuanyang immediately took a few steps back, holding Wan Ningyan. With a bang, an electric kettle crashed to the ground. It seemed the child had also thrown the flower pot. Bang, bang, bang. Hee 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 hee. A burst of firecrackers suddenly erupted from the electric kettle, and the surrounding zombies rushed over, hearing the commotion. Nuanyang's cold eyes were tinged with nameless anger. This brat really needs discipline. Nuanyang, let's hide in the building. Quick! You hide, I go kill the zombies. This will serve as a warning to those guys upstairs. After dropping Wan Ningyan off at the nearest unoccupied shop and blocking the damaged door with her car, Nuanyang immediately rushed back to the street, unleashed a container, and used the momentum of her run to climb up. More people were peeking in from the high-rise building. Nuanyang was well aware of the impact that pulling something out of thin air would have on a normal person, but she didn't want to worry about it at the moment, even using her ice ability. Spreading her hands and concentrating her energy, Nuanyang condensed a massive iceberg around her. Compared to the first time, this one was 3 or 4 stories tall. The zombies had already surrounded her. Nuanyang pounded hard, bang. With a loud bang, like an earthquake, the ground shook, creating small craters. The zombies around him were smashed into pieces. The loud noise attracted zombies from farther away. Nuanyang opened his palm, formed an ice spear, and thrust it out forcefully. Zombies in a straight line were pierced through the heads by the ice spear, falling to the ground one after another. Following the same method, Nuanyang cleared the entire street of zombies in just over 10 minutes. The system tallied the total number of zombies killed, reaching 719. Nuanyang rubbed his wrist and looked up at the naughty child, who seemed frightened and immediately closed the window. 7th floor, left door. Nguyen Yang memorized it silently. Wan Ningyan was hiding in a breakfast shop with tables, chairs, and benches. She was sitting on the bench, extremely anxious, when she saw Nguyen Yang return, hopping towards her on one foot. Nguyen Yang, are you hurt? Let me see. No, it's you running around. Ignoring someone's protests, Nguyen Yang picked them up and placed them on the table. Let me see your feet. Oh. Taking off her shoes and socks, Nguyen Yang carefully examined her ankle. Her fair, delicate skin revealed a small bruise that had turned purple, with a slight redness around it and a hint of swelling. Gently pressing on the wound, Wan Ningyan instantly burst into tears. It hurts. Nguyen Yang pressed upward again. Does it hurt here? It's not too bad, just a little. No bones hurt. I spray you with some medicine. This kind of injury is best treated with Yunnan Biao. After the spray, you need to observe for a while. If the redness and swelling don't worsen, it's not a serious problem and will heal slowly. Nguyen Yang treated the wound and carried the person to a bench. This wasn't an accident. It was the naughty kid upstairs who deliberately threw the flower pots and firecrackers. Huh? Why? Doesn't he know it could kill people? I guess he knows. That's why he did it. The bloodstains where we happened are thicker than any of the roads we took. Many people must have died there. How could this kid be like this? This isn't a naughty kid. This is a murderous demon. A perpetrator. Wan Ningyan gritted her teeth in anger. Nguyen Yang tried to calm her down, telling her to wait until she had finished her meal and rested before dealing with the kid. How are you going to deal with this? It's not. Wan Ningyan made a gesture of wiping her throat, and Nguyen Yang smiled helplessly. Do you think I'm that cruel? No. It's just that child almost killed us, and I thought you would. If it were an adult, I would definitely kill him, but he was a child. When children make mistakes, it's usually because their families overindulge them, and the real culprit is the adult's poor parenting. Naturally, I want to hold the adults accountable. That's right. Wan Ningyan's beautiful eyes rolled. Then if I make you unhappy in the future, go find my parents. Don't bother me, and don't get angry with me. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its perpetrator. After hearing Wan Ningyan's words, Nguyen Yang felt a lump in his throat, wanting to speak but stopping. After a long moment of hesitation, he gave up. Forget it. I can't explain myself. Chapter 25. For lunch, the two of them had lobster rice bowls. The broth mixed with the rice was spicy and fragrant, and the lobster meat was chewy and plump. Every bite was incredibly satisfying. Both of them ate until they were sweating profusely, leaving nothing behind. If it weren't for the perceived indecency, they would have licked the plates themselves. It's so delicious. Wan Ningyan narrowed her eyes slightly, rubbing her stomach with a look of satisfaction. It would be nice if we could lie down in the sun for a while. The bench isn't comfortable. Hearing this, Nguyen Yang stood up, cleared the doorway, and then moved the sofa out, carrying Wan Ningyan over. So thoughtful. Nguyen Yang said nothing, simply sitting quietly on the side of the sofa, observing Wan Ningyan. The midday sun was bright. Wan Ningyan stretched out, then lay flat on the sofa, feeling incredibly lazy. Nguyen Yang remembered the stray white cat he met in the orphanage as a child. Every time he finished his canned food, he would stretch out and lie down in the sun to sleep, his fur gleaming white in the sunlight. Wan Ningyan, quite like a cat. Proud, beautiful, timid, yet soft and lazy. The lazy person suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Nguyen Yang, blinked his long eyelashes, and rose to nestle in her arms, his soft hair rubbing against his shoulders, making him look even more like a cat. Why don't you rest? Haven't all the zombies on this street been cleared? I took the pills, and I won't feel tired for the next 3 days. Oh. With a hum, the person in his arms showed no sign of leaving, even resting her legs on Nguyen Yang's thighs. Wan Ningyan was an actress, and her weight was well controlled. Nestled in his arms, Nguyen Yang didn't feel the weight, so he didn't push her away, nor did he want to. Inwardly, he grumbled that Wan Ningyan could be quite clingy sometimes. The nap didn't last long. An hour later, Nguyen Yang checked Wan Ningyan's ankle and found that the redness and swelling had subsided a bit, so he woke her up. Can I wash my face? Yes. After unpacking the portable bathroom, Wan Ningyan walked over, taking one deep step and one shallow step. Her ankle hadn't fully recovered. Nguyen Yang watched her go in, then walked outside, looking up at the 7th floor window, thinking, Nguyen Yang, I'm fine. Yes, just stand there and don't move. Nguyen Yang retracted the bathroom and half crouched in front of Wan Ningyan. Come up. No need to carry me. It doesn't hurt much anymore. Let's go settle the score with that naughty kid. His house is on the 7th floor. Can you climb up? Nguyen Yang felt a soft mass covering his back, arms wrapped around his shoulders. The familiar scent of shampoo filled his nose, and strands of hair gently rubbed against the back of his neck, tickling him. With the entire weight on his back, Nguyen Yang grabbed Wan Ningyan's knee and stood up. As expected, Wan Ningyan was light, and Nguyen Yang suddenly felt the urge to fatten her up. Have you got your gun? Right now. A rustling sound followed, and a pistol appeared before Nguyen Yang's eyes. Get it, let's go. The entire street was disgusting. The iceberg had melted, mixing with the pulverized corpses of zombies, now flowing all over the street. The sun's scorching heat made the smell even more unpleasant. Nguyen Yang frowned and quickly rushed to the high-rise building opposite. The power was still on, so the elevator worked, but to be safe, Nguyen Yang took the stairs. They encountered no zombies or living people along the way. However, when they reached the 7th floor, after setting Wan Ningyan down, they heard a door open on their right. They turned around and saw the door slammed shut. There seems to be someone in that house. Well, it's only the early days, so it's normal to have some survivors. They become fewer after the extreme heat. Nguyen Yang didn't pay much attention to the people in the right house. Her target was the naughty kid's house, with its vermilion door. Knock, knock, knock. Nguyen Yang heard footsteps inside, but no one opened the door. Room 701, open the door. If you don't open it by the 3rd count, you will face the consequences. 3, 2, 1. The door remained firmly shut, and Nguyen Yang sneered. Sorry to bother you then. Retrieving a screwdriver from her spaceship, she unscrewed several screws from the door. Then, she took a step back and kicked. With the help of the dolly pill, the door was kicked open in no time. The screw on the top left broke completely, and the entire door was severely deformed, rendering it unusable. Who are you? What do you want? Nguyen Yang saw a man and a woman, about 30 years old, standing at the door. The woman hid behind the man, panicked and bewildered, while the man held a kitchen knife, nervously staring at Nguyen Yang. Upon closer inspection, his hands, holding the knife, were trembling slightly. Who are we? Didn't your good son tell you? No, you? Are you here looking for my son? Well, your son threw something from a high place and nearly killed us. We're here to seek justice. Fear flashed across both of their faces, but the man remained stubborn and refused to admit it. My son didn't do it. You got the wrong guy. Yes, my son is a very good boy. Are you mistaken? As expected, bad children have bad parents. Nguyen Yang instructed Wan Ningyan to stand guard at the door, with her gun pointed at the two men, then entered the house. The large living room was the first thing he saw, filled with so much stuff that Nguyen Yang was shocked. A quick glance revealed a wide variety of items, including boxes of fireworks. I guess the couple ran a supermarket and used their home as a warehouse, so when the apocalypse came, they wouldn't have to worry about food and shelter. They could just hide away. This was probably the child's unburdened playing tricks, people's confidence. Once they have enough to eat and drink, they tend to seek out entertainment when bored. Thinking of this, Nguyen Yang's anger intensified. The apocalypse was so difficult, yet this child was using living people as bait and slaughtering zombies for fun. This was unforgivable. Crossing the hall, he found 3 closed doors. Nguyen Yang kicked them open one by one. In the second one, he saw the child, accompanied by a white-haired grandmother. Grandma. Don't be afraid, grandson. Grandma's here. The grandmother soothed the child in her arms, while glaring at Nguyen Yang. What do you want to do? Your sweet grandson almost killed me. What do you think I'm doing here? Stop talking nonsense. He's just a child. How could he kill you? A little girl spouting nonsense. She's totally uneducated. Then ask him if he threw the flower pot downstairs and the firecrackers to attract the zombies. Why ask? It wasn't my grandson who did it, so what if he did? You're not dead. You mean, if you're not dead, you can't seek justice? That's right. Even if you were dead, you wouldn't get justice. My grandson is a minor, so calling the police won't help. Nguyen Yang's fists clenched. The old lady's unreasonable and overly doting expression disgusted her. The naughty child, hiding in her arms and secretly glaring at her, only fueled Nguyen Yang's anger. Since you adults don't want to take responsibility, don't blame me. Nguyen Yang turned and went to the living room to start gathering supplies. The old lady was shocked when she saw it, and then she shouted, "Where did you put the things? God damn, this is going to kill us. Is there anyone who can do something about it?" Nguyen Yang glanced at them, froze the bedroom door shut with ice to prevent the old woman from rushing out, and continued collecting supplies. A moment later, the couple at the doorway could no longer sit still and began to plead and sob, their mingling with the old woman's wails making Nguyen Yang's ears hurt. The living room was filled with supplies, and only a small corner remained, including the boxes of fireworks. Nguyen Yang walked over to the couple, who were already sitting on the floor, crying, and smiled faintly. The child did something wrong, so I should take some compensation. Is that okay with you? The woman was about to speak when Nguyen Yang pulled out a submachine gun. The black muzzle met hers, and the woman shut up and hid behind the man again. The man was now dejected, as if he had lost his parents. Ning Yen, let's go! Oh! After leaving, Nguyen Yang tucked the door back into the space, then carried Ning Yen downstairs. Nguyen Yang, you're just going to let them go. That family was so harsh. I almost wanted to shoot them. Killing them is easy, but that's too easy for them. To deal with people like this, you have to destroy their hearts. Destroy their hearts? Ning Yen thought for a moment, puzzled. You didn't even take all the food, so how can you destroy their hearts? How long can they hide? I took all the water, leaving only some food, enough for them to eat for a month. But with the water and electricity cut off soon and extreme heat coming, do you think food alone will be enough? The gate has been demolished, and they're resisting. Without the zombies and nearby survivors, I live in fear every day. Want to move? With so much supplies, moving would just be a warning to others to come and rob me, and they wouldn't dare. Also, I deliberately left the fireworks behind. Every time they see them, they'd be reminded that the current suffering is caused by that naughty kid. How can that kid be comfortable? A naughty kid who's never worried about food and drink, now suddenly having to cut back on his expenses. Do you think he'd freak out? The mental torment is far greater than the physical harm. Ning Yen sighed, and leaned close to Nguyen Yang's ear. I didn't realize you were so mean. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 26. Ning Yen's ankle hadn't healed yet, Nguyen Yang's hand was injured, and the residential area was jammed with traffic. After a moment's thought, Nguyen Yang carried Ning Yen on his back for a short distance until they reached a bicycle shop. I ride you. Once we're out of town, there'll be fewer cars, and we can drive. Are your hands okay? I drive the electric scooter. There's less room for your feet, so it won't be a problem. It's all about your riding skills. Ning Yen leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with innocence. What's wrong with my riding? I drive pretty steadily. You? Forget it, get on. Ning Yen reluctantly sat on the back of the bike, mumbling, It's uncomfortable, it hurts my butt. Nguyen Yang said nothing, simply trying to ride on flat ground to minimize the bumps. As they approached the elevated entrance into the city, Nguyen Yang noticed a large crowd of people, all queuing in their cars. There seemed to be a traffic jam ahead. Out of caution, Nguyen Yang chose not to investigate. He turned and led Ning Yen to a small building, where he put away his bicycle. Go upstairs. Huh? Are we going to the coal mine? How did we get here? The situation up ahead doesn't make sense. I need to find a higher vantage point to take a look. There were no zombies in the small building, or rather, no zombies in the area, which was strange in itself. When they reached the rooftop, Nguyen Yang took out 2 binoculars and gave one to Ning Yen. Tell me if you see anything amiss. Okay. Through the binoculars, Nguyen Yang discovered that the elevated entrance was blocked, guarded by 6 or 7 men. They were all wearing camouflage uniforms. They were supposed to be soldiers, but the colors were different, like pirated copies. In the front car, the driver was a man. A man wearing a beret was negotiating something with him, seemingly arguing. Suddenly, the man in the beret raised his gun. The driver immediately flinched, got out of the car with his hands raised, and opened the trunk. Among the overflowing supplies, the man in the beret sorted through them, seemingly pleased. He patted the man's face several times, then called 2 people over to help move the items. Then, the men guarding the entrance removed the obstruction, and the man drove off. The second car behind him repeated the same pattern as the first. Things were getting tricky. Nguyen Yang carefully observed the group. There were 11 of them, each armed with a knife. 2 of the men guarding the elevated entrance were armed with pistols, and the man in the beret was carrying an AK. Not far away, at the entrance of a small bungalow, 2 men in camouflage uniforms, armed with rifles, were guarding the building. This was likely their temporary residence. It was unknown how many more people were inside. The disparity in strength was too great to force their way in. Nguyen Yang, they seemed to be robbing people. What did you see? I saw every car that passed by handing over supplies to them. Those that didn't were either beaten or turned back. And they have guns. Why don't we take another route? This district is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and a river in the middle. Whether leaving the province or the district, we must pass through this elevated highway and then through a cross-river tunnel. So we can't avoid this route. Then what should we do? Hand over supplies? Well, that's the only way. Wan Ningyan curled her lips in dissatisfaction. What a bunch of scum! They're still taking advantage of the situation and looting at this time. I'm so angry. I'm angry, but there's nothing I can do. I'm no match for so many armed men now. We risked our lives to stockpile these supplies, and I can't bear to just give them away like this. It's okay. I pick out some unpalatable food for them and get by for now. Wan Yang thought as she began to mentally search the space for supplies. Wan Ningyan gently tugged at her sleeve and leaned close to her ear. Can we mix some zombie corpses in the food? Your idea is quite disgusting. Hee hee. Anyway, we can't let them get away with it. I try. Wan Yang took out a pack of instant noodles, then a sausage, and tried to put the sausage directly into the bag through the instant noodles. The instant noodle bag suddenly bulged, and when Wan Yang touched it, the sausage was indeed inside. Okay, let's do as you say. Give them a surprise. The 2 men smirked as they went downstairs and retraced their steps. On the way, they found a zombie corpse. Wan Yang, donning gloves, took a bowl and scraped the zombie's brains into a pulp. He then poured a bottle of vinegar to remove the odor. He then took out 5 bottles of vinegar-pickled side dishes, added a little brain matter to each, and mixed the rest through a bag into 2 bags of stinky tofu. The more I look at it, the more disgusting it becomes. Wan Yang, are you sure they eat it like this? They won't notice anything unusual? They definitely won't notice the stinky tofu. The side dishes might have a slight smell, but that's okay. In the apocalypse, you can't even eat fresh food. This side dish is considered a divine treasure. Even if it has a slightly unpleasant smell, many people will want it. They definitely eat it. Will eating it turn you into a zombie? Yes, zombies are full of poison. If you touch their rear entrance, you be infected. Even the crystal core has a certain chance of turning you into a zombie if you ingest it. Wan Ningyan fell silent, her lips pursed. Wan Yang thought she had softened. Just as he was about to speak, he heard her speak fiercely. Give more. Turn all these troublemakers into zombies. The actress Wan is even more ruthless than Wan Yang imagined. After preparing everything, Wan Yang took out the Wuling Hongguang, which was covered in zombie grime. She placed some side dishes and stinky tofu in the trunk, then took out a box of instant noodles and half a box of tea she disliked. Ningyan, come here. Wan Ningyan walked over to Wan Yang, puzzled. She watched as he grabbed 2 handfuls of dirt and smeared it on his face, then on hers. What are you doing? It's so dirty. We're so good looking, especially you. We're afraid they'd be tempted by our beauty, so we have to cover it up. Don't hide. Put some dirt on your hair and clothes. The dirtier you get, the less likely they'd be interested. That's enough, that's enough. Stop smearing. Wan Ningyan was almost in tears, feeling wronged. The beautiful young woman had instantly become a grimy, country girl. Puff. Wan Yang couldn't help but laugh, but his hands didn't stop, rubbing some dirt off Wan Ningyan's back as well. Did you do this on purpose? Revenge for what I did to you. I forgave you a long time ago, so why talk about revenge? After they were done, the 2 of them got into the car, still filthy. Wan Ningyan was still angry, wearing her hat, her head turned toward the window, and remained silent. Once the coal is stocked, I let you take a bath. You can take as long as you want, and make yourself smell good. Okay? I want a big meal. Okay. Whatever you say. The 2 men reconciled and began chatting while waiting in line. After about half an hour, it was finally Wan Yang's turn. The man in the beret, holding a gun, knocked rudely on the car window. Hello, hello. Wan Yang rolled down the window and began to play coward, greeting them politely. Wan Ningyan also feigned fear, cowering in the passenger seat. The man in the beret had a scar on his face and a ferocious look. Upon seeing Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan, he immediately spat. You 2 are refugees. It's only been a few days, and you're so dirty. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. We were surrounded by zombies on the way, and barely managed to escape. Don't be angry. The man in the beret looked at him with disgust, and even stepped a few steps away from the car, shouting, If you want to pass, you have to hand over 10 kilograms of supplies. Anything edible will do. Otherwise, get out. Okay, brother, I give it to you. Wan Yang immediately got out and opened the trunk. The man in the beret looked at the instant noodles and drinks with a blank expression, but when he saw the snacks, he smiled and put his gun to Nguyen Yang's shoulder. It's just this little stuff, barely 10 kilograms. Do you mind if I take it all? Hey, big brother, can you please leave some food and drink? Otherwise, we two sisters won't be able to survive. You blind idiot. Do you have the right to negotiate with me? The man in the beret kicked Nguyen Yang to the ground, then whistled, summoning 2 of his men. Move everything out. Yes, Brother Jiang. Nguyen Yang feigned fear, slowly rising to the side and watching them empty the supplies. All right, get out of here. Stop getting in my way. Yes, 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 let's go. Nguyen Yang feigned panic as she went to drive the car. Before she left, she could hear the man complaining to his men about ugly and dirty, letting out a subtle sneer. Good luck to you all, zombie feast. Chapter 27. The van drove all the way to the coal mine. It was already 4:30 p.m., and the sky was beginning to darken. When they arrived at the gate, it was tightly shut. There were sounds of zombies inside, but not many. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan got out of the car, machetes in hand. Open the door, I hold it. Okay. Wan Ningyan used the master key to unlock the gate. 2 zombies immediately rushed out, and Nguyen Yang dispatched them one by one. Gesturing for silence, Nguyen Yang entered first, knife in hand, with Wan Ningyan following behind. The entire coal mine was relatively quiet, with few traces of blood or fighting. Aside from the 2 zombies from earlier, he encountered no more zombies all the way to the office entrance. Considering Wan Ningyan's mobility issues, Nguyen Yang didn't inspect the surroundings first, but went into the office instead. The place wasn't large. Upon entering, there was a small hallway, a bathroom on the left, and the general manager's office on the right. He thoroughly inspected every corner. There are no zombies or living people. Ningyan, stay inside. I go outside and see if there are any. Don't leave me alone. As if recalling a bad memory, Wan Ningyan anxiously hugged Nguyen Yang's arm, her body trembling slightly. I'm not leaving you alone. I'd be right at the door. Once I cleared out the zombies, I'd take you with me, okay? Right, this door? Okay, you can watch me from the window. Leading Wan Ningyan to the window, Nguyen Yang gently patted her shoulder, telling her not to be afraid. Then he walked out and pulled out a sand sculpture of a sunflower from his space. He opened it and placed it on the ground. The sunflower began to twirl and produce saxophone music. This little toy, once bought for fun by countless people, had now become bait to lure zombies. Half a minute later, 2 zombies arrived at the noise. Nguyen Yang dispatched them with his ice pick. After waiting a few more minutes, when no more zombies appeared, he returned to the house. As soon as Nguyen Yang entered, Wan Ningyan threw herself into his arms, hugging her waist tightly, her eyes watery, making Nguyen Yang feel a faint sense of guilt. There shouldn't be any zombies left. Do you want to come with me to collect supplies? Yes. Nguyen Yang retrieved an office chair from the space and carried Wan Ningyan to sit on it. What's this for? It has wheels, so it can be used as a wheelchair. My leg is almost healed. No need to be so exaggerated. If you don't obey, just stay inside and wait for me. Wan Ningyan immediately shut up, but she looked at Nguyen Yang with a hint of resentment. Nguyen Yang ignored her and pushed the office chair back to search for supplies. The coal mine had far more resources than Nguyen Yang had imagined. There were 3 coal mountains, and 2 coal trucks were half loaded, parked there, their drivers probably trying to escape. Further back were some large machinery and equipment, and next to it was a small building filled with hard hats, gloves, and other protective gear. The most surprising thing was a large shed on the far right side of the factory, covered in tarpaulin and densely packed with cut wood. Nguyen Yang, should we be okay with this extreme cold? Not necessarily. I don't know how long it will last, but I rather stockpile as much supplies as possible. Should we then look for another coal mine? The most important task right now is to get your family. The extreme heat is coming soon, and the water your family has stored won't last long. Furthermore, the tires might burst in the heat. It's such a long journey, so we better get there as soon as possible to avoid any further complications. After collecting the supplies and returning to the office, Nguyen Yang took out the portable bathroom and gave Wan Ningyan a shower, then tidied up the place. Wan Ningyan's bed was placed in the general manager's office, while the small living room housed the bathroom, dining table, and chairs. Since he had to keep watch, Nguyen Yang took out a sofa for himself. Covered in dirt, Nguyen Yang didn't want to stain the furniture. After finishing everything, he stood by the window, waiting for his shower while taking inventory of the supplies. Of the 1,000 zombies killed within the time limit, 803 had been completed, yielding a total of 915 crystal cores. After exchanging the looted gold and silver jewelry, he had 7,120 mall points, and the 5,000 point spending task could be put on the agenda. He only had 3 pills left, a medical pill, a strength pill, and a random superpower pill. It wasn't safe enough yet, so Nuanyang didn't plan to take the superpower pill for now. If the fever lasted only 2 or 3 hours, and there was any danger, the whole group would be wiped out. While the space mission was difficult, 3/4 of it was completed. Next, it was time to search for useful shopping malls and stores along the way, preferably with large supplies. Nuanyang mentally checked the navigation system again, checking the route from the coal mine to Province G. It primarily took highways and national roads, but before reaching the highway, it passed a wholesale market, a farm, a shopping mall, a school, and a construction supply store. Aside from the school, Nuanyang planned to explore the remaining 4 areas. One can never have too much food. As for construction supplies, if the safe base ran out of materials, they might need to find supplies to build their own shelter. Whether it was extreme heat or extreme cold, a house was crucial, just in case. They had to have a backup plan. Nuanyang, I'm done washing up. You can go. Yes. Nuanyang turned around and saw Wan Ningyan in a burgundy halter dress, her curves toned. Her long, smooth hair flowed freely, and she exuded a pleasant, refreshing fragrance. When she sat on the sofa, her skirt rose to her thighs, revealing her long, fair legs. Nuanyang's breath caught, and she regretted listening to Wan Ningyan and getting her that outfit. You? Be careful you catch a cold. I'm going to shower. Nuanyang casually pulled a sweater from her space and tossed it to Wan Ningyan, then fled to the bathroom. However, the bathroom wasn't a place to escape. Wan Ningyan scent permeated the air, and bottles and jars were stacked on the sink. For some reason, Nuanyang picked up a bottle of night cream and sniffed it. It was fragrant, but not the same scent as Wan Ningyan. She then picked up the perfume next to her. Yes, it was perfume. White angelica and jasmine, so unique. Suddenly, Nuanyang came to her senses and blushed as she put the perfume back. Then, feeling it wasn't enough, she opened the mirror cabinet and put all the bottles and jars back in their proper place. But it had little effect. The fragrance filled Nuanyang's nose, making him feel hot all over. He hurried to shower, hoping to sober up. When Nuanyang emerged from the shower, Wan Ningyan was lying on the sofa, talking on the phone with her parents. Her short skirt barely covered her slightly raised hips, a sensual and alluring sight that made Nuanyang's newly washed-off heat surge back into his belly. Damn! What's going on? Even in our previous lives, we weren't this honest. This is so strange. Nuanyang was conflicted, but outwardly, he pretended to be calm and unfazed, sitting down at the dining table. Wan Ningyan smiled at Nuanyang, said goodbye to the person on the phone, and rose to sit at the table, chin propped up, a smile on her face. I just told my parents I'm leaving to see them tomorrow. They're so happy. Well, did you tell them to stock up on water? I did. I always tell them when I call. That's good. Aren't we having a feast? What do you want? Something spicy. Boiled pork slices, pickled fish. No, too much will give me acne. Boiled pork slices, and some light stir-fries and pork rib soup. Yes. Nuanyang selected the dishes Wan Ningyan wanted from his spaceship, and took out the pound of strawberries she received for signing in. Do you like strawberries? Yes. Nuanyang, you're so thoughtful. I'm falling in love with you. Wan Ningyan tapped Nuanyang's cheek with her index finger, smiling brightly. That fingertip seemed to have a magical power. Nuanyang felt his heart race, and his cheeks flush. When he came to his senses, Wan Ningyan was already devouring his meal. Nuanyang looked at her while she was eating, and thought she was so cute, but then he realized that something was wrong with him. He pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of all distractions. Chapter 28. In the general manager's office, Nuanyang leaned against the bed, lost in a deep daze. At first, Nuanyang planned to stay awake on the sofa in the small living room. Wan Ningyan approached, saying she was afraid and needed company. Already distracted by Wan Ningyan's sexy dress, Nuanyang naturally refused to agree. But after Wan Ningyan's coquettish behavior and feigned tears, she finally relented. Wan Ningyan curled up into a ball, pressed against Nuanyang warm and soft, like a cat. Nuanyang gazed at her sleeping face and sighed heartily. She was truly beautiful. Her eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, even her hair, resembled flowers about to bloom, drawing him closer. His slender, White fingers gently stroked the ends of her hair. But slowly, Nuanyang became dissatisfied. His fingertips, intentionally or unintentionally, touched that beautiful chin, face, the corners of her eyes, and ears. Each touch was like an electric shock, addictive. Nuanyang knew her behavior was awful, but she couldn't help it. She always wanted to be close to Wan Ningyan, to be close to anything related to her. More than that, she relished her affection, her little tempers, her smiles. I'm probably sick. Nuanyang sighed deeply, unwilling to acknowledge her innermost thoughts, attributing tonight's unusual behavior to her boredom during the long night. Or perhaps Wan Ningyan was truly the reincarnation of a cat, and since Nuanyang loved cats, she treated her like one. Nuanyang was very self-sufficient. Having been a loner since childhood, she was used to soothing herself. However, even when she was relieving herself, her fingers remained entangled in Wan Ningyan's hair, never letting go. Suddenly, the nightlight went out, plunging the room into complete darkness. Nuanyang sensed something was wrong and immediately pulled out his phone, only to find the signal bar had vanished. It seemed the internet and power had been cut off prematurely, and perhaps the water had also been cut off, meaning extreme heat wouldn't be far behind. His leisurely mood came to an abrupt end, and Nuanyang began to review his plans, fearing a single misstep could lead to a crisis. It wasn't just the premature power and internet outages that were unusual, but also the weather. At 5:10 a.m., Nuanyang was surprised to find it was already bright outside, and the temperature was a bit high. April in S City is the transition period between spring and summer, and usually a coat is necessary, as the mornings and evenings can be a bit chilly. But today, it was only a little after 5 a.m., and it felt a bit stuffy. This was completely unusual. Nuanyang was lost in thought when he heard a car pull up, followed by a bang on the door. Ningyan, wake up! I'm so sleepy. Let me sleep a little longer. Wake up, someone's coming. Nuanyang quickly stood up, put a sweater and jacket on the drowsy Wan Ningyan, then went to the window with a machete. The lock on the iron gate was quickly broken open, and several thug-looking guys walked in with knives and sticks. The leader was a blonde with a buzz cut, looking sloppy. Following behind were two other guys, one fat and one thin, who also walked with a sloppy gait. The last one to enter was a dark, thin boy who looked quite obedient. He carried a basket on his back and another on his chest. Nuanyang. Who are you? Wan Ningyan also got up, crouching down behind Nuanyang. They're probably here looking for coal. The power and internet were down last night. Besides LPG, coal and firewood are the most practical for cooking. So what do we do now? We've taken all the coal. I don't think we get into a fight if we meet again. Let's observe first. If they can't find anything, they probably leave. Both of them peeked from the window. The group outside first examined the zombie corpse, then whispered something before striding off towards Coal Mountain. After about 10 minutes, several of them returned, swearing and cursing. What a wasted trip. What bad luck. Lu Yon'er. You're just a liar, aren't you? The skinny, dark-skinned boy, kicked several times by the shaved-haired man, dared not utter a word, only shaking his head. We shouldn't have trusted you. Brother Zhang, don't be angry. Just let him go find firewood and atone for his sin. That's right, there are trees everywhere. Let him chop them. If he doesn't chop enough, he won't be fed. A few of them clamored towards the gate, and Wan Ningyan couldn't help but grumble under her breath. Is this bullying? Several people bullying a child? That's too much. He's skinny and weak, no match for those three. Submission is the best option. If there's a chance to fight back in the future, there's still hope. Otherwise, he'd die miserably in the apocalypse. Alas. Poor little thing. Soon, the sound of a van starting up could be heard from the gate, and the group left. The crisis is over. Go wash up. We leave after breakfast. The extreme heat might arrive early. Early? Wan Ningyan immediately reached for her phone, but there was no signal, and the call couldn't be connected. Ah. I should have reminded you again yesterday. I don't know if your parents did what I told them. You have to remind them every day. I'm your parents, and my ears are almost calloused. Don't worry, they be fine. We be there in 5 days at the latest. We won't have to stockpile so much supplies. They won't last even 5 days. That's true, I just get worried. Since you're so worried, why not hurry up, pack up, and get going? Right away. Watching Wan Ningyan flit like a butterfly to wash up, Nuanyang couldn't help but smile. Wan Ningyan is truly quite adorable. Host, sign in. Yes, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Receive 10 Ella premium drinking water, 2 tomato noodles, 2 shredded pork rice bowls with fish sauce, and 1 pound of premium seedless crystal grapes. Although Nguyen Yang had stockpiled a lot of food, she found the food from the mall system more delicious, so for breakfast she had the tomato noodles, a sign-in bonus, with a cup of soy milk. So delicious. Wan Ningyan licked her lips, feeling both satisfied and annoyed. No, I'm going to get fat if I keep eating like this. I decided to have a vegetable salad for lunch. Whatever, Nguyen Yang wiped his mouth and smiled faintly. But don't steal my food then. I'm planning on having fish-flavored shredded pork with rice for lunch. Ah? Fish-flavored shredded pork. Wan Ningyan felt pained and waved her hand after a moment. Forget it. It's the end of the world. No one cares about dieting. Eating's the most important thing. Nguyen Yang's smile widened. It was 6 o'clock, and the weather was a bit sultry. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan changed into t-shirts and light trousers, gassed up their G-Class, and headed south. The first supply point they passed was the construction supply area. The 3 streets here were all businesses related to construction and renovation. After looting, building a normal house in the apocalypse would be no problem. At the entrance to the first street, Nguyen Yang saw a van parked there. It looked familiar, like the one that had come to the coal factory that morning. To avoid trouble, they turned directly to the second street. Chapter 29. The street was quiet, with a few zombies wandering around. Nguyen Yang used his ice pick to take care of them, fearing the noise would attract people from the next street. After storing the car, he led Wan Ningyan to search for the supplies they needed. Nguyen Yang, aren't we going to buy the tile shop? First, let's look for cement, bricks, doors, and glass. Even if we don't have the rest, it won't affect the building. Oh. The two walked along, noting down a few favorite supply stores to buy on their way back. In the middle of the street, a lumber store stopped Nguyen Yang. This can be used to make furniture and as fuel. Let's buy it first. We need the tools too, right? There's a hardware store next door. Let's buy it too. Nguyen Yang agreed with Wan Ningyan's suggestion and asked her to open the door while he held the ice pick on guard. The lumber shop was deserted. Inside the hardware store, a little girl was hiding behind a large toolbox. She looked about 5 or 6 years old. Her clothes were relatively clean, but her face was grimy, her hair a bit messy, and her eyes were filled with fear. She looked as if she wanted to cry, but was also afraid. She covered her mouth and dodged desperately. Nguyen Yang, the child is so pitiful. How about? Wan Ningyan didn't finish her words. A little worried about Nguyen Yang's anger, she nervously squeezed his hand. A child of unknown origin and a burden wouldn't be a wise choice to bring along. Oh. Nguyen Yang noticed Wan Ningyan's distress and squatted down, trying to be kind to the little girl. Little girl, we're not bad people. Don't be afraid. Where are your family? The little girl hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. My mother told me to hide in the store, and I haven't come back since. If she hasn't returned in 3 days, she's probably in trouble. Where's Dad? I don't know. Dad didn't come to the store. Are there any other people at home? Grandpa and Grandma are home. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma are. Do you know where your home is? Yes, Building 11, Room 502, Xingfu Community. Xingfu Community. Nguyen Yang checked the navigation system. It's between the farm and the mall, so a drop-off wouldn't take too long. Nguyen Yang grabbed 2 steamed buns and a bottle of milk, stood up, and placed them in Wan Ningyan's arms. If you're willing to take care of her, we can take her home. I'm willing. Wan Ningyan, who had been listless, suddenly became full of energy, a bright smile spreading across her face. She squatted down and carefully fed the little girl. The little girl must have been hungry for a long time, wolfing down her food, but she was polite and said in a baby voice, "Thank you, sister." After the little girl finished her meal and gave her a quick wash, Wan Ningyan held her and followed Nguyen Yang. Nguyen Yang felt a bit down and relented, agreeing to walk the little girl home. As a result, he couldn't hold Wan Ningyan's hand, feeling a bit disadvantaged. So he lingered back, walking side by side with Wan Ningyan. You have to stay close to me. Holding a child is even more dangerous. Yes, I know. Nguyen Yang said, gently wrapping his arm around Wan Ningyan's waist. He walked forward with a serious expression, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Seeing nothing unusual about her, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the end of the street, Nguyen Yang finally found a cement factory. The entrance and lobby were a mess, a sign of a rush. Through the hall, Nguyen Yang arrived at the warehouses. Both were quite large. One was completely filled with cement, the other only half full. It was definitely enough to build a house, and probably enough for the entire base. Ningyan, you and Xiao Yu should wait for me at the warehouse entrance. Cement is pungent, so don't follow me in. Xiao Yu was the little girl's name, Lin Xiao Yu. Okay, remember to wear a mask. Yes. Half the warehouse's worth of cement was stored, and the space mission was completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host on completing the mission. The space level has increased by 1, expanding to 10,000 cubic meters. 50 cubic meters of living space has been opened, and the personal level has increased by 0.1 level. Ding. New mission. Store 50 cubic meters of living creatures for 1 day. Will the host accept it? Yes, Xiaolu, what does this living creature space mean? Are there any restrictions? Host, the living creature space is essentially a static space. Therefore, living creatures entering it do not die, but time stops. It does not affect or extend their lifespan. Zombies and humans are a special category and cannot enter. Great. Then I can collect some living creatures. Once life settles down, I can take them out to raise them. There's hope for the gradual restoration of human civilization. Feeling happy, Nuanyang realized the next supply point was the farm, and his favorability towards the system increased again. Although he didn't understand its purpose, it was certainly useful. In a good mood, Nuanyang collected the cement from the 2 warehouses and returned the same way, intending to visit the 3rd street to see if there were any brick and glass factories. On the way, he took in a door and window shop and 2 tile and chandelier shops that Ningyan liked. As they approached the intersection, a van stopped, and the 4 people who got out were none other than the 4 from the coal factory. The man with the short hair and yellow hair saw Nuanyang and the others, gave a mischievous smile, and deliberately scraped the ground with his machete, making a noise. Ningyan instinctively hid behind Nuanyang. Don't be afraid, they don't have firearms. Okay, be careful. Avoid fighting if you can. Your hand isn't healed yet. I know. The man with the short hair and yellow-shaved head slouched over to Nuanyang. Behind him, 2 young men, one fat and one thin, also held iron bars and had stern expressions. Only the dark, thin boy followed silently at the back, looking at Nuanyang with an apologetic look in his eyes. Beautiful lady, what are you doing here? I'm looking for my child. I found him and am heading home. The man with the short hair and yellow-shaved head craned his neck to look behind Nuanyang. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could tell at a glance that the person behind her was also a beautiful lady, and his eyes lit up. Beautiful ladies, it's so dangerous out there, and you're still running around. You don't have a car. What if you get surrounded by zombies? Home is nearby. There aren't many zombies. It's relatively safe. I leave now. That's dangerous too. How about I give you a ride? The man with the short hair and yellow-shaved head blocked Nuanyang's knife. Nuanyang's face darkened, and she warned him. I advise you to stay out of the way, or you face the consequences. The 3 of them laughed at this. Ningyan was holding the little girl unarmed, and Nuanyang was using an ice spike to kill zombies, so he wasn't armed either. Naturally, the 3 of them didn't take 2 unarmed women seriously. You're quite stubborn, little girl. I like that. Why don't you just follow me? I protect you. The man with the buzz cut walked forward. Nuanyang wasn't about to let him go. With his hands behind his back, he began to condense ice spikes. Thump! The skinny, dark-skinned boy suddenly knocked the 3 of them to the ground, then clung to the man with the buzz cut and screamed. Run! Run! Nuanyang hadn't expected the skinny, dark-skinned boy, despite appearing so cowardly, to actually risk his life to save others. While they were stunned, the 3 of them had already risen and pinned the skinny, dark-skinned boy to the ground. The man with the crew cut, feeling weak, picked up a nearby iron rod and swung it at the dark-skinned boy's head. Ah! With a scream, the iron rod fell to the ground. The man with the crew cut looked at his wrist pierced by the ice pick and turned his head in disbelief. Ah! It hurts! Ah! My leg! My leg! 2 more screams erupted as 2 ice picks pierced the knees of the 2 boys, one fat and one thin. They instantly fell to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Sister! Big sister! You're my big sister? Please let me go! I was blind to my true worth. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The man with the crew cut, knowing how to assess the situation, immediately knelt and begged for mercy. However, Nuanyang had no intention of letting him go. He stabbed the man in the knee with an ice pick, then tossed the machete to the skinny, dark-skinned boy and gave him a box of mineral water and biscuits. The skinny, dark-skinned boy's face was already bruised, and he stared blankly at Nuanyang in astonishment. Little friend, thank you for saving me just now. These are my tokens of gratitude. But it's a pity you have a conscience but no brains. Remember, in the apocalypse, you either have to be smart or ruthless. Kindness might be your death warrant, but kindness with brains is the foundation of life. What to do with these three people is up to you. We never see each other again. Nuanyang took Wan Ningyan and the little girl away. They had to go to 3rd Street, so they didn't drive. After walking less than 10 meters, they heard screams and pleas for mercy from behind. Wan Ningyan frowned and turned to see what was happening, but Nuanyang covered her eyes. Don't look. You might have nightmares. Oh, okay. Turning the corner, Nuanyang glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw 3 people lying in the distance. A thin, dark-skinned boy was hacking them madly. To make a coward take up a butcher's knife, it seemed these people had been bullying people all their lives. Chapter 30. The 3rd Street was packed with zombies, swarming everywhere. A rough estimate was 50 or 60. Considering that Wan Ningyan was busy caring for the little girl and couldn't help, Nuanyang chose to clear the zombies with his ice spike first before searching for supplies. Mom! It's Mom! After only killing 4 or 5, Xiaoyu suddenly screamed twice, startling Nuanyang. The zombies, instantly drawn to Xiaoyu's voice, erupted in a rage, charging towards Nuanyang. In the front were 2 female zombies. Nuanyang suspected they were Lin Xiaoyu's mother, but it was too late to care for the children. The zombies were too numerous and too close. Although they were slow, it was impossible to use the ice spike to block the attacks while protecting Wan Ningyan and the others from them. There was no time to place any defenses. Turning around, Nuanyang saw Wan Ningyan holding Lin Xiaoyu, who was struggling to rush forward, with one hand, and tightly covering her mouth with the other. She said I'm sorry to him anxiously and apologetically. Nuanyang felt a nameless rage simmering in his chest. The situation was urgent, so he ultimately just shouted to Wan Ningyan. Cover Xiaoyu's eyes. Cover them. Bang, bang, bang. Nuanyang pulled out his submachine gun and fired single-handedly, simultaneously condensing ice spears to coordinate his attacks. A few minutes later, the bursts of rapid gunfire ceased, and the zombies piled up into a small hill 5 steps away, like a garbage dump, filled with the stench of decay and disgusting liquids. Nuanyang finally relaxed his tense nerves. Frowning, he collected the crystal cores, and then sealed the disgusting mountain of corpses with ice. Turning around, his face was cold, his brows etched with anger. Lin Xiaoyu was already sobbing uncontrollably, repeatedly calling Mommy. Wan Ningyan crouched beside him, frantically trying to comfort her. Seeing Nuanyang approach with a grim expression, she panicked and stuttered. Nuanyang. I'm sorry. Nuanyang remained silent, her face frighteningly cold. Wan Ningyan had never seen her like this before, and tears welled up in her eyes as she apologized tearfully. I didn't take good care of Xiaoyu. I won't do it again. Don't be angry. Wan Ningyan felt increasingly guilty as she spoke, not daring to look at Nuanyang. She lowered her head silently, and continued to apologize cautiously. Nuanyang's accusatory words finally faltered after noticing the shaking shoulders. He sighed, and lifted the sobbing Lin Xiaoyu into his arms. Xiaoyu, don't cry. That wasn't Mommy just now. But, the same clothes as Mommy. Just the same clothes. How can you be sure it was Mommy? Lin Xiaoyu stopped crying, her round eyes filled with confusion. She looked from Nuanyang to the hill of zombies, uncertain. Not Mom. Then where's Mom? Xiaoyu's mom went to find Dad. If you don't believe me, ask Grandpa and Grandma when you get home, okay? Then, will I take you home? Yes, as long as Xiaoyu promises you stay quiet next time you encounter a monster with grayish skin and fangs, I take you home. Xiaoyu promises you stay quiet. Xiaoyu, that's great. Now, stay here and don't run around. I need to talk to your sister Wan about something. Yeah. Xiaoyu won't run around. Putting Lin Xiaoyu aside, Nuanyang squatted beside Wan Ningyan and handed her a tissue. Wan Ningyan didn't take it, burying her face in her arms. Quiet sobs slowly turned into sobs. Nuanyang stayed by her side, her thoughts drifting back to her past life, through sobs, to so many dark and difficult times. They had encouraged and supported each other. They had lived a long life, but it had been a difficult one. Once the zombies grew stronger, they were unbeatable, and when they encountered them, they had no choice but to flee. The food they found was often stolen, and every time, Wan Ningyan would choke with anger, feeling helpless. Why was this so? Because they were too weak, so weak that it was a miracle they could survive the extreme cold. The anger in Nuanyang's heart slowly died down. She suddenly understood that, Regardless of her past life or this one, Wan Ningyan was still the same Wan Ningyan. She was always like that, weak, timid, kind, and unprepared. And so was she. It was only because she had been reborn with her memories, had more experience than her, and with the help of the mall system, that her abilities had improved so rapidly. Thinking of this, Wan Yang calmed down completely, pondered for a moment, and spoke slowly. Wan Ningyan, do you know how we died in our last life? In the snow, after starving for so long, I ran out of energy, and was caught by zombies. They tore at my body, and I couldn't do anything. When my throat was torn open, I couldn't breathe. My whole body convulsed in pain, and my mind went blank. At that time, you stood before me, your beautiful face torn off by zombies, bloody and bare. Every time I think of it, I'm in so much pain, even more painful than when I died myself. So in this life, I keep telling myself I keep you alive, even if I'd rather die than let you live. I should have stuck to my guns and protected you. I shouldn't have interfered with irrelevant people or matters. You might think I'm cold-blooded, but so what? At least I didn't put you in unnecessary danger. When the zombies rushed over, I was furious. I was furious at you for not telling Xiaoyu to stay quiet. I was furious that in that situation, you didn't abandon Xiaoyu and draw your weapons to fight with me. Instead, you continued to protect this child, and waited for me to solve the problem. What if I couldn't solve it? Then we died together. Whenever I think about this, I get furious. But after calming down, I realize I'm the real culprit. I was soft-hearted and wanted to take care of this burden. It was also because I protected you too much, not truly treating you as a teammate I could fight alongside. That's why you were in danger. You either hid behind me, or were too careless, unable to protect yourself even with a weapon. Ningyan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I don't want to be angry, but the thought of you getting hurt makes me lose control. Because I want you alive more than anyone else. Wan Ningyan slowly stopped crying, and listened to Nuan Yang with red eyes. The more she listened, the more guilty she felt. She quietly moved closer to her, and responded softly. Nuan Yang, it's not your fault. I thought you were omnipotent, so I became accustomed to relying on you. I'm not very capable, but I'm overly kind. As a result, I couldn't even take care of a child, and I almost got us wiped out. I won't do that again. I work hard to grow and become a good teammate and partner. I won't let you face every danger alone, and I protect you. Don't be angry, and don't blame yourself. Just teach me. I learn. I promise. Also, I don't think you're cold-blooded. I know you're doing this for my own good. Nuan Yang's lips curled up secretly. She knew Wan Ningyan's character well, so she could only retreat in order to advance. It wasn't glorious, but it worked. Gently wiping the tears from Wan Ningyan's eyes with her fingertips, Nuan Yang, having achieved her goal, began to soothe her softly. I get it. Don't cry. Aren't you my sister? Aren't you supposed to protect me? How can you cry so easily? I'm not crying. Well, the wind was just too strong, and it made your eyes red. Wan Ningyan snorted, and leaned against Nuan Yang's shoulder. Nuan Yang, do you think I'm stupid and can't do anything? No, you're already amazing. Most people would just hide, but you can kill zombies. You're so brave. So, call me sister? Time to find supplies. Nuan Yang immediately stood up, and carried Lin Xiaoyu into Wan Ningyan's arms. Just call me sister, why are you hiding? Wan Ningyan, we don't have much time. Let's get moving. Wan Ningyan pursed her lips, and obediently followed Nuan Yang, holding Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 31. This time, my luck wasn't great. There was only one small brick factory on the 3rd Street, costing around 20,000 to 30,000 bricks. A half-brick thick floor would cost about 5,000 bricks for 100 square meters. But with the extreme weather of the apocalypse, this amount of bricks was barely enough. Thinking of this, Nuan Yang realized that bricks alone wouldn't be enough. In such unusual weather, insulation materials would be needed to be safe. Nuan Yang immediately used the navigation system to search for factories along the way. He found a small town on the border of Province G specializing in new materials. There were nearly 100 related factories and businesses, many with keywords like construction and insulation in their names. Without an internet connection, identifying factories was only possible by name. Such a large number of factories, and diverse types of factories, was more worth the risk of searching than searching for individual factories along the way. After finalizing the plan, Nuan Yang, Wan Ningyan, and Lin Xiaoyu headed straight for the farm, intending to complete the space mission before noon. The Qingshan farm, built on a vast 5,000 square meter plot of land in the suburbs, is a complex facility integrating the breeding, cultivation, and slaughter of pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. A small fertilizer processing plant is also located nearby, using animal manure as raw material, achieving an integrated and environmentally friendly industrial chain. When the car arrived at the farm gate, another car was already there. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, stood at the entrance, seemingly discussing something. At the gate, several zombies were frantically pounding on it, trying to break out. The hollow iron gate made a series of jarring noises. Nuanyang, they seem to be here looking for supplies too. Nuanyang observed the farm structure, forming a suspicion. He asked Wan Ningyan, if they come to seek cooperation, would you agree or refuse? Well, Wan Ningyan observed it carefully for a long moment, then answered cautiously. This farm is surrounded by a high wall, topped with barbed wire. The main gate is the only entrance. There are 7 or 8 zombies inside the gate. It would be difficult for the 3 of them to deal with so many zombies, but it's easy for us. Whether it's superpowers or guns, we can take care of the zombies through the door, so I don't think there's any need for cooperation. Wan Yang smiled with satisfaction. Wan Ningyan is actually quite intelligent. With proper training, she'd become an excellent helper. I share your thoughts, but I added a further consideration. In the apocalypse, prolonged extreme weather will drive plants and animals extinct. When the extreme weather ends, humans won't be able to cultivate or raise crops. Even if they defeat the zombies, they'd be doomed to extinction. So, since my space can hold living creatures, I should preserve as many of these resources as possible. There's no need to cooperate with them, and share some. Once the base is stable, and the weather returns to normal, the animals can be brought out for breeding, and the food can be cultivated and planted. If successful, humanity will have hope of rebuilding civilization, and we won't have to guard our supplies, and live out our lives in solitude. So you thought so far ahead, Wan Ningyan said, her expression filled with surprise and admiration. Wan Yang, you really are like a savior, not just me, but all of humanity. I only want to save you. Everyone else is just incidental. Lin Xiaoyu's little head popped over from the back seat. Sister Wan Yang, what's incidental? What does it mean to live out our lives? Wan Ningyan chuckled, and Wan Yang rubbed her nose awkwardly, having forgotten there was a child in the back seat. These are adult topics, not suitable for Xiaoyu. Nuanyang held out a lollipop and offered it to her. Xiaoyu, do you want some? Yes. Lin Xiaoyu happily licked the lollipop, forgetting all the previous questions. Nuanyang breathed a sigh of relief, then saw Wan Ningyan staring at him with an ambiguous smile. Why are you looking at me like that? I find it amazing. You have such an intimidating face, but you're surprisingly good at coaxing children. Nuanyang was speechless. Wan Ningyan's laughter only grew wider, and she continued her witty remarks. If someone hadn't come, Nuanyang would have wanted to tape her mouth shut. Knock knock. Nuanyang rolled down the window halfway, his expression cold. What's up? Hello, Mississippi. I'm Gao Han. The 2 people over there are my sister Gao Ming and her boyfriend, Qin Qian. Gao Han had a gentle appearance, wore glasses, and was dressed like a programmer. His rolled-up sleeves revealed muscular arms, suggesting he exercised regularly. A girl not far away had a ponytail, was short, and dressed in a cute style. The man next to her was tall and thin, dressed in designer clothes, and his eyes kept glancing at Wan Yang. The 3 of us are here to look for food, and you should be too, right? Wan Yang nodded gently. Then are you interested in teaming up? I suggest we catch chickens and ducks. They lay eggs, can be used as food, are easy to raise, and are convenient to transport back home. How about we split the food evenly among everyone? Sorry, not interested. Gao Han seemed to have not expected Wan Yang to refuse, and reluctantly continued to persuade her. Miss, there are a lot of zombies at the door, 9 of them. There are only 2 girls and a child. How can you possibly defeat them? It would be safer to team up with us, or... Do you have any objections to the distribution method? We can discuss it. Brother Gao, don't worry about our safety. Just go get whatever supplies you need. We go after you collected them. Gao Han's eyes flashed with displeasure, as he retorted. What do you mean? We already defeated the zombies, and you're picking up the slack? How about we go in first, and then you can go in after we finish looting? Gao Han raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with the suggestion, but his words remained hypocritical. That's not good. We don't want to pick up the slack. Wan Yang smiled faintly. It's okay. Just promise you won't go in while we're looking for supplies. Can you do that? Since the young lady insists, then it's settled. Wan Yang nodded in agreement, watching Gao Han trot back and say something to the other 2. They were surprised and happy, then hurried back to the car. TSK, those three actually hid in the car, really treating us like cannon fodder. Does Queen Wan seem quite upset? Of course. Taking advantage of us is so shameless. Then show me your skills later. Wan Ningyan immediately pulled a pistol from her bag and struck a secret agent pose. Nuanyang, Xiaoyu is in your care. Okay. Nuanyang carried Lin Xiaoyu and followed behind Wan Ningyan. When Wan Ningyan stopped at the door, Nuanyang made her face him and covered her ears with his hands. Bang, bang, bang. 9 gunshots rang out, each one hitting its mark, decapitating the zombies at the door. Wan Ningyan was delighted and proud, like a child who had won an award, excitedly begging for praise. Nuanyang, did you see that? Every shot hit the target. I really have a natural shooting talent. Nuanyang didn't tell Wan Ningyan the truth, but smiled faintly. I saw it. It's fantastic, good enough for the Olympics. Then I want a gold medal. Wan Yang's smile widened. He felt that Wan Ningyan was a bit childish at the moment. After waiting for a while, 3 zombies were attracted by the gunfire. After Wan Ningyan dispatched them, Nuanyang gave her the master key. Lock the door once you get in. Even if those 3 tried to sneak in, it would take some effort. You're really thoughtful. As Wan Ningyan went to open the door, Nuanyang picked up Lin Xiaoyu, glancing at the car nearby. Ever since Wan Ningyan opened fire, the 3 men had been restless, their heads huddled together, whispering something. I hope they don't commit suicide. After praying, Nuanyang covered Lin Xiaoyu's eyes and carried her into the farm with one hand. Chapter 32. The small building Nuanyang and his group first arrived at was the registration area. There were 2 roads with barriers on both sides. 3 transport trucks were parked at the barriers, their doors wide open. The drivers must have escaped. Nuanyang handed Lin Xiaoyu to Wan Ningyan and then stored the trucks in his space. Wan Ningyan was puzzled. Nuanyang, why are you storing these stinky trucks? The base will need specialized transport trucks for livestock farming in the future. Foresight. Lin Xiaoyu also said in a childish voice, Gaozhan cylinder. Feeling strangely happy, Nuanyang smiled at them, and then walked over to the nearby guide map to look at it. The road on the left led to the livestock breeding area. The first stop was the slaughterhouse, followed by the pig, sheep, and cattle areas, and further back was the feed barn. The second path led to the poultry farming area. The first stop was still the slaughterhouse, followed by chickens, ducks, and geese. However, Nuanyang was surprised to find pigeons and quail in the poultry area. Although these birds didn't seem to have much meat, they reproduced quickly and were nutritious. In the apocalyptic world, with food and clothing shortages, most people were malnourished. Pigeons and quail were nourishing and could quickly restore vitality. Nuanyang, which should we go first? The livestock area seems closer. The poultry area. Why? Wouldn't it be more convenient to go from the livestock area to the poultry area? Those 3 targets at the gate are chickens and ducks. If we go to the livestock area first, they could sneak in and steal the chickens and ducks. That wouldn't work. Wan Ningyan pondered for a moment, then asked tentatively. What if they kept their promise and waited for us at the gate? Are we really not going to leave them any supplies? If they truly abide by the rules, I give them a few hens. Did you want to give it yourself, or because I asked? I would have given it even if you hadn't asked. I experienced the apocalypse once, and the hardships of survival are unforgettable. So, I won't kill anyone who is humanity. Wan Ningyan's worries faded, and she smiled, nuzzling Nuanyang with her arm. Then let's go. Well, are you tired? Let me hold Xiaoyu for now. Not at all. Xiaoyu is so light, like a feather. Nuanyang stopped trying to persuade him, thinking, after taking 2 powerful pills, she wouldn't be tired. The first place they arrived at was the slaughterhouse. The smell was extremely unpleasant. The meat, which hadn't been processed for days, gave off a foul stench. Nuanyang gave up and headed to the rear breeding area. Nuanyang had initially thought some of the birds would starve to death, but she hadn't expected the Qishan farm to be so intelligent. All the chickens were fed automatically, and they were lively and active. Furthermore, they were raised in cages, making them easy to care for, and they even produced a large egg harvest. The ducks and geese were a bit more challenging, being raised in artificial ponds, so you had to catch them yourself. Wan Ningyan and Lin Xiaoyu both came to help herd the ducks and geese towards Nuanyang. Nuanyang used every trick in the book, catching, pouncing, and even sneaking up on them, and after over an hour, he finally finished collecting them. By the end, Wan Ningyan and Lin Xiaoyu were merely sweating from running, but Nuanyang, unlike them, was covered in mud, earning them teasing for being dirty. The birds behind were all caged, So Nuanyang felt no need to wear dirty clothes, so he simply put them away, took out a t-shirt, and began to put them on. Wanning hadn't expected Nuanyang to change clothes so quickly, and her face flushed. She quickly hugged Lin Xiaoyu and turned away. You, why are you changing clothes so suddenly? Because my clothes are dirty. Then why don't you go change in the bathroom? You're not wearing anything inside, so why bother? As he spoke, Nuanyang had already changed and patted Wanning on the shoulder. Let's go! Wanning blushed and carefully checked that Nuanyang was dressed before she breathed a sigh of relief and followed. The poultry area had more supplies than expected. Besides poultry, there were also many eggs, including incubators. Nuanyang took them all and stored them in his space. Then he headed towards the livestock area. He encountered only 2 zombies along the way and soon entered the pasture. Nanyang was startled by the lush grass and thought the cattle and sheep were free-range, so he wanted to catch them. Later, he discovered that they were indeed free-range, but luckily, they were still in their kennels and hadn't been released. He breathed a sigh of relief. The sheep weren't numerous. They had introduced 100 each of Altai and Hengshan sheep. Nuanyang only collected a dozen before completing his space mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Your space's level has been increased by 1, expanding to 50,000 cubic meters. Your living space has been expanded to 500 cubic meters. The subspace function has been enabled. You receive a 50 cubic meter subspace ring, which can be used to store living creatures. Your personal level has been increased by 0.1 level. Xiao Lu, what does subspace mean? It means it's attached to the host's space. Give the subspace ring to any human the host wishes, and have them acknowledge it with a blood oath. This subspace is then granted to the ring's owner. The ring's owner can freely use the subspace, but the host, as the owner of the main space, can access and use the subspace at any time without their consent. You mean I can freely manipulate the subspace, place supplies in it, or even take supplies she's collected? Yes, it's attached to your main space, after all. This was incredible. Nuanyang was both surprised and delighted. With the subspace, even if Wanning were separated from him unexpectedly, he wouldn't have to worry about her being without supplies or weapons. Host, since you're so happy, would you like to take a new mission? Go ahead. Ding. New mission. Store 500 cubic meters of living creatures. Time limit, 12 hours. Accept. 500 cubic meters. A large fat pig accounts for almost 1 cubic meter. This farm's biggest business is pork, and they have at least 1,000 pigs, which is more than enough for this mission. Just after harvesting the sheep, Nuanyang suddenly heard a car horn in the distance. The sound grew louder and louder, approaching the sheep area. Wanning heard it too, and immediately ran outside to check. A moment later, she returned, her face pale. Nuanyang. Zombie herd. How could it be? Those 3 people, honking their horns, followed by a swarm of zombies, stretching as far as the eye could see. Nuanyang hadn't expected the 3 men to be so ruthless. He immediately told Wanning to stay inside the sheep area and hurried out. Beep! A horn blared through the air. Nuanyang stood on the road, glaring at the rapidly approaching car. Behind it were a dense swarm of zombies, so numerous that Nuanyang couldn't even begin to measure them. The car, seemingly noticing Nuanyang, sped up significantly, its horn blaring even louder. Nuanyang quickly glanced around. There was only one road, and an idea suddenly struck him. You're asking for your own death. Nuanyang ran forward a dozen meters, away from the sheep area. Then, stretching out his hands, he began to form a wall of ice. A meter high, one side connected to the fence on the left, the other to the building on the right. He continued to form, the ice gradually growing thicker than half a meter, then a meter. But it wasn't enough. With the hot weather, the ice would melt quickly. Nuanyang gritted her teeth and continued to form ice. Even after taking energy pills, the effort began to falter. She felt increasingly that her superpower had reached its limit, unable to break through. Just one more step, hold on. Nuanyang's veins bulged, and sweat covered her body. The honking of horns grew closer, and she felt anxious, her mouth tasting blood. To be absolutely sure, she had to constantly force herself to concentrate and unleash her superpower. Suddenly Nuanyang felt a chill coursing through her meridians, and all the strain vanished. The thickness of the ice easily surpassed 10 meters. It was an upgrade in superpowers. Swish. A sudden screeching of brakes brought Nuanyang back to her senses. She realized the car had been forced to a stop. She leaped onto the ice wall, unsheathed her submachine gun, and blew it up all the tires. Screams erupted from inside the car, And then the zombies that had arrived surrounded it. Chapter 33. Hee. Zombies pounded the car frantically, and the three people inside were terrified and screamed for help. Nguyen Yang's expression was impassive. He twisted his hand, sending an ice needle piercing the upper left corner of the windshield. The screams from inside the car intensified, and people pleaded for mercy. Ignoring the voices, he twisted his hand again, sending a second ice needle piercing the upper right corner of the windshield, instantly cracking the entire windshield. No! Please! I don't want to die. Sister, please let us go. We're wrong. We're bastards. Please show mercy. Whoa. It's all your fault. Why did you provoke her? Nguyen Yang sneered. If you want mercy, go and tell the king of hell. The third ice needle pierced, and the entire windshield shattered. The zombies, sensing the human scent, became even more frantic than before. Gao Han, in the driver's seat, was so frightened that he kept squeezing towards the back seats, but the two people behind him didn't want him to come over, pushing him forward to block the zombies. It was a truly awful dog-eat-dog show. Watching the three men's ungainly attempts to evade them, their utter vainness met with a tinge of revengeful pleasure. Nguyen Yang turned and saw Wan Ningyan approaching. Why are you out? Go hide. Aren't we teammates? Don't leave me behind again. Wan Ningyan ran over, her bag on her back, and then scaled the ice wall. Climbing a wall requires skill. Even the strongest will struggle if you don't find the right technique. Nguyen Yang quietly watched Wan Ningyan struggle to climb. She considered giving her a hand, but then gave up. Ever since their conversation, Wan Ningyan had been actively asking for help, so she shouldn't have been overly protective of her. After struggling for 2 minutes, Wan Ningyan finally climbed up the ice wall, her face flushed with exhaustion. Where's Xiaoyu? I hid her on the shelf. Even if we encounter zombies, they can't catch her. Yeah, that's good. Wan Ningyan rested on the ice wall for a moment before standing up. Seeing the dense swarm of zombies ahead, she unconsciously hid behind Nguyen Yang. Aren't you a teammate? Why are you hiding behind me? I'm afraid of heights. My legs are weak. It's better to hold you. Nguyen Yang smiled without saying anything. He condensed an icicle and shot it toward the car window, instantly covering the entire driver's window with spiderweb-like cracks. I'm sorry. Please don't. I don't want to die. What? Gao Han collapsed, scrambling towards the back seat, his feet pressed against the steering wheel, his legs trembling. If the car window shattered, the zombies would easily be able to catch him. You don't want to die? Then do we want to die? Summoning a horde of zombies, isn't that just to harm us? You're just tying yourselves up in knots. You deserve to die. Wan Ningyan, like a little fox, poking her head out and yelling, then ducking back down, hugging Nguyen Yang's arm even tighter. Yes, it's our fault. I apologize. I'd do anything for you. Please let me go. I don't want to die. Whoa. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Whoa. I won't do it again, never again. It was her. It was Gao Ming. Qin Qian suddenly pointed at Gao Ming and shouted, this was Gao Ming's idea. You two beauties, it had nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, go find her. Let me go. I'm innocent. Qin Qian. What nonsense are you talking about? Gao Ming's face paled even further in the back seat, and he looked at Nguyen Yang and the others in panic. It wasn't me. Qin Qian was just talking nonsense. Sisters, believe me. We're all women. How could we harm our own kind? It was you. You said they were so cruel, they wouldn't spare a single chicken. You also said they had guns, and that direct confrontation wouldn't work, so they could let the zombies do the killing, saying they eventually run out of bullets. I was against it at the time, but you two forced me into agreeing. Qin Qian. You die a horrible death. You bastard. You agreed too. And you came up with a method to attract the zombies. After hearing the whole story, Nguyen Yang and the others looked displeased. Someone who broke their promise, and then blamed others deserved no sympathy. Nguyen Yang, kill them. Okay, let the zombies kill them. It's like reaping what you sowed. Bang, bang, bang. Several icicles shot out, shattering both front windows into smithereens. Zombies immediately crawled in through the windows, wailing and screaming echoing from inside, both horrific and terrifying. Wan Ningyan hid in Nguyen Yang's arms, covering her ears, her body trembling with fear. Nguyen Yang gently held her, observing the scene before him with a calm expression, until the strong smell of blood reached his nostrils, causing him to frown in displeasure. A moment later, the three people in the car fell silent. Nguyen Yang saw that Gao Han's eyes were beginning to cloud, indicating a potential mutation. It's over. Are you okay? Not. Wan Ningyan's lips turned pale with fear. She emerged from Wan Yang's arms, patted her chest, and drew her pistol, gazing at the horde of zombies. Fear crossed her face, but she didn't retreat. Are we going to kill zombies next? Yeah. So many zombies, so much money. Money? Didn't I tell you? Crystal cores are the hard currency of the apocalypse. Right. Wan Ningyan's eyes lit up. Nuan Yang, give me some more bullets. I want to kill more. Let's use the submachine gun. My powers have been upgraded, so I can test out their power. No need for a gun. The left side is yours, and the right side is mine. Okay. Nuan Yang handed the submachine gun to Wan Ningyan, briefly instructed her to fire and reload, then bought 500 bullets from the mall and put them in her bag. Bang, bang, bang. Wan Ningyan's face was stern, and she endured the stench and nausea as she diligently killed the zombies. Nuan Yang watched for a moment, feeling both pleased and impressed by the woman's beauty. For a moment, he thought she was posing for a post-apocalyptic magazine. When Nuan Yang came to his senses, Wan Ningyan was killing with increasing vigor. The zombie corpses in front of her had piled up like a small mountain, and the sound of gunfire had drawn all the zombies to the left. I couldn't lose to Wan Ningyan. Nuan Yang took a deep breath, concentrating his energy. In just 2 seconds, he congealed a swarm of ice spears in midair. Hundreds of them, densely packed together, blocked out the sun overhead. Wan Ningyan was stunned by the scene, staring blankly. The next second, the ice spears shot towards the ground like arrows, piercing the zombies. In an instant, only zombie corpses remained within a 50-meter radius. Ding. Mission: kill 1,000 zombies within 3 days completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5,000 experience points and a pill gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing 1 level. You received a beginner level gift pack, and the sign-in bonus has been upgraded to 20 L of premium drinking water, 2 random breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, and 2 kilograms of 2 random fruits. Ding. A cool off-road vehicle specially designed for the apocalypse. Apocalypse off-road vehicle? Yes, host. This is the latest off-road vehicle developed by the Mall system, specifically for use in the apocalypse. The car's exterior and tires are crafted from special materials that are fireproof, waterproof, collision-proof, bulletproof, cold-resistant, and heat-resistant. They also feature automatic cleaning and repair functions, allowing you to ram zombies and experience the thrill of bumper cars. The roof features a 360-degree monitoring system for both living creatures and zombies within a 100-meter radius. Real-time monitoring results are transmitted via a holographic screen in the driver's seat, along with a danger warning function. The interior seats 5 in 2 rows, with a spacious rear seat equipped with a TV, refrigerator, air purification system, Wi-Fi, and a game console, ensuring long journeys are never boring. Ding ding. The highlight: the rear seats fold flat to create a bed, equivalent to a triple bed. The leather is premium quality, warm in winter and cool in summer, springy and comfortable, contoured to your body, with adjustable firmness and a massage function, ensuring a comfortable night's sleep. Never again will the Emperor attend court early in the morning. The off-road vehicle sounds impressive, but it was this promotion that left Nuan Yang speechless. Is this how the Emperor will never attend court early in the morning? Chapter 34. Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang finished her conversation with the system and turned to find Wan Ningyan looking a little disappointed. What's wrong? Your powers are incredibly powerful now. Yes, the speed and quantity of your condensation have increased significantly. You shouldn't have to be afraid of even small zombie swarms in the future. Wan Ningyan bit her lower lip, her eyes shifting with emotion. Nuan Yang, unsure of her thoughts, waited quietly for her to speak. After a moment, Wan Ningyan asked cautiously, "You're so powerful. Do you no longer need teammates?" Nuan Yang paused for a second, then immediately understood her concern and flicked her forehead with his finger. "Don't even think about lying down. The remaining zombies are yours. Kill them all, and I give you a reward." "Shh. It hurts." Wan Ningyan rubbed her forehead and muttered, "You know that's not what I meant. Ningyan, I'm not a god. I'm mortal. I might run out of power, get injured, or even pass out. You're my teammate. If you don't improve your abilities, I'd be dead if you encounter such a situation. So don't be so self-deprecating. Keep fighting. You're the one I'm entrusting my life to." Wan Ningyan's eyes gradually lit up, and the corners of her mouth curled up. I try my best. There weren't many zombies left, only about 200 or 300. Nuan Yang used ice to condense a chair, put a cushion on it, and sat there, watching Wan Ningyan kill zombies, while using her mental power to communicate with the system and open gift packs. Ding! The pill gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 Xingyiquan pill, 1 Dolly pill, 1 medical pill, and 1 random ability pill. Ding! The primary level gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 raffle ticket, 1 50% off coupon, and 1 hot pot item. Ding! All hot pot items in the mall have been unlocked and can be purchased with points. Xiao Lu raffle. Also, please explain the Xingyiquan pills and coupons. Okay, host. Ding! The raffle has begun. Ding! Xingyiquan pill. After taking this, you can master the martial art Xingyiquan. Duration, permanent. Side effects, none. Improvement method. Xingyiquan is a martial art characterized by linear movements and powerful attacks. The more Dolly pills you take, the stronger your Xingyiquan attack power will be. Ding! Coupon. When shopping in the Doomsday Mall, the host can use this coupon on any item. The points required for that item will be weighed based on the coupon discount. Nuan Yang's eyes lit up. He could actually gain martial arts right away, which would dramatically increase his melee ability. In the future, if he encounters others and doesn't want to expose his superpowers, he can use martial arts. It's also a self-protection skill. Great! Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 mutant seed in all categories. Ding! All mutant seed categories in the mall have been unlocked and can be purchased with points. Mutant seeds? Nuan Yang curiously entered the mall. Hot pot and mutant seeds have been added to the category list. Hot pot was categorized first, so Nuan Yang looked at it first, thinking it would be similar to the milk tea category, and just a quick glance. Unexpectedly, she was surprised by the sheer variety of items, not to mention the integrated service. There were sections for hot pot bases, dipping sauces, beverages, vegetables, fresh meat, seafood, meatballs, mushrooms, soy products, and staple foods. The prices were very low. Fresh meat was 5 points per 500 G plate, seafood was 4 points per 500 G plate, meatballs were 3 points per 500 G plate, and everything else was just 1 point per 500 G plate. Dipping sauces were 1 point per person, and drinks were available in various glass bottles of soda, dairy drinks, and plum juice, all for 1 point per bottle. The hot pot section was the most outrageous. If you had a pot, you could get any pot base for 5 points. If you didn't have a pot, the mall system would give you a pot with your purchase. This pot consumes 0.5 kilowatt hours of electricity per hour, which could be topped up in the mall's energy section. Not only that, with this pot, you can also opt for a 3-hour hot pot buffet for 30 points per person, including dipping sauce and drinks. No wasting is allowed. After 3 hours, any remaining food will be automatically counted, and 10 points will be deducted for every 100 G of uneaten food. Nuan Yang silently calculated the cost-effectiveness of the buffet. 5 plates of meat would pay for themselves. Even though girls have small appetites, they wouldn't lose money if they only ate the expensive food. I don't know how much Wan Ningyan's parents eat, but farming is quite strenuous, so they should eat more than average. Her brother is only 18, at the age where he can eat, so he'd be the main source of the buffet. Nuan Yang's smile curled with joy. He decided to eat hot pot more often in the future. The fresh food stored in the space will eventually run out. If the base can't resume farming, the mall will be the only source of fresh food. In that case, he didn't want to miss out on the bargain of the hot pot buffet. After considering it, Nuan Yang clicked on the mutant seeds section. The seeds there were pretty much the same as he remembered, though the prices were a bit pricey, 10 to 100 points for 500 G. Nuan Yang wasn't sure what the difference was between these mutant seeds and regular seeds, so he just clicked on the details page of a random seed. Mutated wheat seeds. Suitable temperature, 20 to 70 degrees Celsius. Suitable soil, except paddy fields. Fertility requirement, none. Growing cycle, matures in 30 days. Mutant characteristics, extremely drought tolerant, higher temperatures increase yields. Yield per acre, 500,1000 gene, 500,1000 caddies. Precautions. A single watering of 100 to 200 milliliters allows for drought resistance for 10 days. Exceeding this limit will cause the wheat to spontaneously combust due to extreme water shortage. Watering more than 500 milliliters at a time will cause the wheat roots to rot and die. Wheat doesn't like cold temperatures. Its yield is halved at 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. It becomes infertile below 20 degrees Celsius, and it will freeze to death below 0 degrees Celsius. Nuan Yang was astonished. This wheat was drought-resistant, a perfect match for extreme heat, and it matured in just 30 days. The base could easily resume its agricultural industry during the extreme heat, as long as the base manager could be persuaded. Excited, Nguyen Yang looked through several seed descriptions. Most of them were either drought-resistant or cold-resistant, with short growth cycles, as short as 10 days, and no more than 60. If fertility was needed, zombie corpses could be used as nutrients, making them particularly easy to grow. Perhaps, humanity's hope of rebuilding its home and civilization in the apocalypse had hope. Nguyen Yang, I'm done. Wan Ningyan's voice brought Nguyen Yang back to her senses. She saw Wan Ningyan smiling brightly and extending a hand. Where's my reward? Let me check first. Nguyen Yang stood up and walked to the ice wall. At a glance, there were only zombie corpses, completely destroyed. After automatically collecting the crystal cores, the total number of low-level crystal cores reached 5,105, a considerable harvest. He took out the subspace ring. The band was silver-white, the citra silver-white setting, and on the setting was a dull gem? It looked worse than anything you find on a street vendor. What an ugly design. Nguyen Yang wiped it with his hand, but the gem remained just as dull. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and show the ugly ring to Wan Ningyan. This is the reward. Huh? Wan Ningyan was utterly shocked. Her face gradually turned red as she stared at the ring, and her words became increasingly stammered. Nguyen Yang. You? Isn't this too sudden? It's a little sudden. I was planning to give it to you after I said see you home, but now that I have the chance, I might as well give it to you in advance to save you the trouble of carrying your backpack. You? Then. Wan Ningyan flinched, feeling extremely shy, and slowly extended her left hand. Put it on me. Nguyen Yang didn't notice Wan Ningyan's annoyance, his mind preoccupied with the rules of subspace. Wait, there's a master recognition ceremony. Master? Master? Yes. It required a drop of blood. Nguyen Yang didn't want to use something as damaging as a knife, so he searched the space for medical blood drawing supplies. Since he didn't know the names, he could only control and open the pile of medicine boxes one by one. Wan Ningyan, standing beside him, blushed even more, a look of surprise on her face. So, you have this habit. Chapter 35. How do you guys in this circle work? I only heard of it, but I don't really understand. Do you use whips? I'm a bit afraid of pain. Also, about that master recognition thing. You're the master, and what am I? A dog? Found it, a lancet. Nguyen Yang took out the lancet and, upon hearing Wan Ningyan's words, was extremely confused. What dog? Huh? Not a dog? Then, a slave? Why are you talking so strangely? Nguyen Yang ignored Wan Ningyan's words and took her left hand. Selecting her middle finger, he gently pricked it with the lancet. A drop of blood spurted out, and Wan Ningyan groaned in pain and tried to withdraw her hand. Don't move. The ring needs a blood drop to recognize its master. Wan Ningyan vaguely realized she had misunderstood something, and watched, bewildered, as Nguyen Yang squeezed the blood drop from her finger and gently dripped it onto the ring. The moment the drop of blood dripped onto the ring's gemstone, it glowed bright red. Then, bit by bit, the blood was absorbed, the dull gemstone began to become transparent, and streaks of blood could be seen swirling around inside. When all the blood was absorbed, the gemstone transformed into a vibrant red, translucent under the sunlight. Is this a ruby? How can it absorb blood? It's a carrier of space. It now recognizes you as its master. Feel it, and see if your spirit can enter the space. Nguyen Yang placed the ring on Wan Ningyan's finger. The band was slightly larger than Wan Ningyan's finger, but once it was placed on her finger, it tightened itself to fit her finger as if it had a life of its own. Wan Ningyan was so shocked she was speechless. She carefully touched the ring with her finger, and a glint of light flashed from the ruby. Nguyen Yang. I seem to see a cube, completely empty inside. Is this the space you were talking about? Well, try putting your gun into the space in your mind and see. Wan Ningyan held the submachine gun and stared at it. After several seconds, the gun suddenly disappeared, and she excitedly hugged Nguyen Yang. It really went in. Nguyen Yang. I have a space. I have a space too. I love this reward. I'm glad you like it. Thank you, Nguyen Yang. But where did this space come from? After I upgraded my space. A small space suddenly appeared. Wan Ningyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, I thought your space was a gold-eating beast. I didn't expect it to produce smaller spaces after consuming gold and upgrading. It's amazing. I have to find more gold and silver to feed it in the future. A space producing smaller spaces seemed a bit absurd no matter how you looked at it, but Nuan Yang didn't deny it. She couldn't think of a good excuse anyway, so Wan Ningyan just believed it. So she nodded in agreement and changed the subject. Put the stuff in and out of your backpack, practice more. I pick out some supplies you need, and you can store them in your own space later, so you don't have to keep asking me for them. Okay. Nuan Yang jumped off the ice wall and began diligently searching the space for supplies. He placed anything he thought Wan Ningyan might need on the open space. After finishing his selection, Nuan Yang glanced at a small box at the side of the space. It read, Subspace 1 activated. A thought struck him, and for a second, his vision went dark before he entered the subspace. The subspace contained very little: a backpack, a pistol, a submachine gun, some ammunition, a bottle of mineral water, and 2 packs of biscuits. Wan Ningyan was happily collecting and taking things out. Ningyan, come down, it's time to collect the supplies. I'm coming. Wan Ningyan looked even happier and more excited than before. As she jumped off the ice wall, Nuan Yang caught her, but before she could even find her balance, she rushed out, heading straight for the supplies. Here are my clothes. Collect them. Medical kit, this is important, take them. Sanitary napkins, a feminine essential, need them. Water is the source of life, take them. Wan Ningyan was a chatterbox at the moment, commenting on every item she collected. Nuan Yang watched from the side, his mind constantly replaying scenes from his previous life. In his previous life, as time passed, the amount of food available outside dwindled, and Nuan Yang's anxiety grew. Wan Ningyan seemed to have noticed something. Every time she found an item while searching for supplies, she would say that although it wasn't edible, it had various benefits and was very useful to us. It was just self-deception, but Nuan Yang was always affected by her moods. From then on, in every small nest he settled in, he would accumulate a pile of useless things, like a kind of comfort. Nuan Yang, I put everything away, and there's still plenty of space. Can I help you with some of the supplies you need to stock up later? Sure, but you have limited space. Don't waste space with bulky things that don't really help you. The two returned to the sheep area. Lin Xiaoyu was sitting obediently on the shelf, a look of fear on her face. Upon seeing who was coming, she immediately felt wronged. Sister Wan, I thought you didn't want Xiaoyu anymore. How could that be? I went to fight the bad guys, and came back to pick her up afterward. Wow. Sister, you're so great. That's... Wan Ningyan smiled, and lifted Lin Xiaoyu into her arms, then followed Nuan Yang to the cattle and pig farms. Live cattle and pigs weren't edible and took up space, so Wan Ningyan confiscated them, leaving Nuan Yang to take them all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Your space level has increased by 0.5, with the living space expanded to 5,000 cubic meters, and the number 1 subspace expanded to 100 cubic meters. Your personal level has increased by 0.05. Xiao Lu, is this mission worth so little experience? You haven't even leveled up. Host, this is a living space mission, so the rewards are specific to the living space, so the experience points are lower. I see. Are there any new missions? Not yet. Nuan Yang felt a sense of unease. Both his personal and space levels were becoming increasingly difficult to level up. This wasn't a good sign. After storing all the supplies from the Qingshan farm into his space, Nuan Yang took out the apocalyptic off-road vehicle the system had given him. The exterior was pure black, similar in appearance to a large off-road vehicle in real life, the only difference being that all 4 tires were silver white, and there was a small radar-like object on the roof. The glass seemed to be protected from prying eyes, so Nuan Yang couldn't see inside. Wow! The car is so beautiful, it's sparkling. It's the reflection. Wan Ningyan finished speaking, looking at Nuan Yang. I'm a little reluctant to leave Xiaoyu, and I want to sit in the back seat with her. Okay, get in. After Nuan Yang took the driver's seat, a virtual operating screen appeared in front of him, displaying the off-road vehicle's configuration, supported functions, and operating instructions. Ding. The off-road vehicle has been successfully bound to the host. The anti-theft function will automatically activate when the host leaves the vehicle. Host. Binding successful. The automatic core pickup and navigation functions can be authorized for the off-road vehicle. Would you like to authorize them? Can this be done? Authorize. Ding. Authorization successful. The host can use navigation on the virtual control screen, and the automatic core pickup function has been automatically enabled. It seems this car is smarter than I imagined. Nuan Yang began to check the control screen and discovered. It requires points everywhere: driving mode, automatic mode, to be unlocked, 5,000 points. Electric car mode, 10 kilowatt-hours per 100 kilometers, maximum speed of 180 miles per hour, silent, electricity recharge at the energy section of the mall. Gas car mode, 10 L per 100 kilometers, maximum speed of 400 miles per hour, can switch to low-altitude flight mode, refuel at the energy section of the mall. Low-altitude flight mode, to be unlocked, 50,000 points, free flying wings. Navigation mode, to be unlocked, 30,000 points, free 2 cannons. Submersible mode, to be unlocked, 20,000 points, free oxygen conversion system, 2 torpedoes. Safe mode. Normal mode, to be unlocked, 30,000 points, can simulate any car model, exterior color can be customized. Camouflage mode, to be unlocked, 500. 0 points, the vehicle's appearance changes according to the surroundings, blending seamlessly into the surrounding landscape. Hidden mode, to be unlocked, 80,000 points. The entire vehicle becomes transparent and equipped with an anti-tracking system, preventing any monitoring equipment from identifying, locking, or tracking it. Attack mode, to be unlocked, 50,000 points. Auto-cleaning function, 10 points per use. Repair function, pricing based on vehicle damage, 100 points to 500,000 points, with 100% damage costing 1 million points. Nuanyang felt his breathing become difficult. Although he had over 500,000 crystal cores, which seemed rich, he needed them for power upgrades and a safe base. This car was costing so many points, and his own crystal core reserves were simply insufficient. Chapter 36. Xiao Lu, get out here. Explain. Ahem, host, we're a mall system, and the mall is all about earning points. Nuanyang's face darkened terribly, feeling like she was being manipulated by the system, but there was nothing she could do about it. The mall's products were all so good. Exchange my points for 1,000 crystal cores. Okay, host. Ding. Points recharge successful. Current points, 106,620, remaining crystal cores, 4,105. Nuanyang had a 50% discount coupon, but she didn't plan to use it right away. After all, her crystal core reserves were low. She upgraded the cheap, essential features first, completing her points quest, and saved the coupon for a more expensive purchase. After some thought, Nuanyang unlocked automatic and camouflage modes, then went to the mall's energy section to recharge 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. She spent a total of 55,500, leaving her with 51,120 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You received a shopping mall gift pack, a raffle ticket, and a grenade. Your personal level has increased by 0.3. Ding! The grenade has been unlocked and can be purchased in the weapons section of the mall. Grenade? Nuanyang wasn't expecting such a surprise. After telling Xiao Lu to enter the raffle, he immediately went to check. The price was very cheap, 10 points each, so he bought all 10. With the grenades, Nuanyang felt more secure. After swallowing the Xingyiquan pill, he turned on the autopilot mode and began navigating the Xingfu community. He glanced at the back row. Wan Ningyan and Lin Xiaoyu were cozying up and were already watching cartoons. Xiaoyu's sweet laughter could be heard from time to time. Reassured, Nuanyang continued to open the gift pack. Ding! The gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 50% off coupon, a 60% off coupon, a 30% off coupon, and a super energy-saving vertical air conditioner. Ding! The energy-saving air conditioner has been unlocked and can be purchased in the home appliance section of the mall. Air conditioner? Like the portable bathroom fixtures, can it be used anytime? Yes, host. A floor-standing air conditioner only takes up 0.5 square meters of space and consumes only 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity per day. You can top up your electricity bill in the energy section. Can the air conditioner still operate normally in extremely cold or hot weather? Of course. Host, our system products must be top-notch. Just the weather is nothing to be afraid of. Great. System products are just that powerful. Nuanyang glanced at the price. The air conditioner was 2,000 points each. It was a relatively low price for something she used long-term. Most importantly, having an air conditioner gave her peace of mind. In winter, she had coal for heating and the ability to heat the Kong, but in summer, there was nothing to cool her down. With an air conditioner, supplemented by ice, summer wouldn't be unbearable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning one of the full seafood category. Ding! The seafood section in the mall has been fully unlocked and can be purchased with points. Nguyen Yang would be lying if he said he wasn't disappointed, but then he thought, seafood is better than milk tea. Eating seafood replenishes essential trace elements. However, the seafood is a bit pricey. There are common and rare seafood. Common seafood costs 10 points for 500 G, while rare seafood, such as bluefin tuna, Boston lobster, and abalone, costs 20 points for 500 G. And they're all sold whole. So a single bluefin tuna weighs 500 kilograms, requiring 20,000 points. However, the product details say you can choose to process it in the mall for free after purchase. Plus, the storage space has a fresh keeping function, so if you have enough points, you can splurge a bit. The SUV's automatic driving was smooth. By the time Nguyen Yang had reviewed all the new rewards, he was already halfway through the journey. During this time, they encountered no zombies. They must have been recruited by Gao Han and his gang to the breeding farm. As they approached Xingfu community, the zombies began to appear more numerous on the road. The tram was in silent mode, and Nguyen Yang wasn't worried about the zombies attacking the car, so she leisurely drank water. As they entered the road leading to Xingfu community, the traffic jam intensified, as did the zombies. Nguyen Yang had expected the SUV to use evasive mode, but unexpectedly, it simply ran through them. It simply knocked cars out of the way, and it simply ran over zombies. The virtual screen even displayed a notification, ding. Crystal Core *1 collected. Nguyen Yang was amazed by the SUV's impressive handling, but what shocked her most was its incredibly stable performance. All the bumps and crushes felt like mere bumps to the people inside. Nguyen Yang immediately checked the vehicle's condition. Everything was fine, except that the damage had dropped to 0.01%, and the repair cost had increased to 100 points. At the same time, she discovered the off-road vehicle had an obstacle clearing function. If it encountered an obstacle ahead, the vehicle would automatically identify the object. A hidden cutter and robotic arm beneath the front of the vehicle would then choose to cut, split, knock, or push the obstacle aside, depending on its condition. It was expensive for a reason. Nguyen Yang no longer cared about the points. This was easier than using her supernatural powers to build an ice bridge. A moment later, the words Happy Community appeared in large letters. Nguyen Yang saw a pile of cars, cabinets, and other obstructions piled up at the entrance. 4 or 5 people, armed with knives and sticks, were guarding the gate. Ningyan, we're here. Take Xiaoyu out of the car. Yes. Wan Ningyan's smile faded. She was reluctant to leave Xiaoyu, but she also understood that she couldn't take her with her. After kissing her on the cheek, she carried her out of the car. It's my house. Sister Wan, we arrived. Yes, Xiaoyu will be able to see Grandpa and Grandma soon. Yes, Xiaoyu is happy. Nguyen Yang walked in front, holding an axe. She wasn't familiar with the neighborhood, so she erred on the side of caution. As they approached the entrance, 4 men, except for a security guard, rushed over with weapons. Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here? The man who spoke was wearing a black shorts and a black shirt, with an unshaven beard and a fierce voice, though he didn't look fierce. The 3 men behind him were similar in appearance. All of them seemed to be in a state of distress, with dark circles under their eyes, bloodshot eyes, and greasy skin. Nguyen Yang suspected that not only was the internet and power outage, but now the water was out too. Hello, brother. My 2 sisters found a child on the street. He said he lived in Xingfu community, so we brought him here. His name is Lin Xiaoyu. The eldest brother, leading the group, looked suspiciously behind Nguyen Yang, as if he didn't recognize the child. At that moment, a man behind him approached. It's the Lin girl. Brother Su, from Lin Datsai's family, I know her. I didn't expect her to be alive. God has mercy on her. Are you sure? Take a closer look. Yes, her grandfather often takes her grocery shopping. We met her several times. There's no doubt about it. The leader, likely convinced, silently put his weapon back to his side. Then you all go in. The 4 men stepped aside. Wan Ningyan, carrying Lin Xiaoyu, was about to go forward, but was stopped by Nguyen Yang. A glance from Wan Ningyan told her she understood, and she gave an apologetic look. Brothers, we have an urgent matter. Could you please take Xiaoyu home? We already wasted too much time taking the long way here. Okay, give it to us. Okay, thank you for your help. Wan Ningyan handed Lin Xiaoyu to her older brother, who knew her. She then took a bag of candy from her space, pretending to take it from her pocket, and placed it in Lin Xiaoyu's arms. Xiaoyu, stay strong and live on, okay? Thank you, sister, for the candy. I miss you. Me too. Lin Xiaoyu pouted and looked back at Nguyen Yang. Thank you, sister Nguyen Yang. Bye. Bye. The two of them watched Lin Xiaoyu enter the residential complex before leaving. As they left, they heard the group discussing, "Is that Wan Ningyan? Your fame is truly terrifying. After filming for over 20 years, it's terrifying that no one recognizes me." Nuanyang couldn't help but laugh. This woman was truly confident and narcissistic. As the car drove south, Wan Ningyan, sitting in the passenger seat, finally noticed the difference in the SUV. She was shocked and curious. "Nuanyang, how come you have so many goodies? That space not only produces pups, but also cars?" "Well, actually, I have some secrets I can't tell you. You know them, right?" "Yes, like pills, submachine guns, bathroom fixtures, superpowers, and the automatic collection of crystal cores, right? Don't worry, I keep it a secret and won't pry into details." So she knew everything. Nuanyang had always thought Wan Ningyan was receptive, or simply too thick-skinned to care. But it was a good thing this way. Many things can't be concealed. If Wan Ningyan understood him, he wouldn't have to make up lies to deceive her. Chapter 37. After driving for about an hour, we arrived at the outermost suburbs of S City. Aside from a large shopping mall, small shops were rare. Most of the area was green space, vacant land, and buildings under construction. S City was developing from the inside out. Due to insufficient land, they had to develop the suburbs. They first built a school, and then gradually invited investment to expand. Unfortunately, 7 or 8 years later, the suburbs still haven't developed very well. "Nuanyang, I'm a little hungry. Can we get a meal before we go raid the mall?" "Yes, I go check things out first, and make sure we have dinner." "Yeah. Fish-flavored shredded pork, here I come." Nuanyang found it funny that he still remembered the fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl. Someone so old loved to eat, yet he was still dreaming of a chance to have a hot pot buffet with Wan Ningyan to cheer her up. A moment later, as the SUV entered a popular street, Nuanyang felt a vague sense of wonder. The street was filled with smashed open shops, but there were no zombies. Many people, mostly men, were either in groups or alone, searching for supplies with knives and clubs. "Nuanyang, the people here are so brave. On the streets we passed before, everyone was hiding in their homes, afraid to come out. Anything out of the ordinary must be wrong. Be careful. If there's danger, shoot. Don't hesitate." "Okay." The road was cluttered with debris, and the SUV was moving slowly. As Nuanyang slowly passed, he could see many people casting curious and greedy glances at his car. After about 10 minutes, they arrived in front of the Darren shopping mall. Before they even got close, they could see various barriers at the entrance. It must have been occupied. There seemed to be zombies to the right rear of the mall. Nuanyang switched back to manual driving and slowly drove over. A large group of zombies gathered together, howling. Above them, a man was hanging 2 or 3 meters away, so the zombies couldn't bite him. "Nuanyang, that looks like a soldier." "Soldier?" Nuanyang's eyes lit up, and she slowly drove closer. The man was indeed wearing a military uniform, with 3 stars on one bar, suggesting he held a military rank. She rolled down the window, and a burst of dynamic music filled the air. Then Nuanyang understood why the zombies had gathered there. Besides the people acting as bait, they were also attracted by the noise. She leaned over and observed the hanging man. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, his face covered in blood. He was well built, his chest rising and falling, suggesting he was still alive. The zombie swarm below looked numerous, but there were actually fewer than 100. This was probably because the suburbs were less populated, so the zombie population was smaller. Nuanyang returned to the car and took another look at the mall. It had 5 floors, and the entrance should be occupied. She saw a figure resembling a human moving about. "Ningyan, let's ask the nearby residents. If that man is truly a soldier, we can be rescued." "Okay. Soldiers protected us before, and now that we have the ability, we should protect them." "That's not the reason. I wanted to ask him if he knew the location of the military safe base." "Huh?" Wan Ningyan didn't expect Nuanyang to save people for another reason. "Don't you know the location?" "I don't know. After the extreme cold and snow stopped, everything was covered in white, and it was impossible to tell the direction. The soldiers we met used directions like front, back, left, and right. We died along the way, so we don't know the exact location. We only know it's in the Yangtze River Delta." "So, were you planning to pick up my family, and then look for a place?" "Well, according to the original plan, we had time to look, because the extreme heat wasn't due for another 2 weeks. But now everything has been brought forward. The extreme heat might hit in the next few days, and people will have to travel only at night, which will be very difficult for us to find a place. So, if this person is a soldier, we must rescue them. Even if they don't know the exact address, they must have some inside information that could help us. Got it. What about the mall? It looks like someone's there. Should we still go? If they can figure out how to use people to lure the zombies away to ensure safety, then the people inside aren't any good. If conditions permit, we just wipe them out. Well, don't worry. I won't be soft-hearted. Kill them if they deserve it. Wan Ningyan's tone was firm, though there was still a hint of fear in her eyes. Wan Yang thought, if the people in the mall were truly heinous, forcing Wan Ningyan to kill a few, taking that step would free her from fear. It's the same principle as killing zombies. Overcoming psychological barriers means you won't be soft-hearted or hesitant towards your enemies. The car stopped at the side of the road. Wan Yang reminded Wan Ningyan to put on her bag as a pretense, and then they both got out with axes. Wan Yang, aren't you going to take the car back? It's okay. It's anti-theft, so we're not afraid of theft. High-end. The two walked along the street, encountering several people who either cautiously avoided them or demanded supplies in return. It wasn't until they met an old woman that they finally learned about the man in the mall. Xiao Chen's name is Jin Jun, a soldier. He came to our neighborhood yesterday to visit relatives. When those people heard he was a soldier, they asked him to lead a team to rob the mall. Our neighborhood is remote, and there's only one mall nearby. We usually go there to shop. Then some zombie outbreak suddenly occurred, and a bunch of bastards took over. We were left without food, water, and electricity, and they wanted to take it back. They said it was for everyone's survival, but they were just cowards. They wanted Xiao Chen to risk his life. Xiao Chen was such a fool. He actually agreed. And then, when they actually fought, those cowards scared themselves away, and Xiao Chen was captured alive. Look! He's hanging outside the mall, surrounded by zombies. They say this is what happens when you don't obey. But there's a good thing. The zombies are all there, so we dare to come out and look for food. Otherwise, many people would be like the Jiang and Li families, handing their daughters and daughters-in-law over to those bastards in the mall in exchange for food. The old woman was slightly hunched, thin, and had dark skin. Her weathered face was perpetually etched with anger and regret, and she even became a little emotional when talking about exchanging food. What a sin! We're all going to die anyway, so why not let the whole family die together? Why let your wife and children suffer like that? That's right. If you don't have food, you're handing your wife and daughter over to the bad guys. Isn't that just pushing yourself into a pit of fire? Wan Ningyan, an actress with strong empathy, comforted the old woman while scolding the gang. Wan Yang didn't have much to say. She had witnessed many similar incidents in her previous life. In the apocalypse, women and children were inherently vulnerable, especially young and beautiful women. Many were reduced to commodities, taken by family members or other men to be traded for supplies, and used as sexual slaves. Their fates were tragic. They were eaten if they didn't have enough food, abandoned if they contracted STDs, and even became pregnant, suffering from frequent miscarriages and physical collapse due to malnutrition. Wan Yang was still surprised. In just a few days, someone had already committed such a crime. Old lady, who are those people in that mall? Are they armed with firearms like guns? Definitely not. They're just the scoundrels from our neighborhood. They only have weapons like broadswords. They're usually big and strong, with tattoos, and they're either playing cards or stealing. No one dared to mess with them. The very afternoon the zombie outbreak broke, they occupied the mall, and said they wanted supplies in exchange for women, even girls. Later, they spread the word that anyone who wanted to join just had to bring food or women. In just 2 days, more than a dozen men from the neighborhood joined. The old Shui family was the worst. Without food, they kidnapped their daughter, who was only in middle school. Sigh. Wan Yang frowned. While he had no intention of being a savior and didn't have the ability to be one, he didn't want to stand by and watch when faced with such a vicious group. With overwhelming weaponry, he had to make those scum pay. Wan Ningyan, standing nearby, was furious and winked at Wan Yang several times. Wan Yang smiled at her and nodded, reassuring her. Then, using her bag as a disguise, she pulled out 2 bottles of mineral water and a large bag of sliced bread. Thank you, old lady. Take these. It's hot outside. Go home quickly, and don't get a heat stroke. Why are you being so polite, kid? The old lady said this, but her hands honestly took the food and hugged it tightly. Her wrinkled face was now distorted by a smile. Chapter 38. Wan Yang, they don't have firearms. Can we just charge in? No, don't believe the old woman's story. What if they have guns, but are short on ammunition and can't bear to use them. And since that man is a soldier, he's likely armed. If he's captured, the gun will naturally fall into their hands. What should we do then? Let's go back to the car and have dinner. We figure it out? When the two returned, they found the car surrounded by 3 men. 2 of them were holding fruit knives and kitchen knives, while one was holding wire, a screwdriver, and other tools for picking locks. Their intentions were obvious. What are you doing? The 3 men panicked at the sound of the voices, but when they saw that Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan were both women, they were immediately relieved. The man with the screwdriver even rolled his eyes in disdain. Stealing? Come and hit me if you're upset, little sister. Ha ha ha. The 3 men laughed as they talked, their hands constantly moving, fumbling with the car door. Wan Yang knew they were looking for the car door locks, but unfortunately, in her absence, the locks and handlebars were automatically hidden, making them impossible to find. Forcing the door open would trigger an electric shock. Ningyan, what do you think? They stole. Teach them a lesson? What lesson? Break their arms and legs? Or kill them? Wan Ningyan seemed to understand Wan Yang's intentions. She pursed her lips and took a step back, but Wan Yang grabbed her waist and forced her forward. The 3 people beside the car ignored Wan Yang and the others' actions, and continued searching for the locks that would open the car door. Nan Yang was determined to wipe out the evil scum in the Darren Mall, and he would definitely kill them. So Wan Yang needed Wan Ningyan to overcome her psychological barriers, lest she be soft-hearted and risk her life. He leaned in close and whispered a command in her ear. Ningyan, take out your gun, choose someone, and kill them. Wan Ningyan shuddered, her face pale, but she obediently took out her pistol, gripped it with both hands, and slowly raised it. TSK, little sister, who are you trying to scare with a toy gun? That's right. Do you think I was raised to be scared? Our country has gun control. Where did you get that? You're kidding. Hey, it looks like that actress Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan? No wonder she has a gun. The crew has plenty of props. These 2.08 million are fools, thinking I believe them. Brother Leon, stop yelling. They're big stars. They must have a lot of supplies in their car. Hurry and find the lock to pry it open. The 3 of them ignored Wan Ningyan as she pulled out her gun, but Wan Ningyan's hands were shaking with nervousness. Wan Yang. Can't I just hit them on the body? Do I have to kill them? Wan Ningyan, don't you like to sympathize with the weak? If you don't kill people like this, they steal their food, and you be harming them. Keep your hands steady, aim for the head, and shoot them in the head. But, what are you hesitating about? If they had a gun, you have been killed 100 times over. If your family were there, they'd be buried with you because of your hesitation. Is that what you want? Or were all those promises you made just to trick me? Are you a loser, planning to hold me back forever? I'm not. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and Wan Yang stared in astonishment as the 3 people in front of him fell to the ground, some of their blood splattering onto the car. The whole scene happened so quickly, in just a few seconds, that anyone watching fled in panic. Wan Ningyan, she actually killed all 3. At this moment, Wan Ningyan's hands were shaking uncontrollably, and she was crying. Wan Yang, knowing the psychological trauma of a first-time murder, gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Well done. Although in the past, robbery and theft weren't punishable by death, this is the apocalypse. If they steal someone's food, they starve to death. You're doing this for the people, so you should be happy. Wan Ningyan looked at Wan Yang and wiped away her tears, her expression aggrieved but still tinged with stubbornness. I know, that's why I killed them all. You're right, they bully others, and we must put an end to their troubles. Well, of course, you can choose to break their legs later. It's hard for injured people to survive in the apocalypse, so it's a form of punishment. Today, I just want you to overcome your mental barriers, so I'm forcing you. Don't cry, I apologize. I'm not crying. Okay. Not crying, brave Ms. Wan. Get in the car. I treat you to a delicious meal somewhere with a better view. The car drove all the way to the right rear of the RT Mart. Wan Ningyan, looking at the dense swarm of zombies before her, asked rhetorically. Is the scenery nice here? Isn't it better than 3 dead people? Wan Yang got out of the car and washed the bloodstains with river water collected in his space. It wasn't because he was reluctant to spend his points. Then he folded the back seats flat and joined them together, creating a slightly cramped bed for 3. The 2 of them sat on it, and Wan Yang took out a small coffee table and placed it in the middle as a desk. This car has so many features. A bathroom would be perfect, like an RV. That would be too crowded. It would be cramped. Besides, your family has both men and women, so they should have their own rooms to avoid suspicion. I'm just saying. Wan Yang observed secretly. Wan Ningyan seemed much better, recovering faster than when she was killing zombies. What do you want to eat? Or do you have a poor appetite and need to avoid meat? No need to avoid it, I'm fine. Fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl, and some fruit after dinner, okay? Okay. After bringing out the rice bowl, Wan Yang picked out orange juice, crystal grapes, and a small square of cream to appease Wan Ningyan. Can you chill this orange juice? It's so hot today, I like something cold. I try. Wan Yang gripped the bottle, channeling his inner powers. After a moment, the orange juice became icy cold, some even forming small ice cubes. Wan Ningyan touched the back of Wan Yang's hand, and took another sip of the orange juice, feeling very satisfied. This power is great. I don't need a refrigerator in the summer. Wan Ningyan, are you using me like a refrigerator? More than a refrigerator, your skin can become cool. When I hold you in my arms at night, it can even serve as a cooling mat. Wan Yang choked. Only Wan Ningyan could imagine using such a powerful ice power, as both a refrigerator and a cooling mat. But considering her efforts in killing people today, Wan Yang didn't mind. As long as she was happy, that was all. After eating and drinking, Wan Yang handed 2 grenades to Wan Ningyan, who was stunned. If you weren't with me every day, I really suspect you were robbing the armory. Xiao Pin, listen carefully now. This is how you use a grenade. Wan Yang explained the grenade usage and the upcoming operations to Wan Ningyan, who was a little confused. If we do this, they know we have grenades, which will increase their defenses. It doesn't matter. They only have a few guns. How much defense can they provide? A few grenades will blow them up. That's right. The 2 of them immediately took action. Wan Yang used ice to freeze the bottom of the sand sculpture sunflower, and formed a small cone of ice in front of it. After turning on the music, he shot it into the wall next to the main entrance, then drove to the right rear where Chen Jun was hanging. Wan Ningyan aimed at the loudspeaker, and fired a single shot. The horn stopped, and the zombies, disoriented, began to run toward the sand sculpture sunflower. The 2 quickly exited the car. Wan Ningyan threw 2 grenades toward the zombie horde, while Nanyang used an ice blade to cut the rope, caught Chen Jun, and shoved him into the back seat. After completing everything, Nanyang quickly drove off, 2 explosions echoing as he sped westward. Chapter 39. About 5 kilometers from the Darren shopping mall, Nanyang slowly stopped the car by the roadside. The suburbs were sparsely populated, and this wide road was devoid of zombies, not even the shadow of a car. Only lush green grass and trees covered the landscape. In the back seat, Chen Jun had recovered somewhat, and was resting, his eyes sharp as an eagle's as he observed the 2 people in the car. Wan Yang also observed him through the rearview mirror, deliberately hiding the car's high-tech features to prevent him from noticing anything. Get out. After the car stopped, Wan Yang gestured to Wan Ningyan, then got out and opened the back door. Mr. Chen, get out. I untie you. Okay. Chen Jun's voice was low and a little hoarse. His lips were dry and cracked, and half his face was covered in blood. Combined with his 1.9-meter-tall frame, he looked a bit fierce. Although his eyes were bright, fatigue was evident on his face. The back seat was stained with blood. Nanyang noticed it as she closed the door and felt heartbroken. No matter how much she saved, she still had to spend her points to clean it. She sighed, closed the door, took out a knife, and cut the rope. She also grabbed a bottle of mineral water and a towel for Chen Jun. Thank you. Chen Jun sat on the curb, unscrewed the bottle, and guzzled it in a dozen seconds. Then he began to wipe the blood from his face. It was impossible to clean without water. Wan Ningyan noticed it, and used her bag as a cover to get another bottle of water for Chen Jun. Chen Jun gave her a look that startled Wan Ningyan. She ran back to Nanyang and whispered in her ear. Nanyang, he looks so fierce and intimidating. He seems difficult to talk to. It's normal for soldiers to have a more dignified demeanor. If he were any mean-spirited person, he wouldn't agree to help rob them all. Indeed, no wonder the old woman called him stupid. Chen Jun, his face cleansed, had tanned skin and sharp eyebrows. He looked gentle and righteous, and his behavior was well behaved. He screwed the cap on his mineral water bottle, and placed it on the curb, folding his dirty towel into a small square and placing it beside him. After finishing everything, Chen Jun stood up, straightened his clothes, then stepped forward and bowed 90 degrees to Nanyang and Wan Ningyan. Thank you both for saving my life. Chen Jun will never forget it. If you need me in the future, I will brave all odds. Chen Jun's formal and solemn thanks endeared him to Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyin. Furthermore, since he was a soldier, their vigilance against him eased somewhat. She borrowed his bag to get him another bottle of water and a bag of bread, and then the three of them sat on the curb and chatted. "Brother Chen, are you a soldier? I see you have 3 stars on your rank." "Yes, I'm Chen Jun, the commander of the 5th Company of the 95th Reinforced Regiment." "Captain Chen, we have 2 questions for you." "Please go ahead. I tell you everything I know." "First, with the zombies running rampant right now, has your regiment considered rescuing the civilians or establishing a safe zone?" "We're looking for a safe haven." "Second, how many people are there in the RT Mart? What's going on inside? Are there any firearms or other firearms?" Chen Jun paused, his eyes fixed on Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang, undeterred, met his gaze. After a few seconds, Chen Jun looked away and spoke slowly. "At the border of Province Z and Province F, there's a place called Sanyang Mountain. It's surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and faces water on 1 side. You can find it by following the river southeast. There's a half-built military base inside, but the outer walls are complete, so the basic security is sound. Our regiment arrived yesterday afternoon and began reinforcing the walls. If you go, you can live there with peace of mind. However, supplies are tight right now, and ordinary people have to pay 20 kilograms of food to enter." "I understand. The military provides security, and we ordinary people should pay some protection money. Well, as for the Darren shopping mall, why do you want to know what's going on inside?" "You don't want to. That's what you think. You 2 women look so fragile. If you go there, you'd be walking into a tiger's den. Even if you had a pistol, you only have a few rounds. There are over 40 of them. If they all come at you, you won't even have time to fire." Nuan Yang raised an eyebrow. "How do you know we have guns?" "You fired a gun and used a loudspeaker. I could tell just by the sound. CZ-75 Phantom, that's a foreign gun. The sound is different from domestic ones. It's heavier. Soldiers' keen eye for firearms is truly terrifying." Nuan Yang was just trying to figure out how to evade them, when Chen Jun stood up and, as usual, straightened his clothes. Then, facing Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyin, his voice firm. "I go with you." Nuan Yang, not expecting any complications, immediately declined. "No need. We may look weak, but we actually know some martial arts and have guns. We'd be fine. If we really can't defeat them, we can always run away. I was planning on going back to settle accounts with them anyway. Since we share the same goal, why not have a team together? Besides, my car is hidden on Chiefing Avenue. My guns, an AK, and a 9.2 pistol, combined with yours, the firepower of these 3 guns is more than enough to suppress them, giving us a better chance of victory." While Chen Jun was right, the enemy lacked firearms, and Nuan Yang could easily defeat them alone. With Chen Jun, he couldn't use his powers or submachine gun, which would actually increase the risk. However, since Chen Jun was planning to go anyway, it would be better to go together, rather than run into him in the mall, and have him see something he shouldn't. Nuan Yang was considering the feasibility of this when Wan Ningyin, standing beside him, quietly tugged in Nuan Yang's shirt, as if she had something to say. "Captain Chen, let's discuss this." "Wait a moment." "Okay." Nuan Yang found an excuse, led Wan Ningyin across the street, and walked a little further, making sure Chen Jun couldn't hear him before speaking. "What's wrong?" "We can't go with him. There's so much supplies in the mall, it would be a waste if we didn't take them. Emptying them would expose the space. He'd tell the troops, and we might be robbed and killed." "That's a possibility, but the space can't be hidden." Seeing Wan Ningyin's puzzled look, Nuan Yang explained carefully. "In the apocalypse, there's a shortage of food, especially fresh vegetables and fruit. Even if there's enough food to eat, a prolonged lack of fresh food will affect your mental state, as well as your physical state, like bleeding gums. We can pretend we haven't eaten or drunk anything, but the military has doctors who can tell the difference. Besides, the extreme heat is coming soon, and everyone will be extremely dehydrated, causing dry, cracked skin, a weak spirit, and a sour, foul odor. You can disguise it by wearing smelly clothes, but can your skin and mental state? Concealment won't work. It will sooner or later attract the military's attention. What should we do then? What if we don't go to the base? That's fine. We can find a place to hide, but that's too tiring. Someone has to be on duty 24/7. Your parents are old, so it's just me, you, and your brother keeping watch. That was fine for the first few years, but what will happen now that we're older? Plus, zombies evolve, and their numbers are increasing. If we encounter a large wave of evolved zombies, your parents certainly won't be able to help. Can the three of us withstand it? At least the safe base has walls, military protection, and firepower support, so we can live more securely. As for space, since exposure is inevitable, why not use it as a test? Test? Wan Ningyan was confused, her brow furrowing. Are you testing the military? Well, if I were a woman with only spatial abilities, at most a bit of martial arts and a gun, would the military be afraid? Wan Ningyan thought for a moment, and shook her head slightly. If that's the case, why don't they use me? Being their supply carrier would improve efficiency and safety. They just need to give me a small reward, plus some minor privileges living in the base, and that would be enough to win me over. It's more cost-effective than killing me. Wan Ningyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, only expose your space, like mine. Also, keep the gun, grenades, and your ice ability hidden. If they're ready to kill, you can use them to escape or counterattack, right? Smart, you figured it out immediately. So what should we do next? Nuanyang explained the precautions to Wan Ningyan in detail. Besides not exposing the subspace, grenades, and submachine guns, Nuanyang planned to focus on martial arts, while Wan Ningyan would assist with the shooting. When shooting, avoid aiming at the head, aim for the body and limbs, making the shooting appear average. After Wan Ningyan confirmed that she had memorized everything, Nuanyang led her back and agreed to go to the Darren Mall with Chenjun. Chapter 40. After the three of them reached a consensus on their goal, Nuanyang drove Chenjun to Chifeng Avenue. On the way, Wan Ningyan chatted with Chenjun, and Nuanyang quickly learned everything about Chenjun. Chenjun had come to look for his daughter, a 13-year-old 8th grader at the nearby No. 3 middle school. Because the school was close to his cousin's house, he sometimes went there on weekends for dinner and play, so Chenjun first tried his luck there. After failing to find his daughter, he heard about the actions of the gang at the Darren shopping mall and, infuriated, led a group of homeowners to rob the mall. However, the gang, seeing the knives and their ruthless killing intent, backed off. After one or two escaped, the others followed, and Chenjun was captured alive by over 20 men. However, Chenjun was also clever. Before he came to look for his cousin, he had hidden his car nearby and left behind neither food nor a gun. He only brought a saber for self-defense. Therefore, even though he was captured alive at the Darren shopping mall, he didn't lose his gun, which would have made things much more difficult. Arriving at the destination, the group got out of the car, and Nuanyang spotted a green military pickup truck. After Chenjun inspected the vehicle's contents, he began moving supplies to the front of Nuanyang's car. Half a carton of mineral water, a carton of compressed biscuits, a carton of military rations, and half a carton of canned fruit. Nuanyang took a quick look and saw that this was half of what Chenjun had brought. Thank you for saving me. This food is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Food is scarce right now, so we won't refuse. Thank you, Captain Chen. You're welcome. You deserve it. After Chenjun finished speaking, he produced a small bag. Nuanyang took it and saw that it contained a pistol and several bullets. Do you know how to use it? Yes. Then I won't teach you. After this is over, you can keep this gun. The world is in chaos right now. Besides zombies, there are also some scum who take advantage of the situation to commit evil. You two are beautiful, making you easy targets. Having more guns for self-defense is better. Nuanyang was surprised by Chenjun's thoughtfulness. He gave him a look of respect, smiled faintly, and said thank you. Then, right in front of him, he stored all the food in his space. Chenjun's eyes grew sharper, gazing at Nuanyang like a hawk watching a rabbit. Nuanyang expected him to ask something or do something, but Chenjun simply frowned solemnly and asked nothing. He then spoke naturally about the battle plan. For safety, the gang has sealed all exits, leaving only the main gate open. So we can just use the car to ram the gate open and get in. Although they don't have guns, they're outnumbered and armed with cold weapons, so it's still dangerous. You lack combat experience, so don't rush forward. Help from behind and remember to keep an eye on the main gate to prevent anyone from escaping. Those guys look fierce, but they're actually cowardly. Kill a few of them, and they be quiet. Then tie them up and interrogate them. After you determine the total number of people, where the leader is, and where the girls are, you two will guard and count them. I capture the rest. Once everyone's captured, you have to rescue the girls. I'm a man, so it's not convenient for me. Chenjun's plan involved him rushing in front, and doing the most dangerous things. He treated Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan like ordinary women, which made it easier for them to conceal their abilities. Nuanyang responded, and added 2 more points. Captain Chen, Cars are extremely important in the apocalypse. Damaging them wouldn't be worth it. I just store the obstruction at the entrance. Also, after this is resolved, you can pick out the supplies at the mall first, and we take over the rest. How about that? Chen Jun looked at Wang Yang with a complicated expression, then tentatively asked, is the space you mentioned the reason the food just disappeared? Well, my ability is like a huge warehouse. It can hold anything except living people and zombies, and it also keeps things fresh. Wang Yang said, as she took out a bottle of water, put it back in her space, and demonstrated it to Chen Jun. It keeps things fresh? Chen Jun's expression was mixed with surprise and seriousness. Miss Nguyen, how big is your space? How much can it hold? I'm not sure. Right now, there's not much stuff in there. It only takes up a small amount of space. I estimate the remaining space is about 100 cubic meters. That's enough. Miss Nguyen, please choose our 95th Regiment's safe base. Your ability will be of great help to us in our search for supplies. If you're willing to join the military search team, we do our best to meet any request. Of course, we also ensure your and your friends' safety. It was just as Nguyen Yang had envisioned, but nothing was certain yet. Who knew what the 95th Regiment's leaders would do? A company commander's word wasn't always reliable. Okay, but we have to go find our families first, so we can't go to the base for now. A flicker of surprise and regret flashed across Chen Jun's eyes, but he expressed understanding and blessing for the two's decision. He then turned and went to the car to load a small box of ammunition for them. You must make it back to the base alive. Of course. The three of them rested for another 10 minutes before driving to the Darren shopping mall, Chen Jun in front and Nguyen Yang in the back. In the car, Nguyen Yang explained his plan to Wan Ningyan. Ningyan, once you get in, you guard the door. While ensuring your own safety, help Chen Jun. If anyone's trying to stab you, just shoot them. Don't kill them. His accuracy will arouse his suspicion. Yes, I know. What about you? I recently learned a set of boxing techniques. I'm going to practice with them, and show Chen Jun that I'm capable and no pushover. Then you have to be careful. If all else fails, use your superpowers. Saving your life is paramount. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If an emergency arises, I use my superpowers to protect myself, and then kill Chen Jun to silence him. I won't have to worry about anything. Wan Ningyan was stunned and hesitated. Captain Chen is a pretty good person. Do we really have to kill him? Wan Ningyan, remember this, be wary of everyone except me. This is the end of the world. Kind people will become executioners, and those soldiers will become wolves in sheep's clothing. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. In my previous life, the military didn't come to rescue ordinary people. In this life, they clearly found a suitable safe base, but they haven't announced it. When I asked, Chen Jun hesitated, which means the base doesn't want to accept too many people. Do you know why? Because food becomes increasingly scarce. The more people they take in, the faster they run out. Once food runs out, the base will collapse in a matter of minutes. What do you think will happen to ordinary people? Wan Ningyan fell silent, feeling down. Nguyen Yang saw her staring blankly out the car window. The road was deserted. The closer they got to the Darren shopping mall, the more blood, corpses, and damaged buildings appeared. A once glorious city lay in ruins. Nguyen Yang, I understand the truth, but I don't want to understand. Wan Ningyan gave Nguyen Yang a bitter smile. I like the old world. We can't go back, right? Nguyen Yang hesitated for a second, then nodded. It's okay. I face reality. Sorry to have worried you. Nguyen Yang understood Wan Ningyan's feelings. When she was reborn and faced the prosperous and stable city, she too felt nostalgic. Because of this, she couldn't say anything to comfort Wan Ningyan. We're here, Nguyen Yang. Let's go. Let's kill the bastards. Wan Ningyan seemed to have resolved herself. She took out her gun and checked the magazine, no longer looking as sad as before. This was a good thing. In the early days of the apocalypse, many people were unwilling to face reality and suffered from mental illness. At least Nguyen Yang didn't have to worry about Wan Ningyan becoming depressed. Nguyen Yang got out of the car, took Wan Ningyan's hand, and smiled gently at her. Don't be soft-hearted later. My heart is as hard as a rock when it comes to scumbags. Well, call me if you need anything. I'm always here. Chapter 41. The left side of the Darren shopping mall's main entrance was pitch black, with countless zombie body parts lying on the ground. The result was a grenade explosion. Nguyen Yang's heart skipped a beat. He had actually forgotten about this. This place looks like it's been bombed. Did you do this? Chen Jun was indeed suspicious. While Wan Yang was still wondering what to do, Wan Ningyan immediately started acting out. With a gun in one hand and her nose pinched with the other, she tiptoed towards the right side of the main entrance, her face filled with disgust. It's so dirty. So disgusting. These guys can just kill zombies. Can't they pick a place farther away? Hearing this, Wan Yang immediately followed suit, tiptoeing to a cleaner spot to the right. Seeing this, Chen Jun didn't ask any further questions, and followed them to the main entrance. The main entrance was a glass door, locked from the inside. A huge black cabinet held it down from behind, and a pile of furniture blocked the way. Through the cracks in the glass, one could see someone behind them, more than one person. Stand back, I break the door down. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan took 2 steps back. Chen Jun kicked the glass door with 3 or 4 kicks, shattering it to pieces. The people behind the door were immediately unsettled. You damn soldier. Get out of here. Or I make you look bad. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have a gun. Get out of here. Or I feed you to the zombies. Ha! Chen Jun sneered. Really? See if you have what it takes. Chen Jun gestured, and Wan Yang stepped forward, pistol in hand. He placed his hand on the black cabinet, and the cabinet vanished. The surrounding items lost their support and fell to the ground with a clanging sound. A few steps behind the door, a dozen men armed with knives and sticks were stunned. None of them expected the cabinet to vanish. Bang! With a single gunshot, the man in the red shirt in the front was shot in the head by Chen Jun. The remaining men finally reacted, weapons raised in panic, and retreated, shouting as they retreated. Hurry and call out to Brother Lei. Hurry! Chen Jun aimed at the man who was speaking and fired. The man opposite panicked and began to raise his hands and beg for mercy. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm just trying to make a living. Brother Chen, I was wrong. Please let me go. I was confused for a moment. You're a soldier, you can't just kill people. It's illegal. Chen Jun remained unmoved, staring at them coldly and shouting. Put down your weapons, put your hands on your head and squat. I count to 10. Anyone who doesn't do as I'm told will be killed. 10. 9. Before he could even reach 8, Wan Yang saw a group of people descending an escalator in the distance. The man in the lead was bald, shirtless, with a dragon tattoo on his chest and only shorts on. He was furious. The group behind him was also ferocious, several of them half naked. Wan Yang guessed what they might have just done, and felt sick to his stomach. What a bunch of idiots. Do you think he let us go? Surrendering means death, so why not fight straight out and still have a chance of survival? That's right. How can they have more bullets than we do? Everyone, attack together and tear the apart. Hey! There are 2 beautiful women back there. Don't you want to have some fun? My brother Lei keeps his word. Whoever kills Chen Jun gets to enjoy these 2 beauties first, plus a month's worth of food. The leader, Brother Lei, joined in the attack with his minions, and the wavering men on the opposite side immediately switched sides. A huge crowd of 40 or 50 people, armed and ready, rushed towards Wan Yang and the other 2. Protect yourselves. I go kill Brother Lei. Chen Jun rushed forward, his target clearly set on Brother Lei. If anyone approached, he would either shoot or capture them. Brother Lei, hiding behind the crowd, seemed to notice Chen Jun's intentions and began to dodge to the side with his weapon. Meanwhile, several bald henchmen surrounded Chen Jun, looking for an opportunity to strike. Ningyan, I go help. You watch the door, and keep an eye on those bald guys. Don't let them get close to Chen Jun. Understood. Be careful. Yes. Wan Yang stored his gun in his space, took a powerful pill, and charged forward, engaging his opponent with Xing Yi Quan. Although unarmed, Wan Yang was far more agile and powerful than his opponent. A single punch could break bones, sometimes even shattering them. However, fearing Chen Jun might notice, Wan Yang held back his strength as he approached him, pulling out his pistol. He would use his gun to deal with any difficult situations. After crippling 8 or 9 men, no one dared to provoke Wan Yang anymore. They glanced at each other and rushed toward the door. Bang, bang, bang. 4 gunshots rang out. Wan Yang turned to see Wan Ningyan, gun raised, her face pale, and 4 bodies lying in front of her. Excellent, no mercy. Reassured, Wan Yang continued to help Chen Jun deal with the minions. Chen Jun, upon seeing Wan Yang's skills, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. You know Xingyiquan? Yes, the next drama is about the Xingyiquan school. The crew arranged for me to study with a martial arts teacher for 3 months. No wonder, you're quite good at fighting. After Qin finished his compliments, he noticed two bald minions nearby, knife-wielding, attempting a sneak attack. He shot them dead. Seeing the crowd dwindling and no one to protect him, Brother Lei, who was behind them, began to run towards the escalator. Seeing this, Qin assessed the situation, nodded to Nuanyang, and immediately gave chase. The scene was filled with wailing, the dead and the maimed. As Brother Lei ran away, the remaining 11, seeing the situation was dire, dropped their weapons, and crouched down with their hands on their heads. Seeing everyone was quiet, Nuanyang called Wan Ningyan over to keep an eye on them, while she took out cable ties, and began to tie them up. Although cable ties tightened the more they struggled, they were still easy to break free of, provided they were strong enough. So, Nuanyang tied the men's hands behind their backs, and then cut their wrists with a knife, rendering them powerless and unable to break free. "Ah! You damn bitch! How dare you hurt your father!" A bald man, shot in the thigh and having his wrists cut by Nuanyang, began to curse. Nuanyang wasn't going to let him off. From behind, he grasped his chin and lifted it up, then slashed his neck open. Blood gushed out instantly. However, the knife was a bit small, and one cut couldn't cut through the trachea. Nuanyang cut twice more. With each cut, the bald man's body shook violently. He made no sound, only the wheezing sound of the severed trachea. The scene was bloody, and everyone around him fell silent. No one dared to speak, their eyes averted from Nuanyang's direction, and some even peed their pants. Nuanyang stood up, wiped the blood from the knife on the bald man's clothes, and looked at everyone with a half-smile. "If you're not satisfied with my wrist slashing, just let me know and I slit your throat." Everyone shook their heads frantically. Nuanyang, satisfied, continued tying up the men. Soon, he had tied up 23 living people. 12 were injured, most of them with limbs broken by Nuanyang or Qin. Nuanyang started with the most disabled, stepping on their wounds as he interrogated them. Their screams echoed throughout the empty mall. Wan Ningyan watched from the side, her hands shaking. She had killed zombies and humans before, but never had she witnessed such a brutal method as slitting throats. Her face was pale with fear, but she didn't dare to relax, fearing someone might attack Nuanyang. She gripped her gun tightly, forcing herself to watch everything. Nuanyang noticed something was wrong with Wan Ningyan, and stripped the shirts from the two bodies, barely covering the bald man's body. There will be a lot of bloody scenes later. It's unavoidable. You have to get used to it. Yes. I understand. A moment later, Qin returned carrying Lei Ji's body. He threw Lei Ge to the ground, and then reviewed the interrogation with Nuanyang. 55 people, 23 alive, 32 dead. The number is exactly what Brother Lei said, all settled. Leave this to me. You two go to the 5th floor. Go inside. To the right is where the girls are being held. Yes. Away from the bloody scene, Wan Ningyan's complexion improved somewhat. However, when she saw the horrific state of the women, her expression became even uglier than before, and her heart sank. The 5th floor primarily sold appliances and furniture. To the far right, 5 beds were lined up side by side, their sheets disheveled and stained with blood and an unknown liquid. Further in, a naked girl, seemingly 11 or 12, was tied to the end of the bed, her body covered in red and purple marks. Next to the end of the bed were 2 iron cages, each containing 3 naked women. They were covered in blood and appeared to be near death. Behind the cages, 9 equally naked women, chained, bore marks of whipping and rape. The women, like frightened birds, retreated in panic at the sound of footsteps. Even Nuanyang, who had witnessed countless cruel scenes, couldn't remain calm. Pity and anger surged in his heart, and he wished he could grind those people to dust. Chapter 42. Those bastards. Wan Ningyan cursed through gritted teeth, tears in her eyes. Heartbroken, she took out a knife and began cutting the rope bit by bit, afraid to hurt the little girl. The little girl hadn't even grown up yet, but she already had the makings of a beauty, an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and fair, tender skin. But now, the red and purple marks all over her body were too shocking. It hurts. Sister, be gentle. The little girl's raspy, childish voice made Wan Ningyan unable to hold back her tears. Fearing to stir up the little girl's bad temper, she quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve and whispered an apology. "I'm sorry, sister, I be gentle. Bear with it, it be over soon." Nuanyang was unlocking the chain. Unable to use a master key, she could only bend the wire head and slowly push the lock open. After confirming that Nuanyang was saving someone, the 9 naked women lowered their guard. Some couldn't help sobbing softly, but they were in better condition than the little girl or the woman in the cage. Seeing they were no longer afraid of him, Nguyen asked softly, but the women hesitated. After a while, a woman in her 30s finally spoke. Nguyen noticed a scar on her stomach, suggesting she was a mother. The woman was very eloquent and explained the situation in just a few minutes. After Lei Gu and his men occupied the mall, for young and beautiful female cashiers were used as tools for their sexual gratification. The remaining employees and shop owners were either killed or left to feed the zombies. Later, as more and more men arrived, the 4 women could no longer satisfy them, so they began to coerce and bribe the residents of the neighborhood into sending them women. The woman who spoke up was the one whose husband had exchanged food for a bag of rice and a living person. Unfettered by the law, the men's play became increasingly perverted. The women, feeling they would die if they continued, joined in a rebellion. Unarmed and vastly outnumbered, the 3 men in the cage were captured and tortured throughout the night, screaming in agony. They eventually fell unconscious and remained caged. The little girl had been brought here by her father last night. Brother Lei was particularly fond of her and wanted to severely abuse her. In her resistance, she bit a man and was tied to the end of the bed for discipline. Nguyen didn't understand what discipline meant at first, until he heard Wan Ningyan's tearful voice calling him over. Only then did he realize how cruel those people were. She was still a little girl, but she was beaten so badly that not a single piece of skin remained intact, and several areas showed signs of festering. She told me it hurt. I thought. Nguyen. She was just a child. How could those people do this? How could they? Whoa. Ningyan, I know you're upset, but now is not the time to cry. Nguyen was also upset, but being upset didn't solve the problem. They gathered the supplies in the warehouse on the first floor. I bring up some clothes, medicine, food, and water. You check everyone's health thoroughly. Let me know if there's anything you need. Don't worry about anything else. I can use the warehouse as a cover. Wan Ningyan understood Nguyen's meaning and nodded through her sobs. Nguyen hurried downstairs, hearing some crying and shouting. When he reached the first floor, he found out of the 23 people, only 18 remained. Some had empty eyes, while others sobbed, I don't want to die. Next to them, 4 people lay on the ground, their necks twisted at strange angles. Chen Jun was using a neck-breaking technique to kill the man in the white shirt in his arms. Seeing the warm sun coming, Chen Jun increased his strength. The man in the white shirt struggled violently twice, before suddenly becoming motionless. Chen Jun let go of the person and stood up to explain to Nguyen, I can't bear to waste bullets, so... I understand, but... Can you keep these people for now? Keep them? Not kill them? Kill them, but let the women upstairs do it. They've been tortured. Terribly. If they want revenge themselves, we should give them a chance. Don't you agree, Captain Chen? Chen Jun was surprised for a second, then nodded. Yes, I agree. One more thing. We agreed that Captain Chen would pick out the supplies from the mall first, and the rest would be ours. But those women upstairs need food, medicine, and clothes. I'd like to give them some supplies first. Captain Chen, do you mind? Or you could go ahead and pick out what they need. Why would I mind? Go ahead and get them. Also, give them some weapons like fruit knives, which are more user-friendly for women. They always need a weapon for self-defense. Although Nguyen was wary of Chen Jun's kindness and thoughtfulness made her feel that saving him was the right decision. At least for now, it wasn't a wrong decision. The mall's warehouse, originally a supermarket warehouse, was overflowing with supplies. Lei Gu and his crew had also loaded other supplies into the warehouse, making it quite crowded. Nguyen struggled to find what he needed, but the medicines were few and far between, and he dug some more from his own space. Back on the 5th floor, Nguyen pulled out 2 carts, loaded them with supplies, and wheeled them to find Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan, her eyes red, was trying to soothe the women. It seemed to be working well. Aside from the 3 seriously injured women, who were somewhat numb, the others seemed much better. Nguyen saw the little girl smiling at Wan Ningyan despite all that she'd been through, and he sighed. He felt a pang of pain in his heart, and sighed. Everyone, take your medicine first. Emergency contraception. Everyone needs it. Getting pregnant in the apocalypse isn't a good thing. Wan Ningyan helped Nguyen distribute mineral water and medicine to everyone. The 3 seriously injured women and the little girl were each given anti-inflammatory medication to prevent infection. After making sure everyone had taken their medicine, Nguyen asked Wan Ningyan to help distribute clothes, food, and weapons, and also gave everyone ointment to apply to their wounds. Wan Ningyan found a moment to whisper, Why aren't you using the space? Pushing it around like this is exhausting. I did. I took it out on the 5th floor. Huh? Didn't you say the space couldn't be hidden? Why did you hide it from them? I just wanted to test the military. As for the others, we keep it a secret if we can to avoid complications. Understood. I go apply the medicine to Yuer. Yuer was the little girl's nickname. Her real name was Shui Wangwe. After about an hour, the women applied medicine and distributed supplies. Each person received a backpack containing food, water, wound medicine, Wuxiang Jingqi water, sanitary napkins, and a change of summer clothes. Each person also received a fruit knife and a kitchen knife. Nuanyang had gathered as many supplies as possible. As long as they could reach a safe base before the extreme heat set in, they would have a chance of survival. Before going downstairs, Nuanyang looked at everyone and asked, "Do you want revenge?" The women seemed confused by Nuanyang's meaning and looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Most of them are dead. Only 18 are still alive. They are on the 1st floor. If you seek revenge, their lives are at your disposal. Chapter 43. Nuanyang never doubted the power of hatred. Even the weakest and kindest, after experiencing torture and the threat of death, would fight to the death if possible, especially now with the opportunity for revenge. The women's expressions changed, hatred filling them with ferocity and rage. They drew their knives and gripped them tightly. Except for Shui Wangwe, who was too young, only 12, and had a good temper. She didn't yet have a clear understanding of her fate. Wan Ningyan, feeling sorry for her, held her in her arms the whole way. When the group of women rushed towards the 18 bound people with knives, Wan Ningyan covered her eyes and stayed by Nuanyang's side, preventing her from looking. "Sister, there are so many screams. What happened to them? It's just punishment for doing something wrong. Be good, Yuer. Don't look. You have nightmares." "Okay, Yuer won't look." Wan Ningyan withdrew her hand, and Shui Wangwe looked at her obediently, no longer looking back curiously. Women are weak, and even if they went mad and sought revenge on men, it would be difficult for them to kill them, let alone a woman who had been tortured for days and hadn't eaten a full meal. Nuanyang saw a man in a black t-shirt being stripped naked by 3 women. Their genitals were slashed multiple times before being severed. Then, the women, with no experience in killing, stabbed him repeatedly but failed to kill him. The man, nearly mad, screamed and begged them to kill him, but their wishes were denied. The men were left bloody and mangled by the repeated cuts, slashes, and stabbings. Some had their stomachs and lungs cut open while they were still alive, but they were still breathing. Some had their tracheas only halfway cut, struggling to breathe in agony. The scene was so bloody that Qinjun watched for a moment before moving to Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan's side, who were further away. "Miss Nuan, judging by the situation, it probably won't be over anytime soon." "Well, it seems only 2 have died, and they're not all dead yet." "Captain Chen, are you in a hurry?" "Yes, I need to find my daughter. The longer I delay, the more danger she face." Nuanyang nodded. She didn't want to wait. She wanted to find Wan Ningyan's family. "Then let's divide the supplies. I help you load them into the car. That way, you be less conspicuous. Otherwise, if someone outside sees you, they'd probably snatch them." "Okay, thank you. I also have a favor to ask." "What is it?" "I see you're quite skilled. Can you help me rescue my daughter? There are so many people in the school, and there are definitely a lot of zombies. I probably can't do it alone. Of course, I won't let you rescue her in vain. You can decide whether to give me the supplies or not." Nuanyang suddenly regretted provoking a military member. Provoking a military member was a real hassle. If she didn't help, if he returned to the base alive, he might seek revenge. If she did, it would be difficult to rescue her from the zombie swarm while hiding her strength, which would only increase the danger. After careful consideration, Nuanyang handed the decision to Wan Ningyan. "Ah, Nuanyang, I can't do this. What if I make the wrong choice?" "It doesn't matter. My decision isn't entirely right. Just follow your own ideas." Nuanyang and Qinjun went to distribute the supplies first. Wan Ningyan held Shui Wangwe in her arms, thinking, biting her lip and frowning anxiously. Qinjun selected supplies that could be stored for a long time: rice, beans, corn, potatoes, drinking water, plus some sanitary napkins, medicine, and women's clothing. Nuanyang also selected some dried vegetables, canned fruit, pickles, and salt for him. It would be extremely hot later, and people would not only lack water, but also salt. Qinjun felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't refuse. In such a situation, no one would complain about having too much supplies. After storing all the supplies in the warehouse, Nguyen Yang and Chen Jun went to find Wan Ningyan. The strong smell of blood was overwhelming upon entering the hall. Most of the women were covered in blood, still frantically seeking revenge on the men. Some seemed tired, sitting on the ground, stabbing each time, taking several seconds to withdraw before stabbing again. Chen Jun glanced away and turned to look at Wan Ningyan. "Miss Wan, what are your thoughts? We also need to find our family. Every minute we delay helping you puts our family in greater danger." A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Jun's face, but he expressed understanding. Wan Ningyan changed the subject and continued. "If Captain Chen agrees to one condition, we can accompany you to the school and do whatever we can to help." "What condition?" "Take you to a safe base." Nguyen Yang was stunned for a second. She hadn't expected Wan Ningyan to make such a request. But then she thought about Shui Wangyue's severe injuries, with some of her skin festering, and the way she staggered, and she could understand. This place wasn't far from Sanyang Mountain. Even on foot, it could be reached in a day or two. However, Shui Wangyue's health was a bit poor, and with the zombies around, without her family's help, she would most likely die along the way. Wan Ningyan had noticed this from the beginning, which was why she held her the whole time. Now, using Chen Jun's favor to give Shui Wangyue a chance to survive not only showed that she was helping because of Shui Wangyue, but also through the choice to Chen Jun. Whether Chen Jun refused or agreed, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan couldn't be blamed. "Okay, I promise you, regardless of whether my daughter lives or not, I will bring Shui Wangyue back to the base safe and sound." The agreement was reached, and the group left the house. Many people were watching from the opposite side. The constant sound of gunfire and screams from here made it hard not to attract attention, but those cowards were afraid and didn't dare to approach to investigate. Nguyen Yang loaded Chen Jun's supplies into his car, and handed Shui Wangyue over to him as well. Then, the SUV followed the military pickup truck all the way to the school. In the car, Wan Ningyan was nervous and asked cautiously, "Nguyen Yang, am I doing right?" "I don't know, but I think it's good. If I had a choice, I would have helped. But you made the decision and saved Shui Wangyue at the same time. You're smarter than me." "That's good. I just felt that Yue was so pitiful, so I wanted to help her." Wan Ningyan happily expressed her decision. Nguyen Yang glanced at her from time to time as they drove. Wan Ningyan's confidence grew, and she looked even more like her pre-apocalyptic self, charming and dazzling. Nguyen Yang preferred Wan Ningyan this way, feeling a surge of joy in his heart, his lips curling upwards. The further they got to the school, the more remote it became. The roads were nearly empty of cars and zombies, and they soon arrived at the second senior high school. The school gate was a sliding door, barely a meter high. Through it, one could see the dense swarm of zombies inside. Most of them wore blue uniforms, while a few who didn't, judging by their age, were likely teachers and security guards. The car didn't dare approach, fearing the noise would attract zombies bursting through the sliding door. They parked across the street. Chen Jun's face was grim, his worry making him look even more haggard. "There are too many zombies here. With nearly 10,000 teachers and students in the school, we can't get in and save them all." Nguyen Yang nodded in agreement. Although she could single-handedly eliminate all the zombies, she couldn't. She was just an ordinary person who only knew Xingyiquan, and space was useless against zombies. "We have to outsmart them. Miss Wan, you should have a radio or something like that. Could you lend me a few?" Nguyen Yang immediately understood his intention. "You want to lure all the zombies away? Well, once most of them are lured away, it'd be easier to find people. Zombies are quite strong. If you're not careful and get surrounded, your car will flip over." Chen Jun smiled. "We have to try. What if it works? I do it, you go save them." Nguyen Yang wasn't being kind and wanting to help Chen Jun. She simply couldn't bear to see so many zombies escape. "These are points. Walking points. Trick them into a deserted area and use your superpowers to kill them, and you can upgrade your off-road vehicle." Chapter 44. Chen Jun didn't want Nguyen Yang to take such a risk alone, and it took some persuasion to convince him. After Nguyen Yang got in the driver's seat, Wan Ningyan joined him. "Why did you want to distract the zombies? Wouldn't it be safer to stay and save the people? There are nearly 10,000 teachers and students, and the zombie population starts at 5,000. So many crystal cores are worth the risk." Wan Ningyan snorted, disapproving. "If you want crystal cores, you have to ensure their safety first. Even if you upgraded your abilities, there are far more zombies here than at a farm. What if you get bitten by someone you're not paying attention to? You can't take such a risk. The lesson is, I promise I won't do it again." "Your promises are useless. You said you discuss it with me, but when things get tough, you make your own decisions. Nuan Yang, you're a liar. Wan Ningyan's scolding was justified. Ever since her rebirth, Nuan Yang has been working tirelessly on stockpiling and survival plans. She's used to making all her own decisions, with Wan Ningyan cooperating. Even after several conversations, she still hasn't broken her habit of making her own decisions. Wan Ningyan has a problem, and she's trying to correct it and adapt. Nuan Yang believes she should set an example, and not let Wan Ningyan look down on her. I was wrong this time, and I admit it. If I do it again, you punish me. How about that? Seriously? Don't lie to me again. Seriously? I'd be a bitch if I lied to you. Okay, then if you do it again, call me sister 3 times. Nuan Yang reluctantly said him, and then drove to the left of the school gate. Qin Jun tied the sliding door shut with a rope and tied the other end to the pickup truck. He then gave Nuan Yang an okay sign. Nuan Yang rolled down the window and replied with an okay. Bang! After Qin Jun started his pickup truck, a small crack appeared in the school gate. Hearing the noise, nearby zombies began chasing Qin Jun's car. Nuan Yang immediately honked the horn, starting the car while honking, and drove north. Province Z, like Province G, is located in the south. Nuan Yang lured the zombies north to kill them, preventing Qin Jun from discovering their bodies on the way to the base and becoming suspicious. Because there were many zombies in the school, Nuan Yang didn't drive very fast, fearing the zombies behind her wouldn't be able to keep up. This resulted in some of the zombies catching up with the SUV and ramming it. To minimize damage, Nuan Yang turned around after a while and rammed into the zombie swarm, running over the zombie in front before continuing north. After repeating this maneuver over a dozen times, 20 kilometers from the school, Nuan Yang accelerated sharply, put 50 meters between her and the zombies, and quickly stopped. With her arms outstretched, Nuan Yang quickly formed a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-high ice platform, then climbed onto its center. Just as he was about to kill the zombies, he noticed Wan Ningyan had also arrived, climbing the icy platform. I wanted her to hide back in the car, but then, thinking about how the zombies would evolve, it would be better for her to gain more combat experience. So he helped pull her to the middle of the icy platform. Save your bullets. I take care of the zombies. Watch your surroundings, and don't let any zombies climb onto the icy platform. Yes. Host. I'm here. Take a mission before I kill. Nuan Yang lowered his raised hand again. What mission? Ding. New mission. Kill 5,000 zombies in 1 hour. Host, do you accept it? Accept it. Finally, another mission. What a win-win situation. Nuan Yang was in high spirits, and he killed even harder. Hundreds of ice spears rained down from the sky, crushing the zombies in droves. Wan Ningyan stared around the ice platform, shooting every zombie that approached. The two of them worked together for nearly half an hour, finally clearing out all the zombies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, killing a total of 9,102 zombies. Earn 1 superpower hiding pill, 1 micro rocket launcher, 1 rocket launcher bullet, and 8,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing 1 level. New user sign-in benefits have ended. Give away 1 zombie virus blocking serum, 1 raffle ticket, 1 energy pill, and 1 superpower plundering pill. Ding! The micro rocket launcher and rocket launcher bullet items have been unlocked and can be purchased with points. Xiao Lu, raffle, and explain zombie virus blocking serum and superpower plundering pills. Ding! Raffle has begun. Ding! Zombie virus blocking serum. After being bitten by a zombie, injecting the serum effectively defends against the zombie virus and prevents mutation. Note: this must be administered within half an hour, otherwise it will be ineffective. Superpower plundering pill. After taking it, killing a zombie or human with superpowers grants you the ability to possess that zombie or human, including their level. Nuan Yang was shocked. Not only did he have the zombie blocking serum, but he could also plunder superpowers, including those of zombies. This was simply outrageous. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning all breakfast categories *1. The breakfast section has been fully unlocked and can be purchased with points. Since the sign-in bonus was gone, Nuan Yang didn't regret winning breakfast. Otherwise, he had to buy chicken noodle soup, which would be greasy, and eating hot pot every day would easily cause internal heat. A quick glance revealed a wide variety of breakfast items, including both domestic and international breakfasts, as well as affordable breakfast combos like soy milk and fried dough sticks, priced from 1 to 30 points. In contrast, the micro rocket launcher is quite expensive, costing 50,000 points each, with a bullet costing 1,000 points each. However, it packs a powerful punch, with a maximum range of 20 kilometers. Upon impact, the bullet explodes, with a blast radius of 1 kilometer. This is the most lethal weapon currently in Nuanyang's possession. Ningyan. Nuanyang smiled happily at Wan Ningyan. It has 9,102 crystal cores. Wow, that's a lot. Should we celebrate with a big meal tonight? Yes, I give you a treat by the way. Nuanyang took out the micro-rocket launcher and explained it to Wan Ningyan. The barrel is 1 meter long and can only hold 1 bullet at a time. Once loaded, it's carried on the shoulder. Using the scope and adjusting the elevation angle, you lock onto the target. Pressing the fire button fires the round. It's simple and easy to use. Isn't having a rocket launcher a bit outrageous? This is also a secret you can't share? Well, anyway, you can use it when you encounter a zombie horde. But the bullets are expensive and the damage is high, so be careful. Got it. Nuanyang gave the miniature rocket launcher to Wan Ningyan and went to the mall to buy her 5 rocket shells. In the future, if they were separated, he wouldn't have to worry about Wan Ningyan being unable to protect herself when faced with a zombie horde. As for himself, he had more than enough crystal cores anyway. If he really needed one, he could just buy one or go to Wan Ningyan's subspace to get one. It would be convenient. This trip was very fruitful. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan were in high spirits. Listening to cheerful music, they drove towards the school. From a distance, they spotted a group of people surrounding Chenjun's car at the school gate. Nuanyang, something seems amiss. Is Captain Chen surrounded by zombies? Nuanyang activated the SUV's monitoring system and found a living person. They're not zombies. Let's go see what's going on. After parking closer, Nuanyang could see clearly. A group of students in blue school uniforms and 4 adults, presumably teachers, 2 men and 2 women. As Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan got out of the car, they heard someone say, if they squeeze in, their car can easily fit 4 or 5 people. Nuanyang looked over and saw a slightly chubby little boy with a round face and a somewhat silly look. Miss Wan. Chenjun emerged from the crowd, his face apologetic. My daughter has been found. She's alive, but she's in trouble. What's wrong? My daughter and I are both survivors from the rooftop. They learned the military had a safe base, so they wanted me to take them back, but my car simply can't accommodate so many people. As they spoke, dozens of people approached, surrounding Nuanyang's SUV. Chapter 45. Nuanyang. Wan Ningyan hugged Nuanyang's arm, hid behind her, and whispered in her ear. They blocked our car. What should we do? We can't leave. Nuanyang looked at the group of students with a nonchalant expression, cold and calm. Whoever blocks my car, just run over them. Everyone, including Chenjun, looked surprised. No one expected Nuanyang to say such a thing. After a brief silence, several students, furious, began to curse Nuanyang. You're so cold-blooded and indifferent to life. You're unworthy of being human. There are zombies everywhere now. Humans should help each other. Why are you killing your own kind? You get what you deserve. Without our protection, Chen Haitang would have died long ago. You're so ungrateful. How shameless. Chen Haitang must be Chenjun's daughter. Thinking of this, Nuanyang sneered. Repaying kindness with enmity? Get this straight. I'm not here to save anyone. If Captain Chen hadn't agreed to my terms, I wouldn't have risked my life to lure the zombies away, much less been insulted by a bunch of immature brats like you. Nuanyang glared at Chenjun with a cold yet sharp gaze, his words filled with warning. Captain Chen, how you decide to deal with these people is none of my business. I fulfilled my promise, and you must fulfill yours as well. If I don't see Shui Wangwei alive, and well when I get to the base, I don't mind wasting some time and moving to another base. Miss Wan, I'm Chen's word is mine, don't worry. As for these people. Chenjun glanced at everyone with a complicated expression. I find a way to satisfy both parties. Don't be impulsive. Give me some time. After Chenjun finished speaking, he pulled the 2 male teachers aside to discuss matters. It seemed that the 2 male teachers had the final say in this small group. As for the remaining students, they still surrounded the car and refused to move. The weather was scorching, and everyone was sweating profusely. Nuanyang was growing increasingly agitated. If Wan Ningyan hadn't been there to soothe her, she would have wanted to beat up a few students to make an example of them. A thin, bespectacled female teacher, apologetic and seemingly struggling, suddenly strode over to Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan. We apologize for burdening you with our actions, but we were forced to do so. The students are still young, the oldest only 15 or 16. We're just 4 adults, 2 of whom are women. We can't protect everyone, so we can only ask for your help. Why should we protect you? The zombies have been lured away. You can easily find weapons and food on your own and support each other to reach the base, instead of imposing moral blackmail on others like scoundrels. The female teacher blushed deeply at Nuan Yang's words, but she still stubbornly tried to explain herself. There's no moral blackmail. The school is short on supplies, and the students are helpless, so they want to follow the military. It's safer for us. The school must have sports equipment we can use as weapons, and there are also small shops and supermarkets where we can collect food. How can we talk about a shortage of supplies? Besides, it's the end of the world now. Order has long been broken, and the military no longer has the responsibility or obligation to protect the people. You're still demanding the military's protection. What else is that but moral blackmail? Zombies don't distinguish between children and the elderly when they bite, yet you're using your age to demand care. How shameless. Nuan Yang's ruthless retort made the female teacher blush. Seeing this, another teacher quickly pulled him away. The surrounding students were unconvinced and glared at Nuan Yang. One sturdy, short boy couldn't help but yell at Nuan Yang. How dare you talk to a teacher like that? Without the teacher, we all be dead, and so would Chen Haitang. Since we saved Chen Haitang, as her family, it's your duty to protect us as we get to the base. This is a favor you owe her, and you must repay it. What are you yelling about? I'm not Chen Haitang's family. If you want to mess with me, go mess with Chen Jun. Why are you blocking my way? Besides, according to you, I lured the zombies away and saved your lives, and now you're blocking my way. Aren't you repaying a debt with a vengeance? You? The little boy was speechless, and the other students couldn't find a response, but they still stood in front of the car, preventing Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan from getting in. Nuan Yang was so angry that she almost pulled out her gun, but Wan Ningyan quickly held her down, gently stroking her back and whispering a warning. Nuan Yang, we promised Chen Jun we wouldn't act rashly. Just be patient and wait. If Chen Jun doesn't understand and starts to act, the worst that can happen is we won't go to Sanyang Mountain. Nuan Yang was furious, angry at himself for meddling in other people's business and pretending to be ordinary, and also mad at these bastards for their lack of tact. Wan Ningyan's eyes rolled as she handed the backpack to Nuan Yang. Do you want to piss these guys off? They didn't even move away after I scolded them. With their thick skin, I'm afraid they won't be able to get angry. It's so hot, don't you want something to drink? Wan Ningyan winked at Nuan Yang as she spoke. Nuan Yang immediately understood and couldn't help but curl his lips. Wan Ningyan was a real scheming person, full of cunning schemes and wicked ways. Opening his backpack for cover, Nuan Yang rummaged through his space, picked out 2 bottles of herbal tea, and gave one to Wan Ningyan. As expected, the moment the herbal tea was brought out, the surrounding students stared in amazement. Pop! The sound of the can ring opening made them look at each other with envy. Ton! Ah! The cold tea was still iced, and Nuan Yang drank half of it in one gulp. Feeling the heat dissipate a little, he let out a satisfied sound. The students around him were already ravenous, many licking their lips. Seeing this, Nuan Yang felt truly relieved, a sense of relief, like others were training while he was enjoying a snack. After a while, Chen Jun returned, taking Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan across the street to discuss something. We made it clear. We won't protect them, nor will we provide them with supplies. However, they can take a school bus and follow us. Since we're all going the same way, it's fine for them to follow. Nuan Yang grasped the key point and asked, follow us? Captain Chen, are you planning to go with us? Well, you're going to Province G, and I go to Province Z. We share a section of the route, and if I lead the way, you be safer. If you do encounter unavoidable danger, I can even help you delay. Nuan Yang really didn't want to go with Chen Jun and the other students, but they were going the same way. If she went first, her car would be easily noticed, and if she went later, it wouldn't make sense to rush to find her family. After much deliberation, she finally agreed. I only wait an hour. Time's up. Whether they're ready or not, we have to go. Okay, I go tell them. There seemed to be an argument within the small group, but by the time Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan slowly reached the car, it was over. Chen Jun and the male teacher went looking for the school bus, while the female teacher took the students to the supermarket for supplies. 3 younger students were left behind, and Nuan Yang felt they were being monitored. Chen Haitang was also asked to help out at the supermarket. Chen Jun hesitated, then agreed. Nuan Yang saw the pickup truck door open, and a tall girl with a ponytail got out. She looked 50% like Shinjun, with a heroic look and a dashing demeanor, like someone from a military family. Wan Yang, are they afraid Shinjun might escape, so they're deliberately bringing Chen Haitang along? Probably. They're quite cunning. Ah, these guys. I'm really worried they cause trouble along the way. Let them cause trouble. Wan Yang raised an eyebrow. Speaking casually, we've given them the chance. If they don't know what's good for them, then we kill them. The worst that can happen is we just have to find a safe base and spend some time searching. Yeah, but after pretending to be ordinary for so long, I still hope they don't end up in vain. I hope so. Wan Yang glanced up at the sky, feeling a surge of anxiety. It looked like the extreme heat was really coming. I hope these bastards wouldn't cause any trouble, lest it cause more trouble. Chapter 46. Shinjun was reliable and meticulous. He found a school bus and even collected a can of gasoline for them as a backup. The supplies were well stocked: instant noodles, bread, mineral water, and snacks piled high like a mountain. However, there were a large number of people. Excluding Chen Haitang, there were 37 mouths to feed, and the food seemed insignificant. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan sat in the car, watching a movie in the air conditioning, feeling comfortable and relaxed. At 5 p.m., the agreed departure time, Wan Ningyan saw from a distance that the teachers and students had gathered together and seemed to be arguing with Shinjun. Shinjun kept waving his hands to refuse, and one male teacher kept looking in the direction of the SUV and saying something. Nuan Yang, they seemed to be arguing quite fiercely. Want to go check it out? Okay. Nuan Yang took out the pistol Shinjun had given him, and lazily got out of the car. Ningyan, if these guys start to act recklessly, don't stop me. Wan Ningyan glanced at the pistol and pursed her lips. I understand. If they're not going too far, just bear with it. Wan Ningyan's coquettishness filled Nuan Yang with an inexplicable joy, and he unconsciously nodded in agreement. We didn't ask you for protection, did we? I'm just taking a ride in your car, isn't that okay? I made it very clear. Miss Nuan and the others don't owe you any favors. Don't bother them. As for the students, my car can seat two, and the rest will sit in the aisle. You can sit in the aisle of the bus, but without seatbelts, it's easy to get hurt. What if you get hurt? Do you have a doctor or medicine? We're all going the same way. We're just picking up a few people along the way. We're not providing food and lodging, so how is that against the rules? Nuan Yang walked up to them, listened, and then looked at the school bus. It said it had a maximum capacity of 30 people, and he realized they were going to overload it with him and Shinjun. Miss Wan, you're finally here. The male teacher who spoke was called Director Zhao. He was short, slightly bald, and wore thick glasses. Despite the heat, he still wore his thin, dark blue suit jacket. His demeanor was similar to Nuan Yang's impression of a headmaster, a smiling tiger. Miss Wan, I know you're a kind person. You donate to charity every year. What celebrity can compare to you? You're our role model. TSK, Nuan Yang raised an eyebrow. As expected of a director, he immediately chosen the seemingly easygoing Wan Ningyan, putting her on a moral high ground. Later, when he asked for help, any shy Wan Ningyan wouldn't have been able to refuse. Director Zhao called over the 4 younger children nearby, his face filled with earnestness. Miss Wan, our bus can't accommodate so many people. Captain Chen's car can seat 2. These 4 younger ones can squeeze in, and your SUV will fit in the back. Could you please help? Buses without seats are dangerous. Children could easily get hurt if bumped into. We can't do anything. Please, have some mercy and help. Nuan Yang looked at Wan Ningyan. As expected, she wasn't thick-skinned enough. She bit her lower lip, looking troubled. She must be wavering. Director Zhao, across from her, seemed to think there was a chance and continued. Miss Wan, don't worry. We're just riding. You don't have to worry about anything else. They promise to be obedient. If they make a fuss, you can kick them off. I won't say no. Sorry, Director Zhao, that won't work. We agreed to find a car to accompany us, but we didn't say we help transport others. Nuan Yang glanced at Wan Ningyan in surprise. She hadn't expected her to resist the pressure and refuse. Progress. Sister Wan. Just help me. Sister Wan, please. Wan Ningyan, unable to resist the children's pleas, hugged Nuan Yang's arm, squeezed it, and begged for help. Nuan Yang's eyes froze. Director Zhao actually encouraged the students to play the victim. Did he really think this was the end of the world? Bang! Nuan Yang fired a shot into the empty space in front of Director Zhao's feet, and asked with a smile. Are there a few people without seats? Why don't I come and help? I got plenty of bullets. The group was startled by the gunshot. then intimidated by Nuan Yang's words. Director Zhao's face turned pale, and Chen Jun, standing by, took the opportunity to pull him back. Alright, let's get back to the bus. Let the older children hold him. Don't let anyone get killed. Director Zhao didn't dare say anything, and could only take the children back to the bus. Even the two who tried to squeeze into Chen Jun's car were sent back. Afterwards, Chen Jun drove Chen Haitang and Shui Wangwen in front, with Nuan Yang in the middle and the school bus at the end. Chen Jun modified the front of his car, so he could ram cars and zombies onto it, but it wasn't strong enough, and he had to get out and reinstall the fenders after a while. It was 6:30 when they finally got on the highway. Nuan Yang slowly followed the pickup truck, glancing out the window from time to time. The light was still bright, with no sign of setting. Thinking back to his previous life, it was the same before the extreme heat wave. The sun would appear for longer and longer periods, eventually remaining for days at a time. That was the hottest, most oppressive, and most unbearable period of the extreme heat wave. Growing uneasy, Nuan Yang checked the navigation system, then decided to change his plans. Ning Yan, at Chen Jun's current speed, we have to spend the night on the highway. Around noon tomorrow, we split up at S14. They exit the highway for Sanyang Mountain, and we continue south to your home. I estimated the time. Using flight mode, I can get to your house in 7 or 8 hours. However, I be in bed all night tomorrow, so I need to find a safe place in advance. All in all, it take nearly 2 days, way too long. If the extreme heat officially sets in, the water your family has prepared might not be enough. So I'm planning to forego the new materials town and go directly to your house. After picking up your family, I head to the town to search for supplies, and then to the base. Is that okay with you? Wan Ningyan thought carefully for a moment and nodded. The weather has been truly unusual these past 2 days. It's best to pick them up early to avoid any accidents. Also, to prepare for the worst, we need to leave at least 4 or 5 hours to find a safe place. If Chen Jun drives too slowly, even if it reveals the car's unusualness, we still need to leave early. Well, 5 hours, maybe? We have to avoid survivors along the way and find a sparsely populated house that's safe from zombies. It takes some time. After the two men discussed it, they drove for a while with Chen Jun. By 8 o'clock, it was already half dark. Chen Jun slowly stopped the car and walked over to Nuan Yang's car. It's unsafe to drive at night. How about we rest here for the night? Sure. Then, Miss Nuan, could you help me? Use the interstellar space to move your cars and block the road in front of us so we can sleep peacefully at night. Even though Chen Jun didn't say anything, Nuan Yang agreed, so she agreed. After getting out of the car, Nuan Yang first put the cars in front of her right into the interstellar space, then parked the SUV there. She then found 2 large tents in the interstellar space, preparing to fence off her own area later. After all, there were some things she couldn't let others see. Then she put the surrounding cars into the interstellar space, clearing a large area. She used the cars to form a thick barrier in front of and behind the road. It couldn't stop living people, but it could stop the mindless zombies. After a few trips back and forth, Nuan Yang was half soaked and sticky, feeling uncomfortable. He hurried back to help Wan Ningyan set up the tent, thinking he'd get the bathroom out for a shower later. Nuan Yang, you rest. I can do it. I often seen crews setting up tents on set, and I done it myself several times. 2 of us, quick. Wan Ningyan was sweating profusely, and Nuan Yang wasn't about to leave her alone. After a while of work, the large black tent covered the entire SUV. The space behind was just right for a portable bathroom. Nuan Yang found 2 thick curtains and hung them in front of the bathroom to prevent anyone from seeing it. Then he folded the back seats flat and put them together, creating a bed. Ningyan, come eat. I'm coming. Nuan Yang picked out some light noodles for Wan Ningyan to choose from. It's crowded here, so eat something simple. I make up for the big meal later. It's okay, it's already good. Wan Ningyan propped up her chin inside. They're annoying, but they're also pitiful. They have no fuel to cook, so they can only eat raw instant noodles. To save gas, they don't even use the air conditioner. They're all soaked like drowned rats. They have nowhere to sleep at night, so they have to lie on the floor. There's always something hateful about pitiful people. There's no need to sympathize. They're hateful. Nuan Yang saw Wan Ningyan hesitate and guessed what she meant. Are you worried about Shui Wangwe? Well, there's nothing good to eat at Chen Jun's place, and Yue is injured. I think. Wan Ningyan stopped talking. Forget it. I can help her once, but I can't help her forever. I hope she's okay. Nuan Yang glanced at the curtains, which were tightly drawn. He went to the mall and bought a bowl of chicken noodle soup and placed it on the small table. Bring Ware here. I can still help with a meal. I knew you were cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Wan Ningyan smiled, poking Nuan Yang's cheek with her finger, then scurried off. The touch of her fingertips felt like marshmallows, soft yet scorching, and a strange feeling spread wherever she touched. Nuan Yang's mind flashed back to Wan Ningyan's smile, and the strange feeling intensified, faintly permeated with joy and excitement. After guzzling 2 sips of ice water, Nuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The dryness on his face began to fade, leaving only his ears still tinged with a hint of red. Chapter 47. Shui Wangwei was very reserved, licking his lips several times, not daring to pick up his chopsticks. Where, eat quickly. If you don't eat, the noodles will clump. Sister Wan, Where can just eat the bread. Shui Wangwei pushed the chicken noodle soup to the center of the table. Sisters, eat. It's for you, so just eat it. You're injured all over, how can you recover quickly without something nutritious? Wan Ningyan brought the chicken noodle soup back to Shui Wangwei. The aroma made Shui Wangwei swallow saliva. He timidly looked at Nuan Yang with his chopsticks. Nuan Yang, who was observing Shui Wangwei while eating, suddenly realized that Shui Wangwei might be afraid of him, so he spoke tentatively. Listen to your sister Wan. Eat. If you're not satisfied, there's more. Shui Wangwei felt relieved, and his whole body relaxed. He began to eat the noodles in small sips. Nuan Yang was now losing his composure. Was he really that scary? He saved her, so why was she afraid? She should be close to him. Nuan Yang was baffled, especially when he saw Shui Wangwei chatting and laughing with Wan Ningyan. After dinner, Wan Ningyan wanted to apply medicine to Shui Wangwei. Seeing Shui Wangwei's body soaked with sweat, Nuan Yang, fearing the wound might become infected, went through the curtains under Wan Ningyan's protection, fetched hot water from the bathroom, and then returned with a clean towel. Where, come here. I hold you. It was dark at night, and after closing the tent door, Nuan Yang used the car lights to illuminate the area. Wan Ningyan carried Shui Wangwei to the hood of the car and carefully wiped her down. Nuan Yang applied ointment to the area Shui Wangwei had already cleaned. Working together, it took over 10 minutes to finish the job. The wound is healing. If it itches, don't scratch it. Just bear it, okay? I know. Let the wound heal. Once the scab forms, new skin will form. Yes. Where is so smart. Wan Ningyan held Shui Wangwei in her arms, kissing her cheek from time to time, her eyes filled with love and reluctance. Nuan Yang watched them, and couldn't help but wonder what Wan Ningyan would be like if she became a mother. She would definitely be very gentle, just like she is now. As the thought occurred to Nuan Yang, he suddenly felt a surge of resistance. He inexplicably felt that no man was worthy of Wan Ningyan. No one could, and no one could let Wan Ningyan bear him a child. If a man caught Wan Ningyan's eye, he must have tricked her into giving birth. The inner roar grew increasingly outrageous, and Nuan Yang realized that his thoughts were wrong. When he came to his senses, Wan Ningyan was no longer in the tent. After a moment of confusion, he remembered to look for her. At that moment, Wan Ningyan returned. Where did you go? I was sending you home. What's wrong? You look a little grim. Nuan Yang stroked his hair with a casual air. Nothing. I think you and that girl are a little too close. Wan Ningyan, with a playful expression, leaned closer to Nuan Yang, making him a little nervous. Are you jealous? I saw it at dinner. Where was afraid of you, but different with me. You must be jealous. No. You, don't look so stern. Smile more often, and Where won't be afraid of you. Didn't I say that? Oh. You're jealous. Jealous. Nuan Yang suddenly understood why he'd been jealous. Jealous that Wan Ningyan would one day belong to someone else. Hey. What are you daydreaming about? No, maybe I'm a little hot, so. If you're hot, go take a shower first. I watched the door. Okay. Nuan Yang fled into the bathroom, not even daring to look at Wan Ningyan. Her heart was pounding wildly, each beat a reminder that her feelings for Wan Ningyan were not pure. I like Wan Ningyan? The question, but the answer was obvious. Nuan Yang looked at herself in the mirror, unable to avoid it as she had before. She clearly remembered every time her heart fluttered for Wan Ningyan, and knew exactly how happy she felt every time Wan Ningyan approached. The joints of her fingers were red from excessive force. Cold water splashed across her bangs, over her eyebrows, and dripped into the sink. Nuan Yang raised her head, her face damp with moisture, a hint of sadness tinged with cold seriousness. Those who have never been in love don't yearn for love until they've fallen in love. But once they do, it's like shaking a bottle of soda, the surging love bubbling and surging, impossible to stop. Especially remembering that in his previous life, Wan Ningyan had most likely only turned to him for help. Nuanyang's heart leaped with joy, eager to confess his feelings immediately. No! What if I'm just being overly sentimental? Nuanyang washed his face with cold water again, trying to clear his mind. After much self-deception, he finally decided to keep his feelings hidden. Just because Nuanyang could accept a relationship with a woman didn't mean Wan Ningyan would. Their closeness might just be the indifference of the same sex. Without confessing, at least he could remain with Wan Ningyan as a friend for the rest of his life. After fully understanding his feelings, Nuanyang changed completely. He would shower with the same scented shampoo and shower gel as Wan Ningyan, and he put a lot of thought into his pajamas. The slightly open collar of the robe perfectly revealed her fair skin and defined collarbone, though the beauty of hers pale in comparison to Wan Ningyan's. Nuanyang frowned slightly, suddenly feeling inferior. She gave up on dressing up and headed straight out the door. Finally, you're done. What took you so long? I'm almost overheating. Wan Ningyan's fanning hand paused upon catching sight of Nuanyang, her eyes fixed on her. Nuanyang felt uneasy, looking away, her face slightly flushed. What's wrong with me today? I look a little better. Wan Ningyan smiled as she walked towards Nuanyang, her eyes gazing up and down, making her feel uncomfortable. Aren't you going to shower? Go right now. Wan Ningyan looked Nuanyang up and down again, giving her an ambiguous smile before heading out to shower. As the night deepened, the energetic group of students gradually quieted down. Nuanyang, initially shy, gradually shifted to staring blankly at the door. The bathroom was soundproofed, so she couldn't hear a thing, and she had no idea how far Wan Ningyan had gotten into her shower. Nuanyang was curious. Since they were all girls, showering should have taken about the same amount of time, but why did Wan Ningyan take so long? It was almost an hour. Snap! Finally finished, Nuanyang stood up and saw Wan Ningyan coming out in long pajamas. He was surprised she was dressed so conservatively. He assumed she'd stick with her sexy pajamas. Why don't you wait in the car? Isn't it hot? The car door is open, so you can get the air conditioning, Nuanyang said, letting Wan Ningyan get in first while he went to put the bathroom away before returning to the car. As soon as he laid down, Wan Ningyan came over and hugged Nuanyang's arm. Nuanyang was so nervous that his body stiffened. Nuanyang, turn down the air conditioning, turn off the lights, and go to sleep. Okay. Setting the air conditioner to 24 degrees, Nuanyang took out a blanket and covered himself and Wan Ningyan with it, then selected sleep mode. The SUV's lights immediately went out, and the roof turned a deep blue, with many small dots emitting a gentle yellow glow, simulating a starry sky. Your car is quite romantic, Wan Ningyan said, one leg naturally draped over Nuanyang's body. Nuanyang's body, which had finally relaxed, tensed up again. It's just so inconvenient. I couldn't get in the car without you. I was so hot waiting for you to shower just now that I had to fan myself. It's an anti-theft feature. Next time, I leave the car door open. Okay. As she spoke, Wan Ningyan's right arm rested on Nuanyang's shoulder, her entire body almost half lying in his embrace. Nuanyang had a feeling Wan Ningyan was doing it on purpose, but without proof, he could only urge her to get to sleep quickly, lest she stir and irritate him. Time ticked by, and before he knew it, it was already 3 in the morning. Nuanyang, needing no sleep, kept watching Wan Ningyan's sleeping face, occasionally furtively nudging her, feeling content for long moments. Host. Detected someone approaching. Nuanyang carefully tucked Wan Ningyan into bed next to him, then went to the driver's seat to check the security camera. It showed 3 small red dots moving toward him, from 80 meters away. Unsure of their origins, Nuanyang grabbed a coat and immediately took cover behind the car barrier, his gun in hand, observing through the gap. Soon, 3 children appeared. Nuanyang used the car to shield himself, his eyes fixed on their every move. All 3 children, boys, crouched before the barrier, looking at something indistinctly, each seemingly counting. In just 5 minutes, the 3 children tiptoed away. What were they doing? Nuanyang was utterly baffled. 3 little boys, looking no more than 7 or 8 years old, would venture here in the middle of the night and do nothing. It was completely out of character. Nuanyang, baffled, contemplated returning to the car. As he reached the tent, he suddenly remembered his actions at the Darren Mall and realized the 3 boys were scouting the area. Chapter 48. Nuanyang, sensing danger, immediately went into the tent to call Wan Ningyan to get up. To his surprise, She was already up and dressed. I woke up when I noticed you weren't there. Did something happen? Yes, someone's here to scout the area, and I'm worried, so I'm planning to wake everyone up and leave overnight. Then change your clothes. I go find Chinjun. Okay. After Wan Ningyan left, Nuanyang quickly changed and folded the tent into its space. At that moment, the lights of the pickup truck across the way came on. Chinjun got out, greeted Nuanyang, nodded, and headed towards the school bus to wake up the teachers and students. Nuanyang. Wan Ningyan trotted back. Captain Chen, please help me put down the car barrier. We be leaving in 5 minutes, and he be leading the charge. Okay, wait for me at the car. Nuanyang opened the door and hurried to get the car back. She was nervous the whole way, and the warm breeze made her feel strangely irritated. A commotion came from the bus, and Nuanyang stopped and listened for a moment. The students were complaining, thinking it was a big deal. Chinjun was anxiously urging them on. Director Zhao had a clear understanding this time, and he kept scolding the students to hurry up. When only a few students and teachers were left on the bus, Chinjun suddenly ran to his pickup truck, yelling at Nuanyang as he ran. Hurry! There's a car coming. More than one. Nuanyang hurried into the car and checked the surveillance camera. It showed dozens of red dots approaching, 4 or 5 in a cluster, and 5 smaller clusters. This meant there were 5 cars and more than 20 people. Beep! Chinjun honked his horn to signal his arrival, then sped off in his pickup truck. Nuanyang had just steered his truck to follow when a school bus sped past, startling him and forcing the car to a stop. These guys are going too far. They actually let us cover their rear. That's why I say, there's always something hateful about pitiful people. Nuanyang's eyes were sharp. Seeing the lights approaching in the rearview mirror, he ignored everything else and stepped on the accelerator, catching up with the bus. It was dark, visibility was poor, and Chinjun had to lead the way, so he wasn't going very fast. Nuanyang was slowly being overtaken by the cars behind him, an SUV and a van. Beyond that, it was hard to see, their headlights were too dazzling. Wan Ningyan pulled out her pistol, looked at the car behind her, and asked Nuanyang, can I shoot at their tires? Can I blow them up? I read that pistols won't work, but rifles will. Why don't you try a submachine gun? We're at the back anyway, and no one will see what we're doing. Okay. Wan Ningyan had just unsheathed her submachine gun when a flaming bottle suddenly flew from behind, hitting the ground in front of Nuanyang's car, and flames erupted. Nuanyang. Be careful. Wan Ningyan was nervous, and so was Nuanyang. Although the system claimed the SUV was fireproof and explosion-proof, he hadn't tried it before, so he wasn't sure. As they rushed through the flames, the SUV ran over a bottle and exploded. A 2-meter-high tongue of flame engulfed the entire driver's seat. Nuanyang stared at the flames outside the car window, his heart in his throat. After leaping over them, and seeing the flames gradually recede, he finally felt relieved. Bang, bang, bang. Nuanyang had just caught his breath when someone behind him threw several Molotov cocktails. One hit the back of the car directly, setting it ablaze. It was a terrifying sight. Asshole. Nervous Wan Ningyan, seeing the flames, panicked. She rolled down the window and began firing back. Several newly thrown bottles exploded midair, impacting the SUV in front, causing it to sway from side to side before crashing into the left guardrail. Wan Ningyan aimed at the fuel tank and fired twice, but it didn't explode. Huh? I thought the fuel tank would explode. Use a grenade. Our car is explosion-proof. Don't worry. Just kill him. Hearing this, Wan Ningyan immediately took out a grenade and pulled the fuse, but didn't throw it. Nuanyang drove while shouting warnings, but Wan Ningyan acted as if she didn't hear him. Anxiously, Nuanyang quickly switched to automatic driving and was about to put the grenade into the airbox when she saw Wan Ningyan throw it out the window. Bang! In just 3 seconds, the grenade exploded, hitting the van squarely, shattering the front end. A car behind it didn't have time to brake and collided with the van, sparking another burst of flames and forcing the rest of the following cars to a stop. Well? Didn't you time it perfectly? Nuanyang looked at Wan Ningyan, looking smug, but unable to get angry. He could only glare at her to express his displeasure. When you're upset, you need to vent. Nuanyang rolled down the window, pulled out a grenade, and wrapped it in ice to form a dart. After pulling the fuse, he fired it toward the fire behind him. After a moment, the distant fire behind him suddenly grew larger, then slowly dimmed. Your ability is so convenient. Unlike me, I have to keep track of time. Voice acting Queen Wan, please don't do that next time. I have a weak heart. Okay, I got it. You look so serious. How about we put out the fire behind the car first? Glancing at Wan Ningyan, Nuanyang looked behind the car. The fire had subsided considerably. He reached out the window, touched the door, and ice condensed from his palm all the way to the back of the car. The flames flickered a few times before being extinguished. He clicked on the SUV to check its status. The damage was 0.1%, and the health bar was quite thick, which made Nuanyang feel more at ease. It was 5 in the morning, and the sky was already bright. Qin Jun stopped the car in a zombie-free area, letting everyone rest there. He then met with Nuanyang to discuss the forward plan. The sudden attack had left Qin Jun terrified. He didn't plan to wait until he had enough to eat and drink before continuing. He wanted to drive all the way back to Sanyang Mountain Base, to get back home early and feel at ease. However, everyone had only slept for a few hours and was exhausted. Qin Jun, a soldier who wasn't afraid of fatigue, was worried that Nuanyang wouldn't be able to hold on, so he asked her if she needed some rest before setting off. Ningyan and I can take turns driving, so we won't get tired. But Captain Chen, you're already injured, and you have to drive for so long. Are you sure you can handle it? I can do it. We don't know how many wolves and tigers there are along the way. Staying any longer will only increase the danger. It's better to get some rest at the base. Okay, I have no objection. Then we leave in 10 minutes. Qin Jun went to see Director Zhao again. Nuanyang leaned against the car and saw that they seemed to be arguing, but Qin Jun was very firm, so Director Zhao finally compromised and left as usual in 10 minutes. This time, the school bus behaved well and followed obediently at the back. Thinking they would soon part ways, Nuanyang didn't bother to settle accounts with them. After all, they were all at the base, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. We won't arrive at S14 until around 9:30. You should get some sleep. You got dark circles under your eyes. No, I stay with you. Wan Ningyan tried to keep her eyes open, trying to find a topic to chat with Nuanyang, but she couldn't hold it in for long before nodding and falling asleep. Nuanyang switched the car to automatic driving, held Wan Ningyan's head with his hand, gently leaned back in the chair, and pulled out a blanket to cover her. At 9:17, they arrived at S14 ahead of schedule. Wan Ningyan was still asleep, and Nuanyang didn't call her. He got out of the car and said goodbye to Qin Jun. Miss Muan, the weather has been unusual lately. Come to the base as soon as you can find your family. Yes, Captain Chen, please take care of Shui Wangwe. She's an orphan, so make sure she doesn't get bullied. Don't worry about that, Qin Jun smiled, glancing at the two sleeping together in the back seat. My daughter Haitang really likes Xiaoya, and I'm planning to have them as playmates. Although the conditions are tough, I can still make sure they have 3 meals a day. Okay, thank you, Captain Chen. Nuanyang gave Qin Jun 5 more bags of rice and 3 boxes of canned fruit. He handed over 20 kilograms of food for Shui Wangwe to the base, and the rest, supposedly for Shui Wangwe, was actually a reward for Qin Jun's willingness to take care of her. Qin Jun seemed worried Nuanyang wouldn't go to the base, so he gave her a few more instructions before saying goodbye. Watching the pickup truck exit the highway and the school bus slowly start up behind it, Nuanyang felt relieved, finally no longer having to hide her strength. She returned to the car and began to think about upgrading her SUV. Existing supplies inventory points, 46,000. Low-level crystal cores, 13,207. Coupons, 2 50% off coupons, 1 60% off coupon, 1 30% off coupon. Since the sailing and diving modes weren't available at the moment, Nuanyang unlocked the low-altitude flight mode first. He used a 50% off coupon for only 25,000 points. He added another 300 crystal cores, totaling 30,000 points. Adding the remaining points, he unlocked the hidden mode with a 50% off coupon, spending 40,000 points. Flight mode uses gasoline, so Nuanyang bought another 2,000 points worth of gasoline. After all the upgrades and shopping, the cost wasn't too much. He still had 9,000 points, 12,907 low-level crystal cores, and only 1 60% off coupon and 1 30% off coupon left. Opening the navigation, a direct flight to G would take nearly 8 hours. It would take another hour and a half to reach Wan Ningyan's home. Time was tight, so he passed the direct flight to Wan Ningyan's home plan. On the way to Province G, Nuanyang found a small village in the middle as his destination. The small village was vast and sparsely populated, with few zombies and few living people. He planned to fly there first to see the situation and find a suitable safe place. Chapter 49. Switch to the gasoline vehicle and activate hidden mode. Yang slams on the accelerator, and once the speed reaches the point where it can switch to low-altitude flight mode, he immediately switches. The steering wheel now becomes a rudder, the center gear lever becomes a joystick, the tailplane extends, and the tires retract into the vehicle's body. Yang had never flown a plane before, and had no idea how to fly, so the system immediately appears to help. Host, pull the joystick back to control the off-road vehicle's takeoff and climb. Low-altitude flight mode reaches a maximum of 1,000 meters. Push it forward to control the off-road vehicle's descent and approach for landing. Once you reach the desired altitude, push the joystick to the center. The rudder is used to adjust the flight direction. As for the other controls, don't worry about them. We have an improved flight mechanism. Flight and landing will automatically detect and adjust the relevant devices. Yang followed the system's instructions, and a feeling of weightlessness washed over him. The off-road vehicle, no, it should be called the off-road flying vehicle, climbed at an angle, and the screen displayed the altitude above the ground. At 300 meters, Yang stopped. She was a bit afraid of heights, so she adjusted her flight direction according to the navigation system. After some practice, it proved quite simple. Xiao Lu, can I use automatic mode while flying? Host, yes, but automatic mode will be limited to a maximum altitude of 1,000 meters to minimize encounters with buildings and mountains. 1,000 meters was too high. Yang felt her scalp tingle and her eyes dizzy at the mere thought, so she resigned herself to flying on her own. At 1:30 p.m., Yin, having slept soundly, opened her eyes and blinked several times. Her expression of satisfaction slowly gave way to confusion, and then, ah! What happened? Yang was startled by Yin's scream. The rudder trembled, and the entire car tilted to the right before it straightened. It's flying! I forgot to tell you, this car has a flight mode. Yin looked out the window at the wing, then back at Yang in shock. She was speechless for a long time, and it took a while for her to accept the reality. Is this also a secret? Yes. That's amazing. It can fly and run. If it could also be used as a boat, it would be perfect. It really can, and it even has a diving mode. Yin's curved lips slowly flattened into a straight line, her expression serious and decadent. Yang had no idea what she was thinking, and a faint sense of anxiety grew within her. As they were almost at their destination, Yin spoke slowly. Amazing. So this is what it feels like to cling to someone powerful. So cool. Yang was speechless. He'd been worried for a long time, thinking the off-road vehicle's features were too powerful for Yin to handle. Turns out, his worries were for nothing. You taken it well. I already accepted your rebirth, so what else can't I accept? Yang thought about it and agreed. The most outrageous thing was coming back from the dead and starting over again. As they talked, they arrived above their destination. Yang reminded Yin and pushed the joystick forward. Hold on tight, preparing to land. Yin immediately grabbed her seatbelt. Okay, Captain. Yang didn't land immediately, but instead lowered the aircraft to 100 meters and checked the surveillance. The surveillance showed 5 small yellow dots, zombies, and no red dots. It seemed the village was deserted, making it a suitable safe haven. To distinguish between living people and zombies, Yang adjusted the monitoring system settings to use color coding. While circling and searching for a landing spot, Yang surveyed the area surrounding the village. It was all neatly arranged fields, most of which resembled rice, a mixture of yellow and green. The remaining fields were a vibrant orange, and it was unclear what the crop was. The house was nestled between 2 fields. There were only 3 small-looking, one-story buildings. Are there only 3 houses in this area? Why are there so few people? It seems their homes are too far from the fields, so they built a house next to them to make it easier to farm. Let's go and take a look. Yang landed in a wheat field, switched back to the truck, and drove towards the house. Only then did Yang see clearly that the yellow and green rice was mixed because much of it had withered and died from the heat. The green roots and stems had also begun to turn yellow. Soon, the other bright orange ones were also sun-killed crops. Arriving at the destination, 3 bungalows with green bricks and red tiles came into view. 2 doors were open, and 2 fallen hose lay in the open space between them. It seemed that the people here had fled in a panic. Before getting out of the car, Yang checked the surveillance camera. The 5 yellow dots were about 70 or 80 meters away. Without making any loud noises, they shouldn't be attracted. Get out of the car. There are 5 zombies nearby. They're not many, so be careful. Okay. As soon as Nuanyang got out of the car, the sun glared at his eyes. He squinted uncomfortably, and the heat quickly took over his body, causing him to scald and sweat. It's so hot. Nuanyang, is the extreme heat coming? No, the extreme heat isn't that cold. Ah? Help. I'm going to die from the heat. Check the house first. I turn on the air conditioning for you later. Air conditioning? Even with the power out, there's still air conditioning? Just like the bathroom. That secret again? Yeah. Very good. Wan Ningyan was visibly pleased. She took her submachine gun and went to check the house on the right. Nuanyang followed behind her, silently guarding the area. The house on the right was a storage room. The smell was unpleasant. Inside, various farm tools, fertilizers, pesticides, and woven bags of unknown goods filled most of the room. The middle room was about 30 square meters. At the entrance was a broken wooden table with holes in it and a long bench. To the right was a wooden bed with faded quilts and sheets. To the left was a simple kitchen with a small stove, 2 small pots, and a bamboo basket containing a few bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks. The leftmost room was a small warehouse for food. Atop low wooden shelves, stacked with bundles of food tied tightly with ropes, were bags of rice, sweet potatoes, corn, and red beans. They all looked homegrown. The greens and cabbages had already become soft and watery. In the sweltering heat, these vegetables were difficult to store. Nuanyang, can you let me collect them? Seeing Wan Ningyan's eager expression, Nuanyang remembered that she hadn't yet enjoyed the joy of scavenging supplies since she acquired the space. She smiled and agreed. Okay, you collect them. Even the rotten vegetables are fine. You can use them to feed the chickens and ducks later. Wan Ningyan excitedly collected the supplies, while Nuanyang went out to surround the small room in the middle with shipping containers. Although they had monitored the area to see no living people, only zombies, they still had to be prepared for any unexpected events. The heavy and thick shipping containers could serve as a first layer of defense. After Wan Ningyan finished collecting the supplies, they both entered the middle room, and Nuanyang used the containers to block the main entrance. The room is full of the previous owner's belongings. If they're useless to you, don't waste the space. I take care of it. Think about what you need and decorate it. Also, pick out some food and toys. I give you whatever I have. After all, you'd be stuck all day and bored. Okay. Let me think about it. Nuanyang cleared the room first, then parked the car on the far left, opened the door so Wan Ningyan could come in to charge her phone or connect to Wi-Fi. He also turned on the headlights for illumination. A portable bathroom and a standing air conditioner were placed next to the car. The standing air conditioner looked very similar to real-world air conditioners, with a pure white exterior and a touchscreen display. I chose cooling and set the temperature to 26 degrees. The instant it turned on, a powerful blast of cold air blew in, cooling the stuffy room in less than half a minute. Wow, it worked so quickly. You're such a secret indeed. Since it's cool, let's get started. I treat you to a feast when you're done. Right away. Nuanyang pulled out a sofa and sat leisurely, watching Wan Ningyan arrange the room, occasionally searching the space for items she requested. Wan Ningyan was a woman of taste, and she had decorated the small space with warmth. A blue tablecloth covered the table, a vase of artificial flowers in the center, and a candle beside it. When lit, a faint fragrance slowly overwhelmed the room's natural scent. In front of the bed sat a black and white striped rug, perfectly matching the black and white patchwork. Next to the bed was a pure white vintage cabinet, topped with a black alarm clock. Across from the bed was a simple white wardrobe. The left half was hung with a few of Wan Ningyan's favorite summer clothes, while the right half was left empty, its intended use obvious. Nuanyang wore a faint smile. Although they weren't in a relationship, everything she saw brought her immense satisfaction, and her love for Wan Ningyan grew stronger. She wanted Wan Ningyan, she wanted to have a home with her. Chapter 50. It's all set up. See if you like it? Nuanyang smiled and looked around. I like it. It's very cozy. Wan Ningyan sat down proudly beside Nuanyang and held out her right hand. Where's my feast? Bring it out. What hot pot? Hot pot? How do you cook it without electricity? With coal. Come here. Nuanyang led Wan Ningyan to the dining table and sat them down. Then, they went to the mall and spent 5 points on a double-flavored hot pot. A white ceramic double-flavored hot pot appeared, its spicy base emitting a pungent aroma. Under the hot pot was something resembling an induction cooker. Besides an on-off button, there were also controls for heat and adding soup. Nuanyang pointed to the power supply. Let's try it out. Wan Ningyan gently pressed the power button, and the induction cooker's indicator light lit up, starting to heat slowly. Having seen many strange things, Wan Ningyan wasn't surprised. Instead, she calmly propped her head up and sighed. Bathroom, air conditioning, hot pot, your unspoken secret, seems like an appliance store. Wan Yang chuckled and didn't respond. He went to the mall and bought 2 hot pot buffets for 60 points. Huh? What's this? Wan Yang followed Wan Ningyan's gaze and saw a huge virtual screen appear on his right. Hot pot buffet was written at the top. In the middle, a mobile ordering system appeared, displaying all the hot pot items in the mall. At the bottom, a countdown to the remaining mealtime appeared, currently showing 2 hours 59 minutes and 35 seconds. I just bought 2 hot pot buffets, a total of 3 hours. Everything is free, but don't waste it, or you'll be penalized. Crystal cores. Huh? Wan Ningyan lost her composure, her face brimming with excitement. Self-service? This is so sci-fi. How does it work? Teach me. Wan Yang was also using it for the first time, so he quickly asked the system. Host, the virtual screen is visible and touchable to everyone purchasing self-service items. Click and swipe to find your favorite dish, then click the plus sign in the lower right corner to receive a portion. Wan Yang tried clicking on the fresh meat section. The screen flipped to reveal plates of various meats. Scrolling down, she selected beef tongue, and it immediately appeared on the table. The meat was bright pink and tender, clearly fresh. Wan Ningyan, standing next to him, stared wide-eyed. After Wan Yang urged her to try it, she immediately jumped in, selecting items and exclaiming in admiration. Wan Yang smiled at first, thinking Wan Ningyan's every word and gesture was adorable, like a greedy kitten. She loved it. But slowly, as the plates piled up, her smile froze. Ningyan, choose your dipping sauce and eat first. Wasting it will result in a crystal core penalty. Order after you finish. I know, I choose another drink. By the time Wan Ningyan finished and sat down, the countdown was still 2 hours and 15 minutes. The pot was already bubbling, and the table was overflowing with dishes, not even enough space. Wan Yang pulled out another dining table to join them. If you can't finish it, I fine you a few crystal cores, and you can kill a few zombies to replenish them. You can finish it, you can finish it. We're already hungry. Wan Yang didn't believe Wan Ningyan's words, and took a bottle of appetizing hawthorn juice, drinking it as he slowly ate. In less than half an hour, the weakling Wan Ningyan had finished eating and leaned back in her chair to rest. Her flat stomach was slightly bulging, and she looked like she had eaten too much, but there was still half of the dish left. Wan Yang sighed helplessly and began to devour the food on the table. With 15 minutes left, she finally finished. Feeling bloated, she leaned back in her chair, just like Wan Ningyan, to unwind. Ding! The hot pot buffet is over. Welcome back next time. After the mechanical sound ended, the mess of plates, food scraps, drink bottles, and hot pot on the table vanished. Wow! It even automatically cleans up the mess. So smart. Wan Yang shared Wan Ningyan's thoughts. This hot pot buffet was truly smart and delicious. The dishes were fresh and flavorful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to finish so much. Ding! The alarm on her phone rang. It was 6 p.m., and she had 1 hour and 16 minutes left before fainting. Wan Yang rubbed her stomach and stood up. Ningyan, I'm going to shower. Think about if you need anything. I find it for you in my space later. Okay, go ahead, go ahead. Don't worry about me, I can take care of myself. Okay. Wan Yang agreed, but a sense of worry welled up in his heart. He wasn't worried about the safety, the area was monitored, and Wan Ningyan had rocket launchers as a backup, so nothing serious would happen. It was the other things. Even while showering, Wan Yang was concentrating on checking Wan Ningyan's space for supplies. He bought milk tea, her favorite chicken noodle soup, and then he went to the breakfast section to buy Chinese and Western options. He even searched his own space for spicy Sichuan cuisine, nutritious pork rib soup, fruit, yogurt, snacks. There's a kind of hunger when your partner thinks you're hungry. After Wan Yang finished showering and came out, he handed the things he prepared to Wan Ningyan, who frowned. You're only sleeping for a day, not a year. You don't need to prepare so much. Be prepared, keep it safe. Okay. Watching Wan Ningyan store all the supplies in her space, Wan Yang finally calmed down. Sitting down on the bed, he remembered he still had 2 random ability pills and took one out. Ningyan, this is called an ability pill. After taking it, you randomly awaken a different ability. Ability pill? I remember. You said eating a crystal core has a chance of awakening an ability. What about this? This one has a 100% chance of awakening an ability. It's safer than a crystal core, which has a chance of turning into a zombie. Wow, so amazing. It must be very rare. Wan Ningyan said, gazing at the colorful pill with envy. This look reminded Nuan Yang of the stray white cat from the orphanage. Whenever she saw the cat food in Wan Yang's hand, it would look eagerly and expectantly. This is for you. Nan Yang carefully placed the ability pill in Wan Ningyan's palm, watching her with delighted eyes. But you can't eat now. Wait until I'm out of my coma and find a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, if you have a fever, no one will take care of you. Plus, one of us has to stay awake. I know. I'm already very happy to have the opportunity to awaken my superpowers. Wan Ningyan's happiness made Nuan Yang feel happy. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch Wan Ningyan's face. It was so tender, soft, and smooth, and a strange sense of satisfaction flowed through her body. Nuan Yang blushed slightly and tried to withdraw her hand, but Wan Ningyan suddenly rubbed her face against Nuan Yang's hand, like a cat caressing a human. Thank you, Nuan Yang. I hope I can awaken a powerful superpower and accompany you on a rampage. Okay. Nuan Yang's ears were completely red, her face was burning, and her heart was beating rapidly. Afraid Wan Ningyan would notice something was wrong, she immediately threw back the covers and lay down inside. Ningyan, I take a superpower pill and awaken another superpower while I'm asleep. Please take care of me. Don't worry. I take good care of you. Nuan Yang took out the superpower pill and swallowed it. He turned around to tell Wan Ningyan something, but saw her lying on the bed, staring at him. He felt uneasy again, lying stiffly and closing his eyes. I leave my life in your hands. Nuan Yang didn't hear Wan Ningyan's response and felt confused. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a numbing warmth filled his ears. I will protect you with my life. Nuan Yang had no time to react. Suddenly, his body felt like it was carrying 1,000 pounds. The pain was so severe that he couldn't breathe. His mind was torn apart bit by bit, and he fell into a bottomless black abyss. Chapter 51. Feeling very uncomfortable, heaving and throbbing, Nuan Yang struggled to open his eyes, and found himself on Wan Ningyan's back. The night was completely silent, save for the occasional low growl of a zombie. The streets were unlit, and they could only rely on the faint moonlight for support. Wan Ningyan panted softly with every step, her hair damp and sticky from the sweltering heat. Ningyan? Nuan Yang. Wan Ningyan paused, her hands straining upwards. Nuan Yang felt her body lean forward, her entire weight resting on her shoulders. We be safe soon. Cross this street, and we'll find a place to sleep. Wang Yandan. They won't go there. They never go there looking for supplies. Wan Ningyan spoke with difficulty, gasping for air several times. Nuan Yang could hear her heavy breathing. Tilting his head slightly, Nuan Yang saw Wan Ningyan's forehead smeared with sweat, dripping down her thin cheeks. Beads of sweat also covered the tip of her nose. Her lips, chapped and cracked from lack of water, were constantly licked to moisten them. In the side pocket of her backpack, a full bottle of mineral water sat. Nuan Yang recalled the night Wan Ningyan had carried him away from Yongnan base. Put me down? I can walk on my own? Your injury isn't healed yet. I can do it. Wan Ningyan could be stubborn sometimes. Nuan Yang only had an injured foot. It wasn't like she couldn't hop on one leg, or even use a wooden crutch. Let me walk on my own? You be too tired. You have a fever, and you can't move. Nuan Yang wanted to say something, but his throat suddenly felt unbearably dry, and he couldn't speak. He could only watch Wan Ningyan's frail body, carrying him forward step by step. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Nuan Yang noticed something strange about the surrounding scenery. The trees resembled yellow metal, the buildings resembled white metal, and the road beneath his feet felt like copper and gold, straight ahead. He squatted down and touched it. It was hard and hot, and wisps of white smoke drifted up. Where was this place? Nuan Yang felt dazed. Wan Ningyan was gone, the night was gone, everything familiar was gone. Only this strange place remained. Looking closely, it seemed to be constantly changing, triangles, circles, rectangles. With every step, everything around him changed, and the temperature rose. A burning sensation spread from his throat to his heart and lungs. Nuan Yang was thirsty, hot, and weak. After walking for a while, he collapsed to the ground. Pain surged from his back, pressed against the metal surface. Nuan Yang could almost smell the odor of burning skin. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. Someone, please save me. Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang. After hearing the calls, Nuan Yang looked up and saw Wan Ningyan across from him. Promise me, if I turn into a zombie, you stay alive. What? How could she turn into a zombie? Wan Yang's throat was still sore and dry, and she couldn't speak. She just shook her head frantically. We've been reborn, with systems, superpowers, and a space. Wan Yang will never let Wan Ningyan turn into a zombie. Wish us good luck. Wish us good luck. Why did that sound so familiar? Wan Yang raised his head with great effort, and found Wan Ningyan sitting on the ground across from him, swallowing the crystal core. 2 ropes were tied tightly around her waist, tying her to the table leg behind her. It was the night they ate the crystal core in their previous life. Wan Yang tried to move forward to find Wan Ningyan, but the rope around her waist stopped him. She had also tied herself to a table leg. In their previous life, as the zombies evolved, Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan found survival increasingly difficult. So they considered consuming the crystal core to awaken their special abilities, but there was a chance they would transform into zombies. Wan Ningyan wanted to try it herself, saying she was the older sister and should take the risk. Wan Yang disagreed, threatening her life. In the end, the two decided to eat together, tying themselves up to prevent them from becoming zombies and harming each other. Wan Yang felt so weak that he couldn't even untie the rope around his waist. He could only watch helplessly as Wan Ningyan succumbed to a high fever. Her thin, sunken face was unusually red from the fever, and her dry mouth occasionally let out painful moans. Ningyan. Ningyan. Wan Yang exerted all her might, finally untying the knot. Using both her hands and feet, she ran towards Wan Ningyan, but her legs gave out, and she fell to the ground. With a puff, she bit into a mouthful of snow. Snow? Wan Yang looked up, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. A chill washed over her, and her thin clothes made her shiver uncontrollably. Hee. The zombies' voices, so close, the fear ingrained in her DNA made Wan Yang scramble to her feet and flee. But as she stood, she was tackled. The stench of decay filled her nostrils. The zombie in front of her opened its maw, 2 sharp fangs piercing her neck. Ugh! The suffocating feeling was even more terrifying than the pain. Wan Yang struggled desperately, trying to push the zombies away, but she couldn't. The blood in her blood fueled the zombies' excitement, and even more zombies continued to attack. Her legs, hands, and shoulders were all bitten and painful. Wan Yang, his eyes bloodshot from suffocation, vaguely saw someone approaching. It was blurry, yet familiar. She seemed to be calling his name. Xiao Yang, if you want to die, let's die together. I'm here with you. What? What do you mean by dying together? Wan Yang, enduring the agony of near death, looked up, but couldn't see clearly. He only knew it was a woman, with several zombies charging towards her. Is it Wan Ningyan? It must be her. How could she be so foolish as to want to die with him? Wan Yang felt a sharp pain in her heart. Every time she recalled Wan Ningyan's death, she felt a surge of despair. Now that she finally knew what she had said before her death, her heart felt like it was being pierced by thousands of arrows, ready to explode. Wan Yang, wake up. Wan Yang. Don't sleep, wake up. Wan Yang's eyelids felt heavy, and she couldn't open them. But the voices in her ears kept urging her to wake. Her face also hurt, as if something was hitting her. Hiss. Wan Yang opened her eyes, first to the sting of the light, then to the agony of her dry throat. Every breath felt like a blade slicing at her throat. Finally awake. Are you okay? Are you feeling any discomfort? Wan Yang was helped up and leaned against the bed. She felt dizzy, and after massaging her temples for a while, she felt better. Water? Yes, open your mouth. Wan Ningyan pinched Wan Yang's chin, gently lifting it. Then, she placed the water cup against her lower lip and slowly poured water into her mouth. Wan Yang felt his throat soothe, though his voice was still a little hoarse. What time is it? 7:30. It's almost time, and no matter how I called you, you wouldn't wake up. I was so scared. I'm sorry I worried you. Wan Yang regained some of his spirits and looked at Wan Ningyan. The scenes from his dream flashed through his mind like a reel. Wan Yang, what's wrong with you? It's me. Wan Yang suddenly pulled Wan Ningyan close to him, hugging her tightly. The fragrance of her hair filled his nose, a familiar scent that brought him peace of mind. Let me hold you for a moment, just a moment. Please, let me hold you. The words were pleading, tinged with a coquettish tone. Wan Ningyan remained silent, hugging her tightly as well, her palm gently stroking her back, a silent comfort. Wan Yang, who had always seemed strong after his rebirth, at this moment, like a wronged child, buried his head in Wan Ningyan's shoulder and cried softly. Chapter 52. Wan Ningyan's soothing words gradually calmed her shattered emotions. Wan Yang raised her head, her eyes moist and red. As she looked at Wan Ningyan, she felt her heart clench. You're still alive, how wonderful. Not just me, but you too. We're all alive. Wan Ningyan's words brought Wan Yang an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The memories hidden in her mind, those she hadn't wanted to touch, seemed less unbearable. A faint smile played at the corner of her mouth, and Wan Yang leaned forward again. She wanted to take a closer look at this face, a face that was breathtakingly beautiful even without makeup. The heat of her breath hit her cheek, and only then did Wan Yang realize she had gotten too close, their noses almost touching. She instinctively wanted to step back, but seeing Wan Ningyan's slightly red face, she couldn't bear to do so. Like someone possessed by a poison, she longed to take a bite of this peeled peach. Gurgle. Wan Yang leaned back awkwardly on the bed, clutching her stomach with one hand. I haven't eaten or drunk anything all day. I'm hungry. Wan Ningyan's expression was mixed with surprise and regret, but she pursed her lips and smiled. Hurry up and wash up and eat. Don't starve. Okay. Wan Yang got out of bed and noticed her pajamas were different, and her body wasn't sticky anymore. Did you change my clothes? Well, you had a fever and were sweating all over, so I wiped you down and changed your pajamas. I was afraid you catch a cold. Thank you. Wan Yang didn't feel ashamed at first. After all, she and Wan Ningyan had been honest with each other in their previous life. But when she saw Wan Ningyan's wandering eyes and her gradually flushing cheeks, she suddenly realized that Wan Ningyan in this life had no memory of her past life. For her, wiping her down and changing her clothes was an intimate act that went beyond friendship. Thinking of this, Wan Yang felt her cheeks flush, and she immediately went to wash her face with cold water. When she looked in the mirror after washing, the redness on her face had faded, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But she felt terrible, dark circles, bloodshot eyes, slightly swollen lips. Wan Yang touched her lips, feeling strange. Dark circles were normal after 3 days, and 3 nights without sleep, so why was her mouth swollen? The hunger was so intense that Wan Yang didn't think twice. She wiped her face and went out. She sat at the table, took out a bowl of beef noodles, and devoured it. Wan Ningyan sat next to her, her chin resting on her hands as she ate. After finishing one bowl, she was still hungry, so Wan Yang ate 2 more meat buns and drank a bottle of drink before she felt satisfied. Wan Yang, are you full? So what's your new ability? Let me see. Wan Yang then remembered that he had awakened his ability. He stretched out his hand and concentrated his energy. With a whoosh, the spoon and chopsticks flew into his palm. His mental power increased again, and the spoon and chopsticks slowly merged together, transforming into various shapes. You can control metal? It seems so. Let me confirm. Xiao Lu, is it a metal ability? Yes, host. I detected a level 2 metal ability. It's only level 2, a bit weak. If I consume crystal cores to level up, how many do I need to consume to reach the next level? Host, crystal cores only assist in upgrading your superpowers. If you don't use your superpowers much, you need 500 crystal cores to reach the next level. Higher levels require more crystal cores, but if you practice your superpowers more, you can still level up even without consuming crystal cores. Wan Yang recalled the time he upgraded his ice power. He did manage to do so without consuming crystal cores, but the reason he was able to upgrade so quickly was because he'd taken an energy pill that gave him unlimited mental power, and then used his superpowers frantically many times before achieving the breakthrough. Otherwise, with limited mental power, it would have taken quite some time. Got it. How many crystal cores can I consume daily? Is there a limit? No limit. I recommend the host consume only 5 crystal cores per day, as more would be wasted if the body can't absorb them. Got it. 5 crystal cores a day is too slow to level up. I need to use my supernatural powers more. Wan Yang tried to melt the metal in his hand into a dart shape. He succeeded, but he felt a constant pressure, preventing him from channeling more mental energy into his gold-based supernatural powers. It's a gold-type ability, but it's only level 2, so it can only be used to make small concealed weapons. If you want to make a large metal shield, you need to upgrade and break through. Wow. Wan Ningyan was envious. Your abilities are so cool. Coolness is useless. What matters is the ability to kill and protect yourself. But for ordinary people without abilities, having abilities is better than having none at all. Wan Yang thought for a moment and nodded. Do you want to take an ability pill? Even though I slept all day, I'm still a little tired. I plan to rest for another night, and leave tomorrow morning. It's 8:05 now. If you want an ability pill, I take care of you. After you awaken your abilities, we can go to sleep. I do. I really do. Then go change into your pajamas and lie down in bed after eating. Looking at the excited and surprised Wan Ningyan, Nuanyang smiled, his eyes curved, and a strange sense of happiness flowed through him. I'm ready. Well, a fever will be uncomfortable, but bear with it, and it will be fine. As long as I can awaken my superpowers, I'm not afraid. Wan Ningyan's boast began to crumble within 10 minutes. A burning sensation quickly spread throughout her body, turning her face red, and she broke out in a light sweat. Her mouth was dry, and she groaned in discomfort. Nuanyang sat by the bed, condensed a small ice cube into her mouth, then cooled a towel and placed it on her forehead, hoping it would make her feel better. It's so hot, it hurts, woo-woo. Wan Ningyan was half asleep, mumbling under her breath. She kept pulling the blanket away. Her thin pajamas weren't keeping her warm, and Nuanyang, worried she'd catch a cold, kept covering her up. The two of them struggled back and forth for a while, and Wan Ningyan accidentally grabbed Nuanyang's arm and pulled her into a hug. Comfortable, cool. Her arm, pressed against her chest by Wan Ningyan, felt sweaty and sticky, but she found it a little uncomfortable, yet it felt soft. Her usually clear and cold eyes were now dim. Nuanyang swallowed unconsciously, trying to calm herself down and channeling her mental energy to make her arm even cooler. Wan Ningyan, like a dried-up fish, rubbed Nuanyang's cold arm. Nuanyang could clearly feel the scorching heat and smooth skin. He mentally blamed himself for taking advantage of her, but his hand couldn't help but caress her rosy face. Wan Ningyan's rising temperature brought Nuanyang back to his senses. Worry took over, and he put all other thoughts aside. 2 hours later, Wan Ningyan's fever finally showed signs of breaking. Nuanyang touched her forehead, feeling a significant drop in temperature, and breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, Wan Ningyan's fever was strangely erratic, like a wave, each wave more powerful than the last, finally burning like a branding iron. His arm, which had just been cooled by his supernatural power, was almost instantly warmed. He could only continuously channel his mental energy to cool her down, fearing that Wan Ningyan would burn. About half an hour later, Wan Ningyan's fever had completely subsided, and she was conscious, though she looked haggard. Water. Get up and drink. Don't choke. Wan Ningyan, anxious, took just 2 sips and wanted to get out of bed to see her supernatural powers. Nuanyang had no choice but to hold her in his arms and force-feed her water. I'm not thirsty anymore. Let me see my supernatural powers. Drink a few more sips. After coaxing her to drink some more water, Nuanyang finally let her go. Wan Ningyan jumped out of bed like a little rabbit, her face brimming with excitement. Nuanyang. What should I do? Teach me. Hurry up. Put on a coat first, don't get cold. Nuanyang retrieved a piece of clothing from the spaceship and put it on her. Then he extended his palm to demonstrate. Pull away all distractions and focus your attention. You feel a surge of mental energy flowing through your body. Try to direct it towards your palms, slowly applying force. An icy crystal slowly formed in Nuanyang's palm. Wan Ningyan observed carefully and extended her palm to try it herself. Time ticked by, and Wan Ningyan stared at her palm, her face tense with effort, but her hand remained motionless. Why don't you rest for a while and try again? You might just have a fever and lack mental strength. No. I can feel something warm moving around inside me, but I can't focus it in my hands. I try harder, I'd definitely be able to do it. Wan Ningyan was stubborn, so Nuanyang stopped trying to persuade her. Since there was no way to persuade her anyway, he simply sat by the bed and watched her struggle. Soon, the bored Nuanyang found some amusement. Wan Ningyan's still pale face flushed, and she felt a pity for her brokenness, which made her recall the erotic scene of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Boom! With a roar, a huge flame shot from Wan Ningyan's palm to the ceiling, instantly igniting the beams. Ningyan! Put out the fire. I don't know how. Nuanyang quickly grabbed Wan Ningyan's wrist with one hand and froze her hand with ice. With the other hand, he touched the wall, creating ice that he rushed towards the beams to put out the fire. The small fire on the beams was quickly extinguished, but the fire in Wan Ningyan's hand was incredibly fierce, melting the ice and sending new flames into the air. This repeated several times until, finally, when Wan Ningyan collapsed into Nuanyang's arms, the fire was completely extinguished. Nuanyang breathed a sigh of relief. You're really capable. You set the whole house on fire. Wan Ningyan felt a little dizzy, but when she heard Nuanyang's words, she didn't react and just chuckled. I have superpowers too, Nuanyang. I'm no longer a useless drag. Nuan Yang's heart ached, and he hugged her tighter, whispering softly. You weren't useless to begin with. Chapter 53. As Wan Ningyan came to her senses, she shuddered at the cold air conditioning. Nuan Yang took the opportunity to let her go. Go take a shower. You're all sweaty, and might catch a cold. Wan Ningyan's voice rose in amusement. Nuan Yang sat back on the sofa, confused by the huge flames, and went to the system. Xiao Lu, what's the level of Wan Ningyan's ability? Replying to the host, it's a maxed out fire ability. Maximum? Are you sure? Yes, host, it's maxed out at level 10. Miss Wan is incredibly lucky. No wonder even the ice couldn't extinguish the flames, despite their power. Nuan Yang lay on the sofa, a look of complete dejection. Nuan Yang was naturally happy to have a maxed out superpower, but she couldn't understand how Wan Ningyan could be so lucky. Before the apocalypse, she'd been a famous star for over a decade. Afterward, in her previous life, they consumed a crystal core, and Wan Ningyan had awakened her speed superpower. She had nothing, but in this life, she had the system's blessing, yet Wan Ningyan had maxed out her fire superpower. It was truly infuriating to compare yourself to someone else. In a novel, this would be the story of a heroine with incredible luck. After a moment of wandering thoughts, Nuan Yang, having relaxed herself, felt a wave of sleepiness coming over her. Wan Ningyan was still showering, but she couldn't hold it any longer and went to bed. After an indeterminate amount of time, a groggy Nuan Yang felt someone tugging at her arm, and then a furry creature snuggled into her arms. Her arm was pressed down, causing a slight discomfort. Nuan Yang. Are you asleep? It was Wan Ningyan's voice. Nuan Yang knew who was in her arms, but she was too sleepy to respond. Drowsy, Nuan Yang suddenly felt something was off, as if someone was kissing her lips. Was it a dream? Probably. Nuan Yang pursed her lips, the disturbing sensation vanishing, and she went back to sleep. But soon, the kissing sensation returned, even more intensely. Nuan Yang could clearly feel her lower lip being sucked and licked. Her mind buzzed, and her sleepiness vanished. Was it Wan Ningyan? What was she doing? Kissing. Kissing me? It was like a bolt from the blue. Nuan Yang couldn't believe what was happening. The wetness of her lower lip released, and the chill that spread across it reminded him that she had indeed been kissed. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and fearing Wan Ningyan would notice, Nuan Yang kept his eyes closed, trying to steady his breathing, clutching the sheets with his right hand to ease the tension. Within seconds, a soft touch appeared at the corner of his mouth, brushing against it twice. Nuan Yang could hear Wan Ningyan's chuckle. Wooden steak, good night. Wooden steak? Are you talking about me? Nuan Yang's mind was a blur. She seemed to understand why her lips were swollen, and she couldn't suppress her joy. But her deep-seated inferiority made it seem like a dream. She was an orphan. Her appearance, family background, and talent were all unremarkable. Could the dazzling Wan Ningyan really like her? Two voices were arguing in her head. One kept telling her excitedly that Wan Ningyan kissed her because she liked her. Go confess. The other sarcastically told her not to be so sentimental. Wan Ningyan was like the moon in the sky, a lofty, untouchable being. There was a world of difference between her and her. Nuan Yang was driven mad by the anxiety, her heart aching, unable to sleep. In agony, she decided to ask Wan Ningyan. Worse still, her heart would just give up. Opening her eyes, and pushing herself up, she found Wan Ningyan soundly asleep in her arms. After a moment of mental preparation, Nuan Yang mustered the courage to call her. She didn't wake up, feeling nervous yet relieved. Then, feeling at ease, she lay down. Never mind. No rush. Just take it slow. I already tried. Nuan Yang excused her timidity and closed her eyes, still unable to sleep. 1,000 ants crawled through her mind, keeping her awake until the alarm went off at 5 in the morning. She then scrambled out of bed, with dark circles under her eyes. Looking at herself in the mirror, I felt like a thief in the middle of the night. Nuan Yang. Wan Ningyan yawned and walked to the sink. She naturally hugged Nuan Yang's waist, resting her chin on her shoulder. Why didn't you wake me up? I saw you were still asleep, so I figured I'd call you after I finished washing up. Go wash up quickly, and then I take over. Wan Ningyan seemed drowsy. She yawned again, then dozed off, hugging Nuan Yang. Nuan Yang had no time to wash up, especially when he saw those plump, rosy lips so close. His face flushed. Lifting her in his arms, Nuan Yang carried her to the sofa and sat her down before returning to his wash. Afraid of getting distracted, he put an ice pack on her face. A shiver of cold icing awoke her, and she instantly woke up. Wan Ningyan sat on the sofa, still a little dazed. Seeing Wan Yang come out, she grinned. Why are you grinning so foolishly so early in the morning? Have you been possessed? Happy. I have superpowers. Congratulations. Practice hard, and don't burn down houses again. By the way, do you know what level I am? Maximum level, 10. Huh? You mean the highest level? Yeah, you're incredibly lucky. Wan Ningyan was incredulous, stunned for a moment before poking Nuan Yang's cheek with a smug look, her smile widening. When I'm done practicing, I protect you. Hurry up and wash up. After sending someone away, Nuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed her cheek, and went out to put away the container, taking a moment to check the temperature. It was just after 5 in the morning, but the sun was already blazing. The temperature felt around 35 degrees Celsius. Just walking around the house had already broken into a sweat. Looking around, the leaves on the trees were half green and half yellow, while the rice fields were only yellow. Other crops had withered and blackened, lying scattered across the fields. Occasionally, a bird would fly by, only to retreat into the shade. The situation was getting worse. In 2 days, the crops would likely be dead. I wondered if the animals had any way to escape the heat, and it was doubtful. After all, in my previous life, the extreme heat had left almost no animals. Driven by anxiety, Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan quickly finished breakfast, put their belongings in their space, and then sped to Province G. A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, but Nuan Yang is afraid of heights. At 300 meters, he often encountered tall buildings that needed to be avoided. So he gradually increased the altitude. By the time he reached 550 meters, Nuan Yang's face had turned pale, and he dared not go any higher. You don't look well. Are you tired? Afraid of heights? Huh? Wan Ningyan stared at Nuan Yang's face curiously, then suddenly smiled. So you have fears too? I'm just an ordinary person. It's not surprising that I have fears. You're not ordinary. In my heart, you're an almighty superwoman. Superwoman? Wan Ningyan's words emboldened Nuan Yang, and he pulled the joystick to climb. But his courage was limited. At 650 meters, Nuan Yang lost his composure again, and he quietly descended to 600 meters. Being a superwoman is so hard. After nearly 7 hours of continuous flight, the two finally arrived near Wan Ningyan's home at 1 p.m. To avoid attracting attention, Nuan Yang switched back to tram mode and drove along the country road to Wan Ningyan's home. My house is a small Western-style building, with a European design. It's so beautiful, the only one of its kind in the village. I never lived in a small Western-style building before. Do you have a chance to experience it? You're lucky. You get to stay in my boudoir. You know, even my parents aren't allowed to enter. Boudoir? Such a private place, and Wan Ningyan allowed her to live there? Nuan Yang began to feel elated. She thought this was a sign that Wan Ningyan liked her, and she was thrilled. But on the surface, she feigned indifference and replied calmly, Soon, they arrived at Qinjiao village. Nuan Yang saw the village entrance was blocked by 2 layers of barricades. He approached and stopped the car. A woman in the nearby security booth saw the car approaching and immediately came out to blow the whistle. Soon, 20 or 30 people appeared behind the barricades, each armed with weapons, mostly knives and sticks. The leader, an elderly man, held a double-barreled gun that looked like a hunting rifle. Chapter 54. Nuan Yang observed the people at the village entrance. There weren't many young and middle-aged men, only about 5 or 6, with muscular builds, shirtless, and wearing only shorts, standing in the front row. The rest were mostly middle-aged and elderly, all with unfriendly looks. The white-bearded old man holding a hunting rifle in the front looked kind, but Nuan Yang knew that anyone standing at the front of this group wouldn't be a good person. Wan Ningyan's hometown was Wanjiao village in Province G. The government expropriated the land there for reconstruction, and Wan's parents were assigned to Qinjiao village. After becoming wealthy as an actress, Wan Ningyan wanted to bring her parents to the city, but her parents were reluctant to leave the land they had been allocated. However, according to Wan Ningyan, those were all excuses. Her parents felt that being a farmer would be embarrassing for her, so they kept their small plot of land. Thinking of Wan Ningyan's family, Nuan Yang suddenly realized that this kind of surname village was extremely xenophobic. Even in a society ruled by law, there were many problems. In the end times, it was even more extreme. Wan Ningyan's parents might have suffered. Ningyan, these guys are not easy to deal with. Get off the car and take a look around. Don't be impulsive. Wait until you see your family. They act aggressive because they think we're from outside the village. They're actually quite simple and honest in private. I know the old village chief. Just tell him. Don't get too nervous. You're not usually in the village, so how can you know their character? Although I don't know many people, every time I return, everyone welcomes me warmly. For example, the old village chief even visits my house, and I brought him gifts. With that friendship, they won't embarrass us. Nuanyang said nothing more. She took out her makeup. They both smoothed their faces and necks until they looked oily and unwashed. Then, they got out of the car, and Nuanyang followed Wan Ningyan silently. 3 or 4 meters in front of the fortress, a shirtless man stopped Nuanyang and the other man. Village chief, it's me, Wan Ningyan. I'm here to look for my family. Please clear the way. The group, naturally recognizing Wan Ningyan, began to whisper among themselves, their nerves lessening. The old man with a white beard at the front fluttered his slightly cloudy eyes, glanced behind Wan Ningyan, and slowly lowered his hunting rifle. The Wan family star has returned, but during these special times, no one is allowed in. I'm sorry. Village chief, I'm not a stranger. My family is here. Can you please let me in? It's not that I won't let you in, but what if you have the zombie virus? I'm responsible for the lives of all 132 people in this village. We don't have the virus. Village chief, look at my face. It's not blue, and I don't have fangs. We're both healthy. Let us in. The old village chief remained unmoved and even raised his gun again. Wan's daughter, I'm truly sorry. This is a village rule, and it can't be broken just because of you. Old village chief, you can't be unreasonable. I'm simply... Wan Ningyan hadn't finished her words when Nuanyang pulled her to his side, signaling her to stop arguing. What else can we do? Just charge in? Your family is still in the village. We can't act rashly. This won't work, that won't work. It's so annoying. It's all the fault of this old village chief. What a stubborn old man. All the money we spent was wasted. Wan Ningyan's irritation made Nuanyang unable to resist complaining. I told you she's not a pushover, but you still don't believe me. Now you're cursing. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Okay, don't be angry. I try to negotiate. If that doesn't work, we find another way. I can't even negotiate, so how can you go? They probably have some agenda. Let's test the water. If it works, we see what happens. Okay, be careful. Nuanyang walked forward and quickly scanned the group. Wearing straw hats, everyone was sweating profusely and licking their lips constantly. No one was drinking water, suggesting the village was severely short of water. Old village chief, if bitten by a zombie, you mutate into a zombie in half an hour at the latest. So, let's wait at the door for half an hour. If we don't turn into zombies, how about letting us in? The woman next to them tugged impatiently at the old village chief's sleeve, about to say something. The old village chief turned around and glared at her, then replied to Nuanyang. Let's observe first, and wait until you don't turn into zombies before we talk. Okay, then we wait. Nuanyang said, leading Wan Ningyan back to the car. The temperature was at least 40 degrees Celsius, and they were sweating profusely. The sun was burning their skin. Nuanyang, are we just going to wait here? It's so hot, let's get in the car. Let's put on a full show. We need to turn on the air conditioning in the car, otherwise it'd be even hotter than outside. Gas is so scarce these days, how can we waste it in front of so many people? Oh, I almost forgot. I just bear with it, but you might get a heat stroke from this sun. I get you a hat and some water later. Come closer, I tell you about the plan. Nuanyang discussed the plan with Wan Ningyan, condensed a small piece of ice to cool her down, and then went to the back of the car. He opened the trunk and took out 8 boxes of mineral water and 2 boxes of bread from his spacecraft. The trunk was packed full, quite impressive. Satisfied, Nuanyang closed the door, retrieved 2 sun hats and 2 bottles of mineral water from his spacecraft, and returned to the front of the car. Wan Ningyan's acting was remarkable. Wearing a sun hat, she opened the bottle, tilted her head back to take a sip, and revealed a perfectly contented expression, like she was in a commercial. Nuanyang stole a few glances and couldn't help but laugh. In the scorching heat, this was truly asking for a beating. The crowd across the street, just as Nuanyang had anticipated, was agitated, chatting among themselves in the shade. The old village chief was surrounded. Nuanyang, are they up to something? The fox's tail is about to show. Be patient. Well, chill the water. It's getting hot from the sun. Nuanyang didn't want to act like a walking refrigerator, but since she was Wan Ningyan, she had no choice but to pamper her and obediently chilled her water. Half an hour later, the fence was opened, and the old village chief, accompanied by 4 shirtless men, approached Nuan Yang's car. Old village chief, we haven't turned into zombies yet. Can we enter the village? Of course we can, but... The old village chief turned to look at the villagers inside. It's so hot, and everyone's been waiting with you for so long. I'm fine, but it's them. The old village chief paused mid-sentence. Nuan Yang, of course, understood what he meant. She pretended to understand, looking apologetic. The village chief was right. It's us who were ignorant of etiquette. How about two of you come and help, and I give everyone some food and drinks as a token of our gratitude? That's very polite. Thank you on behalf of the villagers. As the old village chief spoke, he gestured for the two men to step out. Nuan Yang smiled and said, "It's okay," as she led the men to the back of the car. Opening the trunk, she caught a glimpse of the two men's eyes, their eyes lighting up. They then presented them with a box of mineral water and a box of bread. Back in the car, Nuan Yang saw the two men wink at the old village chief and pat the boxes in their arms. The old village chief immediately beamed, turned around, waved, and the closed barricades opened again. Go on in. Remember not to make any noise, or you attract the zombies. Got it, village chief. The two men smiled and got into the car. Only once they entered the village did they regain their composure. Old village chief, if you want food, just say so. Why are you beating around the bush? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Let's take it one step at a time. The weather was hot, and the village streets were sparse. Most of the doors were closed. Nuan Yang drove for several minutes and turned several corners before arriving at Wan Ningyan's house. From a distance, it looked like a beautiful, three-story Western-style building with a red roof and white walls. Compared to the ordinary houses around it, it stood out. Arriving at the gate, the first thing they saw was the smashed door. It was ajar, the bolt loose, barely hanging on, and a cabinet propped up behind it. What's going on? Is there something wrong? Wan Ningyan got out of the car anxiously, and Nuan Yang quickly followed. The door swung open, with a few firm pushes. Wan Ningyan anxiously entered, but before she'd taken a few steps, a spiked rake appeared, and the man who rushed out let out a deep, angry voice. I'm going to fight you. Chapter 55. Following the sound, Nuan Yang saw a man in his 50s, wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He had slightly dark skin, a tall and muscular build, and injured knees and elbows. He rushed towards the gate with a rake in hand, his face filled with anger. Dad? The man stopped in his tracks, took a closer look at the person, and suddenly threw the rake to the ground. Yen Yen? Yen Yen, is that you? It's me, Dad. I'm here to pick you up. Yen Yen. The man burst into tears of joy, his hands wanting to touch but afraid to. In the end, he simply gently touched Wan Ningyan's cheek. Finally, you're here, Yen Yen. Are you hurt? No. Wan Ningyan shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Dad, what's wrong with you? You're covered in wounds. Did someone bully you? Well, Wan's father hesitated for a few seconds, then nervously grabbed Wan Ningyan's arm. Yen Yen, how did you get in? Through the village entrance. Did the village chief let you in? Yes. He wouldn't be so kind. Do you have any food stored? Did you tell them? Yes, what's wrong? It's bad. It's bad. They're definitely going to come and steal it again. Hurry and bring the food. Dad will find a place to hide it for you. Nuan Yang, guessing something, stepped forward to comfort her. Uncle Wan, the food's in the car. I drive into the yard first, don't worry. Okay, you. Father Wan looked at Nuan Yang, sizing her up, and asked Wan Ningyan, is this your friend? Yes. Wan Ningyan took Nuan Yang's arm and pulled her forward. Her name is Nuan Yang, and she's amazing. Without her, I have been killed by zombies long ago. It's Xiaoyang. I'm glad to finally see you. Thank you for helping my daughter. Yen Yen is truly blessed to have a friend like you. You're welcome. She's helped me a lot too. We're helping each other. Nuan Yang was a little unaccustomed to such hospitality. He acquiesced briefly and drove off. As the car started, Nuan Yang spotted a group approaching from a distance and sighed inwardly. They arrived so quickly. Parking the car in the yard, Nuan Yang saw Father Wan digging a hole, while Wan Ningyan's face was filled with anger and helplessness. Nuan Yang walked over and whispered what was going on. My family's food was stolen. My dad was worried they'd come after us again, so he suggested we dig a hole and bury the food there for safety. I said no, but he wouldn't listen. Stolen? How are your mom and brother? They say they're fine, but seeing Dad like this makes me uneasy. As long as they're okay, let's deal with the immediate problem first. I just saw someone coming. They're probably here to steal our food. Don't do anything. Send them away. Then we see how your family is doing before we make any plans. Why? Wan Ningyan's voice trembled with anger. How dare you come and steal our food? I kill them. What? Someone's coming? Wan's father, upon hearing Wan Ningyan's words, looked anxious. After looking around, he picked up his rake again and said, Yin Yin, you and Xiaoyang take the food and hide upstairs. I fight them. Nuanyang hurriedly grabbed Wan's father and said, Uncle, just give them the food if they want it. No need to fight them. Give what? Give. If one comes, I kill one. If two come, I kill a pair. Wan Ningyan said, pulling out her submachine gun and about to leave, but Nuanyang quickly grabbed her again and said, Don't be impulsive. If you kill them now, won't you alert the enemy? I can't swallow this. Wan Ningyan wiped away her tears, gritting her teeth. I never treated them badly, yet they treat my family like this. If we come a few days later, I wouldn't have a mom and dad. Yin Yin! Don't cry. Daddy's with you. Our family sheds blood and sweat, not tears. Dad, I avenge you. I'm going to kill them all. Nuanyang was overwhelmed. These father and daughter had exactly the same temperament. She couldn't hold them back, so she could only try to persuade them one by one. Uncle, we don't lack food. It's okay to give them that little bit, but if someone dies, everything's gone. We've finally been reunited as a family. There's no need for violence. Ningyan, calm down. There's only a small group coming. If you kill them, and the others realize something's wrong and run away, where will we find them? Be patient, and send them away first. As long as they're all in the village, we have plenty of time to settle accounts with them. Wan Ningyan regained some of her composure, looking at Nuanyang with red eyes. We still have food, we have to take it back. Yes. Take it all back. Including theirs. Okay? Yes. Wan Ningyan slowly calmed down. Seeing this, Father Wan also put down his rake and stared at the submachine gun with a puzzled look. Ningyan, put the gun away first. Those people are coming. Okay. After the submachine gun disappeared, Father Wan's eyes widened. He tried to speak several times, but swallowed the words back. Nuanyang noticed his abnormality, but there was no time to explain. He could only wait. Hey! Brother Wan, the superstar's daughter is back. A burly man with tattoos on his arms walked in. He looked to be in his 30s, with a buzz cut, big eyes, a flat nose, and wore a white t-shirt, black shorts, and flip-flops. He looked shabby no matter how you looked at him. 4 shirtless young men followed behind him. Nuanyang glanced, and saw they were the same 4 who had been following the village chief. Humph! Wan's father snorted angrily, and turned away, ignoring them. Wan Ningyan recognized the leader, and started cursing. Qian Lao Er, you bastard! Did you lead the men to steal my food? What do you mean by stealing? That's called centralized distribution. The man with the flowered arm called out to Qian Lao Er, shaking his broadsword threateningly. These are special times. All villagers must turn in their food for the village chief to distribute. You outsiders are no exception. Open the trunk and take out the food, or don't blame us for beating a woman. You bastard! Wan Ningyan was furious, but unable to resort to violence, she could only curse and vent her anger. Nuanyang softly soothed her, then opened the trunk and bowed. We turn it over. Big brother, don't do it. Don't do it. We can talk it out. If you had known better, some people would have learned from you, and you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Ha ha ha, Brother Qian is absolutely right. The Wan family just loves special treatment, they deserve it. People with different surnames have their own problems. There's nothing we can do about it. A group of people chided, cursing and laughing. After ordering the food, Qian Lao Er coughed, and several people immediately fell silent and began loading the food onto the cart. Wan Ningyan clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. Nuanyang whispered in her ear, trying to stop her from getting too impulsive. Hold on. Once we understand the situation, I accompany you in whatever you want to do. We have to take them down together. We can't give them a chance to escape. What if I kill someone or set a fire? Will you accompany me? Yes, I add some firewood. Or maybe I can take a picture for you. Wan Ningyan was amused by the success, and reached out to poke Nuanyang's waist. It's so late, and you still have the mind to joke. The most important thing is that your family is safe. Once that's confirmed, there's no need to worry about anything else. It's just the difference between them dying sooner or later. Wan Ningyan pondered for a moment, feeling a little more relaxed. You're right. Family is what matters most. Let these bastards live a little longer. Chapter 56. After Qian Lauer and his group left, Father Wan looked visibly dejected. He slowly walked to the door and closed the dilapidated gate. The bolt was half broken, but he patiently fixed it and then propped it up with a cabinet. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Father Wan said with a casual air, "Don't worry, there's food at home. You won't go hungry. Let's go upstairs to see your mother and your brother. It's a good opportunity to introduce Xiaoyang to them. Such a pretty girl, your mother will definitely like her." Okay. The three of them tacitly agreed not to mention what had just happened. Nuanyang followed last. Upon entering the house, she noticed signs of vandalism. Although it had been cleaned up, a quick glance revealed that only the table and chairs were intact. The murals, cups, kettles, vases, and other items were all incomplete. They climbed the stairs, and had only reached halfway when Father Wan suddenly stopped. "Yin, your mom is in your brother's room." "Yes." "Your brother, his leg is broken." "What? Did Qian Lao beat him?" "There were so many people that day, I don't know who beat him." Wan's father looked worried, but he smiled at Wan Ningyan and said, Yin, don't worry, he won't drag you down." "Dad, what do you mean?" "This is what your brother and I discussed. If you come, take your mom away. Your brother's leg is broken, and I take care of him for as long as I can. I won't be a burden to you." Wan Ningyan's eyes were red, and she was furious. "Dad, what are you talking about? We're all family, no one can be left behind." Yin, listen. This isn't the past. Don't worry about us. What matters is that you and Xiaoan live well. Also, don't tell your mom about this. Wait until we're far away and she can't come back. Tell her then. "Dad, stop talking. I won't abandon any of you." "You? Why are you so stubborn? I don't know who you took it from." Wan Yang looked at the father and daughter before her, feeling inexplicably sad. She had never experienced fatherly love, but she could sense the thoughtfulness and self-sacrifice in Father Wan's words and actions. She, a stranger, felt uncomfortable, so Wan Ningyan must have felt even worse. Slipping quietly alongside Wan Ningyan, Wan Yang saw her secretly wiping away tears several times. "Don't cry. I have a healing pill. Your brother's leg will be fine." "A healing pill? What's that?" "The pill I gave you at the port. It healed the wound on your face. Remember?" "I remember." Wan Ningyan was surprised yet uneasy. "Isn't that something precious?" Wan Yang took out the healing pill and placed it in her palm. "It's quite precious. So later, please explain my secrets to your family." "I won't bother to explain. Just make sure they keep it a secret, and don't ask me where these things came from. Can you do that?" "Yes." "Leave it to me." "Thank you. No need to thank me between us." We followed Father Wan all the way to the top floor, the third floor. There were also signs of vandalism there, and one side of the fence was half broken. This floor was where Wan Ningyan and her brother Wan Ningfeng lived. Wan Ningyan's bedroom was on the right, and Wan Ningfeng's was on the left. Opening the door, the bedroom was filled with items and a bit messy. Further in, a middle-aged woman sat by the bed. Her face showed the marks of time, but she still had a charming demeanor. She bore a passing resemblance to Wan Ningyan. The person lying on the bed was Wan Ningfeng, looking very weak. He was obviously only 18 years old, but now he had an unshaven beard, a yellow face and dark eyes, making him look almost 30 years old. He was only wearing a pair of shorts, with the outline of his chest muscles on his upper body, and his legs were wrapped in cloth strips, with blood seeping out faintly. "Jinyu, Xiaofeng, look who's here." Jinyu turned hesitantly and, upon seeing Wan Ningyan, exclaimed in delight and hugged her tightly. Yin. My Yin, you're back. Mommy missed you so much." "Mom, I missed you too. Let me take a good look at you." "Eh? Why is your face so pale? Are you hungry?" Wan Ningyan shook her head and smiled tearfully. "This is just makeup, to confuse people." "Don't worry." "Is that so? That's good. Where's my brother? I go see him?" Mother Wan gestured towards the bed. "Well, he's in a bad mood. If he says something you don't like, don't get angry." "Okay, I know." Nuanyang nodded to Mother Wan as a hello and followed Wan Ningyan to the bedside. Wan Ningfeng was very weak. Seeing Wan Ningyan approach, he could barely stand up. He could only grin and speak weakly. "Sister, I'm still alive to see you." "So good." Wan Ningyan's tears, which had been held back, could no longer be contained, and her eyes began to redden. "Damn, brother, how did you end up like this? You're not even as healthy as your parents, you little loser." Wan Ningfeng's smile widened, a hint of pride on his face. "I protected my parents." "Sister, You can't scold me. Alright, stop talking and take this pill. Wan Ningfeng swallowed the pill Wan Ningyan gave him without a second thought. Aren't you afraid of the poison I gave you? You take the poison I gave you. It seemed Wan Ningfeng was the most seriously injured in the family. Nuanyang felt relieved after confirming this. There was only one medical pill left, and if there were more patients, there wouldn't be enough. Next, they needed to improve the home environment. The sweltering heat could easily lead to heat stroke. Nuanyang walked to a corner, tucked away all the clutter, then pulled out the air conditioner and turned it on. At this point, Father Wan and Mother Wan were speechless with shock, staring at Nuanyang. Remembering that at the base, 5 people would need at least 3 rooms, and bathrooms wouldn't be enough, Nuanyang went to the mall and bought a portable bathroom, then placed the 2 bathrooms next to the air conditioner. Sister, Wan Ningfeng's injuries had begun to heal, and she felt more energetic. She raised a shaky hand and pointed at Nuanyang, her words stuttering with surprise. Don't get excited. I explain it to you later. Nuanyang, hearing Wan Ningyan's words, took out some clean clothes, toiletries, and a bottle of mineral water and placed them at the foot of the bed, amidst the astonished glances of the others. Ningyan, I'm going out first. You explain to your family. After that, have everyone take a shower and drink some water. We have the hot pot buffet later. Okay. Nuanyang waited in the hallway, bored, observing the village through the window. Neighbors weren't that close together, every house had a yard, so the village was quite large. In the distance were vast expanses of farmland, completely sunburned. Beyond that, there seemed to be another village. There were also neighboring villages in the distance to the right, but both were surrounded by iron fences, seemingly nearly 2 meters high. No wonder the survival rate here is so high. It's a natural protection. Nuanyang. Wan Ningyan emerged, looking grave. Have you explained? Well, it's unbelievable, but they all promised to keep it a secret. Then why do you look unhappy? Nuanyang. Wan Ningyan walked up to Nuanyang, her eyes determined and fierce. I'm going to massacre the entire village. Nuanyang knew Wan Ningyan would retaliate, but she didn't expect her to do so. Are you sure? Yes. Help me. I won't let anyone go. Wan Yan looked at Wan Ningyan, silent for a moment before speaking. Can you do that? They want to kill my family. I won't show mercy to such a deep-seated feud. Okay, I go with you. Chapter 57. When the zombie outbreak first started, the village chief sealed off the village, citing safety concerns. He proposed centralized distribution of supplies several times, but most people opposed it. Then, when the water and electricity were cut off, someone spread the rumor that my family had a large stockpile of water, and everyone agreed. A large group of people came to steal food and water. The first time, they stole the supplies stored at home, but didn't find anything in the cellar, so we were able to get by. But the smoke from my mother's cooking aroused suspicion, and the second time, they stole the supplies in the cellar as well. My brother's legs were broken. They're really excessive. They said it was a centralized distribution, but other families gave supplies per person, while mine was per household. We only got half a liter of water, and 100 grams of rice every day. In this scorching weather, I don't know how they survived. Wan Ningyan's heart grew sadder as she spoke. Nuanyang gently held her in his arms, comforting her. Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. I know, but I... At that moment, the door opened, and a handsome young man poked his head out. Seeing the two hugging, he was stunned for a moment, and let out a silly laugh. Sister, are you crying? Just cry by yourself, don't wipe your snot on the boss. Wan Ningfeng. Are you looking for a fight? My parents asked me to tell you that I'm done washing up. Slurp, slurp. You little brat. Wan Ningyan, who had just been sad, was now furious and ready to punch someone. Nuanyang couldn't help but laugh. You're laughing at me too? Huh? The blame was swirling, and Nuanyang quickly changed the subject. Go home. Your family must have been hungry for a long time. Let's eat. Humph. Seeing the Wan family again, their spirits had changed. They were dressed in clean clothes, and Nuanyang was stunned by their good looks. Wan's mother was a traditional beauty, kind and elegant, speaking softly and gently. Her demeanor made it hard to associate her with rural life. Wan's father, a farmer for years, had a sturdy build, with well-defined arms and muscles. He was a bit thinner now, his skin a bit darker, but his features were distinct, with big eyes and a high nose bridge. Even in middle age, he looked handsome. Wan Ningfeng had changed the most. His beard had been shaved, his injuries had healed, and his complexion had improved. With thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a straight nose, He bore a striking resemblance to his father, though his fair skin made him even more handsome, with a touch of scholarly grace. He was taller than his father, though, and wearing a blue shirt, he looked a bit silly as he sat on a small stool at the table. Nuanyang had no idea what Wan Ningyan had told her family, but when they saw her, their eyes were filled with admiration, and Wan Ningfeng kept calling her big brother. Hot pot, anyone? Any objections? No. We eat whatever the boss says. The others also smiled at Wan Yang, which made him a little embarrassed. Wan Ningyan took the opportunity to retaliate, giving her brother a smack on the head. Stop looking so greedy. Your saliva is almost drooling. Hee hee. Sis, try starving yourself for 2 or 3 days. You're even greedier than me. The bickering abruptly ceased when the hot pot and ordering screens appeared. Clearly, this was another game changer for the Wan family. Wan Ningyan demonstrated the process to her family. Everyone was curious, and even more surprised when the dishes appeared. Their stomachs growled, but except for Wan Ningyan, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. Dad, Mom, eat. The meat's ready. Papa Wan and Mom Wan glanced at each other, then at Wan Yang. Xiaoang, eat. Thank you for taking care of my Yan Yan all this time. Mother Wan placed a piece of beef in Nuanyang's bowl. Nuanyang thanked her and finished the meat before the Wan family began to eat. This felt so strange. Nuanyang had a bad feeling and leaned over to Wan Ningyan's ear to whisper. How did you explain it to them? A secret? You didn't say anything strange, did you? I think they were too polite to me. It's normal. Our people are very respectful to the god of wealth. Nuanyang suddenly regretted asking Wan Ningyan to explain. Instead of letting her talk nonsense, he would have preferred to do it himself. The meal was harmonious. Both Wan's parents were easy to get along with, but Wan Ningfeng was even more simple. He was focused on eating, piling his plate high and earning back Wan Ningyan's share. Seeing that everyone was in better spirits, Nuanyang began to inquire about the village. Uncle, do you know the current situation in the village? For example, how many exits there are, and where are the food concentrated? Our village originally had 2 exits. The main gate is the one you entered through. The back gate was blocked with large rocks after the zombies appeared. As for where the food is concentrated, I'm not sure, but I know it's near the village chief's house, because he distributes it. I know. Wan Ningfeng immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks. Boss, it's at old Qian's house. I'm absolutely sure. The first time their house was robbed, I went there that night, and found that old Qian's house was guarded. The old village chief even went in and took out food. Guarded? How many people? What's the situation like around here? Old Qian died in an accident a few years ago. He was single, so the house became shared by old Qian and old Second. It's right between their 2 houses. To get there, you have to go through either old Qian's or old Second's house. As for the number of guards, there were originally 2 people stationed at the main entrance of the Qian family's house, and 2 patrolling around the perimeter of the house. The back door was sealed. Now that it's hot, I wonder if the number will decrease. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. After dinner, they went to Wan Ningyan's bedroom to discuss countermeasures. Wan Ningyan's bedroom was a completely different style from her large villa in S-City, with white and pink tones and many cute cartoon dolls. The desk and chair were spotless. On the table were 2 photo frames, showing Wan Ningyan as a child, about 7 or 8 years old, and incredibly adorable. However, one frame had a broken glass, suggesting those intruders had been inside. Wan's parents must have taken great pains to restore the house to its original state. The bookcase on the left, besides a few books, was filled with various trophies and certificates, including Wan Ningyan's first Best Actress trophy. Wan Yang examined them carefully, wanting to understand everything about Wan Ningyan, including her past. Well, this was my style as a child. I'm not so childish now. Very cute. Wan Yang saw Wan Ningyan blushing, so he stopped looking around the room and pulled a chair to sit next to her. What do you want to do? Wan Ningyan thought for a moment and then expressed her idea. It's 7 p.m. now, and it'd be dark after 8 p.m. Let's take my parents and my brother out of the village first. When it gets dark, we come in through the back door, steal all the supplies, and then set the village on fire. There's an iron fence outside. If they want to escape, they can only go through the front door or break down the fence. We sprinkle some alcohol or gasoline along the way near the fence, and we can also randomly plant grenades as we go in to steal the supplies. Finally, at the main gate, I use my supernatural powers to set the entire village on fire. Do you think that's feasible? Nuan Yang was surprised by how thorough Wan Ningyan's plan was in such a short time, so he only offered 2 additional points. First, only use a knife to kill people, guns won't make noises. After killing, store the bodies in a space to prevent anyone from seeing them. Second, our grenades are quite advanced and won't explode when exposed to open flames. Gasoline is expensive and smells bad, so using alcohol is better. Okay, I tell them to pack up and leave. Okay then. Let me clean up your boudoir. You don't have much space, so don't. I do it myself. Wan Ningyan blushed as she interrupted Nuan Yang, pushing him out. Go tell my parents I'm cleaning up my room. Okay. Nuan Yang smiled. If they didn't want to clean up, then they didn't. She could secretly go to the subspace to check. Chapter 58. With the space available, the Wan family's belongings were easily packed away, and they were emptied in about half an hour. Before leaving, the Wans looked at the house with reluctance. Nuan Yang saw this and asked Wan Ningyan if she wanted to take a family photo. Sure, you two. Me? It wouldn't be appropriate, would it? What's inappropriate about that? The Wans also agreed, smiling and pulling Nuan Yang closer. We're all family, including Xiao Yang. We need to be a cohesive family. Yes, big brother. In my heart, you and my sister hold the same status. You're both my sister. Nuan Yang felt awkward. It was her first time having a so-called family, and standing in the middle, she was so nervous she didn't know what to say. Across from her, Wan Ningyan pulled out her tripod, unearthed her camera, adjusted the angle, set the time delay, and quickly stood beside Nuan Yang, linking her arm. Everyone, get ready. Together, shout, eggplant. Eggplant. Click. The photo froze. The background of the scene was a beautiful small Western-style building, with Wan Ningyan's family, and Nuan Yang standing in front of it. Wan Ningyan leaned towards Nuan Yang, smiling brightly and pointing at the pencil refill. Nuan Yang's smile was a little stiff, and he stood straight, imitating Wan Ningyan's gesture. Beside them stood Wan's father and mother, their smiles bright and kind. At the back stood the tall, naive Wan Ningfeng, baring his teeth and making a giant heart shape with his arms. A family photo was something Nuan Yang had never had alone. At the orphanage, their family photo was a photo of all the orphans with the director's mother at noon on New Year's Eve. When she grew up and was able to earn money, she bought a cheap second-hand smartphone, and she was finally able to take a photo with the director's mother alone. However, the director's mother was now ill, and her face was thinner than before. A bolt from the blue, Nuan Yang's world crumbled. She could only finish her studies, while working part-time to save money for her mother, the dean's medical treatment. The photo shoot became a regret that she couldn't achieve. What's wrong with you? Don't like the photo? No. Nuan Yang smiled at Wan Ningyan. I really like it. You're so silly. Don't show your teeth when you smile. You're just as silly as my brother. Sister, are you teasing me behind my back? Wan Ningfeng. The passenger seat is my territory. Get out of here. Xiaofeng, get in the back seat. Don't take your sister's seat. Sister, do your fans know you're so aggressive in private? I was just checking out the car's specs. Why did you get physical? I told you not to touch them. Are your ears just for decoration? Nuan Yang looked at the noisy family and felt a deep envy. Having a family was such a blessing. They could argue and play when they were happy, but when things got tough, they would support each other, even self-sacrificing. Nuan Yang, we're all ready. Let's go. Coming. Nuan Yang gathered his emotions, saved the photos to his profile, and got in the car. Leaving the village went smoothly. The villagers looked at Nuan Yang as if he were an idiot, as if to say, you came all this way to deliver supplies, and now you're leaving. After the car drove away, and Nuan Yang detected no one nearby, he switched to stealth mode and parked by the side of a field, waiting for nightfall. The back seat was spacious enough for Wan's parents, Wan Ningfeng, and the 3 of them to sit comfortably. At first, the 3 of them were reserved, afraid to touch anything. Only after Wan Ningyan explained the features did they begin to use them. The car had electricity, internet, and a TV. Wan's parents kept exclaiming at how amazing it was while charging their phones, while Wan Ningfeng played a game, completely thrilled. Ningyan, there's a car refrigerator. Put some food and water in there. We be running errands later, so they have something to eat if they're thirsty or hungry. I find you're really considerate. You make a good partner. Nuan Yang didn't know if Wan Ningyan's words were intentional or unintentional, but she was still aroused, her heart racing. At 8:30 p.m., it was completely dark. Nuan Yang ate 5 crystal cores and turned back to Qianjia village. The main entrance to the village was still guarded. Nuan Yang walked to the right, away from the village entrance, and gestured to Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan rolled down the window and began pouring wine until they reached the back gate. The three people in the back of the car were unusually quiet. Wan Ningfeng stopped playing games and stared out the window. Wan's parents were silent, their eyes occasionally filled with sadness. How did your family react to the massacre? Mom thought the killing was too severe, but she didn't object. Dad acquiesced, and my brother supported it. As long as you agree, that's fine. Let's go, let's make a quick decision. We need to find a place to stay later. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan reached the back door, which was blocked by several large rocks. While escaping, it wasn't completely impossible for an ordinary person. Wan Yang decided to block the way with 2 containers as a safety net. Using a spacecraft, he directly collected the rocks and returned them after entering. The two began to pour wine as they made their way towards Qian Lao's house. Wan Ningyan chose to pass by Qian Lao's house. She wanted to deal with that herself. As they approached Qian Lao's house, candles were lit, a luxurious sight compared to the other dark, unlit houses around them. The two quietly entered the yard and crouched beside the flower bed, observing. 2 shadows shone through the bedroom window, one with a round head, Qian Lao, and the other with long hair, presumably his wife. Ningyan, are you sure you can do this? If you can't bring yourself to kill his wife, I do it. I can do it. Don't do it, I'm going to take revenge myself. Wan Ningyan pulled out the weapon she had chosen long ago from her space, a steel needle 3 centimeters thick and about 20 centimeters long. Approaching the door, with 2 men guarding on either side, Wan Ningyan knocked, and Qian Lao's impatient voice came from inside. Who is it? Are you annoying me so late at night? Knock, knock, knock. Wan Ningyan didn't answer, but continued knocking 3 more times. Qian Lao came out, cursing. All you know is knock, knock, knock. You have no mouth. This isn't a serious matter, but I skin you alive. As the door opened, Qian Lao was still cursing. Wan Ningyan swiftly stabbed the steel needle straight into her neck, piercing her head. Qian Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. His right hand trembled as he half raised, then slowly dropped again, his eyes wide open. Old Qian, who's here? Wan Ningyan pulled out the needle, stored the corpse in the space, and rushed in. Wan Yang waited at the door for less than half a minute. The candle was blown out, and Wan Ningyan emerged, expressionless, her eyes cold, her cheeks stained with blood. Let's go to old Qian's house. Yes. Wan Yang followed Wan Ningyan forward about 20 meters, until they came to the back of a small bungalow. Old Qian's eldest brother had died early, and his wall had been demolished by old Qian's second brother to build a flower bed, making his house the only one in the village without a wall. The back door of the bungalow was nailed shut with wooden boards. The 2 men tiptoed towards the main entrance. The weather was hot, so the number of guards at old Qian's house had been reduced from 4 to 2. Without a wall, close combat and sneak attacks became easier. The 2 retreated to the back door, then, hugging the wall, moved towards the main entrance, 1 on each side. Wan Yang was at the corner. He pulled out his dagger, froze a small piece of ice, and dropped it on the ground in front of the door. What's that noise? The 2 gatekeepers advanced with their knives raised. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan immediately rushed over, stabbing them in the neck, each taking out 1. They're all dead? You go collect the supplies. I watched the door. Okay. Wan Ningyan unlocked the door with a master key and entered. Wan Yang collected 2 bodies, and then stood guard at the door. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Wan Ningyan emerged. Have you collected them all? Yes. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan dumped all the bodies inside. Then Wan Yang took out a grenade, tied the pull ring to the door with a string, and placed it at the top. Let's go! If anyone comes during this time, the explosion and fire will alert us. Okay. The 2 of them returned the way they had come and reached the back gate of the village. Wan Yang brought out 2 large containers to block the entrance and poured some white wine on it before leaving. Just as they come, Wan Yang took a detour from the left toward the village's main gate. Wan Ningyan continued pouring wine along the way, dousing the entire village in a circle. All they needed to do was block the main gate. As they approached the main gate, Wan Yang disabled stealth mode, accelerated, and parked 10 meters from the entrance. The bright high beams brought the guards at the gate to their feet. They drew their weapons and shifted constantly, trying to see the source of the light. Chapter 59. Wan Yang checked the surveillance camera and carefully checked the people on the other side. Only after confirming that the old village chief with a hunting rifle was not there did he and Wan Ningyan get out of the car. 5 meters from the village entrance, Wan Ningyan stopped. Wan Yang thought she was wavering, but turned to see Wan Ningyan's expressionless face and a determined look. Isn't that Wan Ningyan? Why is she back? She's from the Wan family. She left when she left. What are you doing back? Let me tell you, our village isn't one where you can come and go as you please. Hurry up and block the door. Don't let them in. There are 5 of us. They have to share a lot of water. Yes, yes, yes. Keep a close eye on them. Don't let them in. Wan Ningyan listened to the villagers and sighed deeply. Nuanyang stepped back. Don't get burned. Yes. Nuanyang took a few steps back. She saw Wan Ningyan slowly open her arms. Within half a minute, 2 huge flames erupted, like 2 giant dragons, leaping over the village gate and rushing straight into the village. The villagers at the gate were instantly engulfed in the flames, burned to charcoal before they could even struggle or cry out. The wine spilled around the village was also quickly ignited by the flames. In less than a minute, the entire Qinjia village was engulfed in flames, and cries and screams filled the air. This was Nuanyang's first close-up witness to the power of a fully leveled supernatural power. She had assumed the initial 2 massive flames were the limit, but as Wan Ningyan's mental power increased, the flames grew more intense, roaring through like a giant wave, capable of covering most of the village. The fire burned for several minutes, and Wan Ningyan extinguished the flames. Nuanyang thought it was over, but then she saw Wan Ningyan raise her hands upward, and countless red fireballs slowly appeared in the dark sky, as bright as day. Nuanyang watched in astonishment. This was far more spectacular than her ice spear formation, and naturally far more powerful. At this moment, some villagers, wrapped in blankets and sheets, tried to rush out. Wan Ningyan suddenly lowered her hands, and a fireball hurled itself into the village like a cannonball, exploding upon impact, destroying countless houses and leaving no place to hide. The surviving villagers frantically ran for the door, many ablaze, their screams incessant. Wan Ningyan, however, seemed to be nearly drained of her mental strength, her face pale. Let me do it, you rest. No! Wan Ningyan refused Nuanyang's offer, gritted her teeth, and condensed a massive ball of flame in front of her, 2 meters high, then aimed it at the village. Goodbye! With a boom, the ball of flame shot out, followed by a loud bang. A mushroom cloud of flames rose dozens of meters high, and a heat wave engulfed the village from within. Nuanyang quickly pulled Wan Ningyan back and forced her to the ground. Puffs of scorching air swept over Nuanyang, making every breath feel painful and burning. She endured until the heat subsided and the firelight dimmed. Finally, feeling her breathing ease, she climbed to her feet. Qinjia village before her was a sea of flames. The cries and screams had died down. A few zombies came rushing over, but Nuanyang dispatched them with her ice pick and then summoned Wan Ningyan. Are you crazy? You almost burned yourself to death by slaughtering the entire village. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Nuanyang was at a loss for words and pinched her cheek in anger. Be more controlled next time. Playing with fire means getting burned, understand? I know. Nuanyang, I'm so tired. Stop yelling. I'm dizzy. I see you're in good spirits. Nuanyang protested, but honestly, he held Wan Ningyan's arm and led her slowly toward the car. Back in the car, Nuanyang noticed that Wan Ningyan's face was indeed very pale, and he silently gave her a bottle of red date juice. The 3 people in the back seat remained silent. Aside from normal conversation, they tacitly avoided mentioning the village massacre. Nuanyang checked the navigation. It took 3 hours to fly from Qinjia village to the new materials town, another 5 hours from the town to the S14 expressway exit, and then about an hour's drive to Sanyang Mountain. It's 9:30 now. Let's go to the new materials town and find a safe place to rest. Tomorrow morning, we wake up at 7 o'clock and go to the town to collect the necessary supplies. At 10 a.m., whether we collected them or not, we leave and fly directly to S14, then take the highway exit to Sanyang Mountain Base. We can reach the base before 5 p.m., and the sun won't set for about 3 hours, giving us plenty of time to pack up. Any opinions? Nuanyang finished speaking, and Wan Ningfeng agreed with both hands. I listened to the boss. Whatever the boss says is what we have to say, no objections. We both have no objections either. We listened to Xiaoyang. Wan Ningyan nodded. Seeing this, Nuanyang started the car, switched to flight mode, enabled stealth, and headed for the new materials town. The darkness was blurry, and Nuanyang wasn't that afraid of heights, so he just drove on autopilot. 3 hours later, they arrived near the town. The town is located in a jungle. The monitoring system shows dense yellow dots, and there are many zombies, which surprised Nuanyang. She turned around and landed in an area with fewer trees. She switched back to tram mode and began looking for a place to stay. After a while, they came across a small wooden cabin. 2 zombies stood at the door, but no one was inside. Nuanyang dispatched them before letting everyone out. It's safe now, let's all go inside. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan led the way. Wan's parents, startled by the zombies, supported each other as they walked. Wan Ningfeng followed at the back, holding the axe Nuanyang had given him. The cabin was the forest ranger's residence. It was small, only about 20 square meters. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan cleared the cabin, placing a bed on the far right for Wan's parents, and a sofa bed in the middle for Wan Ningfeng. Across from them was the bathroom and air conditioning. The far left was only large enough for the SUV, so Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan slept in the back seat. Wan's parents and Wan Ningfeng had already washed up and gone to bed, while Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan stayed later. They had sweated a lot today, and were sticky and needed a shower. Wan Ningyan was still dawdling. Nuanyang closed his eyes, resting while waiting for her. After an unknown amount of time, the car door slammed shut, and Nuanyang felt someone pull her arm aside and lie down inside. Nuanyang, are you asleep? It was very similar to the scene that day, and Nuanyang had a vague premonition, so she continued to pretend to be asleep. Wooden steak, why are you like a pig? You always go to bed so early. She felt a pinch on her cheek, and within 2 seconds, she felt a soft touch against the corner of her mouth. Slowly, as they rubbed against each other, her lower lip was gently sucked. Nuanyang was absolutely certain that Wan Ningyan was kissing her. The excitement and anticipation were difficult to suppress. After a moment's inner struggle, she quietly opened her eyes. Seeing Wan Ningyan's long, thick eyelashes so close, Nuanyang could no longer control herself. She reached out and pressed her hand against the back of her neck, deepening the kiss. Wan Ningyan was startled, her body trembling. She tried to get up, but Nuanyang held her tightly in his arms with his other hand. The kiss was completely formulaic. Nuanyang had no experience, so she kissed Wan Ningyan instinctively, nuzzling, biting, and then sucking on those soft lips she longed for. Feeling Wan Ningyan's struggle cease, her stiff body softened. Nuanyang rolled over, pinning her beneath her. Wan Ningyan's expression was a fascinating one, a mixture of avoidance, panic, and shyness. Her beautiful face, red as blood, turned slightly away, biting her lower lip, not daring to look at Nuanyang. Nuanyang had many questions for Wan Ningyan, but she was so captivating that the more she looked at her, the more her breath quickened, and she couldn't help but kiss her again. Chapter 60. Kissing is addictive. Nuanyang became more and more addicted to the kiss, but she knew she couldn't continue. She needed Wan Ningyan's definitive answer, otherwise she wouldn't feel safe. Striving to suppress her inner urge, she placed a kiss on her lips, which had been slightly swollen from kissing. Then, pausing, she looked at Wan Ningyan, whose eyes were a little hazy, and asked softly, Ningyan, why did you kiss me secretly? Wan Ningyan frowned, and turned her head away without answering. Her cheeks flushed bright red, even her ears turned pink. Ningyan, tell me. Nuanyang pinched Wan Ningyan's chin, forcing her to look at him. She met a pair of crimson eyes, and Wan Ningyan bit her lower lip, her embarrassment and humiliation evident. Why don't you understand? There's no need to humiliate me like this. I didn't mean to humiliate you. Nuanyang panicked. She didn't understand what she had said to make Wan Ningyan cry. Faintly, she wiped her tears and frantically explained. I just wanted to hear you say it. I'm afraid I misunderstood. I really didn't mean to humiliate you. Ningyan, don't cry, I was wrong. I already kissed you. What else do you want me to say? Nuanyang knew the answer in her heart, but she just couldn't feel safe. Fear, panic, timidity, all kinds of doubts kept coming back. She buried her head in Wan Ningyan's shoulder, begging softly. Ningyan, I didn't mean to humiliate you. I just don't have confidence in myself. I can't believe you like me, so please tell me, okay? After a moment, Nuanyang heard a sigh, and her face was gently held by Wan Ningyan. Those still wet eyes gazed at Nuanyang, charming and full of affection. Nuanyang, I like you. Hearing Wan Ningyan utter those words, Nuanyang's eyes welled up, her joy evident. But her inner self-esteem was still playing tricks on her, and she cautiously confirmed her feelings. Ningyan, do you really like me? I'm not as good as you in any way. I have no power, no influence, no money, and I'm not as pretty as you. My musical talent, which I'm so proud of, has remained unknown in the music industry for 2 years. Do you really like someone so ordinary, and ordinary like me? Wan Ningyan had never imagined that Nuan Yang could be so sensitive and self-conscious. Heartbroken, she lifted her head and kissed the corner of his eye, the salty taste of tears spreading on her tongue. Nuan Yang, I really, really like you. When I first saw you playing guitar at Nanning University, I fell in love. You're so talented. I played that original song Stars Shine on repeat for ages. You're not ordinary at all. It's just that they don't know how to appreciate it. In my heart, you're a brilliant singer, better than anyone else. Wan Ningyan's words exploded in Nuan Yang's mind like fireworks. He suddenly understood why Wan Ningyan had chosen to die with him in his previous life. All his doubts were answered. Ningyan, you're right. I'm just a wooden stake. You were so obvious, but I never noticed. I'm sorry I kept you waiting for so long. From the last life until now. Wan Ningyan smiled and gently wiped the tears from Nuan Yang's eyes. It's not too late to understand now. I just didn't expect you to be such a tearful person. I didn't. Nuan Yang wiped away his tears hastily, afraid that Wan Ningyan would think he was being hypocritical. To her surprise, Wan Ningyan's smile only grew wider. Don't be so strong. You can cry in front of your sister. Only 2 years older. Even if she's 2 days, 2 minutes, or 2 seconds older, she's still your sister. Nuan Yang lowered his head and gently bit Wan Ningyan's lips, blushing. So, do you want to be my sister or my girlfriend? Humph. Wan Ningyan tilted her head, her words patronizing. I already confessed my feelings, and you haven't said anything yet. How dare you ask me? Then I tell you now. Nuan Yang turned to look at Wan Ningyan, his eyes filled with tender love. Wan Ningyan, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Wan Ningyan didn't answer. Instead, she tugged in Wan Yang's collar, pulling her down. She tilted her head slightly and pressed a kiss to the corner of her mouth. Not enough. Wan Ningyan kissed her again, this time right in the center of her lips. Not enough yet. Then you come? Nuan Yang lowered her head and kissed those alluring lips deeply. She felt Wan Ningyan's body softening, like a cat or feather. Her arms slowly wrapped around her shoulders, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Mixed with Wan Ningyan's fragrance, it brought Nuan Yang's joy to a climax. They kissed for a long time, the two people who shared their feelings, separating for a moment before clinging back together again. It wasn't until 2:30 a.m. that Nuan Yang reluctantly stopped. Ningyan, go to bed. You have to get up early tomorrow. Oh. Then hold me and sleep. Okay. Unlike usual times when Wan Ningyan would take the initiative and slip into Nuan Yang's arms, this night, it was Nuan Yang who held her tightly. The alarm clock rang early in the morning. Wan's parents and Wan Ningfeng had already gotten up and washed. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan were too sleepy to open their eyes. They were finally woken by Wan Ningfeng knocking on the car window. Wan Ningfeng apologized sheepishly. Big brother, I didn't mean to bother you. I was just starving and wanted to get something to eat. Sorry, I overslept. Wait a minute. After closing the car window, Nuan Yang called Wan Ningyan to get up. She was extremely reluctant and whimpered. Nuan Yang kissed her several times to coax her into getting up. After getting out of the car, Nuan Yang first set out a table and filled it with a Chinese and Western breakfast. Then he quickly dragged Wan Ningyan to the bathroom. You're a bit clingy. You need me to wash up with you. Look in the mirror. Our eyes are both swollen. Hurry and put a hot towel on them, or your parents will ask questions if they see you. Ah! So ugly. It's all your fault. Why did you make me cry for no reason? Nuan Yang sighed helplessly, putting the blame squarely on her shoulders. Okay, my bad. Although Nuan Yang didn't quite understand why Wan Ningyan was crying, she firmly believed that whatever her girlfriend said was right. Because they woke up late, it was already 8:30 a.m. when the group finished breakfast and set off. In a hurry, Nuan Yang landed directly in the new materials town in flight mode. The noise of the gliding flight attracted a large number of zombies. When the SUV stopped, the zombies quickly surrounded it, ramming and hitting it. Xiaoang, why are you parked here? The car might get damaged. Annie, don't worry. This car isn't vulnerable to bombs, and zombies can't damage it. Mom, you guys just eat and drink in the back seat, and sleep when you're tired. Leave this to Nuan Yang and me. Okay, then be careful. After comforting his family, Nuan Yang turned on the surveillance camera and discussed things with Wan Ningyan. I didn't expect there would be so many zombies, for 1,600 of them, and only a dozen or so alive. Don't worry, we go at our own pace. Time is running out. Superpowers, guns, and grenades are too slow. How about a rocket launcher? Nuan Yang nodded. Okay, but rocket launchers are too powerful. I'm afraid they burn all the materials. Let's drive them out of town. You can find the right time to fire. Okay? Okay. The two quickly reached a consensus. Nuanyang honked the horn and drove out of town, the zombies following like crazy. Nuanyang looked in the rearview mirror and realized something was wrong. Ningyan, the zombies seemed to have evolved. Ningyan immediately looked out the car window to observe. The zombies are much faster than when they first mutated. Judging from their appearance, their strength should have increased as well. Nuanyang, recalling the evolved zombies from his previous life, added, their agility should have increased as well. Fortunately, they're still low-level zombies with no intelligence, so they won't be difficult for us to kill. Okay, drive faster. I get ready. Okay. Chapter 61. The SUV roared past, putting more than 10 meters between it and the zombie horde. Ningyan opened the sunroof, leaned out, and set up a miniature rocket launcher. Taking aim, the rocket launched into the zombie horde with a whoosh. With a whoosh, the rocket launched into the zombie horde, exploding. The immense impact jolted the SUV twice. Don't use this power at close range anymore. It's too strong. It's not even as strong as your superpowers. Keep using it, don't be afraid. Ningyan pinched Nuanyang's cheek. Are you trying to trick me? How dare I? I just think someone who nearly died twice from my own superpowers wouldn't be afraid of the power of a rocket launcher. I didn't realize you were quite vindictive. If you put yourself in danger again, I not only hold a grudge, but I go crazy. Puff. Ningyan smiled and rubbed the area where she pinched Nuanyang. Got it. Stingy. The SUV turned around and drove through the sea of fire, returning to the new materials town. Nuanyang and Ningyan went to collect supplies, while the three members of the one family stayed in the car. Mom, Dad, and my brother, please don't get out of the car. No matter what happens, you be safe in the car. Nuanyang and I will come back to handle the rest. Got it. You and Xiaoyang be careful. Okay. After giving her family instructions, Ningyan got out of the car and saw Nuanyang pull out his electric scooter. Electric scooter? I drive. Nuanyang glanced at her leisurely and patted the back seat. Just sit still. Don't even think about driving. I noticed that you're not only vindictive, but also petty. At least I won't flip over. Okay. You're the best. Ningyan said as she slid into the back seat, hugging Nuanyang's waist. Even after confirming their relationship, Nuanyang's heartbeat quickened and his face flushed at Ningyan's affectionate gesture. Why aren't you leaving? Right away. Nuanyang drove his electric scooter to the map sign. The new materials town was originally the headquarters of several building materials research companies. Due to the low rent, the growing number of employees at these companies, and the increased traffic, the local government allocated land for the construction of an industrial park focusing on high-tech, new materials research and preparation, and 3D printing. Major food companies also sensed the business opportunity and moved in, eventually transforming the industrial park into a town-like entity. It's huge. It'd probably take an hour to go around it. Well, most of the construction materials companies are in the East District. Let's go look there. Nuanyang. Ningyan looked at the map and pointed to the center. That's the food court. If we have time, let's go there and pick up some tableware and machines. With the tools, we can start making our own food. Nuanyang took a look. The food court was quite large, with a wide variety of items, especially the snacks. It would have been nice if we hadn't mentioned them, but now that he saw them, he was itching to grab the tools so he could make them himself and satisfy his cravings. Let's go! We have to hurry, or we miss the food court. The electric scooter sped off, heading straight for the East District. Occasionally, they encountered zombies along the way, but Ningyan dispatched them with her rifle. By the time they reached the first business in the East District, 10 minutes had passed. Nuanyang, let's split up. It'd be faster this way. But Nuanyang hesitated. Ability-wise, Ningyan was fully capable of protecting herself, whether through weapons or abilities, but emotionally, she feared any mishaps. Don't say buts. My maxed-out superpowers are more powerful than yours. Let's go! Without waiting for Nuanyang to reply, Ningyan, submachine gun in hand, headed for the company across the street. Nuanyang watched her enter, pondered for a moment, then let her go, and went back inside to search for supplies. This company made insulation boards, which could be used up to -50 degrees Celsius, keeping the indoor temperature above 0 degrees Celsius. Nuanyang stored the samples and corresponding instructions in his space, and began searching for the warehouse. He found the third floor, and was stunned. An entire floor was filled with various materials, including cutting machines and other equipment. Overjoyed, Nguyen Yang began to store them in his space. Just as he had collected a small amount, a cat meowed. Cat? Nguyen Yang searched around when suddenly, a black object as big as a suitcase rushed towards him. He quickly dodged, using his equipment as a support, and leaped onto the pile of materials, observing the object from above. Meow. It was a cat's meow, but the creature was much larger than a cat. Its fur stood up like steel needles, like a hedgehog. Its body was covered in bulging muscles, its eyes were blood red, and when it meowed, its mouth opened wide, revealing teeth as sharp as a shark's, complete with 4 fangs. Host, new mission here. Please kill a mutated zombie cat within 10 minutes. Completion will earn you a rich reward. Is this thing a cat? Yes, host, it's a mutated tabby cat. Super cute. Can you even describe this thing as cute? Even Nguyen Yang, a cat lover, finds it disgusting. Woo woo woo. The zombie cat growled a warning. Nguyen Yang drew his pistol, condensing an icicle in one hand. For about half a minute, the cat and the man stared at each other. Suddenly, the zombie cat leaped up to attack. Nguyen Yang immediately unleashed the icicle and leaped to the ground. What? Nguyen Yang was surprised to see the ice spike shatter. The cat's fur was surprisingly tough. It looked like a gun was the only option. Nguyen Yang aimed at the cat's forehead and began firing, but the cat's reflexes were sharp, dodging both shots. Damn! Too agile. Nguyen Yang used his equipment to block the main door, then pursued the zombie cat while storing materials in a storage space, reducing its hiding places. The zombie cat was clearly different from the lower-level zombies and possessed intelligence. It seemed to know Nguyen Yang was stronger than it, so it played hide-and-seek, attacking whenever it had the chance. With 4 minutes left, the third floor was mostly empty. The zombie cat, hidden among a pile of equipment, stared lazily at Nguyen Yang, occasionally licking its paw. Nguyen Yang, enraged by this, rested while scanning his surroundings, trying to find a way to capture the cat first. Suddenly, Nguyen Yang's gaze settled on the pile of equipment. Wasn't that a natural cage? Nguyen Yang concentrated, manipulating the metal. The zombie cat paused and looked around, seemingly confused as to what Nguyen Yang was doing. Nguyen Yang pressed his hands hard in the middle, and the equipment deformed, trapping the zombie cat. Meow. 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 The zombie cat, sensing something was amiss, began to scream, but trapped, unable to break free. As Nguyen Yang approached, the zombie cat changed its ferocious demeanor, and began to act cute, its meows becoming more coquettish. You, little one, are quite adept at assessing the situation. Meow. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the zombie cat fell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You receive 1 Chinese food assortment, 1 pair of multifunctional tactical glasses, and your personal level increased by 0.1. Ding. Chinese food assortment has been unlocked and can be purchased with points. Ding. Multifunctional tactical glasses have been unlocked and can be purchased in the weapons and equipment section of the mall. Multifunctional tactical glasses? Sounds impressive. Host, these glasses are the latest product from our mall system. Put them on and press the activation button to monitor zombies and living creatures in the area in real time. They can also see through buildings up to 5 meters thick. They have night vision, so they can be used day or night. They're heat resistant, cold resistant, and drop resistant. You want to wear them. So impressive. Nguyen Yang took out his tactical glasses. They looked like goggles, all black. The activation button was a small red dot in the center of the frame. Press it and put them on, and the scene before you looked like a game world, with item names displayed next to them. Standing in front of a wall, the left side had a normal view, while the right side had a perspective view. Behind the wall was a small office. Nguyen Yang found the door and kicked it open. Sure enough, the inside was just as shown. There were some papers on the table, with a delivery order written on the top. What a great thing! I buy Ningyan 1 too. Nguyen Yang went to the mall and saw 2 new categories, Chinese food and weapons and equipment. Clicking on the equipment section, he found only multifunctional tactical glasses, priced at 80,000 points? Chapter 62. Nguyen Yang counted the zeros several times, confirming it was 80,000 points, and then his breath hitched. Xiao Lu, think for yourself, is that reasonable? 80,000. You're selling a pair of glasses for 80,000? Ahem, host, these are the latest multifunctional tactical glasses from the mall system. The original price was 88,000, but I'm rounding it off for you. Aren't they awesome? Awesome? You idiot. My rocket launcher is only 50,000, And you're charging 80,000 for those crappy glasses? Host, the mall has to make money too. And look, a micro-rocket launcher is 50,000, and you have to buy the ammunition separately. Without it, it's just a pile of scrap metal. And look at the tactical glasses. If you buy them for 80,000, as long as you don't throw them away, they last for 3 generations. Is 80,000 expensive? It's not expensive. 800 zombies, just a snap of a finger for the host. But tactical glasses are hard to come by. They'd be needed for countless future battles. They're an absolute necessity. An absolute necessity. The system sputtered, and Nuan Yang's frown slowly relaxed. Tactical glasses are indeed permanent. Unlike weapons that consume ammunition, they're a one-time use. I checked the coupons again, and found one with a 40% discount, and another with a 30% discount. Gritting my teeth, I decided to buy one. Shao 6, top up 1,000 crystal cores for me. Ding. Top up completed. Current points, 100,800, low-level crystal cores. 1,641. Nuan Yang casually took out 5 crystal cores, and 8, while buying tactical glasses. Using a 40% discount coupon, that still cost 48,000 points, which was heartbreaking. Nuan Yang, are you in there? Ning Yen? I'm here. Wan Ningyan gathered the items blocking the doorway and came in. Seeing Nuan Yang, she immediately ran in and hugged her. Why are you here? I heard gunshots. I thought you were okay, but the constant firing got me panicking, so I came looking for you. There was a zombie cat. It was more agile than zombies. I chased it for a long time before I killed it. Look, it's in there. Wan Ningyan followed Nuan Yang's gaze, her expression slowly turning disgusted. Is that a cat? So ugly. Ugly, but just as hard to catch as a cat. It took some effort. Nuan Yang said, taking off his tactical goggles. Don't move. I put them on for you. Huh? Are these glasses? Tactical goggles. The switch is here. Try it. After putting on the tactical goggles, Wan Ningyan looked around, sighing. Wow. So sci-fi. Like a movie. Here's a gift for you. Wear it whenever you go out. It helped you in battle. No, Wan Ningyan took off the tactical goggles and returned them to Nuan Yang. You can use them. I have maxed out abilities, more powerful than you, so I can do without them. Here, I have one too. Nuan Yang retrieved the newly purchased tactical goggles from his space. Wan Ningyan immediately smiled and put them back on. You should have told me earlier. This would be so convenient for finding supplies. Nuan Yang complained helplessly, you're like Sichuan opera face changing. You'd be a fool not to use something useful. Well, how's your situation over there? No injuries, are you? No, just one zombie, easy enough. But it's a company that makes thermoses, so it won't be much use. I picked out the useful ones and left the rest. Wait a minute, then we go look for other companies. Nuan Yang quickly gathered the remaining materials and equipment, then drove Wan Ningyan on his electric scooter and continued inside. Separating the search for supplies did improve efficiency. By nearly 10:30, the entire East District had been searched, though it was still half an hour behind schedule. Let's go, take a detour through the food court, and try to get back before 11 o'clock. Okay, then we just collect the crafting tools and skip the supplies. It'd be much faster that way. Hold on tight. Nuan Yang accelerated the car to maximum speed and sped all the way to the food court, a place resembling a food court with 4 entrances. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan had just reached the entrance, when their tactical goggles alerted them to the presence of a living person. Ningyan, there are survivors here. What do you think? It has nothing to do with me. We already cleared most of the zombies. Can't we save ourselves? Wan Ningyan raised her submachine gun and tilted her head. Let's go! Hurry and get everything back. Don't waste time. Okay. Nuan Yang's lip curled slightly as he followed Wan Ningyan. The food court was huge, with 2 floors. The two of them looked at the signs at the entrance for a while, decided on a few favorites, and then each went to a different floor for a quick fix. Nuan Yang went to the first floor. Wan Ningyan liked the ice cream machine, milk tea machine, and coffee machine, while Nuan Yang wanted the electric deep fryer, which could fry chicken, French fries, and sausages. Just thinking about it made Nuan Yang happy. While searching for the machines, Nuan Yang passed by a hot and sour noodle shop. The kitchen door was slightly ajar. Upon seeing Nuan Yang, the shop owner was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately called out to the people inside. Beautiful lady, are you here to save someone? 4 people emerged from the hot and sour noodle shop. The male owner, speaking first, had a slightly balding face, a round, honest demeanor, and was followed by 3 others, 2 middle-aged women dressed like waitresses, and a gentle-looking man in a suit and shirt. Although he looked slovenly now, he could still tell he once had an elite demeanor. He must have been a corporate employee. "Sorry, I'm here to retrieve supplies, not to save anyone." "Huh?" The 4 men were visibly disappointed, yet unwilling to give up. After gathering together to discuss, they returned to retrieve their belongings, packing them in clothes or plastic bags. The 2 men, each holding a kitchen knife, followed Nguyen Yang. As Nguyen Yang gathered her belongings, she observed the little tails behind her. For her, as long as they didn't bother her, that was all that mattered. After 10 minutes of gathering, Nguyen Yang trotted to the stairs to wait for Wan Ningyan. The little tails followed, panting, their upper bodies soaked with sweat. Nguyen Yang wasn't much better off. This extreme search for supplies had her sweating too. Her thoughts were swirling, and she could only think of Wan Ningyan hugging her arm to cool down. Superpowers. It seemed like they could cool her down. Nguyen Yang tried to channel her mental energy throughout her body, and waves of coolness instantly brought her relief. Nguyen Yang. Wan Ningyan descended, followed by 2 little tails, a man and a woman, around 30 years old, resembling a married couple. They insisted on following me, saying they give me 5 million to buy my gun. TSK, so naive. That's right. Wan Ningyan shook her head helplessly. What's going on with your guys? They're asking for help. Forget it. Go back. Your parents must be worried. Yeah. Wan Ningyan took Nguyen Yang's hand, then stopped and began to touch his arm. What's wrong? Why is your skin so cold? It's my superpower. I can cool myself down. That's great. Wan Ningyan immediately hugged Nguyen Yang's arm and rubbed it. You're more useful than a refrigerator. So comfortable. I'm scorching hot. Help me. Get in the car. Lean on my back. I send my spiritual energy to your back to cool you down. Okay. A few of the followers wanted to follow Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan, but when Nguyen Yang took out his electric scooter and drove away, they couldn't stand it anymore and stopped after a short jog, watching the scooter drive away. It's so nice to have you around, so cool. Rub gently, it's so itchy. Oh! Wan Ningyan scratched Nguyen Yang's waist, as if she had discovered something new. Nguyen Yang felt the itch, his hand trembling, and the front of the car tilted. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise the car would have flipped over. Stop it! We flip over. Hee hee, you have ticklish spots. Yeah, a lot of people have them. Is that unusual? Not unusual, it's very good. Nguyen Yang couldn't see Wan Ningyan's expression, but he could tell from her tone that she had some ill intentions. He felt a faint worry, as if she had found a weakness. The electric scooter accelerated, finally arriving at the town gate at 11:05. From a distance, he saw several people surrounded by off-road vehicles. Chapter 63. Ningyan, there's someone. Drive faster. Mom and Dad might be in trouble. Nguyen Yang sped up to the SUV and saw 5 people, 2 women and 3 men, surrounding it. One man was halfway through the backseat window. Asshole. Wan Ningyan jumped out of the electric scooter before it even stopped. She didn't care about her ankle sprain as she grabbed the man who had gotten into the scooter and dragged him out, throwing him to the ground. The man, with his face thick and broad shoulders, stood out from the 4 frail and thin men around him. Seeing him rise to attack Wan Ningyan, Nguyen Yang stepped beside her and kicked him down again. Ouch, you bitches. You guys are just for show. Attack! Nguyen Yang raised his pistol and glared, and no one dared approach. The 4 men, as if deeply threatened, huddled together, clutching each other's arms, glancing alternately at Nguyen Yang and then at the man on the ground, trembling with fear. Mom and Dad, are you okay? Nothing, we just got scratched a few times by that guy. Nguyen Yang glanced back. There were bloody marks on the back of Father Wan's hand, and bruises at the corners of Wan Ningfeng's mouth, as if he'd been punched. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to stay in the car and not mind anything? Didn't you promise me? Why did you open the window? Why didn't you listen? If we hadn't come back, do you know what would have happened? The 3 men lowered their heads in shame. Nguyen Yang, noticing something was off, quietly took Wan Ningyan's hand, urging her to calm down. Finally, it was Mother Wan who spoke up. Yin Yin, don't blame them. This is Mom's fault. After you left, these guys surrounded us, wanting us to take them away. When we refused, they kept banging on the car windows and smashing the door. I was afraid the car would be damaged, so I thought about opening the window and explaining things to them, but the man was about to get in. Yin Yin, it's Mom who's causing you trouble. Nuan Yang was terrified after hearing the whole thing. That man was no match for the 3 Wan family members. If he had gotten into the car, while the car wouldn't be able to leave, the Wan family might have been killed. Even if they were just forced out, a few zombies nearby would have been fatal. Why aren't you guys doing anything yet? The man, with his face thick with flesh, struggled to stand, clutching his abdomen. Nuan Yang had kicked him with such force that he spat blood and was furious. Wan Ningyan had been silent. Hearing the man's curses, she drew her submachine gun and turned to fire, but she stumbled in pain from her ankle. Nuan Yang quickly supported her. What's wrong? Is your foot injured? I just twisted it, but it's nothing. Let's get this over with quickly. I need to check you out before I'm sure. Okay. Wan Ningyan raised her gun and aimed it at the man. The man had just pulled a folding knife from his trouser pocket and panicked at the sight of the gun. Don't shoot. I was wrong. Please. Bang, bang, bang. 4 shots fired, nearly shattering the man's face. The 4 men nearby knelt down in terror, begging for mercy. Wan Ningyan didn't hesitate, turning her gun on the 4 men and shooting them one by one. These 4 were forced into it. Huh? Why didn't you tell me just now? If they were forced to hurt your family, would you not seek revenge? That's true. Wan Ningyan's slight sense of guilt vanished, and her body lightened as Nuan Yang carried her to the passenger seat. I check it out and give her some medicine. If it's not healed by the time we get to the base, we see their military doctor. Okay. Wan Ningyan's ankle was slightly swollen and pink. Nuan Yang sprayed some Yudon Bio on it and rubbed it before returning to the driver's seat. But the atmosphere was a bit strange, so Nuan Yang took the initiative to lighten the mood. We're getting ready to leave for Sanyang Mountain. It's going to take a while, so let's have lunch first. Nuan Yang gestured to Wan Ningyan twice, and she sighed deeply, calming herself. Mom, Dad, and bro, what do you want to eat? Simple. Something simple is fine. Wan Ningyan thought for a moment, then pulled out 3 servings of pork ribs and rice for them from her spaceship. Her voice was softer than before, and she spoke kindly. I'm not angry anymore, but I hope you be more vigilant in the future. What if they really get into the car? Would you still be alive? What would I do if anything happened to you? Don't worry, sister. I keep an eye on Mom and Dad and make sure nothing happens to them. From now on, we listen to you, Xiaonong, and Xiaofeng, and won't make decisions on our own. Wan Ningyan finally felt a little more at ease after receiving this assurance. Nuan Yang saw that she hadn't given him any medicine, so he reached out and placed the ointment in her arms. By the way, Mom and Dad, apply the ointment to the wound, and help my brother too. Okay. Yin, how's your wound? Are you okay? It's okay, just a sprain. The family was back to normal. Wan Ningyan quietly gave Nuan Yang a thank you. Nuan Yang smiled in response and began to eat lunch. We set off for S14 at 11:30, an hour and a half later than planned. Manual driving was slow, and at low altitude, Nuan Yang frequently had to avoid tall buildings, so he opted for automatic and set the car to maximum speed. The off-road vehicle climbed higher and higher, and Nuan Yang's panic grew. He gripped the seatbelt with nervousness, his face pale, his breathing labored, and his vision darkened. Nuan Yang, are you afraid of heights? Nuan Yang's voice trembled, his eyes closed, his face ashen. Suddenly, his hand was held. The soft touch emboldened Nuan Yang to open his eyes, and find Wan Ningyan smiling at him. Ningyan. Shh. The 3 people in the back seat were watching a show or playing games. Wan Ningyan motioned Nuan Yang to be quiet, to avoid being noticed. Nuan Yang didn't understand why, but obediently complied. And then, Wan Ningyan brought her right hand to her lips and kissed it. Wan Ningyan mouthed to Nuan Yang, are you still scared? Nuan Yang swallowed and nodded slightly. Wan Ningyan smiled softly, kissed the back of Nuan Yang's hand, and then the palm of her hand. She asked, are you feeling better? Nuan Yang nodded, her heart pounding. The double stimulation of her fear of heights and excitement made her feel like her heart was about to burst. Wan Ningyan's smile grew even wider, like a fairy. She pressed Nuan Yang's hand to her cheek again, gently rubbing it, occasionally touching her thumb with her lips. Sexy. Nuan Yang's fear of heights was completely distracted. All she could see was the enchanting Wan Ningyan, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. Suddenly, Wan Ningyan took Nuan Yang's hand and slowly slid it down her cheek. Nuan Yang's eyes widened. Her fingertips felt the delicate skin, bit by bit, reaching her neck, collarbone, and then it stopped abruptly. Wan Ningyan paused at the collarbone, smiled mischievously, and bowed to Nuanyang. You wish. Then, she and Nuanyang locked hands, and the treat ended. Nuanyang's excitement gradually calmed. He turned to look out the window at the sky. He still felt a faint sense of fear, but it was much better. His dry mouth and dizziness were gone. It seemed the beauty trap could cure a fear of heights. Chapter 64. It was almost 6 p.m., reaching S14. Nuanyang switched back to tram mode, recklessly racing along, accelerating furiously. It took him half an hour to reach the vicinity of Sanyang Mountain. To avoid standing out from the other survivors, Nuanyang stopped the car in a deserted area. Everyone get out of the car first. We need to put on some makeup. Nuanyang took out 3 women's and 2 men's short-sleeved shirts, rolled them on the ground to get some dirt, and then distributed them to everyone. Everyone, get in the car and change. We sprinkle some stinky tofu sauce on them later, and you be all set. Wan Ningyan was a misophobe, and was almost suffocated by the fumes. Especially since Nuanyang had turned off the air conditioning in the car, to avoid being exposed. The heat, the smell, and the stench were unbearable. She leaned against the window, and nearly vomited. Bear with it. I get you some air conditioning when we get to our accommodations. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, you. Nuanyang felt deeply distressed by this. She took out a few oranges, and shared them with everyone, then peeled them, and placed them under Wan Ningyan's nose. If you feel uncomfortable, just smell it. It'd make you feel better. Okay. In just a few moments, everyone was sweating profusely. Nuanyang wiped his sweat off, and started the car, heading for the base's main gate. Although the Sanyangshan base was located in a remote suburban area, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, many survivors had come to seek refuge. When Nuanyang arrived, there were 2 long lines outside, one for those without cars, and the other for those with transportation. Most of the people were cars, but there were also motorcycles and bicycles. The base's wall was made of bricks and cement. A group of shirtless men in camouflage shorts were nailing iron sheets to the outermost wall, and they were almost finished. The main gate was guarded by soldiers. There were 2 gates, one large and one small. The large one was for cars, and the small one was for people. Nuanyang noticed that everyone entering had to pass through 2 doors that looked like detectors. She wasn't quite sure what they were for until she saw a man standing there. The detector light turned red, and then the female soldier recording him approached. The man extended his hand, and a small flame shot out. The soldiers checking were excited. After recording, one soldier took the man away alone. It must be a device for detecting superpowers. Nuanyang was surprised that the military had even developed a superpower detector in such a short time. It seemed that the military's capabilities were far superior to those of ordinary people. They had to be cautious. Thinking of this, Nuanyang remembered the superpower concealment pill she had obtained earlier. Xiao Lu, please tell me about the superpower concealment pill. Okay, host, superpower concealment pill. After taking it, all of the user's superpowers will be automatically hidden, undetectable by any tool. Unless the user uses their powers through mental power, the concealment will cease. Effectiveness, 24 hours. Upon expiration, the superpower concealment will cease. Side effects, none. Nuanyang felt reassured after hearing the explanation, and took out the supernatural power concealing pill. It was a large orange pill, about 2 centimeters in diameter. Xiao Lu, isn't this a bit too big? It could choke. Host, you can cut this up and eat it. You don't have to swallow it all at once. Nuanyang suddenly felt like a fool. Pursing his lips, he took out a small bowl, cut the pill into 4 small pieces with a knife, and handed it to Wan Ningyan. Ningyan, this will conceal your supernatural power for 24 hours. After taking it, don't use your mental power, or the effect will wear off. Huh? Why do you need to hide your supernatural power? There seems to be someone checking supernatural powers at the door. Just in case, you should hide it. If the military is unreliable, and they try to escape, your special abilities are still a trump card. Okay. Wan Ningyan swallowed the pills despite the discomfort, and drank some water. Her condition worsened, and she leaned listlessly against the car window. Nuanyang looked at Wan Ningyan, feeling even more distressed. He glanced at the line, and realized they might have to wait a while longer. Wan's father and mother were also flushed and sweating from the heat. Only Wan Ningfeng seemed to be in better condition. Remembering how Chenjun had kept urging her to go to the base when they parted, Nuanyang thought that perhaps Chenjun had already contacted them. She might as well ask and maybe get in through the fast lane sooner. After giving everyone some instructions, Nuanyang got out of the car and headed for the entrance checkpoint. The sun was still blazing at 6:30. After the short distance, Nuanyang felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. The temperature seemed even higher than yesterday. As soon as she reached the door, the people in line next to her started to glad. Hey! How dare you cut in line? I was here first. Sir, look at her character. Are you going to do anything about it? Get out of the way. I've been waiting in line for half an hour. What gives you the right to cut in front? Okay, stop arguing. A female soldier with short hair and bangs spoke up to stop everyone, while the other female soldier continued to register. There was an awning, but it was still stuffy, and after a few words, no one wanted to talk anymore. Nuanyang, seeing this, didn't offer any further explanation, but instead approached the short-haired female soldier calmly. Hello, is Captain Chen Jun here? Captain Chen? Do you know our captain? Yes, Captain Chen told me several times that he must come to Sanyangshan base, so I came. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the short-haired female soldier, but also the surrounding soldiers maintaining order all looked curious. Hello, ma'am. What is your name? My name is Nuanyang, as in warm, as in sun. Are you Miss Nuan? A dark, thin soldier nearby took 2 steps forward excitedly. You're the one who saved our company commander? Nuanyang nodded. Report? I have an urgent matter to report to Company Commander Chen. I'm requesting 10 minutes of leave. Nuanyang noticed a man standing not far away. He had slightly dark skin and was extremely tall, nearly 2 meters tall. He wore a military cap, his face expressionless, his eyes stern. He simply nodded in response to the young soldier's request. A pair of eyes, filled with unexplained emotion, glanced casually at Nuanyang. The two stared for a fraction of a second before the man looked away. The young soldier received permission and immediately ran back to the base. Nuanyang pretended to look at the young soldier, but she continued to scrutinize the man from the corner of her eye. He seemed to be an officer, but it was hot out, and everyone was wearing camouflage short-sleeved shirts, so without the epaulets, it was hard to tell. Hello, Miss Nuan. The short-haired female soldier wiped her hands on her clothes and extended her hand. My name is Gao Shui, platoon leader of the 95th Women's Infantry Regiment. Nice to meet you. Nuanyang stopped looking at the man and, with a formal smile, shook Gao Shui's hand. Are you here alone, or? Nuanyang pointed to the SUV. My family is in the car. Then bring your family over for an inspection. If everything is fine, register and go in. You're a distinguished guest, so you don't have to wait in line. Okay, thank you. Nuanyang returned to the SUV and gave everyone instructions while urging them to get out for the inspection. Everyone, remember this. None of us 5, except me, have any special abilities. If anyone asks what my special abilities are, I won't be able to explain them clearly or reveal them. I understand. After saying this, Nuanyang took out a sun hat and a thin, breathable mask and put them on Nuanyang, covering her pretty face to avoid causing a stir. Then he put his arm around her waist and helped her walk forward, his hands quietly using his special abilities to cool her down. The inspection instruments, shaped like door frames, consisted of 2, the first to check for the zombie virus and the second to check for special abilities. Wan's father, mother, and Wan Ningfeng passed through in turn, each with a green light. When Wan Ningyan passed, Nuanyang was a little nervous, but when the light remained green, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was Nuanyang's turn. During the second special ability test, the red light came on. Miss Nuan, are you a special ability? Nuanyang nodded. It seemed that Chenjun hadn't spread her spatial ability, or rather, he had only shared it with high-ranking generals. Excuse me, what superpowers are they? We need to keep statistics. Superpowers in the base have different tasks than ordinary citizens, and of course, different benefits too. Superpowers have better benefits. Nuanyang was just thinking of a way to evade the question when she heard a resounding response. Miss Nuan's superpowers don't need to be recorded. Nuanyang looked in the direction of the voice. It was Chenjun. What a coincidence. It saved her from having to lie. Chapter 65. Miss Nuan, did you have a smooth journey? Everything went smoothly. Thank you, Captain Chen, for your concern. Nuanyang took over and introduced Wan's parents and Wan Ningfeng. Wan Ningyan was still in a bad state, and Nuanyang was reluctant to let her attend social events. Chenjun greeted everyone and turned his gaze to Nuanyang again. It's getting late. I take you to your accommodations. You can get a good night's rest. If you feel like it, you can explore the base. Okay, Captain Chen, please lead the way. I drive. When Nuanyang drove to the gate, Gao Shui had just finished registering the 5 people. Each of them received an ID card, a small, 1mm thick badge made of something that felt like a mix of metal and plastic. Sanyang Mountain Safety Base was written on the front, and the name and number were written on the back. Nwanyang's number was 15066. From now on, you need to check your ID card when entering and leaving the base. Don't lose it. It costs 10 points to get a replacement. Nwanyang asked, puzzled, what are these numbers? That's your ID, or serial number? You're the 15,066th resident of our base. Does your base already have 15,000 people? Yes, the military personnel alone are over 6,000. After Chinjun finished speaking, he got on the electric bike the soldiers had brought him. Come with me. There's a parking space where you live, so you don't have to pay points to go to the parking lot. Okay, Nwanyang said, and with a show of pomp, he carried a 50 kilograms bag of rice from the trunk to the registration counter. 5 people, 100 Jean. Gao Shui quickly waved her hand. No need, Captain Chen has already paid for you. When it comes to supplies, the entire base probably doesn't have Nwanyang's resources. For a mere 100 Jean of rice, Nwanyang didn't want to accept Chinjun's favor. However, there were so many people at the gate, and pretending to be rich would easily attract attention. So Nwanyang took the rice back and thanked Chinjun. Don't be polite. Let's go! Nwanyang slowly caught up with Chinjun's electric scooter. Before entering, she felt someone watching her. Turning, she saw the tall man gazing at the scenery ahead. Nwanyang simply kept it in mind, not dwelling on it anymore. She focused more on observing the base. The roads inside the base were wide and concrete, and the people she met seemed quite cheerful. The first area they passed was Area E. There were no houses inside, only large, uniform tents spread across the open ground. Many people sat outside their tents or in the shade, fanning themselves. It looked like a slum, but there were streetlights and speakers on the walls. Nwanyang suspected the base might have electricity. This is Area E. Those who can't afford 20 kilograms of food stay here. They only provide free accommodation. They still have to work to earn food and drink. After listening to Chinjun's explanation, Nwanyang began to have a favorable impression of the base. In her previous life, many bases wouldn't let in survivors who couldn't afford supplies unless they were attractive, regardless of gender. On the road, a dozen vehicles resembling sprinkler trucks approached, seemingly heading out of the base. Nwanyang glanced at them inquiringly, and Chinjun began to explain with great insight. They're going to the Sanyang River at the base's entrance to fetch water. The weather's been unusual, and they're worried the riverbed might dry up, so the base has been storing water for the past few days as a precaution. Yes, very foresight. Soon, passing another cluster of bungalows, Nwanyang spotted the letter D. There were noticeably fewer people hanging around here than in Area E. This is Area D. You can stay here for 20 kilograms of supplies. It's also a large bunk bed, but it's better than a tent. If you have a lot of supplies, you can exchange them for points to upgrade. There's a building in the distance where you can stay in a single room, but it's more expensive, 100 points per month. Nwanyang was curious about the constant mention of points. Captain Chen, how are your points calculated? At the supply exchange station, you bring your ID card to get a card, then you can exchange your supplies for points. They evaluate the type, weight, and quality of the supplies you provide. For example, 1 kilogram of rice is worth 10 points, a box of medicine is worth 50 to 100 points, and a crystal core is worth 20 points. What's a crystal core? It's the shiny stuff in zombies' brains. You probably eaten it, right? Nwanyang responded, continuing to play dumb. I ate it. I had a fever after eating it, and then I gained superpowers. So it's called a crystal core. Yes, but don't eat anything you want. There's a chance you turn into a zombie. Then I'm pretty lucky. While chatting, we came to an area marked with the letter C. It was mostly men, many in camouflage uniforms, resembling a barracks. This is Area C, where we soldiers live. The 6 large camps in front are for male soldiers, the 2 in the middle are for male psychics, and the 2 in the back are for female soldiers and psychics. The smaller camp in the middle is the communal kitchen. Those who don't want to eat in the cafeteria can cook their own meals. Do you have a cafeteria here? Yes, there is a large cafeteria, but it's not accessible on this road. It's on the way to the supply exchange station. The mission hall is next to the cafeteria. That's where you can take orders and work. After this introduction, Nwanyang had a basic understanding of the base. All that was left was to find time to explore it for himself. After driving for about 10 minutes, we arrived at Area B. The environment here was noticeably better. At first glance, most of the buildings were single-family villas, about 3 stories high, but unpainted and untilled, their exteriors all gray cement. Streetlights stood about every 20 meters on either side of the road, and on the roofs of each villa, black objects resembling photovoltaic panels stood out. This is Area B, where scientists and medical professionals usually live. Because of your special abilities, the team leader has specially arranged for you to stay here. The environment is quite nice. Thank your team leader for me. Miss Nguyen, you're welcome. Your presence is a blessing to our base. Qin Jun's car stopped at the entrance of a villa marked number 32. This one also had a pure cement exterior. The entrance had a roughly 20 square meter open space, sparsely surrounded by a few unfinished wooden fences. Miss Nguyen, this is it. Here are the keys. After handing the keys to Nguyen Yang, Qin Jun explained in detail, we set up photovoltaic power generation, so the appliances inside can function, but it's unstable, and can't support multiple high-power appliances running simultaneously, and it's prone to tripping. As for water, it's in short supply right now. We provide 0.1 tons of water free daily. If you need more, you can buy it at the supply exchange station by simply reporting your address. Okay, thank you, Captain Qin. You're welcome. The essential furniture has been provided. If you need anything else, you can come to room 30, Battalion 1, Area C, and see me. I have something else to do, so I'd be leaving now. Okay, Captain Qin, take care on your way. I'm sorry I can't see you off. After saying goodbye to Qin Jun, Nguyen Yang invited everyone out of the car and into the house to inspect it. Wan Ningfeng was very excited, constantly looking around and touching things after getting out of the car. Wan's parents also greeted each other and observed them. Only Wan Ningyan remained in the passenger seat, leaning against the car window, her eyes closed, her face grim. Ningyan? Ningyan, are you okay? Nguyen Yang. Dizzy. The voice was weak, and Nguyen Yang's heart tightened. He suspected she had heat stroke. He quickly gave the key to Father Wan and carried her downstairs. Open the door quickly. Ningyan must have heat stroke. Hurry, hurry, old Wan, hurry up. Don't let Yanning get too hot. The Wan family immediately lost interest in looking at apartments. They opened the door and began searching for a room. Boss, the second floor is the bedroom. There are 3. Nguyen Yang immediately carried her to the nearest room on the second floor. The room contained a wooden bed with a Simmons mattress on top, a wooden wardrobe next to it, and an air conditioner hanging on the wall. Nothing else. Even the windows were covered with newspaper curtains. It was so Spartan, Nguyen Yang didn't have time to tidy up the bedroom. He put Ningyan on the bed, turned on the air conditioner, waited for the temperature to drop, and began to use his mental power to physically cool her down. Chapter 66. 10 minutes later, Wan Ningyan finally regained some energy. Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, took out a cushion and quilt, and made Wan Ningyan comfortable before leaving to buy supplies for the Wan family. Xiaoyang, let me take care of Yanyan. You're too tired. Go to bed early after dinner. It's okay, Auntie. I can sleep in tomorrow anyway. Nguyen Yang accompanied the Wan family to the other 2 bedrooms. They were similarly sparse. Nguyen Yang immediately put away all the furniture, then unpacked the Wan family's belongings. A quick glance revealed that, aside from the gray cement walls, everything else was roughly similar to the Wan family's. For convenience, each bedroom had a floor-standing air conditioner and a convenient bathroom. As for the first floor, Nguyen Yang had no plans for these. First, to prevent unexpected visitors. If Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan were not around, no one would be able to quickly put away the furniture. Second, extreme heat is coming, and everyone needs to slowly adapt to the heat. Otherwise, stepping outside could lead to fainting or even death. The third floor, similar to the second, Nguyen Yang pondered for a moment and asked Wan's parents for their opinions. Uncle and Auntie, I have some seeds that can withstand high temperatures. Do you think it's feasible to convert the third floor into a planting area? When it came to farming, Wan's father immediately perked up and pulled Nguyen Yang aside to explain. Plants need sunlight. Look at this area, facing south, with good sunlight, so we can use it for farming. Look, there's no sunlight to the north. Even if we succeed in planting, the harvest will be poor, and the quality will be low. Is that so? Nguyen Yang pondered for a moment, and walked to the north side. This space is quite large. It would be a shame to waste it. Would it be okay to make a partition and raise chickens and ducks? Big boss, do you have chickens and ducks? Well, actually, we have cows, sheep, and pigs, but they smell too bad and are difficult to slaughter, so they're not suitable for us. Xiaoyang, if you have the materials, I can make this partition. Dad Wan gestured happily, here and here. I make 2 partitions, one for the chickens and one for the ducks. I guarantee they be fat and plump, so we can have eggs every day. Dad, I help you then. I can do both farming and breeding. Okay. Come with me tomorrow to build the partitions. Dad Wan and Wan Ningfeng were excited. Having something to do made them much happier. Mom Wan, a little nervous, approached Nuanyang cautiously. Xiaoang, what about me? Andy can help too. Nuanyang smiled and soothed. Andy, Ningyan and I can't cook. I heard you're a great cook, so I thought. I can do it. Leave the cooking to me. I'm a fantastic cook, and Yin Yin always eats 2 bowls of rice when she comes home. Mother Wan eagerly took on the cooking burden, fearing she'd be left with nothing to do, which wouldn't be a good thing in the apocalypse. Then, thanks to you, Auntie. Let's go to the first floor and get the ingredients and seasonings we need. The first floor had more furniture than the second and third floors. The living room had a leather sofa, a refrigerator, a dining table, and 4 chairs. To the right were the toilet and shower room. Although it only had a sink, a toilet, and a doorless bathroom, it was clean. To the left was the kitchen, spacious enough for 5 or 6 people to work comfortably. It was also well equipped with utensils, a kettle, an induction cooker, a wok, a rice cooker, a cutting board, and some dishes and chopsticks in the cabinet below. Wan Yang laid out the kitchen utensils of the Wan family, and Wan Ningyan's family, letting Wan's mother choose. After preparing the seasonings, she took out 2 bags of rice, which were not afraid of heat and could be placed in the rice box. She also took out a millet box and put some noodles, flour, vermicelli and beans in it. As for the vegetables and meat, Nuanyang put them in the refrigerator, along with some milk, fruit, bread, and pickles. In the corner of the living room, Nuanyang took out a few boxes of mineral water and soft drinks and placed them there. After a moment's thought, he added a box of instant noodles. Uncle and Auntie, can you see if anything else is missing? No. If I need anything, I ask you for it later. Yes. Mother Wan slapped Father Wan's arm and scolded, don't you want to clean the house? Xiaoang, get some cleaning tools out, and we tidy up the house. Nuanyang glanced outside. It was getting dark, so he advised. Aunt, it's getting late. Let's each tidy up our bedrooms, and clean the house together tomorrow. Electricity is tight here, and I'm worried if we clean too long, it uses up a lot of electricity. If the refrigerator goes out in the middle of the night, the food will stale. Okay, Xiaoang. Then Uncle and Aunt, hurry back and clean up. Don't delay your rest. Xiaofeng, you too. Boss, I go now. Wan Ningfeng was the first to rush back to the bedroom. His parents followed suit and went back home. Nuanyang breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was worried about running out of electricity. The only electricity used in the house was the refrigerator and lights, so it wasn't a problem. It was just that after a long day of running around, she was worried the old lady would collapse. She already had a patient, and she couldn't afford to add another. There was a small garage next to the villa, but it lacked a roller shutter, so it wasn't very private. Nuanyang was afraid of arousing suspicion, so she parked the SUV in there first. After finishing everything, Nuanyang hurried back to the bedroom. Wan Ningyan was already awake, her eyes open, her thoughts unsettled. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Come here, hug me. Wan Yang sat down beside the bed and gently embraced her. Wan Ningyan, like a kitten, rested softly in Wan Yang's arms. Wan Yang touched her body, confirming that her temperature had dropped, and felt much more relaxed. Are you still feeling unwell? Much better, just a little sticky and wanting a shower. Then take your medicine and rest for a while before going. Yeah, I like a light dinner. Hearing this, Wan Yang remembered that he hadn't brought dinner for everyone. I bring food to your family, wait for me. Wan Yang hurried out, prepared a refreshing bowl of cold noodles and rujiamo for everyone, and trotted back. Wan Ningyan was already up and cleaning the room. You take a break, I do it. Wan Ningyan didn't stop him, handing Wan Yang the broom and asking softly. Are we sharing a room? Yes. Are we living together now? Wan Yang was stunned, puzzled. Haven't we always lived together? And you're my girlfriend now, so do we have to sleep in separate rooms? I'm just asking, why are you so nervous? No, I'm not nervous. Wan Ningyan's expression clearly showed ill intentions, and Wan Yang felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what Wan Ningyan was up to, so he could only distract himself with work. The room wasn't terribly dirty, just a sweep and a mop would be enough. Wan Ningyan had designed the layout. She had good taste, so Wan Yang helped her find items from the space. Soon, the empty bedroom became cozy. Aside from the unsightly walls, the overall black and white color scheme was simple yet elegant. After dinner, Wan Ningyan was about to shower. Before she left, she pinched Wan Yang's ear mysteriously. Xiao Yang, you chose to live together. Well, what's wrong? Wan Ningyan didn't answer, but went to the bathroom with a smile on her face. What do you mean? Nuanyang was confused and continued to install the curtains. To ensure privacy and safety, Nuanyang installed 2 layers of curtains, one with white gauze and one with black stripes. For an artist like Nuanyang, just understanding the instructions took some time. It took him nearly an hour to finally install the curtains. He stood by the window, admiring them with satisfaction. Just then, Wan Ningyan emerged from the shower. Ningyan, come and see. Nuanyang turned around, words on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't finish them. He stared at Wan Ningyan intently. The thin, low-cut, pure white nightgown gave a faint glimpse of her black underwear, and above that, it seemed, she was not wearing a bra. Her round, perky breasts were incredibly sexy. What are you looking at? No. I went to shower. Nuanyang quickly fled to the bathroom and rinsed her face with cold water several times, but her cheeks were still burning and red. At this moment, she finally understood what Wan Ningyan meant, and her heart began to pound. The first day was already so exciting, I dreaded the thought of what would happen next. Chapter 67. Nuanyang finished his shower slowly, fully prepared before leaving. The bedroom was silent, save for a small bulge on the bed. Nuanyang tiptoed over, and found Wan Ningyan already asleep. With a sigh of relief, he threw back the covers and lay down on the bed. Nuanyang. Huh? Wan Ningyan rolled over and slumped over Nuanyang's chest, causing his heart to tremble with fear. Ningyan, weren't you asleep? You scared me. I was just resting my eyes. I haven't slept yet. But you, taking your time, wanting to tell me something, waited so long. I showered more thoroughly today. Hearing this, Wan Ningyan leaned forward and sniffed Nuanyang, agreeing that she was indeed fragrant. Nuanyang felt like he was going crazy. Looking down at Wan Ningyan would reveal a glimpse of the vibrant garden. Turning his head away, he could clearly feel her soft touch, along with her unique fragrance. It was too much to ignore. I heard Chen Jun say today there's an exchange station, a cafeteria, and a mission hall at the base. Should we go check it out tomorrow? Nuanyang pondered for a moment, his mind a blur. Let's go check it out tomorrow evening, around 6 or 7, after dinner. We need to do a big house cleaning tomorrow morning. It's too hot in the afternoon, so we help your dad out. It'd be cooler at night, so we can go out. Help? What's my dad going to do? We need to partition off the 3rd floor. I'm planning on raising some chickens and ducks. Wow. Can we raise pigs and lambs too? There's not enough space. The south-facing area needs to be used for farming. Plus, the pigs and lambs smell really bad. Aren't you afraid of the stink? Wan Ningyan thought for a moment, a look of disdain on her face. Forget it. I got plenty of meat already. I'm not going to raise any more. As she spoke, Wan Ningyan inched forward again, her fingers tangling in Nuanyang's hair, twirling them in circles. Ningyan, are you okay? No. Then, how about we go to bed first? Oh, already? Wan Ningyan leaned close to Nuanyang's ear and whispered, You kissed me until midnight yesterday, and now you're going to bed before 9:30. Have you become a monk? He knew Wan Ningyan was teasing him, deliberately teasing him, but Nuanyang couldn't control his reaction, and could only reach out to hold Wan Ningyan's waist to prevent her from moving. Ningyan, can you not bother me for a while? Humph. Who bothered you, you narcissistic little thing? Okay, you didn't bother me. It's my lack of self-control. Nuanyang kissed the corner of Wan Ningyan's mouth and gently negotiated, After this period of observation, if the base is trustworthy, we settle here, and then I come clean to your parents. Confess? What does that have to do with whether I bother you or not? Only after meeting their parents and getting their permission. Nuanyang blushed slightly, as she explained seriously. Having been raised with a relatively traditional marriage and love education, Nuanyang wasn't so futile as to believe sex is only possible after marriage, but she wasn't so open-minded as to lure someone into bed before even meeting their parents. In her opinion, that was irresponsible. A soft laugh rang in her ear, and Wan Ningyan poked Nuanyang's cheek, teasing. I thought you were a blockhead, but you're actually such a fusty old-fashioned person. Nuanyang was about to retort when her lips were blocked. Wan Ningyan kissed her very gently, slowly pushing her soft tongue deep inside. This was their first deep kiss. Nuanyang had never realized that the long kiss she shared last night was all superficial. A true kiss is the playful play of tongues, the mingling of saliva. After the kiss ended, Nguyen panted softly, her face flushed. It was like opening the door to a new world, even more pleasurable than last night's kiss. I was just teasing you, but I didn't expect you to be so serious, even considering your future. Is this kiss your apology? Tease me? Apology? Nguyen was puzzled. Why did you suddenly want to tease me? That's mean. I stayed in the bathroom for ages, afraid to leave. Didn't you say you wanted to live together? I thought you were hinting at me, but on reflection, I don't think you're that kind of person, so I decided to tease you and test the waters. Nguyen had no idea that such a huge misunderstanding would stem from her. However, it wasn't without its benefits. She took advantage of the misunderstanding and kissed him twice more, feeling incredibly satisfied. After days of running around, Nguyen couldn't wake up in the mornings. The same went for Wan Ningyan. They both slept until 10 o'clock. Wan's mother, worried that skipping breakfast would be bad for their stomachs, knocked on the door and woke them both up. Nguyen was still exhausted, feeling lazy and happy. She and Wan Ningyan were like newlyweds now, washing together, choosing clothes for each other, and even coaxing a good morning kiss out of her before leaving the house. Stop giggling, or my parents might see you. I know. Is there a good afternoon kiss? You wish. Wan Ningyan broke free from Nguyen's hand and scurried downstairs, disappearing instantly. Nguyen gave a helpless smile and said hello to Wan Ningfeng, who was mopping the floor downstairs. Big boss, my mom made tomato noodles. Go try some. They're delicious. If you're any later, my greedy sister will snatch them all up. Wan Ningfeng, you're asking for a fight by spreading rumors about me. Big boss, I'm going to help Dad. I'm running away. Wan Ningfeng shoved the mop into Nguyen's hands and hurriedly ran up to the third floor. Wan Ningyan rushed out, but before she could take a few steps, Nguyen grabbed her by the waist. What are you doing? Let go. I'm going to give him a beating today. Eat, eat. A full stomach gives you the energy to beat someone up. The entire first floor had been cleaned. Nguyen inquired and learned that Wan's parents had been busy since early morning. Later, Wan Ningfeng got up and joined the cleaning team. At this moment, Wan's father had finished his meal and was drawing blueprints on the third floor. Wan's mother had finished making breakfast and was busy preparing lunch. Nguyen felt embarrassed for sleeping in until 10 o'clock, leaving the two elderly people to work for so long. Wan Ningyan patted her shoulder. Don't overthink it. My parents are always busy. They get up at 6 or 7 every day, and even when they have nothing to do, they sit in the yard and look at the flowers and plants. This little bit of work is no problem for them. If you really feel bad, just give them a hand later. For example, it's very hot when cooking, so you could install an air conditioner in the kitchen. Nguyen pursed her lips. I can't. Then can you build a wall? My dad needs to build a partition, so you could help. No. Wan Ningyan rested her chin on her hand, thinking for a moment. Neither can I. Why not mop the floor again later? What are you two thinking about? Mother Wan smiled as she brought out a plate of stir-fried pork and green peppers and placed it on the table. Yin, Xiaoyang, you two should just get some rest. Don't worry about the housework. With old Wan and I here, it's not your turn to worry. Thank you, Mom. Some fruit would be even better. Okay, Mom will wash it for you. Xiaoyang, do you want any fruit? No thanks. Then, like Yin, I peel some apples for you. Auntie, I really don't need you. It's okay, it's just something I can do. Nguyen didn't know how to describe her feelings. She couldn't order Wan Ningyan around like she did without restraint. But when Wan Ningyan treated her the same way she treated Wan Ningyan, without any distinction between close and distant, she felt warm and even happy. This strange feeling was tinged with worry. If she confessed her relationship with Wan Ningyan, would Wan Ningyan still be like this? Would she think she was a bad person? Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Nguyen got up to open it. It was Chen Jun. Miss Nguyen, are you free at 3 p.m.? Our captain would like to meet with you. Captain? Yes, the captain of the 95th Regiment. Okay, where shall we meet? Area A. I pick you up this afternoon. Okay. Nguyen had already prepared for the meeting with the higher-ups at the base, but she didn't expect it to be the captain, and she felt a little uneasy. Chapter 68. Meeting. In the living room, everyone was present. After Nguyen explained the pros and cons of the situation, he informed them of the worst-case scenario. If there are too many issues after this discussion, we pack up and leave as soon as we get back, the better. So are we going to another base? I'm not planning on looking for another base. Extreme heat is coming, followed by extreme cold. Under these two extreme weather conditions, ordinary bases will undoubtedly experience internal turbulence and become unsafe. Military bases have a high survival rate, but everyone is a skilled strategist. We could easily expose our space and abilities. Instead, it's better to find a sparsely populated area and wait for the weather to return to normal before looking for another base. I listened to the boss. It's always right to follow the boss. Wan Ningfeng was Nuanyang's biggest fan, and was the first to raise his hand in agreement. His parents agreed with Nuanyang's words, but Wan Ningyan didn't quite understand. Since we don't have to come to the base, why not just find a place to live from the start? We wouldn't have to pretend. I only have one medical pill, and no doctor. If one of us gets sick, we wouldn't dare use medicine even if we have one. It's different at the base. Doctors are usually treated with respect. Here, we even have medical scientists. They developed a superpower detector in such a short time, and maybe a zombie virus serum in the future, which would give us more security. Really? Stockpiling all that medicine is useless if you can't treat a patient. Another thing, I didn't tell you, zombies not only evolve, but they might also have superpowers. Superpowers? Boss, are you talking about the same fiery superpowers my sister has? I'm not sure, but I know there will be one. Also, there's the most dangerous zombie king, more powerful than all the others. If we're at the base, we have a buffer, so we can just run if we can't defeat them. If we encounter one outside, we likely die instantly, without even having time to escape. The news of the zombie king brought everyone to their lowest point. They thought they'd be able to live peacefully at the base, but they hadn't expected so many dangers. Nuanyang, noticing everyone's low spirits, smiled and offered comfort. Don't be discouraged, everyone. At least it won't happen in the first year. Let's just live our lives well now. We deal with the rest later. Everything will work out when the time comes. Big brother is right. A day of happiness, a day of sadness, is a day of contentment. It's better to live life to the fullest. Wan Ningyan glanced at Wan Ningfeng with disdain. I don't know who your sister is. You've never been so supportive of me. Sis, look for your own faults in everything. How can I support you when you're so mean? You're so disrespectful. I teach you a lesson today on behalf of Mom and Dad. Wan Ningyan pretended to hit someone, but Nuanyang quickly restrained her. Dad and Mom were used to it and smiled. Okay, stop hitting me. Spare my brother. The heavy topic was thus broached. After lunch, Nuanyang went to the third floor to help Dad Wan. Unsure whether the conversation with the group leader would go smoothly, Dad Wan simply asked Nuanyang for tools and materials based on the blueprints. He planned to wait until Nuanyang returned after the negotiations and confirmed their temporary settlement before starting, so as not to waste energy. Time slipped by, and Wan Ningyan paced back and forth in the bedroom several times, making Nuanyang feel dizzy. Don't worry, this first meeting won't be too tense. Everything will be fine. I'm scared. What if he wants to kill you and get the supplies? I'm not a monster that can drop gold when I'm killed. Besides, he's not even sure the supplies will appear after I die. What if they disappear like my life? Then, what if he lure the tiger away and lock us up to threaten you? Wan Ningyan's thought reminded Nuanyang. She immediately went to the mall to buy a submachine gun and bullets, and gave her pistol to Wan Ningyan. Give the submachine gun to your brother, and teach him how to use it. You have one pistol too, for your parents. If someone comes to capture you, they can protect themselves. Okay. Wan Ningyan put away the gun and bullets, sat down next to Nuanyang, and held her face. Nuanyang, you must come back safely. I'll be waiting for you. Nuanyang didn't think talking was particularly dangerous. At most, she could just run away if there was any problem. However, Wan Ningyan's concern for her safety made her hesitate a little. Just like a fearless person, they won't be afraid of mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, but if someone is concerned about them, they will tread on thin ice. I'll be back, I promise. Wan Ningyan kissed the corner of Nuanyang's lips, and Nuanyang took her head, deepening the kiss. Boss Chen? Ah! I didn't see anything. The door slammed shut again, startling Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew eerie. Your brother. Why didn't he knock? Now it's not a question of whether or not to knock. Don't tell my parents, I'm afraid they won't be able to accept it. Wan Ningyan stood up and opened the door. Wan Ningfeng was standing there, smiling awkwardly. Sister. Come in. Oh. After closing the door, Wan Ningyan kicked Wan Ningfeng. Don't you know how to knock? How rude. Sister boss, I was just about to knock, but you didn't lock it. It opened as soon as I touched it, so I... Wan Ningfeng's voice trailed off as he explained, his eyes shifting between the two of them, a mixture of inquiry and curiosity. Nuanyang felt a wave of anxiety as he watched her. He wondered if he'd seen something wrong with her lips, then wondered how much of their kiss had been seen. You can't just come in. If you dare do that again, I break your arm. Wan Ningyan slapped Wan Ningfeng's arm hard. The strength of someone who'd taken a powerful pill was unimaginable. Wan Ningfeng sat down in pain, tears welling in his eyes. I know, sister. Stop it, stop it. It hurts. Wan Ningfeng turned to Nuanyang. Big brother-in-law, you don't want to do anything? Brother-in-law? Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan were stunned by the address. Wan Ningfeng took the opportunity to hide behind Nuanyang. Standing at over 5 feet 8 inches, he towered over Nuanyang and huddled in the distance, fuming. Brother-in-law, you have to help me. My sister is incredibly strong. This slap has already turned red. 2 more and I be crippled. Who are you calling brother-in-law? Get over here. Big brother means brother-in-law. I just saw you two kissing. Do you think sisterly love is justified by kissing? You? Wan Ningyan blushed, choking and speechless. Nuanyang was the same way, his face burning. Being caught in this by his brother-in-law was a social disaster. Xiaofeng, did you get your message across? Captain Chen is waiting. Wan Ningfeng's mother's voice reached him from downstairs, and he finally remembered what he was doing. Boss, Captain Chen is here to pick you up. He's waiting at the door. Okay, let's go downstairs then. Come on, come on. Boss, protect me, or my sister will beat me up again. Nuanyang had no choice but to give Wan Ningyan a look to reassure her, then led Wan Ningfeng out. Before leaving, although feeling awkward, Nuanyang still gave Wan Ningfeng a special warning. Don't tell your parents about this. I go talk to them in person once everything is settled. So you're really with my sister? Nuanyang blushed and nodded. Unexpectedly, Wan Ningfeng was so receptive that he immediately smiled foolishly. I understand, boss, don't worry, I'm keeping my mouth shut. Out of caution, Nuanyang only half believed Wan Ningfeng's words and threatened him again. You better keep your word. You know, your sister's powers are at the max level. I can't even defeat her. If she gets really angry, I can't stop her. Boss, you can't beat my sister? Yeah. It's over, it's over. I thought I had a backer. Wan Ningfeng suddenly wilted, looking 70% similar to Wan Ningyan. Nuanyang couldn't help but chuckle, then went downstairs to find Chen Jun. Chapter 69. Chen Jun specially drove a military vehicle to pick up Nuanyang today. After climbing in, Nuanyang was surprised to find the air conditioning already on, making the entire car feel incredibly cool. Gas is scarce these days. Captain Chen, for such a short trip, there's no need to use the air conditioning. Just opening the window and letting in some fresh air will do the trick. That won't do. It's the regimental commander meeting you today, so I must show you the highest courtesy. Okay, thank you, Captain Chen. The drive to Area A was longer than expected, taking nearly 20 minutes. During this time, Nuanyang chatted with Chen Jun about Shui Wangwei. She learned that she and Chen Haitang were living in the women's barracks together, and that her injuries were slowly recovering, which reassured her. In the distance, Nuanyang spotted a guardhouse with the letter A etched on the wall. Chen Jun got out of the car and showed the guard a sign, and the guard let him pass. And that was only as far as Area A, still some distance from the regimental commander's office building. However, Area A was different from the other areas. Soldiers stood guard with guns every few dozen meters on either side of the road, and the buildings weren't simple concrete cladding, but uniformly painted white. Nuanyang saw men and women in white coats entering and exiting some of the small, low-rise buildings. They looked middle-aged and likely researchers. Captain Chen, what are these buildings used for? Can you tell me? The 3-story building on the left is for supernatural research. Our supernatural detector is their latest achievement. I don't know about the others. I'm just a company commander. Without you, I rarely have the opportunity to enter Area A. Okay, I understand. Nuanyang felt Chen Jun's words were half-truths, but he understood. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal too much until the negotiations with the base were finalized. After turning 2 corners, the car stopped in front of a small, grayish-white building. It was 5 stories high, the tallest building besides those in Area D. This is it, Miss Nuan. Come with me. I asked Special Assistant Bai to take you inside. Okay, sorry to bother you. Nuanyang followed Chen Jun to the door. After checking the small sign, the 2 soldiers turned and went inside. A smartly dressed woman soon emerged. Hello, Captain Chen. Hello, Special Assistant Bai. This must be Miss Nguyen. Hello, my name is Bai Xing, and I'm Captain Han's special assistant. Bai Xing was 1.65 meters tall, wearing a light blue shirt and trousers. She had shoulder-length hair, fair skin, a delicate appearance, and a faint floral fragrance. If it weren't for Chen Jun's sweat-stained face, looking like he hadn't showered in days, Nguyen Yang would have wondered if it was the end of the world when she saw Bai Xing. Hello, Special Assistant Bai, I'm Nguyen Yang. Hello, Miss Nguyen Yang, please follow me. Captain Han has been waiting for you. Bai Xing led Nguyen Yang with a perfectly composed smile. Upon entering the building, the temperature was almost the same as outside, with only a few fans running. Nguyen Yang was surprised that the commander's office building didn't have air conditioning. She had assumed that with photovoltaic power generation, the Supreme Commander's territory would be more luxurious than other areas. Nguyen Yang followed Bai Xing up the stairs until they stopped at a brown door on the 3rd floor. Nguyen Yang noticed beads of sweat on Bai Xing's cheeks and neck, but she still wore a professional smile. Miss Nguyen, please wait a moment. Yes. Bai Xing knocked on the door, and a deep male voice came from inside. Come in. After a moment, Bai Xing invited Nguyen Yang in. After Nguyen Yang entered, Bai Xing left and closed the door behind him. Entering the office, the temperature was cool, and the air conditioning was on. The first thing she saw was a bronze bookcase. In front of it was a sand table. Nguyen Yang had only seen them in movies, and TV shows, and in real estate sales halls. The military rarely uses them these days, preferring electronic sand tables instead. This was probably a replacement after the internet was deprived. Nguyen Yang took a few steps forward, and to her right appeared a meeting room-like area, with a man in military uniform. From a distance, the man had sharp features, a powerful aura that made Nguyen Yang feel intimidated. His eyes, in particular, were deep, like a bottomless pool. Miss Nguyen Yang, we finally meet. Please take a seat. The man gestured for her to be invited, and Nguyen Yang walked slowly to the sofa. Hello, are you Captain Han? It's me, Han Qing-chung, captain of the 95th Reinforced Regiment. Hello, Nguyen Yang, as in warm, as in sunshine. That surname is quite uncommon. Yes. Nguyen Yang didn't elaborate. After a few pleasantries, the two sat down facing each other. Han Qing-chung opened the small refrigerator next to him and took out a few bottles of drinks, placing them on the table. It's hot, Miss Nguyen. Pick out some of your favorite iced drinks to cool you down. Thank you. Iced drinks, in fact, consisted of iced black tea, green tea, orange juice, and cola, considered luxuries in the apocalypse. Nguyen Yang casually picked out a bottle of green tea and placed it in front of him, unopened. For the next few minutes, both of them were silent, quietly checking in on each other. Han Qingqing's skin wasn't particularly fair, but he was clean-shaven. He looked to be around 30, with a sturdy build. To be a regimental commander at his age meant he was quite capable, or perhaps came from a powerful family. Nguyen Yang also noticed that there were some stains on the cuffs and collar of Han Qingqing's uniform. Furthermore, the collar lining near his neck was darker, as if wet. Nguyen Yang carefully surveyed her surroundings. The entire office exuded an antique charm, somewhat old-fashioned, yet elegant in the apocalypse. To the right of the desk, there was a fan, and behind it hung a not-so-new air conditioner on the wall. The temperature was set at 20 degrees Celsius, but judging by the current temperature inside, it was around 27 degrees Celsius. Since only the fan was on the first floor, Nguyen Yang speculated that Captain Han had turned on the AC for his own benefit. Miss Nguyen, I heard your ability is space, and that supplies stored within it can be kept fresh forever? Han Qingcheng spoke first, and Nguyen Yang straightened her back slightly to appear less vulnerable. Yes. Then I get straight to the point. I'd like to cooperate with you on behalf of the military. What does that cooperation entail? Our military will form a special supply search team to protect your safety, and you be responsible for bringing the supplies back to base. Will all the supplies belong to the military, or how will they be divided? Because the military provides weapons and soldiers to protect you, the military gets the lion's share, 70%, and you get 30%. Nguyen Yang met those deep eyes, unfazed. I can go out and find supplies on my own. I can protect myself. Why should I go with you? Are you equipped enough? A pistol and a few dozen rounds of ammunition. How long will they last? Gas is scarce now, and you have to rely on your legs to scavenge nearby for supplies. With so many voluntary teams at the base, how much can you possibly snatch? Collaborating with the military is different. We have ample reserves of vehicles, gasoline, and ammunition, and we even know the location of the granary. Even if you only take 30% of the tens of thousands of pounds of grain stored there, it'd be enough to last a lifetime. The rewards of taking a risk are far greater than if you were to go it alone. Miss Muan is a smart person. She knows the right choice. Captain Han, Captain Shin should have told you that I stockpile the whole mall's worth of supplies before coming to the base. It's more than enough, and there's no need to risk collaborating with you. Han Qingcheng chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair, not angry, but rather relaxed. I'm not surprised Miss Muan feels this way. After all, going out on adventures means you could become zombie food at any moment. But Miss Muan, have you ever considered that your supplies might not be enough to sustain you and your family through this crisis? The weather is abnormal right now, getting hotter and hotter. According to meteorological experts, we have months of high temperatures, reaching as high as 60 degrees Celsius. Do you have enough water? The amount of mineral water in a whole mall isn't enough for a family of 5. Of course I do, Nguyen Yang thought to himself, but he had to feign embarrassment, so he frowned slightly, pretending to think. The high temperatures are just one natural disaster we face. There will be others. If Miss Nguyen cooperates with us, we share the latest research from meteorologists with her so she can prepare and weather the disaster safely. How's that? Nguyen Yang was shocked. Military meteorologists could actually predict the weather after the extreme heat wave? Captain Han, are you saying that after the high temperatures, there will be other natural disasters? Yes, so the military desperately needs your help in assembling supplies. Otherwise, if we rely solely on our vehicles, the base will lose a lot of lives. Han Qingcheng's eyes held a rare sympathy as he spoke. Nguyen Yang couldn't tell if he truly cared about the base or was just putting on a show. After all, in the apocalypse, many base leaders had become local tyrants, unconcerned with the lives of others. But truth or falsehood didn't matter. Nguyen Yang needed to confirm whether these meteorological experts were complete idiots. Captain Han, could you please tell me what natural disaster is coming? Han Qingcheng looked at Nguyen Yang, hesitated for a moment, and spoke softly. A blizzard. They actually predicted it. A blizzard. Isn't really a natural disaster, is it? They say there will be 2 months of blizzards, with temperatures dropping as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. At this point, Nguyen Yang was certain that the military's meteorological experts were no idiots and had a high accuracy rate, which was exactly what she needed. Had died in the extreme cold in her previous life, Nguyen Yang had no idea what extreme weather conditions would be next. If she had shared information with the military, she wouldn't be so blindsided. Confirming her willingness to cooperate, Nguyen Yang feigned concern and sighed. If that's the case, I don't have enough supplies. I need to find some coal. Captain Han, do you have any connections? There's a large coal mine and a liquefied gas plant nearby. Even if I take 30% of it, it'd be enough for you to survive the blizzard. Okay, but I have one condition. Please state. Give me a good gun for self-defense, bombs, and bulletproof vests if you have them. Han Qingcheng couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect Miss Nguyen to be so cautious. I arrange it for you. Would you like a bulletproof military vehicle? If you have one, it's not too much. No problem. Han Qingcheng sat up straight and began to negotiate. But I do have a few conditions Miss Nguyen must agree to. After all, we're partners, and some things we need to make it clear. Well, Captain Han, tell me. If I can do that, I definitely agree. First, don't tell anyone about your space except your family and the military search team. This is for the best of both of us. That's exactly what I meant. Second, I assign someone to secure Area B. Don't get me wrong, it's not about imprisonment, but to ensure your family's absolute safety and their free access to the base. But as a sign of sincerity, we have to leave 2 people behind, so we can feel at ease. I think the 2 elderly people are quite old, so they're fine with staying in the base. They shouldn't leave. Han Qingcheng changed the subject and demanded hostages. Nguyen Yang was disgusted by this move, but after careful consideration, she agreed. First, the family had many secrets, and with military protection, they wouldn't be afraid of being harassed or caught. Second, the 2 elderly people and Wan Ningfeng were less capable of self-defense, so having someone secretly protecting them would relieve her of any worries. Third, Nguyen Yang put herself in their shoes. If she were the base commander, she would do the same. Who could trust someone with no trust with a pile of supplies? Of course, if the military were to act rashly, Nguyen Yang and the others would simply flee in a plane, and Han Qingcheng wouldn't be able to capture her even if he wanted to. So, even if he agreed to the hostage situation, Han Qingcheng wouldn't actually be able to control Nguyen Yang. After reaching a consensus, Han Qingcheng smiled and extended his right hand. Ms. Nguyen, it's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you, Captain Han. Chapter 70. When Nguyen returned to her residence, everyone was waiting for her in the lobby, sweating profusely, their hair sticky and anxious. Why are we all on the first floor? Isn't it hot? Waiting for you, Nguyen. How is it? Is the leader easy to get along with? Boss, what's the result? Should we run away? Don't worry, you two. It's so hot, let Xiaoyang rest. Xiaoyang, come sit down. Would you like something cold? Nguyen was pulled to the sofa by Mother Wan, while Father Wan quietly went to the refrigerator and took a bottle of iced Coke and placed it on the coffee table in front of Nguyen. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. Why are you being so polite? Mother Wan smiled and sat down beside Nguyen, patting the back of her hand affectionately. Xiaoyang, don't feel pressured. It's up to you whether to stay or go. Our safety comes first. Yes, Nguyen. I listen to you too. Wan Ningyan sat down beside Nguyen and took her arm. Seeing there was no room left, Wan Ningfeng squatted down in front of Nguyen. Boss, me too. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Nguyen chuckled softly. Sorry to disappoint you. We're not going east or west, we just stay here. Boss, are you serious? Well, Captain Han is a good guy, trustworthy for now. Yeah. No need to run around. Wan Ningfeng jumped up excitedly and ran around the room cheering. In contrast, Mother Wan was elegant, a smile on her face, her hands clasped together in gratitude. The serious Father Wan smiled faintly, his eyes never leaving Mother Wan's. Nguyen. Are you sure that Captain is trustworthy? Nguyen took Wan Ningyan's hand and gently squeezed it. It's still reliable, worth staying and giving it a try. That's good. Wan Ningyan's frown finally relaxed. I don't really want to leave yet. Why? It's clean and safe here. The whole family can live together, raising chickens and ducks and farming. If you're bored, you can wander around the base. There's no need to worry about zombies suddenly appearing. It's more comfortable than outside. Well, outside, you have to be constantly alert. It's stressful. So how did you discuss it? Tell me about it. Okay. Nguyen recounted the entire process, analyzing the pros and cons. Everyone sat together and listened quietly, raising any questions they had. After about half an hour, the explanation was finally complete. Although we confirmed our cooperation, it's all Han Qingqing's talk. I go find out the details after we go on our mission the day after tomorrow. Yes, but their research team sounds very capable. Yes, that's the main reason I want to cooperate. Boss, I have a question. Go ahead. Wan Ningfeng wiped her submachine gun and winked at Nguyen. Boss, can you please not take this gun back? Now I have a gun, and I can protect my parents in the future. Wan Ningyan frowned in disdain. Are you trying to protect my parents or just play with guns? Sister, aren't you afraid I might say something wrong in the heat of the moment? Wan Ningyan gritted her teeth at the naked threat, and Nguyen quickly intervened. Okay, I give you this gun. Remember to keep it safe, and don't let it go off accidentally. Thank you, boss. From now on, you're my sister? Just spoil him. Nguyen asked with a helpless smile. What should we do? He's your brother. Humph. Don't be angry. Don't you want to wander around the base? I come with you. Okay. Let's go, I've been wanting to go see it for a long time. Wan Ningyan immediately perked up and pulled Nguyen out. Wan Ningfeng also stood up. Boss, I want to. Wan Ningfeng didn't finish his words when Wan Ningyan gave him a glare, and he sat back on the sofa awkwardly. No, I won't bother you two. You're smart. Yin, Xiaoyang, wait a minute. Mother Wan quickly pulled them back to sit. Since we decided to settle here, I want to make something delicious tonight to celebrate. Do you have anything you like to eat? As long as you have the ingredients, you can make it. Mom, I like something more complex. Squirrel mandarin fish. Nguyen, do you have mandarin fish? We have all kinds of seafood. Boss, do you have crayfish? I'd love some. Yes, we do. Nguyen went straight to the seafood section of the mall and bought a mandarin fish and a 5-pound portion of crayfish. Seeing that the mall had automated processing, he chose them. After he took them out and placed them on the coffee table, Mother Wan couldn't stop sighing. These crayfish are so clean. So easy. Just wash and cook. These don't seem to be enough. Nguyen, give me some more crayfish. My brother eats so much, he could eat 3 or 5 pounds by himself. Wan Ningfeng smiled innocently. Big brother, my sister's right. I have a big appetite. No problem, I have enough. Nuanyang bought another 10 pounds of crayfish. Food at the mall is so cheap anyway, so go for it. Juan's father, who had been silent, now came over. Xiaoyang, do you have any mung beans? Uncle, how much do you want? 2 or 3 pounds will be enough. I'm not as good at cooking as Jinyu, but I'd be fine making some mung bean soup to help everyone cool down. Wan Yang went to his space and found a bag of vacuum-packed mung beans for Father Wan. Reminded by Father Wan's words, Mother Wan asked Wan Yang for potato starch and iced jelly seeds to make jelly, and iced jelly for everyone. Xiaoyang, what about you? What do you want to eat? Tell Auntie, I have lots of dishes. Me. Nuanyang thought for a moment and replied, I like some home-cooked food. No problem. What dishes do you like? Do you have any dietary restrictions? Nuanyang was stunned by the question. After a moment's thought, she told him the truth. Auntie, I haven't tried it. Can you cook some of your specialties? I have no dietary restrictions. How could you not have eaten it? At the orphanage, we had communal meals, and at school, we ate in the cafeteria. After my debut, I lived alone. No one taught me how to cook, so I had to eat takeout. The warm and lively occasion became strange with these words. Wan Ningyan's eyes were red with heartache, Wan Ningfeng's smile faded, and he remained silent. Mother Wan held Nuanyang's hand tightly. Feeling so sad, she didn't know what to say to comfort her. It was Father Wan who came to the rescue. He stood up, picked up the mung beans, and patted Mother Wan's shoulder. Jinyu, there's a lot of food today. I help you. Hurry, don't let the kids go hungry. Okay. I go cook. Mother Wan immediately stood up and began to go to the kitchen to get the ingredients. Wan Ningfeng also helped, pretending to wipe her eyes. Wan Yang used to envy others for having parents, but as she grew older, she began to resent, feel inferior, accept, and be at peace. She had grown accustomed to being alone, and even if she fell, no one would feel sorry for her and pick her up. Now, the kindness and care the Wan family showed her made her feel content and happy, even in the midst of confusion and uncertainty. Wan Yang seemed to have fallen a little for the Wan family. Realizing this, she became even more worried about making their relationship public. She feared that her stable small family would fall apart because of her. Chapter 71. Wan Ningyan put on a mask and hat, holding Nuanyang's hand, as they headed out together. Her usual high spirits were now absent-minded, and Nuanyang, noticing something unusual, stopped. What's wrong? You don't look happy. No, it's just too hot. Ningyan, I can tell the difference between truth and lies. Wan Ningyan looked at Nuanyang, speechless, her slightly red eyes slowly filling with tears. Nuanyang knew why without hesitation. Seeing no one was around, she pulled out a black and purple sun umbrella and opened it, shielding their intimate presence from the outside world. Aren't you my sister? Why are you always crying? Not crying. Nuanyang gently wiped away the tears that threatened to spill from Wan Ningyan's eyes with her fingers, then held them in her mouth. A faint salty taste spread from the tip of her tongue. What are you doing? Try to taste my sister's feelings. Why are they a little bitter? Are you feeling sorry for me? More than that. Wan Ningyan hugged Nuanyang's waist, stood on tiptoe, and kissed her lips. She said aggrievedly, I find it so unfair. You spent so much time with my past life, you understand my preferences and temper, and know so many of my little secrets, while I know nothing about your past. Isn't that unfair? Yes, so what do you want me to do? Will you tell me more about yourself in the future? Including your past life? I want to know everything about you. What if you feel heartbroken and want to cry after learning about it? I'm not good at comforting people. No matter. You are my woman. You should share everything about you with me, including your experiences and memories. You are my woman. Such a beautiful and domineering declaration. Wan Yang couldn't help but be moved. He lowered his head and kissed Wan Ningyan vigorously, and before leaving, he took a light bite on her rosy lips. Okay, whatever you say. Wan Ningyan regained her energy and happily took Wan Yang's arm as they walked out of Area B. Did you just call me sister? You heard wrong. I'm not deaf. If you keep yelling, I won't cool you down. Stingy, lower the temperature. Any lower, and thin ice will form. You say you do whatever I say, and you're just teasing me. Wan Yang internally complained, how unreasonable. Then he silently increased his mental strength, cooling his arm even further. Because they didn't know the way, Wan Yang took Wan Ningyan to Area C to ask a soldier for directions. There's an asphalt road between Areas C and D. Just walk east along it. You pass a street of street vendors. Cross the street, and you see the supply exchange station on your right. The red sign on a white background is eye-catching. There's a wide road on the left that leads to the cafeteria and mission hall. Beyond the supply station is the base hospital. There's also an equipment rental shop and a knife shop nearby. I got it in mind, thank you. Yang pretended to reach into his trouser pocket, but in reality, he pulled out a thumb-sized package of chocolate as a token of his gratitude. The thin, dark soldier, sweating profusely, initially refused, but upon seeing the chocolate, he swallowed and accepted it with a smile. After bidding farewell to the soldier, the two walked towards the asphalt road in the middle of areas C and D. I didn't expect this base to be so well equipped, with a hospital, a knife shop, and a cafeteria. I think ordinary people could live comfortably if they put in the effort. Not necessarily. The shortage of medicine and fresh fruits and vegetables is a major problem. Over time, anemia, ulcers, constipation, and weakened immunity will plague you, and even if you don't die, you'll be half dead. Oh yeah, I completely forgotten. Sigh. It's so hard. Wan Ningyan sighed deeply, and Yang comforted her. Don't worry. If Han Qingcheng is reliable, I find a chance to secretly give them some fruit and vegetable seeds to help them through this crisis. Speaking of which, I was just wondering, how do you grow crops in extreme heat and cold? We can use air conditioning at home to adjust the temperature, but the base doesn't have that capability. The seeds come from an unspeakable secret. They're heat and cold resistant, and have a short growing cycle. Don't worry. No wonder. The two walked to the asphalt road and saw many people working. Several soldiers were supervising. Shirtless men were mixing cement and paving the road, and some strong-looking women were carrying cement and helping. You too, if you're going to the supply station, go to the side, not the middle. We're repairing the road. Got it. The two walked east along the roadside, and not far away, they encountered shirtless men breaking up the asphalt. Women and some children were carrying the broken pieces to the side. Yang, are they digging up the road and laying cement? I think so. I remember asphalt isn't very heat resistant, and would melt and warp in the heat. Cement, on the other hand, is heat resistant over 100 degrees Celsius, so it's safer. Oh, then they were forced to build the road, otherwise, the asphalt wouldn't be usable. Yeah, and the base has plenty of supplies. We had a hard time finding cement. After all, it's the military. We walked for a while, until we reached the end of the asphalt road, where a wide cement road opened up. There were various small stalls on both sides. This must be the street vendor street, but there weren't many people there, probably because of the weather. Yan observed carefully. The vendors seemed to be ordinary people. Most of them had a piece of plastic or cloth spread on the ground, with various items displayed on it. Some were for exchange, others for sale. To complete the transaction, a small machine was used. 2 cards were inserted, and after pressing some button, the transaction was completed. Yang, there are gold jewelry for sale. If it's cheap, I can buy some to feed your space. Wan Ningyan, still unaware that Yang's space didn't consume gold, pulled Yang towards a small gold jewelry stall. The stall owner was a portly man wearing a sun hat. He was sweating profusely, his light green shirt soaking through, and his shorts were also slightly soaked. Seeing Wan Ningyan and Yang approach the stall, the man grunted and stood up from his small stool, fanning himself and smiling ingratiatingly. 2 beauties, would you like to see some jewelry? Yes, boss. How much do you sell it for? You can trade it in or use points. Whatever's more convenient for you, ladies. The chubby man smiled and introduced Wan Ningyan. Look at these earrings on the left. They're simple and beautiful, made of pure gold. A pair costs 2 bottles of water, or 10 points. The gold necklace on the right has a rose design, perfect for a beauty like you. If you like it, take it for 5 bottles of water, or 30 points. Yang squatted down, first weighing the gold necklace, then picked up the 2 earrings, one round, one star-shaped. He squeezed them, then, out of the stall owner's sight, stored them in his storage. He checked the points redemption page and saw that he could redeem 28 points, then quickly took them out. Stall owner, we're new here. How do we redeem those points? The chubby man pulled out a machine from the small basket behind him. It was simple and compact, palm-sized and rectangular. In the middle were number buttons, along with power, confirm, and cancel buttons. There was a card slot at each end for a points card. Go to the supply station up ahead to get a card, redeem your points, and you can use it for purchases. The red circle is where the buyer inserts their card, and the blue circle is where the seller inserts their card. Once both are inserted, press transaction, enter your points, and confirm. Very advanced, a bit like a POS machine. Is it expensive? It's quite expensive if you buy it directly, 50 points each. If you don't have enough points, you can rent it. The deposit is 10 points, and the rental period is 1 week. During this period, the card machine will charge a 0.1% handling fee for each transaction. If you lose it, you must pay for it in full. If you can't pay or don't return it by the due date, you'll be blacklisted from the points system and won't be able to use your points to purchase supplies. The fat man explained it in detail. After Nguyen Yang understood, he squeezed Wan Ningyan's hand, made an excuse, and left with Wan Ningyan saying, "I need to get a card. The jewelry is real gold. I checked it, but the price isn't right. It's already useless, and you're asking for so much water. It's disingenuous. So what do you do if you're running out of space?" "I go back and try to bargain. If it's a good price, I buy it. If it's not, I pass it up." "You bargain?" "Of course I did. I used to group buy with others to save on shipping." Nguyen Yang imagined the scene. Wan Ningyan, living in a luxurious villa, wearing designer clothes, applying an expensive face mask, and sharing links in the group by group on her diamond-studded phone. "Sisters, hurry up and get on board. We're 2 people short of a group buy. 9.9 free shipping, don't miss out. What a great deal." Nguyen Yang couldn't help but laugh. Wan Ningyan looked at her strangely. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just suddenly think you're so cute. I heard the word cute so many times, try a different compliment." A little cute? Never mind, your compliments are nowhere near as good as the flattery from my fans. Then I try harder. You don't have to work hard on this kind of thing. I don't mind your tongue," Wan Ningyan said as she touched Nguyen Yang's hand, interlocking their fingers, her beautiful eyes slightly curved. Nguyen Yang suddenly felt that God had truly been kind to him, giving him a chance at rebirth, arranging a system-binding cheat, and even having a great girlfriend. "Stop giggling like an idiot. Hurry up, I see the supply exchange station." "Okay." Hand in hand, the 2 of them hurried towards the station. Chapter 72. The supplies exchange station was a large, 2-story white building. 4 air conditioners were operating on the side. At the entrance stood a nearly 2-meter-tall sign, with red paint on a white background reading Supplies Exchange Station. The main door was an automatic sensor-operated glass door, reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic supermarket. Before the entrance, a green sunshade stretched nearly 10 meters. People lined up there. At the front of the line sat a middle-aged woman wearing a red armband and holding a pole. Every time someone left the exchange station, she let another in. "They're still limiting the number of people, Nguyen Yang? Should we wait? Your mom told us to be back within 2 hours. It's only half an hour, plenty of time. Let's get in line. If we have to wait too long, we can try other places tomorrow." "Okay. Then have you decided what supplies to exchange for points? The heat is coming soon, and they'd probably be in dire need of heat relief medicine. I'm planning to exchange half a box of Wuxiang Jingqi water." "Half a box? Let's pretend we eaten some, and there won't be much left. Using it to exchange for points won't arouse their suspicion." "Yeah, that's safer." The 2 walked to the back of the line and started lining up. Although there was a tent to block the sun, the smell wasn't very pleasant. The pervasive stench of sweat filled the tent, making it nauseating. Adding to the lack of air circulation, the tent felt much more stuffy than outside. It was smelly, stuffy, and hot. Nguyen Yang was worried Wan Ningyan would get heat stroke again. "Stand in front of me, stay close to me." Wan Ningyan didn't quite understand, but she obeyed. Nguyen Yang held her against his back, then used his spiritual power to cool her down, cooling her down. This provided a much cooler feeling than simply holding onto Nguyen Yang's arm. Wan Ningyan squinted in pleasure, wishing she could hide in Nguyen Yang's embrace. If she hadn't been afraid the people in line might see her and think she was weird, she would have done it. After more than 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. Under the gaze of the elderly woman at the door, the 2 calmly walked hand in hand into the supply station. "Auntie, you look so gossipy just now. Who told you to stick so close to me? Anyone else would think we were in a relationship." "It was already unusual. Next time, I tell you you're my girlfriend." "Okay, whatever you want." The supply exchange station was a cool breeze upon entering. It was the most energy-efficient place Nguyen Yang had seen at the base. There were 2 signs at the entrance. One said get a points card and exchange supplies to the left, and the other said purchase time limit, 10 minutes per person. "Let's go get a card first." Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan walked to the left. There was a 2-meter-long platform with some machines and electronic scales. For staff members, 2 men and 2 women were working in military uniforms. "Hello, Do you want to apply for a card or exchange points for supplies? Apply for a card first, then exchange. Okay, give me your ID card. Nguyen handed the base-issued ID card to the staff member. The female staff member smiled politely and began typing away at the machine. Nguyen, don't I need a card? Wanda Film Queen, your ID card requires your real name. Are you trying to expose yourself? Oh, I forgot. Nguyen glanced at Wan Ningyan worriedly. Her dazed state was truly unsettling. After a while, a machine resembling a 3D printer produced the points card. The female staff member handed both the ID card and the points card to Nguyen. Please keep your points card safe. If you lose it, come and get a replacement immediately. Otherwise, if your points are stolen, we won't be able to recover them. Also, there's a fee for a replacement, 5 points per transaction. I see. Thank you. Nguyen handed the points card to Wan Ningyan, then pretended to search his pockets and picked up a box of Wuxiang Jingqi water from the space. He kept only 6 of the 10 bottles and crumpled the outer packaging before taking it out. Excuse me, how do I exchange points for supplies? Hello, Mississippi. Please come to us. The man who spoke was a male worker. Nguyen walked over to him, holding the medicine box. We generally only accept food, water, and medicine. Other supplies require evaluation before determining whether they can be exchanged. What supplies do you have? Nguyen placed the medicine box on the table. The man's eyes immediately lit up. He carefully opened it, counted the items, and confirmed with Nguyen again. Miss, are you sure you want to exchange points? Yes. All of them? All of them. Okay, please wait. The male worker quickly ran to a small door in the back, resembling a workshop, with the medicine. He jogged back a moment later, but the medicine box was gone. Hello, a total of 60 points can be redeemed. Please give me your points card. Wan Ningyan handed over the card. The machine looked like a credit card machine. After inserting it and pressing a number, 2 beeps sounded, and the top-up was complete. Let's go! Let's see what we can buy here. Yes. Nguyen took Wan Ningyan's hand and began to wander around the supply station. Although it wasn't as large as it looked from the outside, soldiers guarded each shelf with their guns drawn. The security was top-notch. Each shelf held the same type of supplies, mostly long-lasting foods. The prices seem reasonable. A bag of instant noodles is only 2 points, and a compressed biscuit is only 1 point. Nguyen glanced at the price and the sign, then at the prices of other food items. He guessed, these 2 items are limited to 1 per person per day. The base must be keeping the prices low to ensure that the poor, the elderly, the weak, women, and children can afford them. Other food items are not that cheap. Really? Wan Ningyan immediately looked at the other supplies. Sandwich cookies for 8 points, instant noodles in a tub for 6 points, meat floss biscuits for 10 points, chocolate protein bars for 18 points. The cheapest item was a small vacuum-packed bread, 3 points each. Before the apocalypse, you could buy a box of this stuff for 10 yuan. So expensive. Compared to this, instant noodles and compressed biscuits are practically a steal. With so many people and so few supplies, it's not easy to achieve this level. Let's go! Time's running out. Let's check out the other shelves. The 2 walked a few steps and reached the second aisle, which sold oil, rice, soy sauce, and vinegar. Rice cost 8 points for 300 G. If you don't eat much, this is enough to feed a family of 3, but in extremely hot weather, rice becomes a luxury, requiring water, a pot, and electricity, which drives up costs. The other seasonings were not as complete, and were also very expensive. A bottle of vinegar cost 27 points, a small bottle of oil 45 points. One could sense that the base was deliberately trying to curb everyone's appetite. Turning a corner, the 2 arrived at the fruit and vegetable section, which actually consisted of dried vegetables and canned fruit, with prices even higher than they'd seen before. A 100 G bag of wood-ear mushrooms cost 32 points, a 100 G bag of shiitake mushrooms cost 40 points, a 250 G bottle of canned oranges cost 58 points, and yellow peaches cost 55 points. The prices clearly indicated the value of these supplies, and the shelves were even more meticulously prepared. Ice-type psychics had formed ice around the shelves to keep them cool and prevent spoilage. Nguyen, I suddenly feel so guilty. What's wrong? The base is full of dried and canned vegetables, while I get to eat fresh vegetables and fruit every day. I feel so guilty. Then from now on, don't eat. Just watch me eat. No way. I was just saying that. Your behavior is like shedding crocodile tears. As the two were talking, a staff member at the door yelled at the top of his lungs, "Customers inside, hurry up. In 3 minutes, whether you finish your shopping or not, you must leave. Let's go! Hurry and finish the rest." Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan quickened their pace and reached the next shelf. Snacks were available here, including meat snacks, candy, butchers, and sausages. These were all very expensive, costing around 20 points for a small bag. Shrimp crackers, spicy noodles, and melon seeds were cheaper, costing around 10 points per bag. There were also rarer cigarettes and alcohol, 50 points per cigarette, and 188 points for a 100 milliliters bottle of ergote. 3 bottles were displayed. When Nguyen Yang picked one up to examine it, the soldiers nearby stared at him with a mixture of suspicion and envy. The snack area was destined to be empty. Everyone who entered headed straight for the instant noodles and compressed biscuits, then headed to the last section Nguyen Yang and the others hadn't visited. Only when they reached the last section did Nguyen Yang realize it was the water section. No wonder it was so crowded. Mineral water was limited to 1 bottle per person per day, costing 5 points. Drinks were more expensive and had a smaller variety. Coke was 10 points per can, green tea was 15 points per bottle, and herbal tea was 20 points per can. There was also a freezer nearby, unpowered, that used ice-powered psychics to chill drinks and mineral water. Chilled drinks cost 1 point more than room temperature. The ice was also available for sale. Customers under 15 and over 50 could use 1 point to buy a small block of ice to cool down, subject to age restrictions and purchase limits. Nguyen Yang's overall impression of the supply exchange station was generally favorable, but a small stand nearby immediately elevated her impression of the base. The stand, near the water vending area, held a notebook and a pen, both secured with a rope to prevent theft. A notice was posted in front of the stand, explaining 2 things. First, you could write down the supplies you needed, and the base would find and stock them based on urgency. Second, sanitary napkins were worth 2 points for every 1 point you bought, and the price would never increase. Women could simply ask the staff for the quantity they needed. As a man, Han Qingqing's consideration for women was truly remarkable. Nguyen Yang, it seems this base is better than I expected. That remains to be seen. In my previous life, many bases started out with loud slogans, but they didn't last long before their ugly faces were exposed. Well, at least it's not bad for now. I hope it can hold up. I hope so. After finishing her inspection of the first floor, Nguyen Yang glanced back at the stairwell. There was a sign on the wall saying no entry, and 2 soldiers guarding it. It seemed the second floor was closed. "Ningyan, is there anything you want to buy?" "No, it's too expensive." "Then let's go and check out the cafeteria." The moment they left the supply station, a heat wave hit them. Even Wan Ningyan, not to mention Nguyen Yang, who had experienced extreme heat, was reluctant to leave the station's air conditioning. Suddenly, they understood why the air conditioning was limited in hours. They were worried someone might be trying to escape the heat. Chapter 73. Before heading to the cafeteria, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan first visited the nearby hospital. The hospital was the most neatly planned area on the entire base, with 3 three-story buildings and 2 single-story buildings. The photovoltaic panels were connected on the rooftops, and the air conditioner units were neatly arranged. All the buildings were clad in 1-meter-high dark red tiles. Upon inquiry, they were found to be fireproof exterior tiles. Seeing the hospital's renovations, Nguyen Yang remembered the pile of building materials he had found. It was time to start a renovation plan. Summer was fine, but the cold winter temperatures were unbearable, especially for women, who were more fragile and could easily become ill from the cold. They had to renovate the houses before the extreme cold set in. The hospital was very busy, with many patients suffering from heat stroke and sunburn, so the 2 of them only observed them from outside for a while before leaving for the cafeteria. The cafeteria was only 1 floor, but it was the largest area Nguyen Yang had ever seen on the base. Upon entering, a long, dark line stretched as far as the eye could see. The 5 lines stretched almost outside. There were some people around who weren't in line, either chatting or eating steamed buns, with the occasional person holding a bowl of soup. "Nguyen Yang, that looks like a bulletin board over there. Shall we go check it out?" Nguyen Yang followed Wan Ningyan's direction, and saw a blackboard with words on it not far to the left of the door. Many people stopped to examine it. "Let's go check it out." Approaching, Nguyen Yang spotted a small blackboard, half a meter wide and 1 meter long. It read today's servings. Breakfast set, steamed bun/porridge plus a plate of pickled vegetables, 8 points per portion. Lunch set, rice/steamed bun plus vermicelli mixed with vinegar and pickled mustard green soup, 12 points per portion. Dinner set. Rice/steamed bun plus black fungus mixed with vinegar and seaweed soup, 15 points per portion. All-day service. Steamed buns 2 points each. Note: rice is 2 taels per portion. Nuanyang, is this expensive or cheap? Looking at the quantity, I feel like I'd rather buy and cook it myself. But this isn't the apocalypse, so cooking is a bit of a hassle. Plus, the seasonings and vegetables are expensive. It seems like eating in the cafeteria is better. It's quite cheap. Rice at the supply exchange station is 8 points for 300 g, mineral water is 5 points a bottle, and black fungus is 32 points for 100 g. That doesn't include vinegar and cooking fuel. A simple dinner set starts at 50 points for an average person, but only 15 in the cafeteria, plus it comes with a serving of soup. It's much more cost-effective. No wonder the cafeteria is so crowded. The two of them walked around the cafeteria for a while, and Nuanyang noticed that the place was very orderly. Even large men wouldn't cut in line to grab a seat. The only downside was the stuffiness. There were air conditioners, but they were only in each of the 4 corners. With such a large space and the doors swinging open, the temperature was only about 5 or 6 degrees lower than outside, so everyone gathered in the 4 corners after buying their food to eat. The reason they didn't sit down to eat was because the cafeteria had no tables or chairs. There were only folding chairs for the security guards at the 3 main entrances. Nuanyang felt bored and wanted to ask Waningyan if she wanted to leave, but she noticed she was staring at other people's steamed buns like a puppy. She stared at everyone who passed her after buying one, her eyes clearly filled with desire. Are you hungry? Not bad, I just want to try this steamed bun. Then I go buy it. You wait here. Don't run around. No need. The line's too long. You have points, so you don't have to wait in line. This place was very close to the food stall, just a few meters away. Nuanyang could always see Waningyan, so he went there without worry. A man was buying food at the stall. Not wanting to let him take advantage of her, Nuanyang quickly glanced at the people in line behind her, and saw that the 5th person in line was a frail mother with a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old. The little girl had 2 small pigtails, and a look of curiosity and fear in her eyes, clutching her mother's hand tightly. Hello, I want to make a deal with you. Nuanyang lowered his voice. After he finished speaking, the little girl hid behind her mother, looking at Nuanyang with inquiring eyes. The frail mother seemed not to have heard clearly, and she looked up at Nuanyang as well. Her face was covered in sweat, her lips were chapped, her eyes were dark blue, and her complexion was sallow. It was obvious that she had gone through a lot of hardships to reach the base. Are you talking to me? Yes, you. What do you want to do? When it's your turn to buy food, buy me 2 steamed buns and use my card. In return, you can buy 2 set meals. How about it? The woman hadn't expected such a good deal. Surprised but unsure, she hurriedly asked Nuanyang if it was true. Of course it is. Nuanyang handed the points card to the woman and warned, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone around you know. Okay. I be careful. The woman took the card, touched her daughter's face excitedly, and smiled happily. She turned to Nuanyang with a grateful look. Nuanyang smiled faintly in response, then looked at Waningyan. She stood there obediently, met Nuanyang's gaze, and immediately responded with a heart sign. Seeing your girlfriend brings you peace of mind, while seeing the suffering of the world can make even the most indifferent feel a little pain. Soon, the line reached the mother and daughter. She bought 2 steamed buns for Nuanyang. After Nuanyang took them, she bought a dinner set and 2 steamed buns, then returned the points card to Nuanyang. Why only 1? It's just a small favor. 2 dinners are too expensive. Thank you, little girl. Good deeds will be rewarded. Thank you, sister. The timid girl timidly said thank you, then smiled and followed her mother to the corner to eat. Nuanyang watched them leave, his heart aching with mixed emotions. Nuanyang, what's wrong? Are you missing your mother, the director? No, I just think she's a little silly. Let's go and talk while we walk. As for the steamed buns, let's eat them when there's no one around. There's a lot of people watching inside. Okay. Leaving the cafeteria and finishing their story about the mother and daughter, Nuanyang expected Waningyan to sympathize with them, but she heard something unexpected. Even such a weak mother and daughter have points to buy food. This means that even the weak can survive in the base. That's luck. Whether the food is good or bad isn't as important as survival. I feel like you changed. Before, you were more emotional and rarely this rational. Maybe you've seen so many miserable people, and by comparison, You think everyone in the base is happy, so you can be rational. Ding ding ding. As they were talking, a gong suddenly rang from the doorway of the nearby building. Yang, using Wan Ningyan as a shield, placed the steamed buns into the space. That's the building where the mission hall is. Let's go see what's going on. Okay, hurry up. Wan Ningyan ran quickly, her excitement surging, and Yang was dragged along by her. When they reached the building, the square at the entrance was packed with people, all looking ahead. Yang glanced around and saw a short, middle-aged man walk up to a small platform with 5 steps. He smoothed his remaining hair and cleared his throat, looking like a leader. Everyone, the base has just issued an urgent order. The asphalt road reconstruction project must be completed by tomorrow, so we decided to recruit 80 more temporary workers. After the news was announced, the crowd cheered and rushed forward, raising their hands and shouting me. Everyone, please be patient and listen to my requirements. Ahem. The short man cleared his throat again, gestured for silence, and paused for a few seconds before continuing. This expansion recruits 40 men, physically fit, aged 18 to 40, and will be paid 10 points per hour. 20 women, aged 18 to 30, are required to be meticulous and nimble, and will be paid 10 points per hour. The remaining 20 are logistics personnel, limited to young people aged 12 to 17 and middle-aged people aged 35 to 45. Gender is not limited, but women are preferred. They will be paid 6 points per hour. Those interested, please line up in front of me now. Those who meet the requirements will receive a work badge. Those who receive a work badge will register at Gate 3 of the mission hall in order of priority. Then, tomorrow morning at 4 a.m., work will begin on the asphalt road. A huge crowd immediately formed a line in front of the short man. There was no cafeteria-like order at this time, and everyone was pushing and shoving, hoping to get a spot in front. Wan Ningyan looked at the older man, shook her head, and whispered into Nanyang's ear, that man has a real bureaucratic air. Maybe he was a leader before, so he likes to put on airs. I don't like him, but I think he's fair and impartial in his selections. With the soldiers around, if he tries anything underhanded and the military finds out, he'd be in big trouble. TSK, then, Han Qingqing's got some serious chops. Let's go to the mission hall. Wan Ningyan's praise of Han Qingqing made Nanyang feel strangely uncomfortable and a little resentful. She didn't respond, simply leading him away. Chapter 74. Nanyang struggled to navigate the crowded crowd before finally leading Wan Ningyan to the mission hall. This place was distinctly different from the others, with a more underworld atmosphere. The white walls were graffitied with various characters and symbols, the most striking being a black tiger next to the door, with Flying Tiger No. 1 written next to it. The main entrance was a sensor-operated glass door, similar to the one at the supply exchange station. Once inside, they were greeted by not only a gentle breeze, but also a variety of scrutinizing glances, some even whistling suggestively. Wan Ningyan disliked this, and hugged Nanyang's arm tightly, cursing softly through gritted teeth. I really want to beat up that ugly, lecherous man. What's he whistling for? He's like a gangster. Nanyang looked around and spotted the whistling man. He was an ordinary-looking man, with greasy hair hanging in wisps. He held his not-so-clean face and smiled. Seeing Nanyang looking at him, he raised an eyebrow confidently at her. That guy's quite a scoundrel. Be patient for now, and learn the rules here. If he harasses me again, I definitely give him a good beating. No need for you, I do it myself. I thought he'd be dirty, since he hadn't showered in days. You're a germaphobe, and don't want to do it yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Ningyan shuddered, disgusted. You should go? Nanyang chuckled. Well, let's go to the left. There are more women there. Ask someone. The mission hall was very different from what Nanyang had imagined. It looked very much like a bank, with various service windows, and a few red and blue plastic chairs in the middle, as if they had been scavenged from various places. There were a few electric fans at the top, but they weren't very effective in cooling the room, especially with so many people inside. The lingering smell of sweat made it even more uncomfortable. As they walked and observed, a woman with pink bangs suddenly approached them. She looked young, like a college student, with bright eyes and polite, energetic speech. Before the apocalypse, she had been a mischievous student with plenty of ideas. I don't see you too. Are you new to the base? Yes. What a coincidence. I'm the base's know-it-all. If you have any questions, you can come to me. My fees are very low. How much? 5 points for 3 questions. Nanyang and Wan Ningyan exchanged glances. Wan Ningyan nodded, and Nanyang took out her points card. How do I pay? I have a card reader. Follow me. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan were led to the second floor by the woman. It was cooler than the first floor and had air conditioning, but it was cramped, like an old shared apartment, with people huddled together. The woman stopped in front of a door adorned with red feathers, took out her key, and invited them in. The second floor is rented exclusively to the base team. For 28 points a month, I offer air conditioning for 2 hours each at noon and evening. Feel free to sit down while I find the unit. The 28-point room was less than 10 square meters, with a small table, 3 chairs, and 2 benches. The other side was filled with miscellaneous items, making it look like the woman was using it as a warehouse. Come, let's trade. Wan Yang handed her the points card. After swiping it, the woman's smile widened. My name is Qin Yun. If you have any questions, please tell me. Don't delay too long. I have a team meeting soon. Ning. Xiao Ning, do you have any questions? Wan Yang changed Wan Ningyan's address to Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan understood and didn't show any abnormality. What are the operating rules of the mission hall? Could you please introduce the base squad as well? Okay. I show you. Qin Yun pulled a hand-drawn map from his backpack. It was a map of the mission hall. The mission hall belongs to the base, meaning the military. Fighting, causing disturbances, molesting women, and verbal provocation are prohibited in the hall. If anyone breaks the rules, you can call the patrol for help. They're military personnel and live in this small room with a police badge in the southeast corner. Those deemed guilty cannot accept base missions and can only join a squad or become lone wolves. For good-looking people like you, if you encounter someone whistling or making obscene jokes again, you can threaten the patrol and they shut up. This is Gate 1, for applying for and canceling squads. Only those who have been approved for a squad can go to Gate 4 with their squad certificate to apply for a room on the second floor. As for establishing a squad, it's not that simple. You need at least 4 people, and a monthly formation fee of 20 points. The more people, the higher the fee. This is to prevent people from applying to join a team without actually taking on missions, and using the second floor as a residence. Entrances 2 and 3 are where you pick up missions within the base. The military usually posts missions on the West Bulletin board and screens candidates in the square at the entrance. Selected candidates register at these 2 windows. You also go to these windows to settle your wages. You must bring your ID badge and points card to prevent fraudulent claims. Entrance 5 is where teams pick up and hand in missions. Team missions are posted on the East Bulletin board. They contain urgently needed military supplies, and the points reward is higher than those on the west side. Like a few days ago, the base needed cement, 50 points a bag, and our team found 1.5 tons. That's a huge profit. Hearing this, Wan Yang had a pretty good idea of the mission hall and asked one last question. What teams are there at the base now? Can you introduce them? I take you to the team leaderboard. There's a leaderboard? Yes, it's based on the number of missions each team receives daily, their difficulty, and the number of missions completed. It's also a reference. Newcomers who want to join a team usually look at the leaderboard for interviews. Hey, consider this a free question. We're all women, after all, and in this apocalypse, we need to help each other. So, if you're interested in joining a team, give priority to the Rose team, which is my team, and is open to women only. An all-female team? Well, don't look down on us, we're third on the leaderboard. The 2 followed Qin Yun to the bulletin board on the east side of the first floor. There were 2 areas. This is the mission bulletin board, and the one next to it is the team leaderboard. Wan Yang approached the team rankings, and saw that the first place went to the Flying Tigers. The Flying Tigers have a 5-pointed star after their name, signifying a military team. Their equipment and personnel are superior to those of ordinary people, so it's no surprise they're ranked first. It's difficult for ordinary people to get in, but if you do get in, you have the opportunity to join the military and live in Zone C, so they're very popular. The second place peace team is formed by 4 retired soldiers. They fled to the base with their families. To make life more comfortable for their families, they chose to work independently, accepting missions recklessly, and surging to second place in just 3 days. However, their team is also very difficult to join. They don't accept those who abandon their wives and children, but only those with families at the base. They're a more humane team. Third place is our Rose team. Our captain comes from a martial arts family. On her way here, she saw many women being bullied, so she decided to establish a women's team at the base. In addition to taking on missions, we also help women we meet settle down at the base, and even provide rations to those who don't want to. Our team is really good. If you're interested, be sure to join us first. Wan Yang nodded. Selflessly helping women in the apocalypse was rare, and she greatly admired those who did. However, she didn't know how strong an all-female team would be. If their equipment and abilities were so poor, they'd probably have a tough time. Chapter 75. How strong is your team? I heard the zombies have evolved. Their speed and strength have increased significantly. Our captain's strength goes without saying. This is it. Qin Yun gave a thumbs up, extremely proud. Back then, the dragon capture team looked down on us. The captain fought 1-on-3 and defeated them all. 2 days ago, after completing the cement mission, we snatched their 3rd place. Look, now they're only 4th. Nguyen Yang glanced at the leaderboard. The dragon capture team was 4th, followed by the Black Cloud team, the Black Horse team, the Cavalry team. Only 10 teams in total made the list. The rest were listed in the team overview on the right. 3 vertical rows, about 40 to 50 teams. I must warn you, even if you don't want to join our team, don't try to capture the dragon capture team. Their tactics are filthy. Qin Yun rarely showed a look of disdain, and Nguyen Yang became curious. What's their dirty trick? It's a human wave tactic. They recruit anyone, but there's a hierarchy within the team. Only core members are allowed to use vehicles and weapons, while everyone else brings their own equipment. When they run into danger and can't fight back, they just run. Those people can't move as fast as a vehicle, and those with less stamina and strength will basically die. We're all on the same team, so they won't save them? No, not even the core members, let alone those on the periphery. They're just using them as human shields to hold off the zombies. That's why their team has the most casualties of all the teams. But their team has a good distribution system, based on work. Some people can earn 400 or 500 points per mission, so many people go there to fight, especially those who need points urgently. I see. What about you? How are you distributed? What are the requirements for joining the team? Our team has 3 echelons. The first echelon follows the captain on missions and earns 60%. The second echelon is logistics. Besides the doctor, the rest are the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. They do odd jobs for us, look after supplies, and earn 20%. The remaining 20% goes to team development, covering formation costs, rent, equipment rental, and gasoline purchases, and part goes to subsidies for the 3rd echelon. The 3rd echelon is the reserve force, consisting of inexperienced and less capable personnel. When the 1st echelon isn't on missions, they be trained. Once they pass the assessment, they can join us on missions. With vanguards, logistics, and reserves, Nguyen Yang felt that the Rose squad leader was truly remarkable. In such a short period of time, he had managed the team so well, even providing a doctor. There's a hospital at the base. I heard even medical students, who haven't graduated yet, are being drafted in to help. Didn't the military snatch your team's doctor away? They did, but Dr. Wei is the captain's sister, so there's no way the military could snatch her away. We finally negotiated and decided that Dr. Wei would work at the hospital, with the military providing a salary and meals. But if the team has a patient, they give them priority. Priority? If someone in the team is injured, wouldn't it be better to just go to the hospital for free treatment? Why prioritize them? Oh, I forgot to mention that Dr. Wei isn't actually a doctor. He's awakened a healing ability, so he can heal. However, this ability requires mental energy, requiring at least an hour of rest between uses. That's why they're prioritized. Healing? Well, there are a lot of superpowers these days. Don't be surprised. Our team even has strength and wind abilities. Nguyen Yang's eyes lit up. There actually is a healing ability. If there's a problem at the base, we have to pry Dr. Wei away before we leave. That might be difficult, considering she's a sister to the captain. Perhaps we can just take out Team Rose altogether. We got enough supplies to support them anyway. Our captain always says that we women can protect ourselves and don't need to be anyone's vassal. You too, if you're interested, you must join our team. Definitely. Then I'd be leaving first. I have a meeting soon. Bye. Bye. After saying goodbye to Qin Yun, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan took another stroll around the mission hall before leaving. It was getting late, and it was time to go home for dinner. However, on the way, Wan Ningyan seemed distracted. What's wrong with you? You seem preoccupied. I'm thinking about the Rose Squad. Nguyen Yang, do you think I can join? Wan Ningyan started to speak, then quickly denied it. Forget it. Joining would expose my identity, and it would also easily reveal my superpowers. Why do you want to go? Women don't need to be anyone's vassal. Just that statement makes me want to join. Well, that captain is very courageous. Then can I go? No. Nuanyang ruthlessly refused. Afraid that Wan Ningyan might start to overthink things, he carefully analyzed the pros and cons for her. We just arrived at the base, and our understanding is superficial. We're not suitable for joining any team. Besides, I have missions at the base, and I'm worried about you joining a team on your own. Wait a minute. If Han Qingcheng is trustworthy, I won't stop you if you want to. You mean, I can join a team later? Yes, but if the Rose team doesn't make it, you're not allowed to join any other teams. It's too dangerous for you to be around men. I know. Say it again. Do you really agree to let me join a team later? Wan Ningyan didn't seem to believe Nuanyang would agree. She stood in front of her, staring into her eyes, trying to figure out if she was serious or just trying to fool her. I really agree. Then I record a conversation on my phone when we get back, so you don't cheat later. What do you think I am? A liar? I trust you, but I'm afraid you reconsider your decision later. After all, my identity is too conspicuous. If the base is good and we settle here permanently, the longer we live, the more people will know your identity. You can't hide it. One day, everyone will know you. Having you hide your identity early on is just to avoid unnecessary trouble. That's not right. If I don't hide my identity later, no one will bother me. Are you annoyed? Nuanyang smiled and took Wan Ningyan's hand. What would we be afraid of then? We killed them all. Han Qingcheng won't offend us for those filthy people. If the opportunity presents itself, our abilities can be made public. With guns, abilities, and military protection, we can roam the base with impunity. What you're saying reminds me of that day. Now I'm so tired of having to hide everything. I can't even join the team. I'm angry. Don't be angry. Come, try the steamed bun you want. Nuanyang changed the subject, tearing off a small piece for Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan slipped it under her mask, frowning as she took a bite. What's wrong? It's not tasty? It's disgusting. It's not soft at all. How did those people enjoy it so much? Nuanyang tore off a small piece and tasted it. It didn't taste sweet at all, and the biggest problem was that it was a bit hard. Nuanyang couldn't cook, and didn't know what was wrong with the bun. Seeing no one around, he returned to his space. Let's go back and ask your mother. Materials are hard to come by in this apocalyptic world. I'm afraid they're missing something. Yeah. On the way back, the two of them bargained and spent 40 points on 2 pairs of earrings and a necklace. Wan Ningyan was delighted. She gave the gold necklace to Nuanyang and put the 2 pairs of earrings in her own subspace, checking on them from time to time. Nuanyang, why isn't my subspace eating gold? Is it because it thinks it's too small? Maybe it's not hungry yet. Well, I really hope it grows up quickly. It will. As they walked, they chatted. Nuanyang found an opportunity to quietly go to Wan Ningyan's subspace and take the gold necklace. Chapter 76. Dinner. As soon as he entered the house, the aroma filled his nostrils. Nuanyang couldn't tell what the aroma was. It was so overwhelming and rich that his stomach instantly growled. Wow! So many dishes. Wan Ningyan trotted over to the table, secretly grabbed a piece of pork ribs, and waved at Nuanyang. Have you washed your hands? It's okay to grab a bone. Try some. My mom's ribs are delicious. Nuanyang smiled and took a bite. The braised pork ribs were perfectly stewed, the broth was rich, and the aroma was refreshing after swallowing. Ouch! Why are you eating as soon as you get home? Mother Wan emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of smashed cucumbers, scolding with a smile, You're like a little mouse. Hey, it's been ages since I eaten my cooking, I couldn't help myself. You're the only one with so many excuses. Go wash your hands. Xiaoang, go wash your hands too. I call Old Wan and Xiaofeng, and dinner will be ready soon. Okay, Auntie. You're so hypocritical, Mom. You're not even that gentle with me. My dear daughter, go wash your hands. Is that okay? Very satisfied. As they washed their hands, Wan Ningyan gently nudged Nuanyang with her, but, do you have some magical powers? Why does my mother like you so much? You obviously cheated on me, too, but she only blames me. You're her daughter. Even if she says a few things about you, you won't think too much. I'm an outsider, so your mother should be considerate of my feelings. After Nuanyang finished speaking, Wan Ningyan cupped her face. She was a head shorter than her brow furrowed, her tone firm yet slightly emotional. My mom isn't that kind of person. She just likes you. Don't always feel like you're an outsider, okay? If they don't like you, I can feel it, but you don't believe me? Nuan Yang swallowed the words as they reached his lips. He gave Wan Ningyan a smile. I believe you. I won't do it again. Don't be angry. I'm not angry. I just feel unhappy that you keep excluding me. I'm an orphan. Just treat me like. I need some time to adjust. You're not an orphan anymore. Once we get married, you can legitimately call them mom and dad. Okay. Nuan Yang smiled in response, keeping his worries to himself. Just like Wan Ningyan, who knew there were many obstacles before their marriage, she always imagined the best possible outcome for the future. In life, one must always be positive and optimistic to live happily. While the Wan family wasn't around, the two of them, after washing their hands, secretly kissed several times, stopping only when they heard someone coming down the stairs. It's so exciting, just like having an affair. Nuan Yang sighed helplessly. Don't talk nonsense. We're not mistresses or concubines. It's just a way of describing things. Don't be so serious. What kind of description? Sister boss, what are you talking about? Wan Ningfeng hurriedly sat down next to Nuan Yang, looking at the two of them with a gossipy expression and a grin. Wan Ningyan was disgusted and rolled her eyes at him. Nuan Yang pulled out a bottle of Coke and gave it to him from her space. We're talking about food. We need some drinks to go with it. I agree. Jin Yu hasn't cooked such a sumptuous meal in ages. We deserve a couple of drinks. You're still thinking about drinking at this hour? Don't cause trouble for the kids. Wan's father and mother also arrived. His idea of drinking was rejected, and Father Wan fell silent. Nuan Yang searched in his space and pulled out a bottle of mutai, placing it on the table. He also pulled out a few bottles of beer, Sprite, and orange juice. After a few days of hard work, it's rare to have a good meal and a few drinks. It's just something I can enjoy. It's not something I drink every day. Auntie, please agree. Dad Wan instantly perked up and pleaded, Good Jinyu, I just have a little. I'm not a heavy drinker. Okay. For Shiyang's sake, no more than 3 drinks. Okay. Dad Wan happily took the baijiu. Oh, it's Maotai again. I didn't expect to be able to drink such good wine in the end times. Dad, I want to try some too. Wan Ningfeng handed the glass over. Dad Wan glanced at Mom Wan's expression before refilling his glass. Wan Ningyan seemed to be intrigued as well, picking up the beer and examining it closely. You want to drink too? I do, but beer isn't good. Do you have red wine? No. Red wine needs to be decanted, which is too much trouble. Do you have wine? Yes, but... Can you hold your liquor well? Wan Ningyan proudly raised a finger. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Okay. In the end, everyone except Nuan Yang chose to drink throughout the dinner. It's not that Nuan Yang didn't want to drink, she just couldn't. As a singer, drinking alcohol is bad for her voice. She's used to not drinking at all, so her alcohol tolerance is very low. The only time she was forced to drink in college, she passed out after half a bottle of beer and slept all day to recover. So she couldn't drink. If she passed out, and something happened at home, and she couldn't take care of it, it would be a disaster. As the oldest in the family, I shamelessly give an opening speech. Wan's father stood up, holding a small glass of baijiu and smiling. He was already a little tipsy before he even took a sip. Although the situation is dire right now, with zombies and extreme weather, our family is fortunate to be alive and well. No matter how many hardships lie ahead, we must overcome them together, work together, stick together, and unite as one. Wan's mother couldn't help but grumble, Come on, old Wan, if you're not well educated, stop trying to use idioms. There's no one here, so who's going to laugh at you? Okay. Then I stop rambling. Let's all drink together. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone stood up, and the glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound. Nuan Yang's head swam, feeling as if a new chapter in his life had begun, a rare moment of relaxation in his 2 lives. Xiaoang, eat more. If you like anything, tell your auntie, and I make it for you often. Big brother, drink your soup quickly. My mom's soup is delicious. Nuan Yang, do you want to nibble on some bones? If you do, take some quickly. My brother and my dad love them, and if you're too late, they be gone. Eat more. I won't compete with you kids. I have wine, and even if I only eat this smashed cucumber, I'd be happy. In just a few moments, Nuan Yang's bowl and plate were filled with food. Thank you. That's enough. No need to pick more. The food is delicious. Auntie is a great cook. As long as you like it, that's fine. Yin Yin, you're close, remember to pick more for Xiaoyang. Don't worry, Mom. Wan Ningyan placed another piece of pork chop in Nuan Yang's bowl. If you like it, eat more. Don't be shy. Nuan Yang smiled and picked up the chop. It was indeed delicious, a flavor she had never tasted before. Auntie, did you add anything to it? It has a subtle aroma. This is my special secret recipe. I add pear juice. It moistens your throat and leaves a lingering fragrance. I learned that. Nuan Yang finally understood why they often say that every home-cooked meal tastes different, and no home-cooked restaurant can truly deliver the taste of home. These unique little tricks are like a mark, deeply engraved in one's mind. No matter how delicious someone else's meal is, it can't touch the depths of one's memory. Braised spare ribs, vinegar-braised pork intestines, stir-fried mushrooms with vegetables, oyster soup. Nuan Yang savored each dish meticulously, eating until his stomach was full before he began to slowly peel the crayfish. He then placed the bowl full in front of Wan Ningyan. Baby, you're so good. Wan Ningyan lifted Nuan Yang's chin, her face flushed, her eyes hazy and a bit infatuated, clearly drunk. Burp. A burp followed, and the smell of alcohol wafted over. Nuan Yang wrinkled his nose and glanced at the bottle. He only drunk a quarter, and he was already drunk. Uncle and Auntie, Ningyan seems to have had too much. I take her back to rest. Xiao Yang, are you full? Eat first, then go. Yes, Xiao Yang, Yinyan's fine. Just let her lie on the table for a while. Nuan Yang had already helped Wan Ningyan up, and put his arm around her waist, but Wan Ningyan was unruly. She slipped her arms around Nuan Yang and raised her head for a kiss, causing Nuan Yang to panic and cover her mouth. Uncle and Auntie, I'm full. I'm leaving now. I'm worried Ningyan will vomit on the table and disturb everyone else's meal. No way. I'm not full yet. Wan Ningfeng immediately made way. Boss, take my sister away quickly. Don't vomit here. Then you all go back and rest. Thanks for your hard work, Xiaoang. It's okay. After saying goodbye, Nuan Yang quickly led them back to the bedroom, fearing she might become uncontrollable and do something out of the ordinary, potentially catching father and mother Wan. Chapter 77. Wan Ningyan's body was so soft and light that Nuan Yang felt like he was holding a cat in his arms, except this cat was incredibly strong. After entering the bedroom, Nuan Yang struggled mightily to break free, only to be dragged along by the cat and thrown onto the bed. I shouldn't have given you the power pills. You're so brute force. Hot. Wan Ningyan couldn't understand. The drunk was now lying on the bed, one arm around Nuan Yang's waist, the other tugging at her own clothes, her head rubbing from side to side in the heat. I turn on the air conditioner for you. Don't move around. Be careful of nausea and vomiting. After giving Wan Ningyan a gentle warning, who might not understand, Nuan Yang struggled a few times before getting up to turn on the air conditioner. Turning back, he saw the bathroom, and his heart skipped a beat. Wait! Was he supposed to give Wan Ningyan a bath? Nuan Yang felt his blood boiling, especially when he saw the person on the bed, with their clothes half undone. The sound of his heartbeat filled his ears. Or maybe, just not wash? Nuan Yang silently denied it. He'd been out for so long today, and he sweated from eating. He was already sticky and uncomfortable, let alone Wan Ningyan. But if he washed? It's not like I haven't seen it before. In my last life, they cuddled together naked for warmth. Why are you so nervous? Nuan Yang was very good at self-sufficiency, and with just a few words, he convinced himself. As if ready to die, he straightened his back and walked into the bathroom. After a moment's thought, he took out a large bathtub, filled it with hot water, adjusted the temperature, and sprinkled a bunch of flower petals, ensuring he couldn't see into the water. Wan Ningyan was already quiet on the bed, her clothes half undressed, legs bent. Nuan Yang approached and saw that she had actually fallen asleep. Sleeping was good, it relieved Nuan Yang's burden. He reached out and took off all the dirty clothes, leaving only his underwear, then carried her into the bathroom. Although Nuan Yang kept telling himself that he'd seen everything he needed to see in his previous life and had nothing to be ashamed of, this life was different. A healthy Wan Ningyan was graceful, radiating the charm of a mature woman. Nuan Yang's serious, cool face was now tinged with a faint pink as he squatted beside the bathtub, watching the person inside. Wan Ningyan slept with her head tilted to the side, revealing her beautiful neck and collarbone, like a masterpiece by a famous artist. For a moment, Nuan Yang, undistracted, helped Wan Ningyan remove her bra and panties. Nuan Yang could feel his face burning. Only after removing Wan Ningyan's intimate clothing did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But when he looked up, he found that Wan Ningyan had woken up at some point, her beautiful eyes staring back at him. Nuan Yang was completely lost for words. Feeling the heat in his hands, he hurriedly retracted the object into his space. Wan Ningyan tilted her head, muttering thoughtfully. So you like this? What a peculiar fetish. No way. Hee hee. Wan Ningyan suddenly gave a goofy laugh and reached out to grab Nuan Yang's arm. If you like it, I give it to you. I don't want it. Shh. Wan Ningyan pressed her finger against Nuan Yang's lips, glancing mysteriously. I'm only telling you this, don't tell anyone else. I have lace ones, translucent, specially saved to seduce you. Hee hee. Seduce? Hearing these bold words, Nuan Yang was 100% certain that Wan Ningyan was still drunk. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's soak for a while, and then go back to bed. No nonsense. Wan Ningyan was furious and slapped the water twice, splashing Nuan Yang's face. Before he could wipe it off, he heard the shocking statement. I just wanted to seduce you. But you're a feudal remnant. I'm so beautiful, and have such a sexy body, are you blind? I finally mustered up the courage, but in the end, sobbed. The story was so explosive that Nuan Yang couldn't tell if he felt sorry for Wan Ningyan, who was cursing and crying, or for himself, a feudal remnant. Finally, Nuan Yang put aside all his wasteful thoughts, and busied himself with sobbing Wan Ningyan. After a long sob, Wan Ningyan, exhausted from crying, fell asleep. Nuan Yang resigned himself to his fate, and wiped her down, changing her into her underwear and pajamas. After that, he carried her to bed, and went to shower and wash up. By the time he lay down on the bed, his bones were practically broken. No more romantic thoughts remained. He just wanted to drift off. Wood. Remnant. Nuan Yang opened his eyes, and leaned over to Wan Ningyan's lips. He could clearly hear her cursing even in her sleep. Feeling strangely dissatisfied, he bit her lip. I'm not a remnant of feudalism. I'm responsible for you. Wan Ningyan didn't respond. She mumbled a few words in her sleep, before falling back into a deep sleep. The next day, strong sunlight filtered through the layers of curtains, gleaming like stars in the night sky, a dazzling display of light. Nuan Yang was awakened by the brightness. He rubbed his eyes, stretched slightly, and suddenly realized something was amiss with the person in his arms. Ningyan, are you awake? There was no response, but Nuan Yang could feel her body tremble noticeably. Pretending to sleep? Remembering how exhausted she had been last night, Nuan Yang harbored a sinister thought. He rolled over and pinned Wan Ningyan down, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. Ningyan, aren't you awake yet? Wan Ningyan's eyes were tightly closed, and even as Nuan Yang's fingers repeatedly stroked her cheek, she didn't show any sign of abnormality. Since you haven't woken up, then Nuan Yang didn't finish his words, but chuckled twice and observed. Wan Ningyan was a movie queen after all, so she didn't change much, and her breathing was regular. Nuan Yang watched for a moment, then decided to go for it, lowering his head and kissing her ear. Wake up! Wake up! Wan Ningyan hunched her shoulders and retreated, looking still in shock. You woke up a long time ago, why are you pretending to be asleep? I want to stay in bed for a while. Do you think I believe you? Wan Ningyan bit her lower lip, her eyes shifting from Nuan Yang to the side, dodging. If you don't tell me, don't join the team. I'm telling you. I just. Wan Ningyan's face grew redder, and her voice weakly said, I noticed your clothes were changed. Yeah, you were drunk last night, so I gave you a bath and changed your clothes. You even took a bath? Wan Ningyan's voice suddenly rose several degrees, and after seeing Nuan Yang nod, she quickly jumped out of bed and hid in the bathroom. Chapter 78. When Nuan Yang entered the bathroom, he saw Wan Ningyan trying to run inside. He put his arm around her waist and carried her directly to the sink, then placed his hands on either side of her body, holding her still so she couldn't run. Since she was sitting on the sink, Wan Ningyan was a head taller than Nuan Yang. Even with her head tilted up, Nuan Yang could still see her blushing cheeks. Even her beautiful neck was a light pink. Why are you running? Are you planning to hide from me forever? No. Then look at me. Wan Ningyan pursed her lips and slowly lowered her head, her eyes moist, as if she'd been severely bullied and pitiful. Nuan Yang saw her cheeks were already flushed, and suddenly felt that Wan Ningyan was a contradictory woman. On the one hand, she was so bold, daring to kiss and seduce, yet on the other, she was so shy and reserved. She was just helping him wash himself, and she had clearly wiped him off before, but this behavior, which was not beyond the norm, made him look like an animal. Tell me first, why did you lie to me? Lie to you? What did I lie to you about? Isn't it true that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Your alcohol tolerance is completely different. Who lied to you? Wan Ningyan held up a finger. I told you long ago that one drink would make you drunk. You were just too stupid to guess. Nuan Yang looked at the finger, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems you used all your clever tricks against me. Same here. You agreed to let me join the team, and now you're threatening me. You're much worse. Well, so what? I just... Don't laugh. Wan Ningyan panicked. Nuan Yang's narrowed smile was a bit scary, but there was no way to escape, so he retreated anxiously. Ningyan. So self-righteous, and you... Huh? Wan Ningyan suddenly threw her arms around Nuan Yang's shoulders, her legs wrapped around her waist, and clung to her body, her rosy face buried in the crook of her shoulder, as she whimpered and complained. I just feel so embarrassed and ashamed. And I'm blacking out. Woo-woo, I don't remember anything. I'm so annoyed. Nuan Yang had originally wanted to trick Wan Ningyan and avenge the futile remnants of last night, but her coquettish and aggrieved voice melted his heart, and he couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Okay, don't worry. It was your mother who bathed and dressed you last night. My mother? Yes, your mother thought it was too much trouble for me, so she came to help. Really? If you don't believe me, go ask later. Wan Ningyan was pleasantly surprised, feeling like she survived a catastrophe. She patted Nuan Yang's shoulder again and jumped off her. You're such a bad guy. You lied to me all day. I'm wrong. Go wash up. After breakfast, I need to have a meeting with everyone to discuss something. Got it. Get out. Nuan Yang was pushed out of the bathroom by Wan Ningyan. He gave a helpless smile and turned back downstairs. He had to get a statement from the Wan family. Xiaoyan, you're just in time. Do you have any honey? I want to soak the bitter melon in honey water. Yes, Nuan Yang said, taking out a bottle of honey and handing it to Wan's mother. Can this remove the bitterness from the bitter melon? It won't. It just adds a hint of sweetness. Yin Yin doesn't like bitter melon, so soaking it like this will make her eat it. Try some at noon. It's hot now, and bitter melon is good for your health. Okay. Wan Yang followed Mama Wan into the kitchen, having missed Father Wan and Wan Ningfeng. Auntie, where are Uncle and Xiaofeng? They went upstairs early this morning. One's busy raising chickens, the other's busy farming. They're busy tinkering with materials. Don't go in there. It's dusty. Wear a mask after dinner. Auntie, I need a favor. Don't be polite. Tell me. I definitely help if I can. If Ningyan asks who helped her bathe and change clothes last night, just say it was you. Please also give Uncle and Xiaofeng a heads up. Mama Wan was stunned for a moment, glanced at Wan Yang, and smiled sheepishly. Yin Yin, why are girls shy? I'm so sorry to bother you, and even have to consider her. It's okay, she's a little shy, I understand. After giving instructions to Wan's mother, Nuan Yang returned to the bedroom to wash up. Wan Ningyan was applying a face mask, leaving only her eyes. Nuan Yang could sense her teasing every time she looked at her. Are you holding a grudge? Humph. Queen Wan, please forgive me, okay? Okay, help me remove the mask. Nuan Yang didn't think twice, and sat down next to Wan Ningyan to help her remove the mask. As soon as she finished, Wan Ningyan cupped her face and rubbed it with her own, smearing the greasy mask water all over Nuan Yang's face. Ha ha ha. I forgive you. You're childish. Nuan Yang felt angry and helpless, yet also felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Wan Yang had seen such a childish Wan Ningyan in his previous life, but at that time Wan Ningyan did it to give herself the confidence to survive. Now, it seems to be more in line with her nature, naughty and arrogant. I wish Wan Ningyan in my previous life had this kind of happiness, but unfortunately. What are you sitting there for? Waiting for me to help you. You're already an adult, and you're so lazy. Wan Ningyan muttered as she wiped the mask off Nuan Yang's face with a towel. Nuan Yang's faint sadness was swept away by her voice, and he leaned in to kiss her lips. Thank you. If you want to thank me, you should kiss me more. Nuan Yang smiled, and pulled Wan Ningyan into his arms, easily prying open her teeth and inviting her tongue to play. After breakfast, the family sat in the living room, their expression serious. Nuan Yang put down the notebook in his hand. Don't be nervous, everyone. Today we just discuss a few things to do, and then assign tasks. Boss, you decide, and I fully cooperate. Nuan Yang picked up a pen and began writing. First, we need to set up the planting and breeding areas on the 3rd floor. Aside from Mother Wan, who'll be cooking, all of us need to participate. We try to finish it within a week. After that, Xiaofeng will be in charge of raising the chickens and ducks, while Uncle will be in charge of planting. Nuan Yang bought a few different seeds from the mall. The packaging was formal, with a name on the front and instructions on the back. Nuan Yang placed them on Father Wan's desk. Uncle, these seeds are all heat resistant. Please keep a record of them while you plant them. If the test is successful, I find an opportunity to send some to the base. As long as the base has enough fresh fruits and vegetables, its combat effectiveness will be guaranteed, the chance of civil unrest will be reduced, and it will be safer for us. Don't worry, Xiaoyang. Uncle will complete the task. Okay, then, let's move on. The second part is about the house renovations. A bit of warmth now is fine, but extreme cold isn't. Low temperatures can easily cause irreversible damage, so we need to install insulation inside the house before the extreme cold arrives. We also need to build a Kong on the first floor. Everyone will have air conditioning in the bedrooms, and the living room will have a Kong. This way, we won't be cold while eating, and it provides shelter if someone comes over. But I'm not sure about the design of the Kong. Uncle, do you know how to do it? Yes, I do. I draw the blueprints for you shortly. That's good. Otherwise, I have to ask someone, which would be a bit troublesome. With these two major issues taken care of, there's nothing to worry about with the warm sun. Now, there are some minor things to consider. First, the kitchen. We have air conditioning installed shortly, otherwise Auntie will get heat stroke from cooking. Second, regarding water. The base is stockpiling water from the river out front, so its safety can't be guaranteed. Don't use it. Just collect 2 buckets a day to water the fields to avoid arousing suspicion from the base. Third, training. Once everything is mostly done, Ningyan, Xiaofeng, and I will set aside an hour every morning for exercise. I also teach you Xingyiquan. Don't let your guard down too easily, as this can easily lead to complacency. Training will also help our bodies quickly adapt to the extreme heat, so that if we go on a team mission, we won't faint from heat stroke after just a few steps. Join the team? Mother One was a little anxious. Xiaolong, are you saying you all are going to join the team on a mission? I'm planning on that. Don't go. We don't have any shortage of food right now. If you're worried, I have Old One plant some more food. We can just save some. Mom, I have maxed out abilities and a gun. Don't worry. If there's any danger, I be the first one to run. I be fine. Yes, Mom. If I go on a mission, I definitely be with the boss. She's so powerful, she be fine. Shut up. Does Xiaoyang owe you anything? I have to protect you when you're out. How can you, a grown man, have the nerve to do that? This was the first time Nuanyang had seen Mother One get angry, but even then, she remained extremely restrained. She wiped her tears, held Nuanyang's hand, and spoke earnestly. Xiaoyang, you're on this mission in cooperation with the base. We had no choice. We already owe you, and we can't let you take any more risks. As long as you don't have any missions, just stay at the base, and don't worry about food. Old One and I can earn points working there to support our family. If you really need to go out, let Xiaofeng and Yinyan go, okay? Nuanyang didn't know how to persuade her, so he looked at Wan Ningyan for help. Wan Ningyan gave him a look, and Nuanyang agreed. Mother Wan, worried, muttered a few more times before stopping. Chapter 79. After the meeting, Nuanyang closed his notebook and remembered that he had to go to the granary tomorrow to give the steamed buns from the base to Mother Wan. Auntie, can you take a look at these steamed buns? Is there anything missing? Mother One carefully examined them and took a small bite, looking a little disgusted. There's not enough baking powder. The dough hasn't risen yet, so it's a bit hard. If you want steamed buns, I make them for you. But don't eat this, it can cause bloating and indigestion. It's edible, right? Yes, you can. Auntie, can you taste what flour it's made of? It's just regular wheat flour. How about making steamed buns? Generally, for delicious steamed buns, high gluten flour is best. This is medium gluten flour. Nuanyang pondered for a moment before expressing his thoughts. The base might be running out of food. Huh? Wan Ningyan wasn't quite understanding. The steamed buns in the cafeteria are cheap and unlimited. Logically, if there's a food shortage, there would be purchase restrictions. Your speculation isn't reasonable. Is there a purchase limit on rice? No. Yes. If you want rice and porridge, you have to buy a set meal. That's the threshold for the purchase limit. Yesterday in the cafeteria, it was clear that few people could afford or were willing to spend on the set meal. So the base is using purchases to encourage everyone to eat unfermented steamed buns. Didn't my mom say that unfermented steamed buns are edible? So, the base is short on rice, but they have plenty of flour, so it makes sense that they're focusing on steamed buns. It doesn't make sense. Flour can be used to make other things without baking powder. Why make steamed buns, which can cause bloating and indigestion? On the other hand, bloating and indigestion usually cause a feeling of fullness. That's their goal. Everyone was a little shocked by this statement. Wan Ningfeng scratched his head and asked uncertainly, "Is this like ancient disaster relief? Putting sand in the porridge to distinguish real victims from fake ones, thus helping more people?" "Pretty much. When people feel full, they eat less, and the wheat flour lasts longer." Wan Ningyan began to understand. So Han Qingcheng was waiting for us to come. The first mission after our cooperation was to go to the granary. Yes, this Han Qingcheng is really something. He didn't come to us immediately after we arrived at the base, and we waited a day before the mission began. He was afraid I could manipulate him. Made him? Boss, what do you mean? If the base is really short of food, I can use my space to make a killing. That's something he doesn't want to see. Now, only using 30% of the food to get a mobile warehouse is a big deal for him. A huge profit. I remember something. Wan Ningyan, who had been lost in thought, slowly began. That day at the supply depot, they were using ice to preserve the food. They could have borrowed your space. It would have been much easier, and it would have kept the food fresh forever. But Han Qingcheng didn't do that, which suggests he'd been intentionally keeping you in the dark about the base's food reserves from the start. Well, after all, there's no trust. It's just a mutually beneficial relationship. He wouldn't reveal his wealth to me, fearing I go back on my word and blackmail him. He's quite cunning, Nuanyang. Be careful tomorrow. I'm really worried he might do something bad. Don't worry. Han Qingcheng is just pawning me off right now. If anything happened to me, they have to make dozens of trips to empty the granary. And who knows, other survivors might get there first. It wouldn't be worth the effort. Wait, what if the granary has already been emptied? No, Han Qingcheng had already planned his destination, which means he scouted it beforehand. And with tens of thousands of pounds of grain in the granary, it's not something an ordinary person could empty. Wan Yang was chatting animatedly with Wan Ningyan and Wan Ningfeng. Father Wan and Mother Wan were half understanding, but finally, the silent Father Wan couldn't help but speak. Xiao Yang, should we move? It seems like this Captain Han is quite cunning. No, uncle, don't worry. Only with cunning and skill can we manage the base well in the apocalypse. Otherwise, if there's civil unrest every once in a while, we won't be able to live there safely. Is that so? That puts my mind at ease. After comforting Father Wan, the family got to work. Father Wan and Wan Ningfeng removed the air conditioner from the living room and moved it to the kitchen. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan on the third floor first gathered cement, sand, bricks, shovels, and other items. Then, following Father Wan's blueprints, they began to break down the walls between the rooms. Even though both men had taken strength pills, breaking down the wall was still physically demanding. After a while, their knuckles felt numb, and their clothes were soaked with sweat. They kept drinking water to replenish their energy. Oh, you two little fools. Why are you just breaking it down? After finishing his work on the air conditioner and coming upstairs, Dad Wan burst into laughter at the work the two men were doing. Use a drill and chisel first to break through the edges and corners before breaking down. It's more efficient and won't damage the load-bearing wall. Dad, why didn't you tell me earlier? My hands are numb. You didn't ask, so I didn't think to tell you. It's okay, Uncle. We have an electric drill. Demonstrate it first, and we come later. Okay, this isn't difficult. Just put on your masks and I teach you. Wan's father demonstrated carefully. After learning, the two took turns trying it out. Once they were satisfied, they began drilling all the walls they needed to demolish. Then, with all their might, they hammered away, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Soon, the 3 south-facing rooms were all broken through, and they began working on the 2 north-facing rooms. A small room on the east side was left for tools and other miscellaneous items. Kids, take a break and have some mung bean soup. Dad, big brother, sister, come on. Wan's mother and Wan Ningfeng arrived with mung bean soup. Nuanyang brushed the dust away from her eyes and dared to remove her mask until she reached the small east room. Wan Ningyan, like Nuanyang, was dusty and grimy. She sat there panting heavily. A bowl of mung bean soup was enough to make her feel better. Mom, your mung bean soup arrived just in time. I'd be scorching hot any later. Thank you for your hard work. Drink some. There's still some in the fridge. I made a lot yesterday. When you come back from out and need to heat it up, just go get some. Just make more after you're done. Don't skimp. Got it. Thank you, Auntie. Don't be so polite. Xiaoyang. I serve you another bowl. Okay. Mom, I do it. Wan Ningfeng was incredibly servile as he served Nuanyang mung bean soup, his fawning smile almost crumbling. Just let me know if you have anything to say. Hey. Boss, can you finish demolishing it this morning? Almost done. Only half the wall is left. Great. We can build a chicken coop this afternoon, and then we can raise chickens. Juan's father coughed softly. Xiaofeng, you can't just build a coop and start raising chickens. The cement needs to be alkali resistant, and the wall needs to be waterproof and insulated. It take at least 4 or 5 days. Don't be too impatient. It takes so long? Yeah. It take at least a day to prevent alkali buildup, another day to lay the materials, and then another day to waterproof and remove odors. It's not that easy. Wan Ningfeng was visibly wilting. Nuan Yang, holding the bowl, drank as he watched him. He looked like Wan Ningyan's younger brother, a look so similar that he couldn't help but curl his lips. By the way, Xiaoyang, you need soil for farming. I see the roads and the base are all cement, and we only have dirt in front of our house. That's not enough, and if we dig it up, wouldn't it be too obvious? It would arouse suspicion at the base. Well, don't worry about the soil, uncle. I go on a mission tomorrow and find a way to bring some back. Any requirements? Just find the kind of soil that plants can grow in. It doesn't matter if it's low in fertility, I can use fertilizer to grow it. Okay. After replenishing their energy, Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan finished clearing the north-facing room in an hour. The rest was left to Wan Ningfeng and his father to clean up. It wasn't lunchtime yet, so the two of them went back to their bedroom to turn on the air conditioning. Nuan Yang, building a wall should be easier than demolishing it. I've seen bricklayers work before, and it seems to be quite taxing on the waist, constantly hunched over laying bricks. Ah. Just hearing you talk about it makes my waist ache. It's tiring at first, but your dad and brother will be the ones to get tired later. You have to help out when you have time, especially with the farming. You can't let the old man work alone. Wan Ningyan reached out and tickled Nuan Yang's chin, teasing him like a puppy. You're not even married yet, and you're already so attentive to my dad. I have to leave a good impression, is that wrong? No, I'm very satisfied. What about your mom? She doesn't want us to go out on adventures. If we join the team, there might be some unpleasantness. Well, Wan Ningyan thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a good idea. How about we keep it a secret for now? Just say we're playing at the base when we go out. The base is so big, and there's no phone, so it'd be hard for her to find us. The old lady might get mad if her lie is exposed. Are you sure? Oh, I'm her biological daughter. What's the point of being angry? Severing the mother-daughter relationship? I don't believe she'd be willing to do that if I just act a little bit coquettish. Since Wan Ningyan said this, Nuan Yang had no choice but to agree. If we're caught, we shoulder the responsibility together. No need. My mom, even if she's angry, won't hit me. Don't bother her. What if she gets angry and doesn't agree to us being together? Okay. Remember to tell me if you can't handle it. Wan Ningyan lay in Nuan Yang's arms, continuing to playfully pinch her face. Nuan Yang played with Wan Ningyan's hair, feeling warm and comfortable. Suddenly Wan Ningyan sighed. Alas! You're going on a mission tomorrow. What should I do if I miss you? Working for your parents. Having something to do keeps me from having random thoughts. You're so cruel. Or, if you're bored, why don't you go see Shui Wangwei? Yeah. I haven't seen her yet. I wonder if her injuries are healed. Qin Jun said she's much better, but he's a man after all. You should check it out to be safe. It's a good time to check out the situation at the Sea Area Military Camp and find out what's going on at the camp. I don't know. Qin Jun said there are also people with special abilities living there. You should go see how many special abilities there are, which ones are more common, and what their strengths are, just to be prepared. Okay, leave it to me. As the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Boss, sister, Captain Chen is here. He said he's here to deliver some equipment. Come downstairs and take a look. Wan Ningfeng's voice was a little excited. Nuan Yang, perhaps knowing what the equipment was, smiled and patted Wan Ningyan's leg. Get up. This should be a weapons delivery. Go see if there's anything you like, and give it to you. Oh! Let me choose first. Of course, my girlfriend comes first. Chapter 80. As soon as Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan left the room, Wan Ningfeng swooped over to Nuan Yang, calling him brother-in-law. Big brother-in-law. You're the best. If you have any extra guns later, could you give me one? I want to learn. Wan Ningfeng, are you shameless? Your sister isn't even married yet, so why are you calling me brother-in-law? Sister, don't be so willful. Marriage or not is a matter of time. Do you really want to break up? After confronting Wan Ningyan, Wan Ningfeng immediately put on a fawning smile and faced Nuan Yang. Brother-in-law, my sister is just like that. Don't take it personally. To my brother, you're already my brother-in-law. It had to be said that even though they weren't married, and the name was a bit strange, Nguyen felt truly happy hearing him called brother-in-law. He felt a sense of pride in being recognized by the Wan family. But he still had to keep up appearances, as Wan was already furious and ready to punch someone. Okay, Xiaofeng, be quiet. Your sister will pick first, and I choose the ones you need. The rest, if you like it, will be yours. Brother-in-law is so generous. No wonder I felt so kind the first time I saw you. Sister, you're such a picky person, you have such good taste. If you don't keep quiet, I rip your mouth off. Wan Ningyan raised her fist in anger. Frightened, Wan Ningfeng distanced herself from the two and slowly followed. Nguyen saw this, and took Wan Ningyan's hand, then gently squeezed her palm, and whispered soothingly in her ear. He's your brother. Be patient. Don't let your parents find out. The more you hold back, the more you're getting insolent. You're helping the evil. Who told us not to make it public? Nguyen lowered his voice again, and quietly reminded him, don't rush. Once it's public, you can beat him up as much as you want. I hand you the knife. Wan Ningyan glared at Nguyen. He keeps calling me brother-in-law, and it's really unkind of you to do such a mean trick behind his back. It can't be helped. You're the most important. Besides, an elder sister is like a mother, and you have the right to educate her younger brother. Wan Ningfeng, following behind the two, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He wondered, where does this chilly wind come from in this hot weather? Outside, a green camouflage car with a high chassis was parked in the yard. Chen Jun was standing next to the car. Seeing Nguyen emerge, he stepped forward and took out the keys. This is a protective assault vehicle, an improved version of the second-generation Mengshi. The body is specially reinforced with steel plates to withstand impacts. There's a mechanical weapons station on the roof. We're short on weapons right now, so we can only carry one heavy machine gun. Please forgive me. That's okay, I understand. Do you have any other equipment? It's all in the back. Come and see. Nguyen followed Chen Jun to the back of the vehicle. There were 5 boxes, likely containing ammunition and grenades, as well as 2 bulletproof vests and other items. Next to them lay 2 AKs, and a black gun Nguyen didn't recognize. Chen Jun carefully picked up the unfamiliar gun, his eyes filled with admiration and envy. Miss Wan, this is the 191 rifle, which was released last year. It can be used as a sniper rifle, so it can be loaded with both universal high-precision sniper ammunition and regular rifle ammunition. It can quickly switch between single shot and continuous fire. The scope is mounted on a Picatinny rail, making it even more accurate than a regular rifle. Most importantly, this gun solves the problem of first shot straying from the target. It can accurately hit a target from hundreds of meters away without any problems. Nguyen listened to Chen Jun's lengthy description, and saw his expression of admiration and envy. Even if he didn't know much about guns, he knew this one was top-notch. Sounds great. Captain Han, thank you for your hard work. Captain Chen, please thank Captain Han for me. Miss Wan, you're too polite. We should be the ones to thank you. Thank you for your generosity and willingness to help. The military will remember your kindness. It's not a favor, Captain Chen, please don't flatter me. Then I won't say any more. I pick you up at 3:30 tomorrow morning. Go to bed early. Yes. After Chen Jun left, everyone who had been peeking at the door came out. Wan Ningfeng ran to the car, sighing. Boss! Are you really giving us this assault vehicle? Yes. Oh my god. I only seen it during military parades. The width of the vehicle, the weapon station, it's so cool. Wan Ningfeng excitedly looked and touched everything. His father seemed interested, too, observing closely. His mother, not knowing much about cars, stood by and listened curiously. Nguyen, noticing everyone's interest, opened the car door to allow them to inspect it. Unlike ordinary cars, the assault vehicle's doors opened up and down, offering ample space inside for 6 people. The assault vehicle's specifications were considered high-end for the apocalypse, but Nguyen's first instinct was to use it to seduce the Rose Squad. After all, no matter how high-end a car was, it couldn't compare to a system-based off-road vehicle, but it could be used to win people over. While everyone was looking at the car, Nguyen secretly waved to Wan Ningyan and ushered her to the back of the vehicle. This is the military's newest rifle, called the 191. Try it, and see if it works well. It feels good. Wan Ningyan tested the rifle a few times, and noticed something different about it. This scope is really useful, and it has a very long range, kind of like a sniper rifle. The stock can even be adjusted for distance, so convenient. This gun can hold both sniper and rifle ammunition, and the magazines are universal. You can switch between single shot and continuous fire here. It's more versatile and better than a submachine gun. You should use this from now on. Okay, Wan Ningyan said, glancing at the pile of supplies. Is this the only one? Yes. Why not? Of course, the best should be given to your girlfriend. But aren't you going on a mission tomorrow? You need it. I don't need it right now. It's okay, you keep it. Wan Yang picked up an AK. This is enough. I won't need it, actually. The military will do their best to protect me, so don't worry. Wan Yang touched the AK as he spoke. The gun felt heavier than the submachine gun, and he needed to get used to it. Suddenly, he felt a kiss on the cheek. Wan Yang looked around frantically, realizing everyone else was in the car. His heart finally settled. You're so brave. Aren't you afraid your parents will find out? I know what's going on. Wan Ningyan raised her eyebrows smugly. Nuanyang felt a headache, his temples throbbing. He ran off to look at cars with the others, fearing Wan Ningyan would do something daring again. The military provided a comprehensive package of supplies, ammunition, gun parts, 2 bulletproof vests, a box of grenades, half a box of time bombs and smoke bombs, 2 sets of combat uniforms, 3 sabers, 5 walkie-talkies, a night vision helmet, and an assault vehicle equipped with a heavy machine gun. It was a sincere gesture. Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan divided the body armor, combat uniforms, sabers, and throwing weapons. The system-made tactical scope had night vision, but the helmet was too cumbersome, so he gave the night vision helmet, AK, and a spare saber to Wan Ningfeng. After lunch, Nuanyang helped Wan's father build a low wall, only 1 centimeter high, to demarcate the farmland. Father Wan divided the south-facing area into 5 sections. The largest section was for rice, the remaining 3 sections for vegetables, and 1 section for side dishes. The north-facing area was divided into 4 sections, 2 large sections for raising adult chickens and ducks, and 2 smaller sections for hatched chicks and ducklings, which are relatively fragile and need to be raised individually when young. Father Wan worked diligently, having already marked white lines on the ground. He simply laid bricks along these lines, and then applied cement to the surface. The work wasn't strenuous, and the 4 of them could complete it in 5 or 6 hours. But Nuanyang had to get up early the next day for a mission, so he only worked for 3 hours before Father Wan sent him back to his bedroom to rest. Wan Ningyan was also sent away.